In a realm beyond the ordinary, Lin Qingchen unexpectedly awakened a system that allowed him to perceive the templates of beast taming and even discern evolutionary paths. When an unremarkable silver serpent transformed into the formidable dragon emperor, the entire beast taming world was left in astonishment. Beast tamers are born between heaven and earth. How can one languish beneath others for long? Years later, Lin Qingchen proclaimed these words, standing with his back to the masses. Chapter 1. The Beast Taming World. In the Great Xia Dynasty, in the province of Nanjiang, at the Second Intermediate Beast Taming Academy of Donglin City, Class 3-8. The classroom was suffused with the vibrant essence of youth. The result for the Beast Taming Simulation Exam are out, everyone. Take a look. A youthful voice resonated through the aisles of the classroom. Amidst the students, a boy navigated the rows, clutching a stack of white papers. Lin Qingchen, 290 points, exclaimed the boy, distributing the score sheets, casting a loud gaze at the individual slumped over the desk in slumber. As he spoke, a hint of smug satisfaction glimmered in his eyes, seemingly pleased with Lin Qingchen's score. Huh! The surrounding classmates erupted in derisive laughter upon hearing the result. 290 points surely, within the vast expanse of the second school. No one else could have fared worse. Name: Lin Qingchen. Beast Taming Combat Theory, 93 points. Beast Knowledge, 100 points. Beast Breeding and Cultivation, 97 points. Combat Simulation, 0 points. Total score, 290 points. Class Ranking, 54. Gazing at the glaring results on the white paper, Lin Qingchen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. In this world, lacking the talent for beast taming rendered even a perfect theoretical score meaningless. It would not grant entry into a prestigious academy. Lin Qingchen, may I ask, what are the quality grades of beasts? The teacher at the podium adjusted his glasses, addressing the boy with his head bowed. White, green, blue, purple, red, orange, gold. Golden is the highest quality, while white is the lowest. Lin Qingchen replied softly. Given his scores, answering such fundamental questions regarding beast knowledge was a mere trifle. In the world of beast taming, the ranks of beast tamers are categorized from 1 to 9, with those above the 7th rank being honored as beastmasters. As for those beyond the 9th rank, they reside in the realm of legend, with scarcely a few in all of Great Xia capable of achieving such heights. Very well, continue to study diligently. Even without a talent for beast taming, becoming a theoretician is still commendable, the teacher remarked, pushing up his glasses. A theoretician, formerly known as a beast theory expert, is a profession closely tied to beast taming. In this world, beast tamers are the epitome of humanity. Even professions associated with beast taming gain nobility. Advanced theoreticians can offer significant assistance to beast tamers, planning their evolutionary paths and facilitating effective cultivation. Lin Qingchen slowly shook his head. Without the gift for beast taming, what could theoretical knowledge achieve? However, the teacher's character was quite commendable. The beast taming examination is imminent. This will be an opportunity to alter the course of your destinies. If you gain admission to renowned beast academies, you could emerge as at least a 4th-year beast tamer, the teacher proclaimed passionately from the podium. Upon hearing this, even those students dozing off in class lifted their heads, their eyes glimmering with anticipation that a 4th-year beast tamer, even in Donglin City, will be considered a significant figure. Besides the practical scores, theoretical scores are equally vital, so pay close attention. The beast taming examination comprises 2 parts, practical and theoretical, with the theoretical section divided into 3 components, each worth 100 points. Although the overall theoretical score may not surpass that of practical tests, it remains of utmost importance. Yes, in a humble orphanage within Donglin City, a fair-featured boy sat on the steps beneath the eaves, shaking his head slowly as he gazed at his score report. Lin Qingchen sighed, feeling utterly ashamed to face the elders of the orphanage with such results. Brother Qingchen, it's time for dinner, a melodious voice called, pulling Lin Qingchen from his reverie. Following the sound, he beheld a charming girl leaning against the doorframe. Her infectious smile dispelled much of his melancholy. Got it, Lin Qingchen replied, stepping forward to affectionately ruffle the girl's hair. The girl before him, named Lin Qingxue, like Lin Qingchen, was an orphan taken in by the headmaster. Since they were both 10 years old, they had grown up together, their bond deepening over the years. However, Lin Qingxue possessed talents far superior to his own. Not only was she a student of the foremost intermediate academy in Donglin, but she also consistently ranked among the top. Their headmaster had once remarked that Lin Qingchen's talent was worthy of a place among the top 100 in the school's history. With her exceptional scores, she could easily gain admission to the Nanjiang Beast Academy, the highest-ranking institution in the province. Contemplating this, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. After the Beast Taming examination, what path awaited him? In this world, lacking the talent for beast taming would likely render life exceedingly arduous. At the dining table, the boy focused intently on his meal, while the girl rested her head on her hand, gazing at him with a smile. Opposite Lin Qingchen sat an elderly man with snow-white hair, the headmaster of the orphanage. However, as the headmaster aged, the orphanage had declined. Now, only Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue remained in the once thriving establishment. Perhaps, once the two of them left the orphanage, the headmaster could finally enjoy a peaceful retirement. Qingchen, how have your grades been at the academy lately? The headmaster inquired with a warm smile, observing the boy engrossed in his meal. Lin Qingchen. Just about average, he replied, attempting to evade the headmaster's gaze. Such results were too shameful to voice. Alas, the headmaster sighed, perceiving the boy's demeanor and guessing the truth. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen fell silent, that he was not only the worst student at Donglin's second school, but also the most lacking in ability. To this day, he had yet to contract a beast, failing to even step onto the threshold of cultivation. It is worth noting that throughout history, even those with poor talent could possess beasts. They merely contracted weaker creatures like caterpillars or salamanders. However, Lin Qingchen was the first individual from Donglin No. 2 High School, and indeed the entire Luojiang province, who failed to contract a beast. Rest assured, Grandpa Xiao, Brother Qingchen will strive to improve, Lin Qingxue spoke up, sensing the somewhat tense atmosphere of the dining table. Xiao, of course, is the surname of the orphanage's director. Look at Qingxue. The director cast a reproachful glance at Lin Qingchen, filled with a sense of disappointment. This girl, Lin Qingxue, not only possessed striking beauty, but also excelled academically and spoke with grace. In contrast, Lin Qingchen, alas, Lin Qingchen sighed in resignation. It was not entirely his fault in the realm of beast contracting. Innate talent and background often outweighed sheer effort. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue embodied the archetype of a heavenly prodigy, towering above the rest. As night deepened, Lin Qingchen lay in bed, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, momentarily lost in thought. He had resided in this world for 18 years, yet remained at the very bottom, having failed to contract even a single beast. Lin Qingchen felt a profound sense of discomfort, embarrassed before the vast community of fellow transmigrators. Alas, bark bark, suddenly, a frantic bark jolted Lin Qingchen from his reverie. Such occurrences were uncommon. Could something be amiss? What's wrong, De Huang? Lin Qingchen hurried downstairs to investigate. De Huang was Grandpa Zhao's contracted beast, a robust canine creature, somewhat akin to a Tibetan Mastiff from his past life on Blue Star. Though of merely white quality, it possessed some combat capabilities better than nothing. Certainly. Bark, bark, bark. Following the sound, Lin Qingchen's gaze fell upon a slender white object clamped into Huang's jaws, causing his body to tense instinctively. What was this? A snake? Goodness, he felt a twinge of trepidation if it were non-venomous. That would be one thing, but if it were venomous, a single bite could prove fatal in mere moments. Ding! The beast evolution system has been bound. A system? Upon hearing the cold, mechanical voice, Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Then a spark of joy illuminated his countenance. Oh, dear system, after 18 years, do you have any idea how I have endured these past 18 years? Chapter 2, Little White. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability, Eye of Insight. Effect, capable of probing the strengths, weaknesses, status, type, and evolutionary path of beasts. Remarkable. With such a skill, wouldn't Lin Qingchen be comparable to a top-tier beast theorist? However, after a brief surge of excitement, Lin Qingchen regained his composure. He had no beast, no power. Even if he could cheat, would anyone believe him? It is well known that even the renowned theorists possess formidable beasts. Otherwise, how could they establish themselves in the Great Xia? Lin Qingchen had once attempted to contract a green insect beast, but alas, it ended in failure. That caterpillar paid him no heed. Without a beast, what use is theoretical knowledge? Suddenly, Lin Qingchen had a flash of inspiration. Wait a moment. What about the nocturnal snack in Big Yellow's mouth? Ah, it seems to be holding a beast. With this thought, Lin Qingchen turned his gaze to Big Yellow. Or more precisely, to what was in its mouth. Beast name, Silver Snake. Level, first tier, level 1. Quality, white. Attribute, wind attribute. Status, On the verge of death. Weakness, full of flaws. Evolution path, 1 route. Above tier 3, purple quality beast core, 100 spirit crystals. Contracting difficulty, extremely easy, success rate, 100%. Advise for the host to contract. The mechanical voice resounded once more. Seeing the panel before him, Lin Qingchen felt a flicker of joy. This system was rather useful. A 100% success rate for contracting means that even if old Ma were to appear today, he would succeed. Though this silver snake was merely of white quality and only at the first level, it was indeed a genuine beast. Besides, Lin Qingchen was confident he could cultivate Little White into a dragon. What was that saying again? A snake grows into a python into an anaconda into a flood dragon, and a flood dragon into a true dragon. With this thought, Lin Qingchen smiled at the silver snake. It seemed that the slippery creature was not so terrifying after all. Do you wish to live? Lin Qingchen spoke. Hiss. The silver snake appeared to understand the youth's words. Emitting a mournful cry. Clearly, regardless of the species, there exists a potent instinct for survival. Oh, never mind. Big Yellow, you can eat it. I suppose it's late at night, and you must be hungry. Consider it a late-night snack, Lin Qingchen said casually. Hiss hiss. Upon hearing this, the silver snake's cries grew more urgent. How about becoming my beast? If you become my beast, I shall save you. Lin Qingchen crouched down, stroking Big Yellow's head with a smile. Silver snake, hiss. After a few feeble cries, the silver snake realized resistance was futile and nodded in agreement. Observing this, Lin Qingchen instructed Big Yellow to release the silver snake from its mouth. Although Big Yellow was the beast of the headmaster, it had grown up watching Lin Qingchen, naturally understanding his intent. Even if it was reluctant, it had no choice but to drop the silver snake, licking its wounds with lingering reluctance before departing. Alas, tonight's late-night snack is gone. Lin Qingchen. Establishing a contract with a beast is not a complex endeavor. Even elementary school students in the beast world can master it. Some exceptionally gifted students can even contract beasts before entering the intermediate academy. Even the students of the second school receive papers for signing contracts from their teachers upon entering. It's just that Lin Qingchen had never utilized it. Alas, my talent truly brings shame to the Blue Star people. With a deep breath, Lin Qingchen hurried back upstairs and retrieved a crumpled piece of paper adorned with intricate patterns. Since it had never been of use, he had carelessly tossed it into a corner. After following the method taught by his teacher to sign the contract, the paper transformed into a hexagram that merged into the silver snake's body. Even though their languages were different after the contract was signed, Lin Qingchen could roughly comprehend the silver snake's thoughts. It seemed the latter was somewhat regretful. Rest assured, this is the best decision you could have made today. Lin Qingchen gently reassured, stroking the silver snake's body. I will help you reach the pinnacle of this beast world. After all, the silver snake had, in a sense, been coerced into becoming his beast. He naturally needed to paint a bright future and offer encouragement. From this moment forth, Lin Qingchen was also a beast master. Hiss hiss hiss. The silver snake's cry was clear. I've become your beast. Now it's time for you to heal me. What healing? As a beast, don't you possess self-healing abilities? Lin Qingchen replied, somewhat perplexed. Silver snake, hiss. Though that was the case, Lin Qingchen still rushed to the beast pharmacy that very night. After all, this was his first beast, and he couldn't let it perish halfway. However, just as Lin Qingchen left the orphanage, a striking young girl appeared in midair, her eyes shimmering with a faint golden light. Brother Qingchen, you have finally become a beast master, the girl murmured. Beast masters possess an exceptionally keen sense. Having heard Big Yellow's cries, Lin Qingchen followed suit. She then hurried in the direction the boy had taken. Observing the youth running outside, Lin Qingchen felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Lin Qingchen had just contracted a beast, and being out so late could expose him to danger. Brother Qingchen. As Lin Qingchen walked along the path to school, he heard that familiar voice, halting in his tracks and turning to see that exquisite face. Qingxue, what is the matter? Lin Qingchen asked, puzzled. This is for you. Lin Qingxue produced a black card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Qingchen. I can't accept this. Lin Qingchen waved his hands hastily after catching sight of the words on the card. He was well aware that the card she presented was the scholarship she had received at the first school, amounting to several thousand beast coins. Take it. Brother Qingchen. Do you even have money for meals? The girl said with a mischievous smile, her eyes narrowing. She knew exactly what Lin Qingchen had been up to last night. In this world, expenses related to beasts were already exorbitant. If he went to school like this, he would likely go hungry all day. Very well, Lin Qingchen conceded helplessly. Little White, you've put me in quite the predicament, he muttered inwardly. The previous night, in order to treat Little White, he had depleted all his savings on external medicines at the beast pharmacy. Were it not for the cheap beast he had picked up, he would not be in such an embarrassing situation before the girl. However, one must admit that the medicine worked remarkably well within a single night. Little White's injuries had healed. Little White was the name Lin Qingchen had chosen for his beast, as calling it Silver Snake daily would be rather unappealing. Little White, oh. Chapter 3, The Green Quality Green-Haired Turtle. At this moment, in a shadowy corner by the street, a handsome young man dressed in opulent attire lurked. His eyes clouded with darkness as he fixated intently on Lin Qingchen's departing figure. His name was Situ Feng, although he was also a student of the second school. Like Lin Qingchen, he hailed from the Situ family, one of the three prominent families of Donglin City. Compared to Lin Qingchen, who had no background, the disparity was akin to heaven and earth. Is Qingxue a truly worthy of your concern, you worthless fool? Situ Feng observed the departing figures of the two. His head bowed in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he unleashed a powerful fist upon the massive tree beside him. Boom! The resounding crash echoed as the tree, as thick as a man's torso, came crashing down. Passers-by cast terrified glances, hastily steering clear of the scene. Drip! Blood trickled from Situ Feng's knuckles, his eyes glimmering with a hint of malice. Not long ago, he had encountered Lin Qingxue, a vision of ethereal beauty, only to be met with indifference as he pursued her affections. He had presumed that such an exquisite maiden would be captivated by the talents of Donglin City's elite. Yet to his astonishment, she was drawn to a mere wastrel. What was Situ Feng's stature? With a mere command, he had Lin Qingxue's dossier laid bare before him. How could such an insignificant being dare to walk so closely with Lin Qingxue? He would be the first to object. Previously, he had cautioned Lin Qingchen, but it appeared the latter had dismissed his words with little regard. The competition in the beastmaster realm was exceptionally ferocious, surpassing even the trials of his past life. Thus, even within Donglin's second high school, the majority of students were diligent in their studies. Early in the morning, the classroom was brimming with students. Some engaged in discussions about practical combat techniques, striving to enhance their performance in examinations. Others were fervently memorizing theoretical knowledge of beast mastery, aiming to elevate their comprehensive understanding. Each individual was battling for the impending beastmaster simulation examination, for beyond that lay a pivotal juncture capable of altering their destinies, the Great Xia Beastmaster Entrance Examination. An opportunity substantial enough to elevate ordinary scholars to unprecedented heights. In recent years, several individuals from humble beginnings had emerged as remarkable beastmasters, their successes igniting hope among aspiring students. Chenggu, how do you solve this problem? Inquired a stout boy named Wang Tao. Despite his affiliation with beast mastery, his academic standing in class 3 to 8 was relatively commendable. However, his theoretical performance was abysmal. It was said that Wang Tao's father had spent 30,000 beastmaster coins hiring a tutor to assist him, yet to no avail. Lin Qingchen glanced at him, a touch of exasperation evident, yet he patiently began to elucidate the problem. Wang Tao was among the few in the class who did not look down upon Lin Qingchen for his lack of beastmaster talent. However, to seek assistance with a question from the bottom of the class, what was he thinking? Hearing this, Wang Tao simply chuckled. He was well aware of Lin Qingchen's exceptional theoretical scores. If one disregarded the practical component, even the prodigies from the top class would pale in comparison to him. Since middle school, Lin Qingchen had been the embodiment of the quintessential other people's child in the eyes of his parents. However, after discovering his lack of aptitude for beast mastery, he had fallen from grace. Yet, in Wang Tao's heart, Lin Qingchen remained the same as ever. Back in middle school, he had treated him with kindness, patiently addressing his queries. Even now, despite lacking beastmaster talent and trailing behind academically, he was still the Lin Qingchen of old. Little fatty, why don't you improve your attitude and offer me some beastmaster coins? I'll teach you properly. Just as Lin Qingchen was explaining the question to Wang Tao, a brash voice rang out from the classroom entrance. Huang Xing, why do you need to meddle in my affairs? Wang Tao shot an annoyed glance at the group of students at the door. He was engaged in a discussion with Chenggu. When had it become Huang Xing's place to interject? Did he truly believe that Wang Tao wouldn't retaliate? Huang Xing was the one who had previously mocked them. A member of their class, he was known for his rebellious nature. Despite possessing a beast, his chances of gaining admission to a prestigious academy were minuscule. I never thought the young master of the Wang family would stoop to asking a question from a waste. Huang Xing approached, unperturbed, with a mocking tone. As he spoke, his gaze frequently darted towards Lin Qingchen, remembering Situ's orders to ensure the boy was kept uncomfortable. With that thought, Huang Xing turned to Lin Qingchen, provocatively stating, "What purpose do you serve in this world, having no beast?" Lin Qingchen responded with a puzzled, "What is it to you?" However, before he could react further, Wang Tao erupted with indignation. Those words ignited a fire within him. Damn it! Lin Qingchen had pulled him up to passing grades over the years, significantly improving his performance, even giving him hope for applying to a Beastmaster Academy. And now, This blonde imbecile dared to insult Lin Qingchen in front of him? He couldn't endure it. Looking for a fight? I'll oblige, he shouted, green-haired turtle. With that, Wang Tao slammed his palm onto the desk, summoning forth a shimmering green hexagram array. A turtle radiating green light appeared in the classroom. Its cold eyes fixated on Huang Xing. Curiosity piqued. Lin Qingchen observed the scene, a panel materializing before him. Beast name, green-haired turtle. Level, first stage, level 7. Quality, green. Attribute, water. Status, normal. Vulnerability, wood, lightning. Evolution path, 37 options. This revelation surprised Lin Qingchen. He hadn't anticipated that this chubby boy possessed a beast of green quality. Green was a tier above his own white. Moreover, with so many evolutionary paths, in comparison, why did his white only have one? White. Confronted by the green-haired turtle, Huang Xing's expression shifted slightly. Despite his brash demeanor, he was aware that he could not match Wang Tao in a confrontation. Yet, under the watchful eyes of their peers, he couldn't simply back down without losing face. A flash of white light illuminated the room as he summoned a canine beast. However, compared to the ferocity of the green-haired turtle, this canine appeared rather feeble. Lin Qingchen quietly observed the impending clash between the two beasts, readily discerning that the green-haired turtle, in both quality and strength, surpassed its opponent. Wang Tao, enough. This is a classroom. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a stern voice interrupted, causing both to halt in their tracks. Even Lin Qingchen turned his gaze toward the source. Following the sound, a bespectacled man with an irritable expression stood before them, clearly displeased with the summoning of their beasts. Lin Qingchen cast a fleeting glance at him, mentally noting his appearance. He recognized the bespectacled man as Ji Wu, the class monitor of class 3-8, reputed for achieving an impressive score of 450 points in the last examination. With such a score, he could secure admission to a respectable beastmaster academy. Yet, this class monitor exhibited a rather hypocritical stance. He hadn't intervened when Huang Xing instigated the earlier conflict, but now that one of them was poised to retaliate, he chose to step in. The school regulations explicitly prohibit students from engaging in fights, let alone summoning their beasts for battle. Are you two suggesting that I report this incident to the teacher? Ji Wu pushed up his glasses and spoke coldly. Brother Ji, I was forced into this situation. Wang Tao summoned his beast. If I don't do the same, wouldn't I just be waiting to be beaten? Hearing this, Huang Xing scratched his head, feigning innocence. Put your beast away. This is a warning, Ji Wu replied, his tone softening slightly. He then fixed his gaze on Wang Tao, his intentions unmistakable. Although Wang Tao's theoretical grades were mediocre, he possessed a green-quality beast, the green turtle, which excelled in defense, a creature even Ji Wu was reluctant to confront. However, this was the classroom, and Ji Wu was the class monitor. Humph. Wang Tao could only snort in response, retracting the green turtle into its beast space. Fighting within the classroom indeed violated the school's rules, especially in front of the class monitor, which was rather inappropriate. Had it been outside, he would have already left Huang Xing in tatters. Even with the backing of his family's influence, he dared not misbehave at Donglin No. 2 High School, as the school's reputation surpassed that of some nobility, let alone their local gentry. Lin, my great genius, could you possibly explain a problem to me? Huang Xing's smile widened as he stepped onto Lin Qingchen's desk, taunting him. Even the class monitor favors him. What is a student like Lin Qingchen, who ranks at the bottom of class 8 and lacks a contracted beast, have to contend with him? Witnessing this scene, Ji Wu did not intervene, for he was aware of who was orchestrating Huang Xing's actions. That person was not one he could afford to offend. Wang Tao's gaze towards Ji Wu and Huang Xing turned hostile. After all, the class monitor had clearly stated that fighting was prohibited. Yet, it was evident that Huang Xing was just asking for a beating. Before Lin Qingchen could utter a word, laughter erupted from the surrounding students. In any world, there will always be those who take pleasure in the misfortune of others. They were all too aware of Lin Qingchen's poor academic standing. Even if his theoretical performance was commendable, it mattered little. He would still be relegated to the lowest echelons of society alongside so-called academic failures. Huang Xing, enough of your nonsense. Who doesn't know that Lin Qingchen has no contracted beast? Just then, a rather handsome youth entered the classroom. The atmosphere shifted to silence as the mocking expressions faded, replaced by envy and awe. Even Ji Wu stiffened slightly, his eyes gravely fixed on the newcomer. To his surprise, he had come here. If the class monitor of Class 8 had decent talent and grades, this individual undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the entire Donglin No. 2 High School. Feng Xiao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Huang Xing hurriedly withdrew his foot from Lin Qingchen's desk, bowing and scraping, his previous bravado dissipating entirely. C2 Feng, what wind has blown you here? Lin Qingchen's expression turned icy as he spoke, for he was quite familiar with the person before him, the unrivaled prodigy of the school. renowned for his relentless pursuit of Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingchen was well aware of her stunning beauty and captivating aura. There was no way he would yield to this relentless suitor. Thus, after discovering they were in the same school, Si Feng had made it his mission to target Lin Qingchen. What kind of love at first sight exists in this world? This lecher is merely lusting after Qingshua's figure. I came to see the great genius Lin, Si Feng chuckled lightly. He then narrowed his eyes, approached Lin Qingchen, and leaned in close, whispering in his ear, "You are unworthy of Qingxue. If you keep your distance from her, I might ensure your time at Donglin is more comfortable." Since his previous warning had gone unheeded, he decided to take matters into his own hands, offering Lin Qingchen a chance to save face. However, what irked him was that this so-called waste, Lin Qingchen, had the audacity to get so close to the celestial beauty that was Lin Qingxue. After all, her talent had astounded even the principal of the first high school. Her beast was of the legendary orange quality. Such a gift was rare not only in the entire Nanjing province, but throughout the vast land of Great Xia. If only I could have the same closeness with that heavenly girl as Lin Qingchen does, how wonderful it would be. I could even have a child with her. Unworthy, you say? Lin Qingchen responded with a light chuckle. Yet, I am the one who lives with her every day and accompanies her to school. Who do you think you are? His voice dripped with disdain, clearly unimpressed by Si Feng's threats, let alone the fact that he now possessed a system. Even in the past, when he had no contracted beast, Lin Qingchen would never have compromised. Even if Si Feng's status was beyond his reach, it mattered little. Very well, you are indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, Si Feng smiled rather than fuming. The memory of witnessing Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingshua's intimate interaction earlier ignited a blaze of jealousy within him. Just a waste. Why should Qingxue display her softer side in front of him? Such a side should be reserved for me. Time will prove me right. You are unworthy of her. Si Feng slammed his hands heavily on Lin Qingchen's desk. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the sturdy wooden table shattered into pieces. Huangxing, let's go. Si Feng slowly turned and said softly. A mere desk meant nothing to him. With his talent and status, the school would not reprimand him. As for Lin Qingchen, just wait. I will make you realize who truly deserves Qingxue. Watching the two depart, Lin Qingchen felt his fists clench tightly. Had he possessed formidable strength, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. After a moment, he finally released his fists and turned to Ji Wu, flashing a smile. Class monitor. May I go get a new desk? Yes, of course. Ji Wu was momentarily taken aback, stammering in response. Cold sweat began to bead on his back as he watched Lin Qingchen's departing figure, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Wait, why did that waste gaze evoke such unease? It must be an illusion. Chapter 5. Handsome and Fortunate. Ding. With the ringing of the bell, the day's classes at Beastmaster No. 2 came to an end. Chenggu, would you like to accompany me to the hunting grounds? Wang Tao hesitated before speaking. After all, Lin Qingchen had yet to contract a beast. If this continued, he would likely remain at the bottom of the rankings in the upcoming exam. Moreover, with Si Feng's malicious harassment, he had little room for retaliation. In this world, beasts were of utmost importance. If he could severely injure a weak beast at the hunting grounds, perhaps that beast would agree to a contract in its dying moments. Why would I go to the hunting grounds? Lin Qingchen shot him a glance, replying coolly. The hunting grounds were places where novice students went to contract beasts. And finding even a green-quality beast there was a rare feat. Had it been before, he might have considered seeking a beast to contract, but now, he saw no need for it. He trusted Xiaobai. But Chenggu, you don't have a contracted beast, do you? Wang Tao asked, puzzled. What else can one do in the hunting grounds? Surely, one would engage in a contract with a beast companion. Would one go there merely to hunt? Who told you that I lack a contracted beast? Lin Qingchen replied with a faint smile. With that, Lin Qingchen rose from his seat and strolled towards the classroom exit. This statement left Wang Tao somewhat bewildered. When did Chenggu contract a beast? How was he unaware of this? Hey, wait for me. Wang Tao called out, hurriedly following Lin Qingchen's departing figure. Chenggu, what is your beast companion? He could not help but inquire as they walked towards the school gate. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen slightly rubbed his forehead and glanced at Wang Tao. In Daxia, casually inquiring about another's beast companion is considered a grave faux pas. It's akin to asking someone on the street how much money they possess. Is this reasonable? It is rather uncouth. However, within the confines of the campus, the relationships among students tend to be more innocent, devoid of any scheming. Under Wang Tao's persistent questioning, Lin Qingchen eventually divulged the information. What? A giant python. Wang Tao's mouth fell slightly agape. That is indeed a giant python. Even the weakest among them boasts a green quality. Is Chenggu poised for a rise to prominence? Lin Qingchen nodded gently. In his view, while Xiaobai may not be able to evolve just yet, there will surely come a day when it can at least become a divine dragon. Thus, it is not unreasonable to refer to Xiaobai as a giant python in advance. Xiaobai, Chenggu, how did you tame this giant python? Wang Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked if he could master this technique. Contracting a more powerful beast companion might elevate his practical combat prowess immensely. Good looks and fortune, Lin Qingchen replied nonchalantly. What else could it be but his exceptional beauty and that captivating aura? Xiaobai, sensing an inexplicable chill behind him, Lin Qingchen quickened his pace, leaving Wang Tao momentarily stunned. No more chatter. There were beautiful girls waiting outside. No, his childhood friend was waiting for him. Typically, accompanying Lin Qingxue to and from school had become a daily routine for Lin Qingchen. At this moment, a striking figure outside the school attracted the attention of many male students as they passed by. Moments later, a playful voice rang out, causing Wang Tao, who had finally caught up, to brighten and feel a lighter step. Is there truly a girl so enchanting in the world? Upon seeing the girl, Wang Tao immediately envisioned names for their future children. Taking a hypothetical step back, he would even consider sharing a surname with her. Qingchen Gij. Wang Tao was about to respond, but his body froze slightly. Qingchen Gij. This girl is Lin Qingchen's sister? Let us go? It's time to head home. Lin Qingchen skillfully handed his bag to the girl, then relaxedly clasped his hands behind his head. All right, Lin Qingxue replied obediently. The sight of the girl's charming demeanor left the surrounding males spellbound, casting jealous glances at Lin Qingchen. Damn, the cabbage is being picked by a pig. Observing the departing figures of the boy and girl, Wang Tao gazed at Lin Qingchen with admiration and respect. Such a breathtaking girl is merely used to carry bags? This simply cannot be the case. It should be. Meanwhile, in another corner outside the school, upon seeing Lin Qingxue's radiant smile, Situ Feng couldn't help but clench his fists. It seems that Lin Qingchen has still disregarded his warnings. The girl's smile is so enchanting. Yet why is it directed towards that good-for-nothing? It infuriates him. This doesn't seem to be the way home, Lin Qingchen remarked, glancing at the increasingly unfamiliar surroundings and then at the girl beside him with a puzzled expression. Certainly not, Lin Qingxue replied playfully, tilting her head. It seems that Qingchen Gij has contracted a beast companion. A confident smile graced the girl's face. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Is that the reason you brought me here? He queried. After contracting the beast, he had not made it widely known. Even the principal and Qingxue were unaware. To him, Xiaobai was merely a white-quality beast with limited strength, hardly something to boast about. He knew the girl's talent well. In the entirety of Donglin City, few could compare to her genius. Moreover, Qingxue's beast companion could likely overpower a myriad, no, a multitude, of Xiaobai. Xiaobai, LTC. The girl nodded. It is widely acknowledged that in order for a beast companion to grow stronger, there are two primary pathways. 1. Through serendipitous circumstances that allow the beast to revert to ancestral bloodlines and evolve. 2. Through materials that elevate the beast's level. Lin Qingxue elaborated slowly. Lin Qingchen nodded slightly in response. This is common knowledge in the realm of beast companions, and he was certainly aware of it. Even though the girl's thoughts were sound, he currently lacked the funds to procure even the materials needed for evolution. If he had the money, he would have already gathered the materials to facilitate Xiaobai's evolution. Does she intend to hunt beasts? So, you came here to help me obtain materials? Lin Qingchen asked, studying the girl's exquisite features. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue blinked her eyes, remaining silent but fixating her gaze intently on the boy. Seeing the girl's expression, Lin Qingchen resignedly remarked, all right then. Ultimately, whatever Qingxue wishes to do is fine by him, even if she intended to lead him into a dark little forest for some unspeakable activities. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Qingchen gazed into the girl's bright eyes, which looked back at him with an innocent expression. That demeanor was somewhat enticing. In fact, if only Qingxue would speak up, there would be no need for such subtlety, Lin Qingchen silently mused. Xiaobai, Chapter 6, Python? Dragon. Where's this? Feeling the increasingly eerie surroundings, Lin Qingchen gently ruffled the girl's hair and inquired softly. A nameless beast mountain range, where some of the beast companions are not of particularly high levels, Lin Qingxue replied, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, seemingly ill-suited to the surrounding environment. However, within this dim forest, aside from Lin Qingchen, no one could appreciate such beauty. According to some beast tamers in the vicinity, this nameless mountain range is home to a thunder python. Lin Qingxue glanced at the boy and said softly, the beast contracted by Qingchen Gij is a white snake, right? This thunder python belongs to the same category as the white snake, and its beast core should be beneficial to you. The beast core is the most valuable item among beast companions. It harbors terrifying energy, and even the core of a low-tier beast is worth a considerable sum. This was also her reason for bringing Lin Qingchen here. Based on Lin Qingchua's estimation, this thunder python should possess strength around the 3rd tier, comparable to hers. However, if she utilizes some of her practiced spiritual techniques, that wild thunder python would not stand a chance against her. Lin Qingchen looked at the girl in astonishment. All this time, Lin Qingchua had presented herself as gentle and obedient before him. It now appeared that she was rather extraordinary, at least in his eyes. The act of hunting beasts and seizing treasures seemed far too effortless for her, something not easily accomplished by peers of her age. Now, they should have reached the territory of the thunder python. They merely needed to lure it over. Lin Qingchua spoke softly. Roar. Lin Qingchua, oh. She hadn't even begun. And the thunder python seemed to sense the intrusion into its territory, letting out a furious roar. Amidst the mountains and forests, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings. Come forth, Fire Fox, Lin Qingchua gently intoned, evidently sensing the surge of energy. As her words fell, a crimson hexagram appeared on the ground. The atmosphere thickened with the essence of fire, and soon a charming red-skinned fox materialized before them. Observing the somewhat melodramatic scene, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but smirk. Was summoning a beast so arduous? Would he need to call forth a little white to emerge as well? That seemed rather undignified. Little white. Beast name, Fire Fox. Level, Tier 3, Level 4. Quality, orange. Attribute, fire. Status, normal. Weakness, water, wind. Evolution path, 3 routes. TSK, Tisk, truly impressive. Qingchua, this beast is remarkable. Gazing at the Fire Fox, Lin Qingchen sighed inwardly. 1,000 little whites could surely overwhelm this Fire Fox. Little white. Lin Qingchen. However, one must admit that Lin Qingchua's talent is indeed formidable. An orange quality, Tier 3, Level 4 beast, with boundless potential. Lin Qingchen recalled last year's top scorer in the beastmaster exam from Luojing province, who barely reached Level 4. Perhaps this girl truly has the potential to become a champion? Beast name, Thunder Spirit Python. Level, Tier 3, Level 6. Quality, purple. Attribute, lightning. Status, excited. Weakness, fire, ice. Evolution path, 12 routes. Tier 3, Level 6, Qingchua should be fine. Lin Qingchen pondered as he observed the python that had suddenly appeared before him. Although the Thunder Spirit Python was 2 levels higher than the Fire Fox, its attribute had a certain counter-effect against lightning. Moreover, with a flicker of thought, a white hexagram emerged, and a small, jade-white snake slithered forth. It seems rather convenient. If summoning a beast required vocal incantations, that would be excessively cumbersome. Little White, just focus on providing ranged support, Lin Qingchen instructed. Given Little White's strength, a direct confrontation could end poorly. The disparity between Level 1 and Level 6 is considerable. Hiss. Little White shook its tiny head. What? You can't perform ranged attacks? Lin Qingchen asked, bewildered. How had it survived before becoming his beast? By relying on cuteness? Little White. It seems he must rely on Qingchua for assistance. With that thought, Lin Qingchen shifted his gaze to the girl beside him. Flame claws. A clear voice rang out, and red light enveloped the Fire Fox's claws, which then swiped forward. Whoosh. 2 solid claw marks shot towards the Thunder Python. The latter retaliated with a bolt of lightning, only to have its attack cleaved in 2 by the claws. Witnessing this, Lin Qingchen exhaled in relief. It appeared they were in the clear. However, upon catching sight of Little White, the Thunder Spirit Python's eyes gleamed with a disturbing excitement, its pupils a fiery red. Watch out, Brother Qingchen. A panicked voice called out as Lin Qingchua warned, while the Fire Fox lunged again at the Thunder Python. Yet, the python allowed the attack to land, its eyes fixated on Little White, drool pooling at its mouth. An instinctive urge told the Thunder Python that consuming this white snake would lead to a significant elevation in its rank. As for the boy, he was dismissed as inconsequential. Hardly worthy of notice. Be good, hide away, Lin Qingchen said, shaking his head. He crouched down, stroking Little White's head, and the creature transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing. Confronted by the Thunder Python's menace, Lin Qingchen felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Against a Tier 3 wild beast, he was utterly helpless. He could only hope that Little White's next master would treat it kindly. After all, he had essentially tricked it into being his. Lin Qingchen gazed steadily at the charging Thunder Python, sighing softly within. If he were to die and return to his previous life, he would surely pen a tale of beast mastery. Crafting a protagonist far more impressive than himself, he would not endure the humiliation of being a failure. Damn, this role of protagonist is far too stifling. He must rebel. Hiss. Watching the target being drawn into the beast's space, the Thunder Spirit Python seethed with rage, its eyes locked onto Lin Qingchen. Yet, in the next moment, a dragon's roar erupted, and the Thunder Python's body was rent asunder, a shadow bursting forth. The apparition shimmered with arcs of lightning, darkening the entire sky. Though of the same lightning attribute, the thunder python seemed like an infant in comparison to this ethereal dragon. The violet dragon's specter regarded Lin Qingchen with a complex gaze, then sighed softly before descending, merging with his consciousness. You have returned. A weary voice resonated within Lin Qingchen's mind, causing him to collapse to the ground, losing consciousness. Simultaneously, the overwhelming thunder accompanied by celestial might dissipated. For a moment, Lin Qingchen stood in shock, gazing at the unconscious boy before her, utterly bewildered. At least Brother Qingchen was out of immediate danger. Was that a dragon? This thought startled Lin Qingchen, and she swiftly turned her gaze towards the source of the voice. Perched on a branch was a strikingly handsome young man. Though his expression was calm, his breath belied a deeper tumult. To think there exists a dragon in the Great Xia, even if but a trace of its essence, is exceedingly rare, the youth mused. Who are you? Lin Qingxue's voice hardened, her eyes narrowing with caution. This young man had appeared silently, suggesting a power that likely surpassed her own. In response, the youth chuckled softly and replied, I am Bai Li Hongfeng. Leave him to me. Rest assured, I shall ensure his safety. Bai Li Hongfeng turned his gaze towards the unconscious boy, speaking with assurance. Why should I trust you? Lin Qingxue challenged. As she spoke, the firefox also regarded the youth warily, poised to act should the situation turn dire. Bai Li Hongfeng rubbed his nose, clearly accustomed to the vigilance of those brought forth by that individual. Subsequently, he uttered a name that made Lin Qingxue's pupils constrict. If we linger, the influential figures from Donglin City will soon arrive. Moments later, Bai Li Hongfeng added with a light smile. So what do you say? Lin Qingxue slowly nodded, then. I shall trouble you. Since this person recognized him, he likely posed no threat to Brother Qingchen. Chapter 7. Bai Li Hongfeng. As Lin Qingchen surveyed his lavish yet unfamiliar surroundings, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Last night, something extraordinary had transpired. A python, a dragon. It felt like a scene from a film. For the past several years, Lin Qingchen's life had been remarkably tranquil, aside from the existence of beasts. This world mirrored his previous life. Yet now, it seemed to have changed. Shaking his head, he felt no unusual sensations, not even a hint of pain. Little White. With a mere thought, a jade-hued white serpent materialized beside Lin Qingchen. Compared to before, Xiaobai exhibited no significant changes, save for the faint purple patterns that adorned its pupils. In its eyes, there lingered a trace of complex emotion, as the events of the previous day remained vividly etched in memory. Beast name, Xiaobai, Silver Serpent. Level, 1 tier, 5 grade. Quality, white. Attribute, wind. Status, normal. Vulnerability, indescribable. Evolution path, thunder type beast core of tier 3 or above, 100 thunder spirit herbs, 100 spirit crystals. Upon seeing the familiar template, a smile of joy illuminated Lin Qingchen's face. Despite the events of the previous night, Xiaobai's strength had seemingly increased. A remarkable feat given the challenges associated with elevating the prowess of a beast of white quality. It was commonly understood that the fate of such beasts was often predetermined from the outset. Even the wealthiest among them would not be foolish enough to expend vast sums to nurture a beast of this grade, for it transcended mere financial capability. Once he gathered the necessary materials for evolution, Xiaobai's quality would naturally ascend, and its strength would rise correspondingly, potentially leading to commendable results in the beastmaster examination. Xiaobai, you've awakened? A gentle voice interrupted Lin Qingchen's reverie. And you are? Startled by the unfamiliar visage, he instinctively summoned Xiaobai into the beast space. I am Bai Li Hongfeng, a passing beastmaster, the young man replied with a smile. What of Qingxue? Lin Qingchen scanned the surroundings, inquiring with concern. He harbored no doubts about the young man. If he intended harm, he likely would have acted already. His greater worry lay with Lin Qingxue's safety, as he distinctly recalled her worried voice before losing consciousness. She should be at the academy now, Bai Li Hongfeng stated. After all, when they had last met, she was clad in the uniform of a beastmaster academy, presumably a student of one such institution. I have also informed the teacher on your behalf. So you needn't worry, he continued. In the realm of beastmasters, the safety of students was of paramount importance. One could never predict when an ordinary student might serendipitously become a formidable beastmaster. Thus, every student of the Great Xia dynasty underwent 9 years of compulsory education. Regardless of Lin Qingchen's academic performance or innate talent, his teachers had not forsaken him. Yet, should he falter in the beastmaster examination, he would lose his chance to pursue further studies at a prestigious institution. For every aspiring beastmaster in Great Xia, the examination posed a formidable challenge. Thank you. Lin Qingchen responded with a slight bow, rising from his bed and preparing to take his leave. Are you certain you have no issues? Bai Li Hongfeng couldn't help but inquire upon noticing the young man's movements. What issues? Lin Qingchen replied, puzzled. I feel perfectly fine. Very well. Bailey Hongfeng waved a hand dismissively. It was likely that this young man was not as simple as he appeared. Having endured the terrifying specter of the Thunder Dragon, he seemed entirely unfazed, an achievement beyond what many, even seasoned beastmasters, could accomplish. However, Bailey Hongfeng chuckled and shook his head. This young man, being valued by that person, cannot possibly be ordinary. Thank you for your assistance, good sir. May I attend my classes now? Lin Qingchen inquired, believing that it was indeed this young man who had rescued him and Qingxue the previous day. If the opportunity arose, he would gladly treat him to a meal. As for compensating him with materials, that was beyond his means. He barely had enough for himself. Go ahead, Bailey Hongfeng replied with mild exasperation. Is this lad truly so devoted to his studies? He is quite the contrast to my younger self. By the way, take this. Bailey Hongfeng seemed to recall something and produced a purple crystal, tossing it to Lin Qingchen. Startled, Lin Qingchen quickly caught the crystal. Is this a Thunder-type beast core? He murmured. Even a Tier 1 beast core held considerable value. It would take him an entire year of frugality to amass the funds for such an item. Indeed, it is the beast core of the Thunder Spirit Python. Not a bad find, Bailey Hongfeng affirmed with a nod. This item is of no use to me, and I am not in need. Initially inclined to refuse, Lin Qingchen, upon hearing this, tucked the purple crystal into his pocket. It appeared that the materials for evolution included a Tier 3 Thunder-type beast core. Not in need. It seems Bailey Hongfeng is quite fortunate, Lin Qingchen thought. Thank you for your kindness. I shall repay this debt in the future, he said, bowing to Bailey Hongfeng. He truly required this crystal, and regardless of the young man's intentions, he had rendered him a significant favor. This favor, he would remember. With that, Lin Qingchen departed without lingering. He was already late and needed to hurry to school. After all, the Beastmaster examination was fast approaching, and missing any crucial knowledge could be disastrous. Excuse me, how do I get to Donglin No. 2 High School? The young man returned briefly, scratching his head in confusion. Go this way, then that way, Bailey Hongfeng chuckled lightly. Thank you. As he watched the young man's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced Bailey Hongfeng's face as he toyed with a purple scale in his hand. This scale, a remnant from the Thunder Spirit Python, contained the essence of the spectral dragon. However, it now appeared dull, as if its final vestiges of power had been consumed by the dragon's shadow. I find myself rather eager for our next encounter. I wonder what expression you will wear when you learn of my true identity. Bailey Hongfeng mused, an amused glint in his eye. By their next meeting, the young man would surely be much stronger than he was now. Bailey, sir, may I inquire if this residence meets your expectations? A distinguished middle-aged man approached, his demeanor respectful. Quite satisfactory, Bailey Hongfeng replied, noting the man's delighted expression. I shall depart today. These days have been a burden, he added softly. Not at all. We shall ensure the residence is kept clean during your absence. Upon your return to Donglin City, it will be immaculate. Bailey Hongfeng thought to himself, these individuals are exceedingly enthusiastic. Chapter 8, The Beastmaster Bracelet. Teacher Gao, where has Lin Qingchen gone? Wang Tao inquired, a hint of anxiety visible on his face. Since this morning, Lin Qingchen had not attended class. Could it be that he had fallen victim to Situ Feng's malice? Indeed, that is quite possible, for Qingchen possesses no beast and is indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Given Situ Feng's background, it would be trivial to persecute a common disciple, Wang Tao pondered, his worry intensifying, and a sense of indignation swelling within him. Oh, my poor Qingchen. Rest assured, he has already taken a leave of absence. Teacher Gao cast a sidelong glance at Wang Tao and replied, what kind of expression is that? You look as though you've just attended a funeral. However, what surprised Teacher Gao was the fact that someone under the mayor of Donglin City actually recognized Lin Qingchen and was negotiating with him solely to request a leave of absence. Could it be that Lin Qingchen was, in truth, a deeply concealed scion of a wealthy family? All right, you should return to your seat quickly. Class is about to start. Teacher Gao shook his head, dismissing the thought and softly continued, I must be overthinking it. If Lin Qingchen possessed a prominent background, even with his lackluster beast taming talent, he would surely find a way to acquire a beast companion. Yet, as the beast taming college entrance examination approaches, Lin Qingchen remains, as always, scoring 0 in practical tests during simulations. It is truly a pity regarding his theoretical performance. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao let out a sigh of relief, glad that his friend was fine. Just as he was about to return to his seat, he caught sight of a familiar figure standing at the doorway. Qingchen. A startled exclamation drew everyone's attention. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, the gazes shifted, filled with disdain and pity. In their eyes, Lin Qingchen had succumbed to despair due to his lack of a beast partner, even ceasing to attend class. Some of the female students felt their hearts ache witnessing his current state of decline. Lin Qingchen's theoretical knowledge was unparalleled. Why did he lack the talent for beast taming? Such a shame. Lin Qingchen paid no heed to their scrutinizing gazes. Over the years, he had experienced a dramatic rise and fall, and the surrounding looks had transformed from envy and admiration to disdain and scorn. He had grown accustomed to it. Since you're here, take your seat quickly. I have significant news to share with you all, Teacher Gao said gently upon noticing the situation. Significant news? Lin Qingchen paused slightly, wondering what could be more important than the beast taming entrance examination. The class swiftly passed, and as it neared its end, Teacher Gao rapped the blackboard to capture the students' attention. Ahem, our class has special privileges this year. As he spoke, he produced a sleek, black object. This is a beast taming bracelet, which can be used to log into the Beast Taming Battle Network. The Beast Taming Battle Network? Excitement flickered in the eyes of some students upon hearing Teacher Gao's words. They had heard whispers about this latest creation from the Great Xia, but the exact purpose was unknown to them. It was surprising to see it here. This device allows you to enter a virtual combat platform that will aid each of you in enhancing your practical abilities. Wow! A wave of astonishment erupted from the students below the podium. Enhance practical skills? It was common knowledge that in order to improve practical results, one had to either enhance the quality and level of their beast or seek guidance from a professional theorist or an experienced beast tamer. However, these two options were far beyond the reach of ordinary students. Only affluent individuals like Wang Tao could afford such luxuries. Now, Teacher Gao claimed he could help everyone improve their practical skills? How could this be possible? Is this real? A student stammered, their tone brimming with anticipation. If that were the case, they too might have the opportunity. However, this beast taming battle platform is currently only available to beast tamers of Tier 3 and below. Teacher Gao added, seemingly recalling something. Tier 3 and below? This restriction was nearly negligible for the students of Class 8. Not to mention Class 8. Even the entirety of Donglin No. 2 High School had no beast tamers above Tier 3. Even the exceptionally gifted Situ Foam was merely a Tier 2 beast tamer, far from reaching Tier 3. Subsequently, Teacher Gao began distributing the beast taming bracelets, and most students treated them as treasures, recognizing their value in boosting their practical scores for the beast taming entrance examination. Teacher Gao, could you give me the extra one you have? After Teacher Gao finished distributing the bracelets, a beautiful girl dressed in white approached him, glancing at the remaining bracelet with hopeful eyes. Her graceful figure was accentuated by the white attire, drawing the attention of several classmates, including the class monitor, Ji Wu. Even without her saying a word, the students felt she was justified in her request. Feeling the scrutiny of her peers, the girl's face flushed slightly, resembling a ripe apple, making her all the more alluring. Teacher Gao's expression turned conflicted. This remaining beast-taming bracelet is reserved for Lin Qingchen. Immediately, a student objected, but teacher, Lin Qingchen doesn't even have a beast. That bracelet would be useless to him. If it were in Qi Yan's hands, it could be put to far better use. A female student stood up and asserted. Her words garnered agreement from some classmates. No, that can't be right, the girl exclaimed, her voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. If it's meant for Lin, then I definitely cannot take it. What's the worry? He can't use it anyway. It's better off with you. The other girl rolled her eyes, unabashedly dismissing the concern. Teacher Gao's expression subtly shifted, but he sighed and remained silent. Indeed, Lin Qingchen had no beast, rendering the bracelet of no use to him. Is it appropriate to discuss this during class? Wang Tao glared at the female student, his voice cold. In terms of theoretical scores, Lin Qingchen would surely outshine you all. Moreover, currently, Qingchen was not who he used to be. His beast was a mighty python. Wang Tao, there's no need for you to defend him. After graduation, you both probably won't have any further connection, another student interjected. Indeed, why jeopardize your own future? Such comments darkened Wang Tao's expression as he prepared to retort, only to be interrupted by a voice. Teacher Gao, please give me the bracelet. I have contracted a beast. Lin Qingchen ignored the chatter from his classmates and turned to the podium, smiling brightly. You contracted a beast? Teacher Gao's gaze involuntarily scrutinized the young man before him. Ever since Lin Qingchen entered Donglin No. 2 High School, he had been the subject of ridicule for nearly 3 years. Was it possible that this once-praised genius was making a comeback? You contracted a beast? Who are you trying to fool? A classmate scoffed, disbelief evident in their eyes. Don't doubt it. I know for a fact that Qingchen's beast is a python. Wang Tao exclaimed loudly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is the true power of my friend. The moment those words left his lips, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of those around them. A python? Even a common python would likely possess green-tier qualities. Lin Qingchen had actually contracted one. Chapter 9. Qi Yan. Feeling the envious gazes from those around him, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but touch his nose. It had been 3 years since he underwent the Beast Taming talent assessment, and this was the first time anyone had looked at him with such admiration. Yet, the feeling was rather underwhelming. Lin Qingchen scanned his peers with a calm demeanor, slightly shaking his head. The opinions of his contemporaries and elders had little bearing on him. All he needed to do was strive to strengthen himself and compete with those prodigies in the beastmaster entrance examination. Despite having acquired a beast, his chances of gaining admission to an esteemed institution were exceedingly slim, considering the beast was merely of white quality and first-tier rank. Thus, the evolution of his little white beast could not be postponed. After a brief moment of distraction, the teacher spoke slowly. However, a look of incredulity flickered in his eyes. Could it be that this talented individual was about to reveal his brilliance? Impossible. It was absolutely inconceivable that such a worthless person could contract a giant python. The previously skeptical classmate shook his head vehemently. I refuse to believe it unless you summon your beast, he bellowed, seemingly convinced of his own thoughts, and attempted to confront Lin Qingchen for clarification. Bang! A resounding crash startled all the students. They turned to the source of the noise, where Teacher Gao had slammed his palm onto the podium, causing the seemingly sturdy desk to split in two. In his eyes flashed a green light, reminiscent of a lone wolf in the night, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Witnessing this, the previously arrogant classmate's pupils quivered violently, causing him to shut his lips and refrain from further comment. The surrounding students gazed in astonishment at Teacher Gao on the platform. They had not anticipated that he possessed such formidable prowess. Lin Qingchen's eyes also sparkled with an unusual light. This Teacher Gao, usually so gentle, had revealed such a fierce side. This was surely not something an ordinary theorist could achieve. He was likely a beastmaster of considerable rank. This is a classroom. Lessons must be conducted appropriately, Teacher Gao stated coldly, surveying the room. Lin Qingchen, come forward to collect your beast bracelet. His tone remained frosty. Yet the green light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Lin Qingchen had always left a good impression on him. Although he lacked the talent for beast mastery, he showed respect for his teachers, far surpassing many of his peers. At times, Teacher Gao would sigh while observing Lin Qingchen, lamenting why such a good child was faced with such challenges. However, now that Lin Qingchen had finally obtained a beast, he could not tolerate some students clinging to old grievances and attempting to sway the young boy's fragile spirit. Thank you, Teacher Gao, Lin Qingchen said, accepting the beast bracelet with both hands in gratitude. After returning to his seat, he stowed the bracelet away. He would ponder its usage once his little white beast evolved. At present, he had no need for it. Although the beast battle platform imposed rank restrictions, countless students throughout Luojing province, even across the entirety of Daxia, remained within the 3rd rank or lower. For him, entering the platform would feel akin to inviting a thrashing. Once the teacher had distributed the beast bracelets, recess commenced. The students of Class 8 gradually withdrew their gazes from Lin Qingchen, as his possession of a beast held little significance for them. Their rivals extended beyond a mere school, class, or individual. To gain admission to those prestigious institutions through the beastmaster examination, they must contend with their peers from all over Donglin City and even Luojing province. However, some students chose to relax during the break, seeking to ease their taut nerves. The girl from earlier sighed softly in her heart upon witnessing Lin Qingchen stow away the bracelet. Since the beast bracelet was not meant for her, there was no need to force it. Yet, as she prepared to review her notes and opened her textbook, a sinister light flickered in her eyes, and she cast a furtive glance at Lin Qingchen. With the beastmaster examination approaching, the teacher had little to impart, allowing students time to fill in the gaps in their knowledge and study diligently. Therefore, school let out slightly earlier than usual. Chenggu, I'm heading out to test the effects of this beast bracelet, Wang Tao exclaimed excitedly as he reached the school gate. He wondered if his green tortoise could showcase its skills on the beast battle platform. All right, Lin Qingchen replied with a slow nod. After scanning the surroundings and finding no trace of a familiar figure, he set off in the direction of home. Lin Qingshue's school had also dismissed for the day. Even someone as extraordinarily talented as her would surely feel the pressure of such a significant examination. However, after walking for a short while, Lin Qingchen halted, sensing something amiss in his surroundings. The orphanage was situated in a rather secluded area, and the road was eerily quiet. So much so that he could hear 2 pairs of footsteps. Yet, he was certain he was alone. He then spoke softly, "Come out, there's no need to hide." As he uttered these words, Lin Qingchen took a deep breath. Whoever had been following him was quite confident, revealing their footsteps without hesitation. He wondered if his little white beast could contend with this person. Indeed, such keen perception, a voice devoid of emotion replied, causing Lin Qingchen to momentarily freeze. When he turned to face the source of the voice, his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. He had initially assumed a killer sent by Sidu Feng was pursuing him. only to discover it was a young girl he recognized. You? Lin Qingchen exclaimed in shock as he regarded the graceful figure before him. This was indeed the same girl with an alluring physique from earlier, though she appeared somewhat different now. That fellow is far too weak. If you want it, why not just snatch it? The girl, known as Qi Yan, mumbled to herself. Lin Qingchen. He could hardly comprehend what this girl was saying. Nevertheless, he remained alert, preparing to summon his little white beast. As it stood, his little white beast was a first-tier level 5. Surely it could hold its own. However, the next scene entirely extinguished that thought. Gazing at the small black bird perched on Qi Yan's shoulder, a panel materialized in Lin Qingchen's mind. Beast name. Dark Feather, Phoenix Bloodline. Level. Tier 3, Level 9 Quality. Golden Attribute. Dark Status. Normal Vulnerability. Light Evolution Path. Lin Qingchen. Damn. Chapter 10, The Golden Legend. As he stared at the familiar panel, Lin Qingchen's pupils dilated in shock, unable to conceal his astonishment. His mouth opened slightly. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Tier 3, Level 9? And it's a golden legend? What in the world? Even someone with Qingshue's prodigious talent only possessed an orange-quality beast. This girl, who usually kept a low profile, was astonishingly formidable? After rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, he gasped in disbelief. It seemed he had not misjudged. This was indeed serious. He recalled that the girl had previously possessed only a white-quality beast. How had such a drastic change occurred? Are you not going to summon your beast? Qian asked, her tone indifferent. No, Lin Qingchen remarked. The beast under my command is a colossal python. I am indeed curious to witness it. Summon? What a ridiculous notion. Am I to summon it merely to prepare a midnight snack for your esteemed beast? What are you plotting? Lin Qingchen forced a smile, contemplating the girl before him. Even if she were to overpower him in the wilderness, he felt utterly powerless. As for the thought of harm, they were classmates. He believed he had not wronged her in any significant way, or so he hoped. Beast bracelet, the girl said with an air of indifference, casting a steady gaze at Lin Qingchen, choosing not to elaborate further. Here, take it. Upon hearing her words, Lin Qingchen hurriedly retrieved the bracelet from his pocket and handed it to the girl before him. Was it not sufficient to simply ask for it? Why must she frighten him so? Sighing in relief as he watched her depart, Lin Qingchen sank onto the ground. No time to waste. With the weekend approaching, he needed to expedite Xiaobai's evolution. It felt as though he could not defeat anyone. Xiaobai. As for the beast bracelet, he would consider it a necessary expense to avert misfortune. He could hardly believe that after evolution, he wouldn't be able to achieve outstanding practical results in the beast examination. After a moment, Lin Qingchen rose slowly, brushed off his trousers, and began his journey homeward. He would sort things out once he returned. The vast orphanage, though somewhat desolate, exuded a warmth of its own. Brother Qingchen, what troubles you? At the dining table, Lin Qingxue noticed the usually lively boy's unusual silence and expressed her concern. Hearing her words, Lin Qingchen paused, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain that he had been cornered by a girl? Given her temperament, she might just head straight to the second high school to confront Qi Yan. Nothing, he replied slowly, shaking his head, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. You've never been this way before, Lin Qingxue observed, narrowing her eyes with a hint of danger. You used to never lie to me. The director, observing this exchange, smiled without interjecting. Lin Qingchen. Ahem, actually. It's just that I'm a bit anxious as I haven't gathered all the materials needed for Xiaobai's evolution. He coughed lightly and explained. This was indeed a concern, for even with a beast core, the value of the thunder spirit grass and spirit crystals was quite significant. It's all right. I can help you gather them, Brother Qingchen, the girl said, visibly relieved that her brother was untroubled. As for the beast coins, she had plenty to spare. Lin Qingchen, however, shook his head slightly, gathering them slowly, but time was not on his side. Yet, upon hearing the word evolution, the director's calm demeanor shifted momentarily. A glimmer of moisture appearing at the corner of his eye. Grandpa Xiao, I'm going to feed Da Huang and take him for a stroll, Lin Qingchen announced after finishing his meal, addressing the director. Go ahead, the director replied, allowing him to leave. For Lin Qingchen, Da Huang was not merely a beast. He was family. After preparing a meal for Da Huang, he stepped outside. Take your time eating, no rush. Lin Qingchen gently stroked Da Huang's fur, speaking softly. You won't believe what I encountered today. A girl who actually attacked me, and her quality is golden. How absurd. Lin Qingchen finally voiced his thoughts in solitude. It's utterly ridiculous. Golden quality, level 3, 9th rank. Is that something a mere human can achieve? He continued, seemingly oblivious to Da Huang, who remained focused on his meal. After venting his frustrations, Lin Qingchen felt much lighter, then turned his attention to Da Huang. Beast name, level, quality, attributes, status, weakness, evolution path. Alas, it appeared that Da Huang was not just a white-quality beast. He was so exceptional that even the system could not identify him. Lin Qingchen had initially considered aiding Da Huang's evolution, but alas, Da Huang was not up to par. At first, he thought there was an error in the system, but upon reflection, it seemed that Da Huang was simply too remarkable. If even beasts of golden quality could be detected, how could there be a mistake? Surely, Da Huang could not surpass them in prowess. Chuckling at the thought, Lin Qingchen mused, how could that possibly be? If that were true, after everything I've said, Da Huang would at least show some reaction. Come on, Da Huang, let us go train, Lin Qingchen urged, slowly rising and patting Da Huang's head. Even if you are merely a white-quality beast, you must not yield to fate. As night fell, in an era devoid of modern distractions, the young boys and girls had long succumbed to slumber. Creak. As the door swung open, a strikingly handsome young man stepped into the orphanage's hall. What a familiar sensation, he murmured, gazing nostalgically at his surroundings and inhaling the air. Despite having traveled to many places over the years, his heart remained tethered to this locale. Why return at night? An elderly figure appeared as he descended the stairs. Your presence disturbs their rest. The elder, of course, was Director Xiao, though his expression bore a hint of displeasure at the young man's intrusion. My apologies, teacher. Shall we step outside to reminisce? The young man lowered his voice with a wry smile. How is it that I never received such treatment when I was here? He felt a pang of envy. Had Lin Qingchen been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this young man, for the level 3 Thunder Beast core in his possession had been a gift from him. By the way, do you have any beast coins? Director Xiao inquired, seemingly recalling something. The young man, Bai Li Hongfeng, paused in surprise. Beast coins. They only buy ordinary materials. What do you need them for? How many do you have? Director Xiao pressed. How many? Bai Li Hongfeng felt a sinking sensation. I'm finished. I'm bankrupt. Chapter 11. The Beast Merchant Association. Qingchen, wait. The following day, just as Lin Qingchen stepped over the threshold, he was called back. Grandpa Xiao, what is it? Lin Qingchen inquired, puzzled. Here, take this. The director slowly produced a black card, adorned with golden patterns, and handed it to Lin Qingchen. Where did you get this? Startled by the black crystal card, Lin Qingchen stared in disbelief. This card resembled a bank card from his previous life, but was reserved for those of high status in the beast world. How could Director Xiao possess such an item? Not long ago, a friend visited me and made a donation to the orphanage. This amount should be quite necessary for you, Director Xiao explained softly. Observing Lin Qingchen's puzzled expression. Friend? He had never heard of Director Xiao having friends. Though hesitant, Lin Qingchen accepted the card, his emotions a tumultuous mix. As Director Xiao had mentioned, he indeed had an urgent need for funds. Insufficient beast coins render the quest for the materials necessary for evolution exceedingly arduous. Even if one were to devote all their time before the beastmaster examination to grind for these materials, it would still be an insurmountable task. This endeavor does not allow for any reprieve. However, utilizing this sum of money poses a significant financial burden on the orphanage. Once he evolves his companion, he will strive diligently to repay this debt at the earliest opportunity. Thank you very much, Lin Qingchen murmured softly. Over the years, Director Xiao has raised him, and now he has even drawn upon his savings to support him. Such kindness is a debt he fears he may never fully repay. There's no need for such formalities. Director Xiao replied, momentarily taken aback, a peculiar glimmer flashing in the depths of his profound gaze. Despite the passage of time, he remains unchanged. Well then, I shall take my leave, Lin Qingchen declared, taking small steps toward the city center, where an abundance of resources awaits. Most materials can be procured if one possesses the means. Go on, and stay safe, Director Xiao said, watching the youth's retreating figure with a gentle sigh before he slowly turned and made his way to a secluded loft. In Lin Qingchen's memories, this place is regarded as forbidden within the orphanage. As a child, Lin Qingxue once accidentally wandered into his bedroom, only to receive a stern reprimand from Director Xiao, who, despite the girl's cherished status, was not lenient. Even Lin Qingchen had felt the old man's displeasure. As the door creaked open, a beam of light flooded the room, illuminating a portrait. The painting depicted a young man, with a resplendent azure phoenix vividly depicted behind him. Director Xiao stood silently, gazing at the portrait for what felt like an eternity. After a while, the sound of the door closing resonated, plunging the once illuminated room back into darkness. However, on the wall, black flames began to flicker and dance, ultimately consuming the portrait entirely, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Donglin City, throngs of people surged forth. Here, not only beast tamers procure the materials they require, but even ordinary citizens flock to spend lavishly on items intended for the nurturing of their children. Though they cannot contract beasts and dwell at the lowest echelon of society, They harbor aspirations for their offspring to escape such a fate. Every parent yearns for their child to become a beast tamer. This profession symbolizes infinite hope and a promising future. Finally, Lin Qingchen arrived at the entrance of a magnificent shop, unparalleled in both layout and scale. Above the entrance, the sign read in gleaming gold characters, 10,000 Beasts Chamber. As the name suggests, this establishment serves as a source for various materials sought by many beast tamers. Being a native of Donglin City, Lin Qingchen is well aware of the chamber's esteemed reputation. It is said that a 6th-tier beastmaster once traversed great distances to purchase a particular herb from this very establishment, underscoring its renown. Although there may be an element of advertising, the 10,000 Beasts Chamber indeed boasts a diverse array of materials, including the thunder spirit grass that Lin Qingchen seeks. As for spirit crystals, though exorbitantly priced, they are also plentiful here. Greetings, my name is Qi Yan. How may I assist you today? Upon Lin Qingchen stepping into the chamber, he was greeted by a sweet, melodious voice. Qi Yan? Lin Qingchen paused momentarily, the name striking a familiar chord. After a brief moment of astonishment, his pupils dilated, and disbelief washed over him. Oh my, you, he stammered, pointing at the girl, rendered momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Yan's face flushed crimson, seemingly more flustered than he. I'm sorry to intrude, Lin Qingchen said, his hands clasped together in a gesture of apology. Eager to escape this awkward encounter, just as he turned to leave, he felt a tug at his sleeve. Turning back, he saw the girl grasping his clothing, her cheeks blooming with embarrassment, as if she might bleed from the intensity of her blush. I apologize, she stuttered shyly. There were some circumstances that day. By the way, this bracelet, I am returning it to you now. Qi Yan hastily released her grip, attempting to retrieve the Beast Tamer bracelet. No. That bracelet is a gift for you, Lin Qingchen quickly interjected. He was all too familiar with this scenario. Just the previous day, she had bashfully offered it to him. And on his way home from school, he nearly found himself entangled in a precarious situation. Who could guarantee that accepting the bracelet now wouldn't lead to another encounter with her later that evening? Upon hearing Lin Qingchen's words, Qi Yan fidgeted with the hem of her garment, visibly flustered. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached them, wearing a congenial smile. My apologies, dear customer. Our staff is a bit shy, he stated, casting a knowing glance at Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Shy. The girl he encountered on the way home from school was nothing like that. It's all right, I know her, he said, waving his hand dismissively. He wasn't quite ready to assert himself yet, but once he evolved his companion, he would reassess the situation. Ah, so you know each other, the supervisor remarked, glancing between Lin Qingchen and Qi Yan with a knowing smile. Then you can accompany your little boyfriend for a stroll. Consider it a half-day off. With the supervisor's keen perception linking the girl's bashful demeanor to their relationship, it was clear why her cheeks burned with embarrassment. No, that's not it. Qi Yan protested, her face reddening further as she hurriedly clarified. However, before she could finish, the supervisor shot Lin Qingchen an understanding look and strode away. Lin Qingchen was left bewildered. Chapter 12. Beast Tamers thrive amidst the cosmos, not subsisting on meager handouts. About the bracelet, I'm truly sorry, Qi Yan murmured, her hands tightly clutching her clothing on the second floor of the chamber, a space typically reserved for hosting guests. Though Qi Yan worked here, it was her first time on this level. No worries, Lin Qingchen quickly reassured her. But may I ask, what do you need the Beast Tamer bracelet for? He inquired, perplexed. Having two of them is hardly useful, especially since the beast I encountered was a 3rd-tier one. It probably wouldn't even qualify for that platform. May I choose not to disclose that? Qi Yan hesitantly bit her lip. Of course, you're free to keep it to yourself, Lin Qingchen replied. As soon as he uttered those words, an awkward silence enveloped them. The person who struck you that day wasn't me, Qi Yan finally whispered after a moment. What? Lin Qingchen exclaimed, confusion etched across his face. If it wasn't you who hit me, then who was it? Surely I couldn't have mistaken you? Feeling the weight of Lin Qingchen's scrutinizing gaze, Qi Yan's cheeks flushed anew, as if struggling to find her voice. Observing her unease, Lin Qingchen found himself questioning his own recollection. Could it be that the person responsible for the incident was indeed not the girl before him? Do you have an older sister? He ventured. Well, sort of, Qi Yan replied hesitantly. Upon hearing these words, Qi Yan nodded, her rosy cheeks, paired with the gentle undulation of her figure, presented a unique landscape. Lin Qingchen, where is the ghost? Even if they are twins, it is implausible for their legs and upper body to be identical, don't you think? By the way, what brings you here? This is the Beastmaster Merchant Association, Qi Yan inquired, her flush fading slightly, yet still distinctly visible. She had not anticipated encountering Lin Qingchen here. Like her, he was a commoner with little savings. What could possibly bring him to this place? To purchase materials, Lin Qingchen shrugged, then gazed at the girl before him, exclaiming helplessly, "What else would I be doing?" "And you?" Qi Yan's mouth fell slightly agape, her surprise evident, as if she couldn't comprehend. So adorable, so kawaii, Lin Qingchen thought, observing the youthful visage of the girl with her rosy cheeks. Moreover, she seemed to possess a childlike innocence, and Lin Qingchen's gaze gradually descended, letting out a quiet sigh inwardly. Then, "Qi Yan, would you be so kind as to assist me in procuring some materials?" Lin Qingchen smiled. Oh, certainly. But do you have the funds?" Qi Yan hesitated, concerned that if they finished purchasing and he lacked money, it might lead to an awkward situation for Lin. "I still have some for now." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen raised the black card in his hand as a gesture. Presently, Qi Yan's impression of him remained quite favorable. However, if her true nature was akin to that of the day before, it seemed rather terrifying. The golden quality beast she possessed had not been reported anywhere within the vast dominion of the Great Xia. Yet, Qi Yan did not appear to be lying. "Lin?" A soft murmur broke Lin Qingchen's reverie, drawing his attention back to the girl, who was gazing at him with a puzzled expression. "Nothing, I was just lost in thought." Lin Qingchen scratched his head, smiling. Such a naive and endearing girl hardly seemed the type to harbor ulterior motives. "Lin Yu." Qi Yan covered her mouth as she gazed at Lin Qingchen, who was carrying a large bag of goods. Inside were 100 thunder spirit herbs and 100 spirit crystals, enough to purchase several houses in the city center. Does Lin really have that much money on his card? The astonishment Qi Yan felt regarding Lin Qingchen's wealth was overwhelming. "What is it?" Lin Qingchen asked, puzzled. Why is this girl so surprised? Given that she possessed a golden grade beast, it was likely that powerful factions would invest resources in nurturing her. Even the official authorities of Great Xia might be tempted. A trifling amount of money would mean little to her. "Let's settle the bill. Just swipe the card." Lin Qingchen placed the hefty bag on the counter, speaking calmly. All right. The cashier girl at the counter was equally astonished. She had encountered customers purchasing rare materials and even high-tier beast cores, but never someone like Lin Qingchen, who seemed to be purchasing in bulk. After a moment of shock, she regained her composure and began to tally the costs. Once completed, the cashier girl took a deep breath and gazed at Lin Qingchen in astonishment. This entire lot, with 100 thunder spirit herbs and 100 spirit crystals, is worth several million beastmaster coins. How could this seemingly youthful boy possess such wealth? Noticing her reaction, Lin Qingchen slowly took out a black crystal card and placed it on the counter. The sight of that card intensified the astonishment on the girl's face, leading her to bow respectfully to Lin Qingchen. "I apologize. It may take a moment," a voice filled with regret emerged, causing Lin Qingchen to blink in surprise. "Very well." A moment later, standing before Lin Qingchen was not the cashier girl, but a middle-aged man who appeared to be the supervisor of the Beastmaster Merchant Association. "Sir, this batch of materials is a complimentary gift from our association," the middle-aged man stated respectfully as he placed the pile of materials before Lin Qingchen. There was a visible pain in his eyes. This was worth millions, and giving it away so casually seemed quite extravagant. However, since it was the directive from a higher authority, he dared not voice any objections. "Gifted?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen was utterly bewildered. Was the Beastmaster Merchant Association a charity organization, feeling pity for his apparent poverty and deciding to donate? Or perhaps, akin to tales from novels, they recognized his potential and wished to invest in him? Yet, that seemed improbable. As a mere first-tier beastmaster with a white-quality beast, he hardly appeared to possess any extraordinary talent. Could it be? A thought crossed Lin Qingchen's mind as he glanced at Qi Yan beside him. "Qi Yan, perhaps her identity is connected to this association. It must be due to her influence that they are so generous." After all, he vividly recalled the astonished eyes of the attendant earlier. If that were the case, everything made sense. Qi Yan worked at the Beastmaster Merchant Association, and her formidable talent was being recognized, prompting them to cultivate connections through her acquaintances. Very likely. Nevertheless, I cannot accept this. As a beastmaster, I shall not partake in unearned gifts, Lin Qingchen declared, standing tall. His tone, filled with a sense of grandeur, momentarily caught the middle-aged man off guard. "I apologize, but the owner has instructed that if you decline the gift, the materials will not be sold," the man expressed with a hint of regret. He, too, wished to make a profit, but his hands were tied. "Those who recognize the times are wise. Please convey my gratitude to the one in charge," Lin Qingchen said softly, subsequently placing the numerous bags of materials beside him without hesitation. The scene's sudden transformation elicited a chuckle from the nearby girl. Chapter 13. Actions as clear as a mirror. "President, do you mean to say that materials worth millions have just been given away?" After Lin Qingchen and Qi Yan departed, the supervisor bowed to the enchanting figure before him. Though obscured by a veil, her exquisite form was still discernible. The supervisor spoke without a hint of dissent. Yet he harbored some speculation. Perhaps the previous youth hailed from a noble lineage. This conjecture prompted him to grant Qi Yin an extended break, intending to attend to this esteemed guest properly. No matter, a melodious voice resonated, and the figure lifted the veil, revealing a somewhat regal countenance. She was none other than Princess Xia Qingyao of the Great Xia. No one could have anticipated that someone of such high stature would grace the small city of Donglan. Since Princess Xia Qingyao had spoken, the supervisor had no choice but to acquiesce. However, he quietly committed Lin Qingchen's visage to memory. Should they cross paths again, he would ensure to cultivate a favorable relationship, for this might be his opportunity to rise to prominence. Who would have thought that the boy would possess such a card? Xia Qingyao murmured. She was intimately familiar with that card, having been the one to gift it. What surprised her was its appearance here. Did this imply that the individual had returned to Donglan? Upon this realization, Xia Qingyao exhaled deeply, extending her delicate hand towards the air, murmuring, "By Li Hongfeng, you heartless scoundrel, this princess has found you." In the bustling city center of Donglan, a splendid and vibrant tavern stood out, gleaming with allure. As the passers-by strolled by, they couldn't help but cast envious glances at the opulent tavern. Those who resided in the city center were undoubtedly affluent, with some even being formidable beast tamers themselves. However, among these onlookers, only a select few could afford a meal within that tavern, for its exorbitant prices were beyond the reach of even some moderately renowned beast tamers. Yet, at that moment, the establishment was fully booked. "Principal Lu, it has been many years since we last met. I never imagined you would achieve such success. Allow me to propose a toast to you," remarked a middle-aged man with a beaming smile. He was none other than the patriarch of the Situ family, Situ Chiu, and the father of Situ Feng. Though his name bore a certain rusticity, his mere stamp of a foot could send tremors through the entire Donglan city. The man known as Principal Lu, Lu Hong, beamed in return. He was pleasantly surprised by the cordiality exhibited by the Situ family head. Lu Hong held the esteemed position of principal at Donglin's second Beast Taming Academy. Although he wielded some influence, it paled in comparison to the might of Situ Feng's family. In terms of strength, Lu Hong was merely a fifth-tier beast tamer, while the Situ family boasted several members of comparable prowess to Situ Chiu. "You are too kind," Lu Hong replied, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go. "I merely impart knowledge and skills related to beast taming at the academy. How could I possibly compare to you?" "Oh, such words cannot be spoken, Principal Lu. You are cultivating talents in beast taming for Donglan City and the entirety of the Great Xia," Situ Chiu chuckled. "To be frank, I have a matter that requires your assistance, Principal Lu," he continued. "Do not hesitate to speak," Situ family head, Lu Hong urged, his gaze flickering with intrigue. He suspected that given Situ Chiu's stature and influence, such politeness could not be without ulterior motives. Noticing the shift in demeanor, Situ Chiu's smile broadened as he gestured for the nearby guards to withdraw. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "I have heard that your academy recently received a batch of beast taming bracelets. These bracelets, developed through official research by the Great Xia, were the first experimental models intended for students preparing for the beast taming entrance examinations. It was said that they could provide a virtual environment, allowing these students to hone their skills and engage in combat, thus improving their practical performance. Indeed, although these bracelets cannot be utilized by beast tamers of Tier 3 and above, their efficacy is indeed formidable." Lu Hong nodded, pride evident in his tone. "The Situ family wishes to procure a batch of these beast taming bracelets from your esteemed academy. What say you?" Situ Feng slowly interjected. "Family head Situ, this is no trivial matter. Privately selling beast taming bracelets is quite illegal." Lu Hong's expression grew serious. The Great Xia places immense importance on the management of its academies. Even he, as principal, could not compromise his integrity for personal gain. Otherwise, given the Situ family's influence, they would have long since secured a position for Situ Feng in the first academy. "Each beast taming bracelet is priced at 300,000, Situ Feng stated, lightly tapping the table before extending 2 fingers, coolly declaring, "Family head Situ, do you take me for a fool?" "I, Lu Hong, act with utmost transparency," Lu Hong retorted, rising abruptly. 70 million, Situ Chiu replied, his expression unfaltering. At this, Lu Hong's face contorted with agitation. Such a price was enough to tempt even him. "Since Principal Lu is unwilling, I shall not press the issue," Situ Chiu said with a light chuckle, rising as if to depart. 3, 2, 1, deal. Upon hearing those words, a broader smile spread across Situ Chiu's face. In this world, who could remain unmoved by the allure of profit? If there were any exceptions, it would be because the reward had yet to reach a level that would compel others to take risks. "Your academy should possess over 30 beast taming bracelets. Will you sell them all?" Lu Hong inquired, somewhat apprehensive. "At a price of 70 million for each. Over 30 would amount to several tens of millions of beast taming coins." Even he, as principal, found it difficult to resist such temptation. Yes, I will take them all, Situ Feng affirmed. Then I shall return to prepare and deliver them to you, Lu Hong replied, his heart swelling with joy. There is no need. I will personally come to collect them. Situ Chio's gaze flickered with significance. This batch of beast taming bracelets was of utmost importance. Perhaps the great Xia was on the cusp of a new era. Thus, it could not afford any missteps. After Lu Hong departed, a figure emerged from behind Situ Chio and bowed slightly. Family head, do you not think the price you quoted for the beast taming bracelets was a tad steep? This was not a challenge to Situ Chio's judgment, merely a hint of confusion. You do not understand. The value of these beast taming bracelets far exceeds your imagination. Situ Chio responded, shaking his head slowly. While these bracelets held no significance for high-tier beast tamers, they were highly attractive to those below tier 3. As the patriarch of the Situ family, he was privy to certain secrets. These bracelets were not as simple as they appeared. Should they enter the market, their worth would surely soar beyond mere tens of thousands. Unfortunately, beast tamers of tier 3 and above cannot utilize them. Situ Chio sighed as he reclined in his chair. Otherwise, he too would be eager to witness what this so-called beast taming battle network truly entailed. Chapter 14. I have come to find you. On the street, Qi Yin walked alongside Lin Qingchen, both carrying various materials. Lin Qingchen, who exactly are you? After walking for approximately half an hour, Qi Yin couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. The events of the day had left her utterly astonished. How could a supervisor show such deference to a student? Was Lin Qingchen merely experiencing life as a student? I'm just an ordinary beast tamer, Lin Qingchen replied. He was more intrigued by Qi Yan's identity, recalling the golden quality dark phoenix from that day, which sent a shiver down his spine. He had far too many questions regarding the girl who had appeared that day. Despite their similar appearances, their personalities were starkly different, an absurdity he couldn't quite fathom. However, it seemed the girl was reluctant to share, leaving Lin Qingchen hesitant to pry further. Is this where we part ways? Lin Qingchen paused at a fork in the road, speaking softly. The journey had been remarkably tranquil, with little conversation exchanged between them. Very well, you may go, Qi Yin said, handing over the materials she had been carrying. For some reason, the young man before her felt exceptionally unique. Unlike others who would gaze at her, Lin Qingchen had maintained an unwavering focus, as if she held no interest for him. Here, take this. I assure you, there will be no further complications, the girl insisted, pressing a bracelet into Lin Qingchen's hand, her palm raised above her head in earnest. Really? Lin Qingchen cast a skeptical glance at Qi Yin. Absolutely, I promise. Feeling Lin Qingchen's scrutiny, Qi Yin stomped her foot, puffing out her cheeks in indignation. How could he doubt her? Very well, I shall accept it, Lin Qingchen said, tucking the bracelet away. After taking a few steps, he turned his back to her and waved his hand. Farewell. Goodbye, Qi Yin murmured as she watched the boy's retreating figure. Until the silhouette of the youth faded from her sight, Qi Yin finally turned to leave. However, just as she was about to depart, a sultry voice echoed through the air. Little sister, would you like to play with your older brother? A group of youths with dyed hair encircled her. From a distance, they had been drawn to Qi Yin, trailing her for some time, and now, the moment they had awaited had arrived. Youngest, you will frighten the poor girl like this, one effeminate youth remarked, his gaze hungrily assessing Qi Yin as he licked his lips. Indeed, it was my oversight, the first youth laughed heartily. Their words had already transformed Qi Yin into their quarry. As they closed in, her expression shifted, and she took a few cautious steps back, timidly regarding the approaching group. Suddenly, a cool voice resonated in her mind, and her gaze lowered. Leave it to me. Ah, has the little beauty closed her eyes? Are you ready to endure? One of the youths smiled at Qi Yin. Yet, in the next moment, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a beguiling smile and eyes as dark as the abyss. Farewell. Qi Yin whispered to the group. Farewell? What farewell? One of them sensed something amiss and stepped forward, but they were met with a chorus of anguished cries. The intense pain sent them writhing on the ground, howling in agony. Simultaneously, a small, noble black bird with dark plumage perched upon the girl's shoulder, coldly observing the group. Devoid of emotion. In a brief moment, the wails ceased, leaving behind only a pile of ashes, with no trace of the youths remaining. If Lin Qingchen had been present, he would undoubtedly feel a chill run down his spine, pondering whether his fate would have mirrored theirs had he resisted that day. Gazing at the materials assembled in the room, Lin Qingchen felt a flutter of excitement. He wondered just how far Xiaobai could evolve this time. A dazzling white light flashed, revealing a small snake, entirely jade white, materializing within the room. Beast name, Xiaobai, Silver Serpent. Level, 1st rank, 5th stage. Quality, white. Attribute, wind attribute. Status, normal. Vulnerability, indescribable. Evolution path, a tier 3 lightning beast core, 100 thunder spirit herbs. 100 spirit crystals. The familiar panel appeared before him, but the final line had transformed into a brilliant gold. However, upon examining the evolution path, Lin Qingchen felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, there should be multiple options for this path, according to both his studies and his teacher's teachings. Every beast master, when evolving their beasts, would have varied outcomes based on different materials. Yet, it seemed that Xiao Bai's evolution path had been predetermined from the very start. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Perhaps this system had merely mapped out the optimal evolution path for him? Faced with this situation, Lin Qingchen naturally opted for evolution. The pile of materials instantly coalesced into a soft purple light, all flowing into Xiao Bai's body. Threads of pale blue and lavender silk intertwined gracefully, enveloping Xiao Bai. And at the moment the cocoon solidified, a radiant light burst forth, soaring skyward. Has it begun? Outside the courtyard, Dean Xiao observed the scene, his gaze subtly shifting. Before he waved his hand, nearby, the lazy De Huang stretched and opened its mouth, summoning a dark flame that formed a dark purple energy barrier, enveloping the orphanage within, seemingly isolating all energy fluctuations. Yet, from the outside, this barrier was invisible. Now it should be fine. After completing these preparations, the dean turned his attention to the room where Lin Qingchen was, quietly awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the beast world, a towering spire stood, surrounded by the ebb and flow of beasts. Yet, upon nearing the tower's vicinity, even the soaring golden rock descended to the ground. This was a manifestation of respect for the being within the tower. Could it be that this presence has returned? At the pinnacle of the tower, a pair of ancient and mysterious eyes slowly opened. Previously, he had sensed a familiar and unforgettable wave, albeit only for the briefest instant. But it had been enough for him to grasp it. Then, his gaze shifted eastward, towards what seemed to be the direction of the great Xia dynasty. After a moment, the mysterious figure retracted his gaze, murmuring, could this energy wave belong to old Xiao? It appeared his intuition was not mistaken. A resolute voice resonated. And in the next instant, a shadow darted towards the east, as if cleaving through space. I am coming to find you. Chapter 15, South Wave 10,000. Perhaps in the outside world, the time Lin Qingchen waited was merely the duration of a brief nap, yet to him, it felt excruciatingly lengthy. Hiss! Upon hearing this sound, Lin Qingchen, who had been feeling drowsy, instantly perked up, turning to gaze at the immense cocoon that Xiao Bai had formed. Crackle! A flash of lightning illuminated the cocoon, and a crack appeared upon its surface, soon becoming riddled with fissures before bursting apart, revealing the figure within. Simultaneously, Lin Qingchen sensed a subtle change within his own body, though compared to the transformation of Xiao Bai, this shift was negligible. Lin Qingchen's eyes met the familiar gaze, and he was momentarily taken aback. This change was quite significant, wasn't it? He recalled that previously, he had to bend down to meet Xiao Bai's eyes. Now, it seemed to have grown to nearly human height. Had it consumed hormones? This evolution was indeed remarkable. Beast name, Xiao Bai, Wind Thunder Spirit Python. Level, 2nd rank. 7th stage. Quality, purple. Attributes, wind attribute, thunder attribute. Status, normal. Vulnerability, dragon-type beasts. Evolution path, 1. A Tier 9 beast core, 3 types of epic materials. A python? Lin Qingchen's expression brightened at the designation on the beast panel. With dual attributes, Xiao Bai would be difficult for other beasts to counter. However, upon seeing the mention of dragon-type beasts, Lin Qingchen's brows furrowed slightly. Did this mean that even after evolving, Xiao Bai would be restrained by such creatures? That posed a considerable dilemma. He gradually shook his head, dismissing the thought. Currently, there was no need for him to overthink, especially since dragon-type beasts were the apex of beast kind. Merely possessing a trace of dragon blood could propel one to the top ranks in examinations for beast academies. What were the odds of him encountering such a creature? As for the next evolution, that was best left unconsidered for now, setting aside the matter of other materials. Simply acquiring a Tier 9 beast core would be enough to leave him flustered. In Lin Qingchen's mind, Tier 9 beast masters were exceptionally formidable. A mere stomp from one could send ripples across the entire Great Xia. Hiss! Across from Lin Qingchen, the small white creature felt the surge of power within and was equally delighted, nuzzling its head against Lin Qingchen's palm. However, upon witnessing this, a tinge of melancholy washed over Lin Qingchen, as he reminisced about the time when the small white could elegantly adorn his wrist. Sensing Lin Qingchen's emotions, a flicker of hesitation crossed the serpent's eyes. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed as the enormous python, towering at a man's height, transformed back into its original small snake form. Yet, unlike before, delicate lavender patterns now adorned its body, rendering it quite enchanting. How splendid! Lin Qingchen exclaimed in admiration. Can Xiao Bai now freely control its size? That's truly impressive. If it can shrink during meals, it would occupy less space. As for the food, with this thought, Lin Qingchen turned to Xiaobai, who gazed back at him with a mournful look in its eyes. Rest assured, there will be no reduction in your share, Lin Qingchen chuckled, scratching his nose. He had no intention of diminishing the amount of food simply because Xiaobai had shrunk. After all, how could one fight without sufficient strength? As the energy in the room dissipated, Dean Xiao let out a soft sigh, waving his hand to dissolve the dark barrier, which vanished as if it had never existed, leaving the surroundings unaffected. Since you've evolved, let us give the Beastmaster bracelet a try, Lin Qingchen mused aloud. His curiosity piqued regarding the Beastmaster platform his teacher had mentioned. Could it be akin to 5e? Upon donning the bracelet and gently activating the switch, Lin Qingchen felt his consciousness drawn into a mysterious realm. Welcome to the Beast Battle platform, dear Beastmaster, a gentle female voice greeted him, evoking a sense of familiarity. Please enter your nickname for opponent matching. Wandering Beastmaster, Lin Qingchen replied nonchalantly. Apologies, your nickname is too lengthy. Lin Qingchen, Piao LT. Why not say so earlier? He then opted for a slightly shorter nickname, Nen Bowen, which was accepted. Once the nickname was set, he was greeted by a vast battlefield for Beastmasters. At the center stood a massive screen displaying Lin Qingchen's personal information. Bronze V, placement match, 0, 10. Wow. This feels quite familiar. Lin Qingchen marveled at his surroundings. No wonder it's a product of the Great Xia. The official offerings are truly exceptional. Matching in progress. After familiarizing himself with the rules, Lin Qingchen eagerly issued commands. A flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself on the Beast Battle stage. Welcome to the Beast Battle platform. Greetings, Beastmaster, a mechanical voice intoned. Opposite him stood another young man, similarly possessing a beast. However, due to the matching mechanism, Lin Qingchen could not discern his appearance or size. Yet, he was quite familiar with the opponent's beast. Beast name, green-haired turtle. Level, first stage, level 9. Quality, green. Attribute, water. Status, normal. Weakness, wood, lightning. Evolution route, 37 paths. Who would have thought that Wang Tao, the little chubby one, is also putting in the effort? Lin Qingchen remarked, his lips pursed at the sight of the green-haired turtle's level. In a short span, Wang Tao's beast had also risen 2 levels, reaching first stage. Level 9. If it were to break through to second stage before the Beastmaster College entrance exams, he might just secure admission. Wang Tao, too, appeared exhilarated. His current placement match record stood at 5 wins and 4 losses. Winning this match could significantly elevate his rank. I must win this round. Green-haired turtle, unleash water arrow. With the command given, the green-haired turtle opened its mouth, gathering water elements that gradually formed into an arrow. The water arrow not only possessed offensive capabilities, but also bore corrosive properties. Previously, it had turned the tide in a battle against a first-stage plant-type Beastmaster thanks to this very trait. Quite intriguing, Lin Qingchen remarked, his interest piqued. Yet, he had no intention of holding back. He was eager to see the prowess of the evolved Xiaobai. With a crackle, a thunderous sound erupted as a bolt of lightning surged towards the green-haired turtle's mouth. The seemingly sturdy creature was sent tumbling, legs in the air, upon contact with the lightning. Ah, my turtle! Wang Tao shrieked in anguish. Lin Qingchen was taken aback. Did it just get defeated that swiftly? Is Xiaobai truly formidable? Or is the green-haired turtle simply too weak? Before he could ponder further, the match came to an abrupt end. My goodness, how can you eat more than Dahuang? In the dimly lit dining hall, Lin Qingchen watched as Xiaobai buried its head in the food bowl, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. After exiting the virtual battle, he had brought Xiaobai to replenish its energy. Yet, he had lost count of how many bowls Xiaobai had devoured. Here, let your beast have this. A soothing voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Qingchen felt a hand on his shoulder, and before him appeared a fruit brimming with energy. Thank you, he replied, barely processing the gesture as he accepted the fruit. Turning slightly, he was met with a handsome face smiling back at him. Oh my! A startled cry escaped Lin Qingchen as he instinctively stepped back, clutching Xiaobai. Why you? How did you get in here? He stammered, aghast. Why was someone entering in the dead of night? And moreover, someone he recognized. Chapter 16, The Young of Today. Calm down, there's no malice intended. Bai Li Hongfeng quickly interjected, waving his hands with a wry smile. When did returning home become akin to sneaking in like a thief? How did you get in? Lin Qingchen demanded, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Is Dahuang asleep, or what? Why didn't he alert me? Yet, Lin Qingchen merely muttered a few complaints. He knew that Dahuang would not stand a chance against the person before him. As the conversation unfolded, Xiaobai beside Lin Qingchen shimmered with a faint azure glow, its gaze coldly fixed on Bai Li Hongfeng, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. Impressive indeed. No wonder he values you, Bai Li Hongfeng remarked, slightly taken aback by the aura emanating from Xiaobai. He sighed, acknowledging that while Lin Qingchen's beast was still relatively weak compared to others, it had improved drastically from before. Moreover, it seemed to possess an additional attribute. This was not something an ordinary beast could achieve. How did you get in? Lin Qingchen ignored him, discreetly issuing commands for Xiao Bai to prepare for an ambush. Although he had met the young man several times, the fact that he had followed him here raised serious concerns. It was entirely possible that all prior events had been orchestrated by him. This person could not be allowed to remain. With that thought, a cold glint flashed in Lin Qingchen's eyes. Sensing Lin Qingchen's emotions, Xiao Bai instantly understood. And in the blink of an eye, a streak of lightning had already reached Bai Li Hongfeng. Not fair, you didn't even give me a chance to explain. Bai Li Hongfeng said with a wry smile. He seemed utterly unfazed by the thunderous power capable of incapacitating a green-haired turtle. Flames of a vivid crimson ignited in his right hand, and with a gentle squeeze, he dissipated the terrifying force as if it were mere smoke. How is this possible? Lin Qingchen's pupils constricted sharply. Prior to forming a contract with Xiao Bai, while his practical results had been non-existent, his theoretical knowledge was sufficient to place him far ahead of his peers. Even he had never heard of a beastmaster achieving such a feat. It is well known that beastmasters rely on the strength of their contracted beasts. Without them, their combat prowess is rather unremarkable. Yet, the youth before him was capable of such a display. How could this be? See, I mean you no harm. Otherwise, you would have perished countless times already. Bai Li Hongfeng remarked, clapping his hands and smiling. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen fell silent, his eyes warily fixed on Bai Li Hongfeng. This individual was undoubtedly a high-tier beastmaster, and in the entire Donglin city, none could rival him. After all, until now, Bai Li Hongfeng had not even summoned a beast. What is all the commotion about at this hour? An irritable voice interjected, causing both to momentarily freeze. A look of concern surfaced on Lin Qingchen's face. Should Bai Li Hongfeng choose to target the dean, he feared they would be unable to protect themselves. Remembering the dean's dire state, Lin Qingchen slowly clenched his fists. Even with Xiao Bai having evolved, he still felt too weak. In contrast, Bai Li Hongfeng's expression flickered with an unnatural hue. Could anyone blame him? It was the middle of the night, and he returned home only to be unceremoniously attacked without distinction, and he was unable to retaliate. It was simply unreasonable. Qingchen, go back to sleep. I will handle this. Dean Xiao said softly. Grandpa Xiao, but Lin Qingchen began, only to be left speechless upon hearing the dean's words. Hongfeng, go outside and stand as punishment. Dean Xiao commanded without any hint of courtesy, looking directly at Bai Li Hongfeng. Bai Li Hongfeng. Lin Qingchen, wow, oh my. Grandpa Xiao is quite formidable, isn't he? Yes, teacher. Bai Li Hongfeng replied with a wry smile. What else could he do? With that, Bai Li Hongfeng slowly turned and walked toward the door. Teacher? Wow. Lin Qingchen observed Bai Li Hongfeng standing before the dean without a hint of defiance, a look of confusion crossing his face. I will explain everything to you tomorrow. Now, go to sleep. Understood. Lin Qingchen hurriedly replied. Compared to the one standing outside, he felt significantly better off. Moreover, he had also managed to acquire a spirit fruit, which would serve as a treat for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, QQ, hey, how did you get in here? Lin Qingchen exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Bai Li Hongfeng seated at the dining table the next morning. The latter appeared slightly haggard, as though he had suffered some setback. A stark contrast to the warm youth from the previous night. However, to Lin Qingchen, this made him seem less enigmatic and more relatable. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng cast a resentful glance at Lin Qingchen. If it weren't for the latter's loud shouts the night before, would he be in such a miserable state? Feeling the intensity of Bai Li Hongfeng's gaze, Lin Qingchen was suddenly covered in goosebumps. While being relatable is good, it shouldn't cross into the realm of the underworld. Is this person named Wuchang? His name is Bai Li Hongfeng. He was once a child from the orphanage, so consider him my half-disciple. Dean Xiao introduced as he served breakfast. Oh, I see. With this revelation, Lin Qingchen finally understood why Bai Li Hongfeng was present and had previously provided him with a third-tier beast core. It turned out he was the dean's disciple, which made sense. However, Bai Li Hongfeng, that name didn't sound as pleasing as Bai Li Wuchang. Qingxue, did you know all along? Lin Qingchen asked the calm girl beside him. Yes, Lin Qingxue replied, blinking. After returning that day, she had inquired with the dean and learned of Bai Li Hongfeng's identity. No wonder he could attain such a level of mastery at such a young age. Being the dean's disciple certainly explained it. Oh, you kept this from me, Lin Qingchen said, playfully pinching the girl's cheeks, pretending to be angry. The sensation was pleasant, and gazing at her fair face, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire. But you didn't ask either, the girl murmured, looking somewhat aggrieved. Exactly, Bai Li Hongfeng chimed in, feeling resentful in his heart. The previous night, this brat hadn't given him an opportunity to explain. All right, Lin Qingchen said, sensing the girl's emotions and releasing his grip. Raising his hands in surrender, Shall I blow on it for you? He inquired tentatively. However, before the girl could respond, he leaned in closer. Observing this scene, Bai Li Hongfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. As a beastmaster, how could one be so fragile? If one wanted to take advantage, why not just say so? Ah, the youth of today. Chapter 17, Spirit Technique Pavilion. Hongfeng is a bit older than you. And it seems he is also a student at the Beastmaster Academy, the dean abruptly stated during breakfast. Beastmaster Academy? Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the Beastmasters within the academy were all as formidable as Bai Li Hongfeng? That thought was rather terrifying. The image of the youth effortlessly shattering Xiao Bai's attack lingered in Lin Qingchen's mind. Contemplating this, Lin Qingchen felt a hint of uncertainty. Given his current level, he should be able to gain admission to the Donglin Beastmaster Academy, or even the Provincial Academy of Jiangnan Province, the Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy. Yet, Lin Qingchen honestly assessed himself and realized he was still leagues away from Bai Li Hongfeng, perhaps even unable to catch a glimpse of the latter's shadow. Yes, I am currently studying at the Daxia Beastmaster Academy, Bai Li Hongfeng nodded. To him, it seemed nothing to boast about. Daxia Beastmaster Academy? The mention of this name caused the young diners to momentarily freeze. As residents of Daxia, how could they not be aware of the academy's reputation? In the entire Daxia nation, aside from the imperial capital Beastmaster Academy, which could rival it, no other academy could compare. Hongfeng, what power did you use last night? Lin Qingchen couldn't help but ask. As a student of the Daxia Beastmaster Academy, Bai Li Hongfeng's breadth of knowledge was naturally beyond the reach of a mere high school student. Hongfeng, huh? That title sounds quite nice, Bai Li Hongfeng mused, slightly taken aback. Oh, that? It's what we refer to as spirit technique. This spirit technique is a means for beastmasters to enhance their own strength and ensure their safety. At the Beastmaster Academy, there are instructors who teach it, and some exceptionally gifted beastmasters can even grasp a few techniques before participating in the Beastmaster entrance examination. However, their training is usually at a lower tier. Even so, those who master spirit techniques before the entrance examination are exceedingly rare. Spirit techniques, you say? Our teacher at school mentioned them, Lin Qingchen softly added. During his time at the academy, a mentor had occasionally mentioned certain matters, albeit only in passing. Oh, it seems our teacher has also spoken of this. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingchen recalled something the teacher had said in class. What did the teacher say? Lin Qingchen, resting her head on her hand, tilted her head towards the young man, smiling gently. The teacher mentioned that when you study at the academy, the instructors there would elaborate on these topics. Bai Li Hongfeng, LLL. Brother Hongfeng, about that spiritual technique, is it possible? After dinner, Lin Qingchen approached Bai Li Hongfeng, inquiring. The tone of her voice was markedly different from the previous day. If she could master this spiritual technique, her strength would undoubtedly rise to new heights, perhaps even allowing her to contend with a third-tier beastmaster. Our attributes differ. It would be of no use to you, Bai Li Hongfeng replied. However, you could seek out the spiritual technique hall in the city. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Qingchen's eyes. A spiritual technique hall? Such a place exists in Donglin City. Although the techniques there are not particularly advanced, they would suffice for your current needs. Generally speaking, ordinary students cannot gain entry to the spiritual technique hall. Bai Li Hongfeng gazed at Lin Qingchen with a smirk. You, of all people, have arrived at this point. How can I get in? Lin Qingchen asked eagerly. At the very least, you must pay a deposit of 10 million beast coins, Bai Li Hongfeng shrugged. Feigning innocence as he looked at Lin Qingchen, he could hardly believe that a high school student could bear such an expense. Quick, beg me, beg me. Imagining Lin Qingchen's later respectful demeanor towards him, Bai Li Hongfeng couldn't help but smile slightly. 10 million? I wonder if this black card holds such an amount of beast coins. Lin Qingchen pondered at Bai Li Hongfeng's words. Subsequently, she pinched the earlier black card between her fingers and waved it slightly. Bai Li Hongfeng. Upon seeing the familiar patterns, the smile on Bai Li Hongfeng's face gradually froze. Isn't this my card? How did it end up in this kid's hands? Thank you. I shall head to the spiritual technique hall now. Lin Qingchen expressed her gratitude towards Bai Li Hongfeng. Ahem, actually, having a beastmaster as a guarantor would also suffice. Bai Li Hongfeng coughed lightly and said, let's not spend that 10 million. Save it. I'll accompany you. Is that appropriate? Lin Qingchen hesitated slightly. After all, her attitude towards Bai Li Hongfeng had not been great the previous night, and it seemed somewhat unreasonable to ask him to accompany her to the spiritual technique hall. What is inappropriate about it? It's settled then. Bai Li Hongfeng clapped Lin Qingchen on the shoulder, his face beaming with a smile. Thank you, Brother Hongfeng. Lin Qingchen replied, her eyes narrowing, grinning like a cunning fox. It appeared she had indeed been correct. The black card given to her by Grandpa Xiao was also Bai Li Hongfeng's. Knowing the origin of the black card, Lin Qingchen felt a sense of security. She didn't believe this young man would treat 10 million so lightly. Even if Bai Li Hongfeng agreed, she would not recklessly spend that sum, at least. It wouldn't be wise to squander it on merely gaining entry to the spiritual technique hall. Brother Hongfeng, what is the environment like at the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy? Lin Qingchen inquired as they rode in a carriage. Training and competition, by Li Hongfeng elucidated. The difference between an ordinary school and the Beastmaster Academy is not trivial. If the former is a greenhouse, then the latter is a place of biting cold. Competition? Lin Qingchen questioned, perplexed by his understanding. The Beastmaster Academy was akin to a university in his previous life, where students strived for grades and credits. Why would there be competition? The higher the tier of the beast, the more tremendous the resources required for its advancement or evolution, by Li Hongfeng explained, glancing at Lin Qingchen. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. He was well aware of this, especially since he dared not even imagine the resources required for Xiaobai's next evolution. Each year, the resources allocated to a Beastmaster Academy by the Great Xia dynasty are limited, and naturally, the more distinguished Beastmasters receive a greater share. Li Hongfeng continued. So, do you have confidence? He gazed at Lin Qingchen, his expression laden with meaning. Of course, Lin Qingchen replied with a smile. If it's a contest, then let it be. He's not afraid of anything now. Those talented individuals from affluent regions? He, Lin Qingchen, had no reason to fear them. Chapter 18, The Spirit Beast Prison. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Qingchen and his companion finally arrived at their destination. After disembarking from the carriage, Lin Qingchen sighed softly. Having lived here for so long, he still felt somewhat out of place. The carriage he had just ridden was also driven by a first-tier beastmaster. Albeit lacking in combat capability, this world, abundant with spiritual beasts, felt both familiar and foreign to Lin Qingchen. Had he not contracted with Xiaobai, would he have felt the same, or perhaps even less so? Let us go. Don't just stand there, Li Hongfeng gently urged, stepping towards the spiritual technique hall. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen smiled and shook his head, following suit. Overthinking was futile. One should simply focus on the path ahead. Upon entering the spiritual technique hall, the attendant noticed the two young men and was about to step forward to block their entry. However, upon seeing Li Hongfeng pull out a small notebook, he abruptly halted his advance. All words were stifled. Why would such a prominent figure visit Donglan City? Even the mayor or the head of the Sidhu family would scarcely compare. Nevertheless, he refrained from reporting to his superiors. The consequences of leaking such information could be dire. Fortunately, indeed, inside the spiritual technique hall, an array of colorful scrolls dazzled Lin Qingchen's eyes. So many spiritual techniques on display. Observing this, Li Hongfeng slowly shook his head. To him, the quality of these techniques was simply unremarkable. What did it matter how many there were? In the hall, aside from Lin Qingchen and Li Hongfeng, there were other youths slightly older than Lin Qingchen. However, their backgrounds were among the elite of Donglan City. Otherwise, they would not have found their way here. This was not something Lin Qingchen could compare with. Lin Qingchen moved towards a corner of the spiritual technique hall. According to the theories outlined in novels, items placed in corners are either obscure and difficult to comprehend or exceedingly peculiar and unsuitable for cultivation. Unlike the techniques displayed prominently, these corner techniques, though not mainstream favorites, held formidable power. In other words, what was often relegated to the corners was often the best. Observing Lin Qingchen striding purposefully toward the corner without a backward glance, Li Hongfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of intrigue. This kid was proving to be more remarkable than he had anticipated. What kind of serious person would venture into a spiritual technique hall and head straight for the corner? Nonetheless, Li Hongfeng chose not to intervene, but silently followed, for the teacher had instructed him to look after Lin Qingchen. For the first time in many years, Li Hongfeng sensed a plea emanating from his teacher's lips. Naturally, he would not refuse. The Spirit Shield, a low-grade spiritual technique, could manifest a protective barrier before a beastmaster. This skill was indeed commendable. Observing the description on the scroll, Lin Qingchen marveled. For a beastmaster, a defensive technique equates to a life-saving trump card. After all, in dire circumstances, if a beastmaster's creature were restrained, they would be confronted with the ominous specter of death. The Spirit Shield could assist them in buying time. However, Lin Qingchen sighed softly. This technique was not suited for him. It would, however, be quite fitting for Wang Tao. Paired with his beast, the green-hair king turtle, it would be virtually indestructible. Yet, it did not align with his own capabilities. Xiaobai possessed both wind and lightning attributes, making its combat swift and agile. Acquiring a defensive technique to merely stall the opponent seemed rather unwise. Thus, Lin Qingchen returned the scroll to its place and continued his search. As time elapsed, the spiritual techniques Lin Qingchen perused began to accumulate in a pile. Li Hongfeng observed him quietly, leaning against a stone pillar without a hint of annoyance. However, a steward approached, seemingly intent on dissuading him. It appeared that the spirit technique hall had not yet reached closing time. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, it was not yet closing, but the young master of the Sidhu family was coming to borrow techniques. The steward spoke softly, emphasizing the Sidhu family's name, for in Donglan City, they wielded considerable influence. Offending them over a few techniques was not worth the risk. If the guest wished to borrow them tomorrow, it could be arranged. No need, Bai Li Hongfeng replied coolly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. This matter is of no concern to you. I will bear the consequences if anything goes awry. Upon hearing this, the steward's expression shifted slightly. While he sensed that the young man before him was unafraid, he himself could not afford to provoke the Sidhu family. Offending them might cost him this coveted job. There is no might. Bai Li Hongfeng shot him a glance, instilling a shiver in the steward's heart, silencing him. Despite his youth, the aura exuding from this young man was one of palpable danger. He too could not afford to cross paths with him, and it would be prudent to remain uninvolved. That will suffice. As Lin Qingchen perused the detailed introduction of the scroll in hand, a smile graced his lips. After an extensive search, he had finally discovered a spiritual technique that piqued his interest. The Spirit Prison, a low-grade intermediate technique capable of imposing a slowing effect on the beastmaster's adversary, with a notably challenging cultivation level. Upon reaching mastery, it could even conjure a prison of spiritual energy to confine foes. In combat, utilizing this technique to affect the opponent's beast, combined with Xiao Bai's attack, would ensure a swift victory. How splendid! Yet, what was this spiritual energy? He had not heard of it before. Could it be the power residing within a beastmaster? Lin Qingchen did not dwell on it further as he continued to examine the hefty scroll, following the provided instructions to locate and manipulate this so-called spiritual energy. Soon, Lin Qingchen felt a warm current coursing through his meridians, and he slowly raised his fingers. In his perception, a swirl of azure spiritual energy materialized before him. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen suppressed his excitement and dissipated the energy. Calm, remain calm. This is the spirit technique hall. If he acted recklessly, he might be expelled. What's wrong? Did you fail? Bai Li Hongfeng inquired softly. Earlier, he had sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Lin Qingchen. Was the boy attempting to use a spiritual technique? It seemed implausible. Without a professional mentor's guidance, even a third-tier beastmaster would find it difficult to grasp the energy within. Only upon reaching the fourth tier would a beastmaster's energy become abundant enough to utilize spiritual techniques. Only extraordinarily gifted individuals, like Bai Li Hongfeng himself, could grasp some low-energy consuming techniques before reaching the fourth tier. Failure is to be expected. You are merely a second-tier beastmaster, with hardly any spiritual energy within you. Attempting to use a spiritual technique is immensely challenging. Observing Lin Qingchen's silence, Bai Li Hongfeng stepped closer and patted his shoulder in consolation. Lin Qingchen felt a dissonance in his situation compared to Bai Li Hongfeng's description. Hardly any spiritual energy. Then what had just transpired? After forming a spirit prison, he hadn't felt any drain of spiritual energy at all. Was it possible that Hongfeng was misleading him? Quite likely. However, before Lin Qingchen could voice his thoughts, a familiar yet loathsome voice interrupted him. If it isn't the genius Lin? Here to practice spiritual techniques as well? Following the voice, Lin Qingchen spotted a familiar face, Situ Feng, a fellow student from the second middle school. Surrounding him were two burly bodyguards, standing sentinel like statues. Situ Feng regarded Lin Qingchen with a disdainful expression. The students from Class 8 had mentioned that Lin Qingchen had contracted a giant python. Yet, in Situ Feng's eyes, it was merely a gimmick for attention. He had witnessed Lin Qingchen struggle to contract even a caterpillar. A giant python? Here to cultivate techniques? Bah! Was Lin Qingchen even worthy? What wind blew you here, Situ Feng? Lin Qingchen narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled, secretly summoning Xiao Bai, shrinking it down to conceal it within his sleeve. Should a confrontation arise, he wouldn't mind letting Xiao Bai have a bite. Bai Li Hongfeng watched the tension between the two with keen interest. In Donglan City, aside from Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue, he had yet to encounter any other noteworthy talents. Yet Situ Feng? He was indeed the young master of the Sidhu family, as mentioned by the steward earlier. How ironic that their paths would cross here. Have you taken heed of my words? Situ Feng glared coldly at Lin Qingchen. If Lin Qingchen complied and distanced himself from Qingxue, Situ Feng might consider being magnanimous and spare him. However, if he did not, Situ Feng would not hesitate to ensure Lin Qingchen found himself bedridden until the Beastmaster entrance examinations concluded. Here, in the sparsely populated Spirit Technique Hall, no one could come to Lin Qingchen's aid. What words? All I heard back then was a toad croaking. Lin Qingchen replied indifferently. Was this beastly second generation really so absurd? A ridiculous amalgamation of a sticky candy and a croaking toad. Humph! Situ Feng's eyes flared with anger as he coldly laughed. Since this brat was refusing to heed his warning, he would not hold back his hand. Watch closely, don't let him escape. This young master is going to teach him a lesson, Situ Feng ordered, as a green array began to coalesce before him. With a wolfish howl, a ferocious beast materialized at his side. Beast name, Spirit Wood Wolf. Level, 2nd tier, level 5. Quality, blue. Attribute, wood. Status, normal. Vulnerability, fire, lightning. Evolution path. Is it truly level 5 of the 2nd tier? After evolving, Little Bai possesses a higher level. Observing the fierce Spirit Wood Wolf, Lin Qingchen pondered internally. However, in terms of quality, this Spirit Wood Wolf pales in comparison to Little Bai. If it comes to a confrontation, I am not at a disadvantage. What about your beast? Where is that legendary giant python? Summon it for me to see, Situ Feng jeered, his gaze fixed on Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingchen, humph, sigh, this person is insufferable. He needs to be dealt with. I do not have one, Lin Qingchen replied, rolling his eyes dismissively. What? Are you afraid to summon it? Lest it just stare at my Spirit Wood Wolf. Situ Feng scoffed. Without a beast, what do you intend to contend with me? With a cold sneer, he commanded, Spirit Wood Wolf. Attack him. Upon receiving the order, a ferocious glint flashed in the wolf's eyes as it lunged at Lin Qingchen. In response, Lin Qingchen raised 2 fingers slightly, and ethereal energy swirled around his fingertips. The Spirit Wood Wolf, as if restrained, plummeted to the ground. Little Bai, bite him. Lin Qingchen softly instructed, observing Situ Feng's changing expression. In a flash, a white shadow darted past, and Situ Feng felt a sharp pain on his face before collapsing under the electric shock. Meanwhile, the Spirit Wood Wolf gazed innocently at its master, standing guard beside Situ Feng, ceasing its attack. Lin Qingchen, is this all you've got? Youth master. The 2 burly bodyguards were taken aback, eager to rush forward. This is not your concern. Bai Li Hongfeng stepped forward, speaking coolly. Though he had been watching for amusement, he only wished to gauge Lin Qingchen's strength. He would not interfere in the disputes among peers. But what was up with these 2 seemingly older bodyguards? Did Bai Li Hongfeng not exist? What a brat, get lost. One of the bodyguards retorted without any courtesy. In terms of stature, the frail youth before them resembled a mere stick. In terms of strength, they were both 3rd-tier beastmasters. How dare this young fool oppose them? Then, why don't you give it a try? Bai Li Hongfeng replied, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes before he coldly snorted. Although the laws of the Great Xia forbade beastmasters from wanton slaughter, he did not mind reducing these 2 bodyguards to ordinary folk. Seeing this, one of the bodyguards felt a surge of anger rise within him, attempting to charge forward, only to be stopped by the other. The latter, his expression grave, stared intently at Bai Li Hongfeng, feeling inexplicably suffocated. Moreover, his beast had been transmitting a singular message, flee. He was certain that if the 2 of them attacked today, their fate would be far worse than being dismissed by the Situ family. Should we take young Master Situ away? The bodyguard took a deep breath and suggested quietly. Bai Li Hongfeng, This capitulation was rather swift. Hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng remained silent, turning his gaze to Lin Qingchen. Is it not a bit improper to take him away like this? Lin Qingchen smiled, gesturing. One of the bodyguards understood and pulled out a stack of beast coins, placing them on the ground. Is this all? It seems barely enough to buy a leg. Surely, the young master of the Situ family is worth more than this. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 bodyguards shifted slightly. One was about to erupt, but the other opened his wallet and emptied its contents. Subsequently, he stepped forward and stripped Situ Feng of all valuables. Bai Li Hongfeng. This Lin Qingchen hardly appeared to be a student. At his age, he was still immersed in training, while this young man seemed remarkably adept at such dealings. After counting the spoils, Lin Qingchen smiled at the 2 bodyguards. Good eye. Though he was unaware of Bai Li Hongfeng's strength, it was evident that he surpassed the few bodyguards of the Situ family. After all, a youth capable of so easily producing such a sum of beast coins could not be a mere commoner. If he had lacked strength, he would have been robbed long ago. Did you just use a spirit technique? Bai Li Hongfeng inquired as the 2 bodyguards carried the unconscious Situ Feng away. Indeed. What of it? Lin Qingchen replied, glancing at Bai Li Hongfeng. Is it difficult? Bai Li Hongfeng. Chapter 20. Yu Hao Xuan. Is it difficult? Is it? The bewildered sound of Lin Qingchen echoed in Bai Li Hongfeng's mind. Back then, when I was at the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy. It took me a whole day to learn a spirit technique, which astonished the instructors. Just now, Lin Qingchen, even considering the time spent searching for the technique, managed to grasp it in mere moments. Is this a joke? Cough, cough. You were a bit slow back then. Compared to me now, you are not even close. Bai Li Hongfeng said, clearing his throat, somewhat awkwardly. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen could not help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he was still too weak. The earlier joy dissipated quietly. After all, at the Beastmaster Academy, he would be competing against geniuses from various provinces, even the imperial capital. He could not afford to be complacent. Bai Li Hongfeng. Seeing Lin Qingchen's dejected expression, Bai Li Hongfeng was filled with questions. However, this young man appeared somewhat terrifying. Brother, why are you running so fast? One of the bodyguards, carrying Situ Feng's body, gasped, questioning. To him, this youth seemed barely in his 20s. No matter how strong he was, he could only be a second or third-tier beastmaster. Both brothers were seasoned third-tier beastmasters. How could they possibly fear a mere boy? You don't understand. The other man shook his head slowly, fear gleaming in his eyes. His beast, a venomous spider, while not particularly powerful, possessed toxins potent enough to trouble many beastmasters of his rank. More importantly, his beast's perception was exceptionally acute. As a beastmaster, he shared this sensitivity. In the presence of Bai Li Hongfeng, an unsettling sensation stirred deep within his soul, an instinctive warning that if he attacked, he would perish. Coupled with the beast's forewarning, the man yielded. When it came to pride or survival, the latter took precedence. How shall we report back to the master? One bodyguard sighed, inquiring. He understood his older brother's caution, which held its merit. However, returning in such a disheveled state would be difficult to explain to the Situ family. Let us report the truth. After all, such a high-level beastmaster is beyond our capacity to handle. Then it must be so. Under the setting sun, the two bodyguards, burdened with the body of a youth, appeared rather disheveled. No one would have expected such a day to befall the Situ family in Donglin City. Who exactly was Situ Feng? On the road, Bai Li Hongfeng glanced at Lin Qingchen beside him and inquired about the prominent families in Donglin City. Lin Qingchen replied nonchalantly, revealing that he was aware of the wealth and influence of the Situ family. After all, in his past life, he was merely an ordinary student, far removed from the center of power among the elite in Donglin City. Oh, Bai Li Hongfeng nodded, initially curious about the audacious Situ Feng's background. So, this was the extent of it. However, he pondered whether they would be foolish enough to. At this thought, Bai Li Hongfeng halted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. If the Situ family were to overstep their bounds and disrupt his teacher's tranquility, he would not mind if Donglin City lost one of its affluent families. Brother Hongfeng, what's wrong? Lin Qingchen suddenly sensed a chill emanating from behind him and turned to ask. It's nothing. I just recalled something infuriating. Bai Li Hongfeng smiled, concealing the emotions in his gaze. I see. That's good. Lin Qingchen sighed with relief in his heart. Oh right. At this juncture, Lin Qingchen produced a black card from his pocket, the very card bestowed upon him by Director Xiao. Brother Hongfeng, here's this back. After little Bai's evolution, he found himself less in need of money. Furthermore, once he gained admission to the Beastmaster Academy, he could compete for resources then. Bai Li Hongfeng chuckled. Well, since you insist, I shall reluctantly accept it. He took the black card and added softly, if you encounter any troubles in the future, just mention my name. This lad was quite to his liking. He would protect him. In Donglin City, at the Donglin First Intermediate Beastmaster Academy, gathered the elite of the city, including prodigies from other regions. In recent years, the academy had attracted numerous talents, and in the last session, there was even a genius who gained admission to the Daxia Beastmaster Academy, hailed as the best in decades. His name was Yu Haoshuan. Emerging from humble beginnings, he managed to enter the Daxia Beastmaster Academy, becoming a benchmark for countless students, often compared by parents with their own children. Yu Haoshuan was indeed the epitome of the other's child. Haoshuan, in the principal's office, a dignified middle-aged man gazed at the young man before him, a warm smile gracing his features. This youth was his most outstanding prodigy. Principal, please speak. The young man, Yu Haoshuan, said softly before the principal. Before the Beastmaster entrance examination, Donglin City will host an oath-taking ceremony at our academy, the principal stated. Not only will students from our academy and the second academy attend, but even some Beastmaster schools from other cities will be present. Thus, I would like to request you to share some insights. The principal, remarkably, chose to use the word request. It was noteworthy that even the head of the Situ family would not receive such deference. I thought it was something significant. You could just send a word through someone. Yu Haoshuan replied with a chuckle. His visit to Donglin City was for two purposes. First, to visit his alma mater, and second, to attend the biennial auction of the 10,000 Beasts Chamber. Now a fourth-tier Beastmaster, he sought higher quality materials to further enhance his beasts. Ordinary materials held little value for him now. This lecture would be a mere formality. Knock knock. The sound of a knock caused the principal's brow to furrow slightly, revealing his displeasure. Principal, I came to collect some Beastmaster materials. A graceful figure entered. Upon recognizing the visitor, not only did the principal's expression soften, but even Yu Haoshuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a stunning beauty existed in his alma mater? Oh, it's Qingxue, the principal beamed. In his eyes, Lin Qingxue was the next Yu Haoshuan, capable of carrying the banner of the academy, perhaps even surpassing him. Even Yu Haoshuan, prior to his entrance examination, had just reached the third-tier level with his beasts. In a recent mock examination, Lin Qingchen had already demonstrated such prowess. Perhaps, before the entrance exams, the young girl might even advance further. Take whatever you wish. Anything that might assist you is available in this office, the principal smiled. With a third-tier beast and outstanding theoretical performance, he believed Lin Qingchen's admission to the Daxia Beastmaster Academy was a foregone conclusion. For such an exceptional student, ample resources would naturally be devoted to her cultivation. The more students admitted to the Daxia Academy, the greater the resources poured into their institution. Thank you, principal. After obtaining the materials related to Beastmaster theory, Lin Qingchen took her leave. Some materials in the principal's possession, though rare, were not what she needed. Are you smitten? The principal observed Yu Haoxuan's gaze linger on the departing girl and smiled knowingly. I hadn't anticipated such a breathtaking girl in our school. Yu Haoxuan nodded, his lips pursed in thought. The realms he had encountered upon entering the Daxia Beastmaster Academy were incomparable to those in Donglin City. Yet, even among the gathered prodigies at the Daxia Academy, it was rare to find someone with the grace and beauty of the girl he had just seen. What is her name? Yu Haoxuan inquired. Upon hearing this, the principal's smile broadened. Both Yu Haoxuan and Lin Qingchen could be considered top-tier students in the academy. They were indeed a perfect match. She is Lin Qingchen, the top student of this year's cohort, the principal replied with a smile. In terms of theoretical knowledge and the grade of her beasts, she stands unparalleled in the entire academy, indeed throughout Donglin City. Truly commendable, principal, your guidance is exceptional. Yu Haoxuan complimented with a smile. May I dare to request this junior to join me for the Beastmaster oath-taking ceremony? He proposed with a grin. I have no objections, but Lin Qingchen is known for her aloof demeanor and ethereal presence. I wonder if she would. The principal's face bore an expression of concern. Not to worry. As long as you speak, I shall handle the rest, Yu Haoxuan confidently assured, patting his chest. In his earlier days, he too found few peers worthy of his attention in Donglin City. It was only upon reaching the Daxia Academy that he realized how narrow his previous perspective had been. Despite his modest fame in Donglin City and even in the Southern River Province, he was but an ordinary figure at the Daxia Academy. Moreover, this will serve to promote our academy, attracting even more outstanding talents, Yu Haoxuan continued. Very well, since you say so, I shall rest easy, the principal replied, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Yu Haoxuan's words stirred something within him. Not only did the families in Donglin City harbor ambitions, but as the principal of the academy, he too held aspirations. He aspires to transform the first intermediate Beastmaster Academy in Donglin City into one of the premier institutions in the entire Nanjiang province. You're back? The smile on Dean Xiao's face widened as he spotted the two individuals approaching him. Lin Qingchen nodded in response. Despite having ascended to the rank of a second-tier Beastmaster, he remained the same Lin Qingchen before the dean. Dinner is prepared. Come and eat. After wandering outside for so long, you must be tired, Dean Xiao cheerfully urged. Thank you, Grandpa Xiao. Upon hearing this affectionate title, a brighter smile illuminated Dean Xiao's face. Observing this, Bai Li Hongfeng decided to join in and sneak a meal. What do you want? Dean Xiao shifted to the left, blocking Bai Li Hongfeng's path. I just want to share a meal with my dear brother and sister. Bai Li Hongfeng scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. You go eat elsewhere. Dean Xiao replied without hesitation. I have no money. You took my card. Bai Li Hongfeng lamented with a wry smile. Oh, really? Dean Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Yes, really, Bai Li Hongfeng said, lacking confidence. He was unsure if the dean had witnessed the scene earlier on the road. Dean Xiao said nothing, simply standing there, observing Bai Li Hongfeng. Bai Li Hongfeng sighed. Fine, I'll go eat out. He raised his hands in resignation. His fondness for the orphanage's meals stemmed not only from the warmth of family, but also from the fact that the dishes were crafted from extraordinary ingredients. The effects on beastmasters and their beasts surpassed even those found in the most renowned beast eateries in the Great Xia. Otherwise, he wouldn't shamelessly mooch meals every day. Alas, the disparity between people is insurmountable. Sai, what a plight. Brother Hongfeng, why aren't you coming in for a meal? Lin Qingchen's curious voice interrupted, causing Bai Li Hongfeng to halt his steps. You, go inside and eat, he muttered. Just moments ago, you wouldn't let me eat. And now you want me to go in? What do you take me for? This is intolerable. If I can endure it, then my aunt certainly cannot. Brother Hongfeng, is the food prepared by Grandpa Xiao really that delicious? Lin Qingchen inquired, eyeing Bai Li Hongfeng, who was engrossed in his rice. Of course. Bai Li Hongfeng affirmed after taking a bite of rice. When he was taken in by the dean, he ate this rice daily. Though it wasn't as lavish as it is now, there were no side dishes. He had always assumed it was merely ordinary rice. It wasn't until he stood on equal footing with other beastmasters in the academy that he realized these bowls of rice actually had restorative properties. However, Since entering the academy, he hadn't had it again, which felt somewhat regrettable. Now that he finally had the chance, it was thanks to Lin Qingchen. From this day forth, anyone who bullies Lin Qingchen would have to contend with Bai Li Hongfeng. Burp. Can I have more rice? Bai Li Hongfeng turned to Dean Xiao and asked. But Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback by Bai Li Hongfeng's transformed demeanor. Could it be that taking his card meant Brother Hongfeng had gone without food? Chapter 22. This person is peculiar. Brother Qingchen, in a few days, our school will hold a pledge ceremony before the Beastmaster entrance examination. Lin Qingchen suddenly interjected. Oh, this was familiar territory for him. He had experienced the 100-day pledge ceremony twice in his previous life. It should be quite similar in this world. However, with the entrance examination approaching, what was the purpose of such an event? Was it truly beneficial? It was said that, besides their school, other Beastmaster high schools would also attend. Will you come? Lin Qingchen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Qingchen, who was focused on his meal. I don't know. It depends on the circumstances, Lin Qingchen replied softly. Their school hadn't mentioned it, so he presumed they wouldn't attend. All right. Hearing Lin Qingchen's words, the girl's expression dimmed slightly. She had hoped to showcase herself in front of Brother Qingchen. It seemed that opportunity was lost. The pledge ceremony? Bai Li Hongfeng was puzzled upon hearing this. Brother Hongfeng, you haven't experienced it? Lin Qingchen asked, looking at Bai Li Hongfeng, who wore a bewildered expression. No. Lin Qingchen pressed on. What about the Beastmaster entrance examination? Surely he must have experienced that. No, I was directly admitted. Bai Li Hongfeng shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. This wasn't his fault. He hadn't even attended a Beastmaster high school. Back then, while out and about, he encountered a mentor from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, and they hit it off, ultimately deciding he would train there after reaching adulthood. Sigh. Being too exceptional has its downsides. He longed to experience the thrill of competing in the Beastmaster entrance examination. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Qingchen waited at the entrance of the courtyard for Lin Qingchen. For her, this had become a customary routine. Moments later, at the fork between the first and second high schools, Lin Qingchen felt a twinge of reluctance. The time spent walking to school with Lin Qingchen was the happiest period of her life. She wondered how long such days would last. Junior Qingchen, following the gentle voice. A handsome young man appeared in Lin Qingchen's line of sight. Who are you? Lin Qingchen asked, having no recollection of him. My name is Yu Haoxuan. I'm 2 years your senior and also a student of the first high school, here to visit my alma mater. We met yesterday, do you not remember? Yu Haoxuan explained with a warm smile. I don't remember, Lin Qingchen replied indifferently. Wow, how did you know I got into the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy? Truly impressive, Junior Qingchen. Lin Qingchen. Upon hearing this, the girl shook her head and walked past the young man. This person is peculiar. Junior Qingchen. Don't be in a hurry. In a few days, there's the Beastmaster pledge ceremony. Would you be interested in hosting it with me? A somewhat anxious voice called out from behind Lin Qingchen. However, her pace quickened considerably. If this person was hosting the pledge ceremony, she might as well skip it altogether and take a leave of absence during those days. It would be a perfect opportunity to visit Brother Qingchen at the second high school and accompany him to class. Oh no, Brother Qingchen, I'm so angry. As soon as Lin Qingchen arrived in the classroom, he heard a familiar voice. What happened? Lin Qingchen asked, looking at the fuming chubby boy. Had someone from the second high school picked a fight with him again? I got beaten up on the beast battle platform. That was my last match of the placement series. Wang Tao exclaimed angrily. If I had won that match, I would have reached gold, but instead, you lost. So just try again, Lin Qingchen said softly. He took a rather relaxed approach to ranking up. What did it matter if one's rank on the beast battle platform was high? If it didn't lead to any monetary gain, what was the point? As a result, I kept battling and dropped to Silver 5. Wang Tao lamented, on the verge of tears. It's all that snake user's fault. Otherwise, how could I have ended up like this? Brother Chun, that guy is a snake charmer. If I ever cross paths with him, I want you to teach him a lesson, Wang Tao said to Lin Qingchen, his voice filled with indignation. Is that snake charmer formidable? He is merely a snake handler. My brother Chun, on the other hand, is adept at managing pythons. Lin Qingchen replied with a raised eyebrow. Am I supposed to beat myself up? That's absurd. You should work hard and seek revenge later, he consoled. However, in his heart, Lin Qingchen added a silent remark. But that is scarcely possible. Fine. Wang Tao gritted his teeth. Last time, he underestimated me. If we meet again, I'll make sure that Snake Charmer is left searching for his teeth. Wang Tao brimmed with confidence. His green-shelled turtle was renowned for its defensive capabilities. If he played it smart, what could that Snake Charmer possibly do? With a considerable investment in a strategist to help plan his route and gather materials, he could evolve and utterly dominate. Not far off, a pair of beautiful eyes observed Lin Qingchen, who was laughing heartily with Wang Tao, and a twinge of envy stirred within her. When would she be able to share such moments with her classmate Lin? It was just another ordinary day in class. Teacher Gao expounded upon some theoretical concepts related to beast taming for the upcoming entrance exam. Some of the information even touched upon evolution, a subject typically reserved for advanced academies of beast taming. With the evolution of the beast taming world, certain common beasts have had their evolution paths meticulously mapped out by beast tamers. For instance, Wang Tao's green-shelled turtle and Huang Xing's canine beast, among others. These creatures spanned a vast array, and most beast tamers could grasp their intricacies. In contrast, the higher-quality beasts were seldom owned across the entire Nanjiang province, leading to scant research on them. Hence, in recent years, the theoretical component of the beast taming entrance exam has been steadily emphasized, aiming to propel the development of the daxia and facilitate the evolution of elite beasts. Unfortunately, most students found it hard to comprehend. For example, Wang Tao merely rested his head on his desk, trying to regain his energy. Teacher Gao did not disturb these students, knowing that, at this juncture, their self-discipline was paramount. As for Lin Qingchen, although he was not obligated to listen, he continued to study diligently, as befits a model student. Several days from now, there will be an oath-taking ceremony at Yizhong, and the school has allocated 3 spots for each class. If anyone is interested in joining me to witness it, feel free to let me know, Teacher Gao remarked as the bell rang for class dismissal. The upcoming ceremony would likely follow the usual format, sigh. Most students merely shook their heads in response. There existed a significant divide between them and the students of Yizhong. Why would they bother attending? However, upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen's gaze flickered slightly. The oath-taking ceremony? It seemed that Qingxue had reminded him of it. Should he attend? Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in Lin Qingchen's mind. Upon hearing his response, the girl's radiant eyes dimmed instantly. Qingxue would undoubtedly wish for him to go. Then I shall attend. Brother Chun. Teacher Gao is merely wasting his breath. Who would even consider going? Only a fool would, Wang Tao said, approaching Lin Qingchen after class. Donglin no. 2 cannot possibly compare to Yizhong. What do they have to offer? Their top-tier class is likely inferior to Yizhong's regular classes. Those Sidu phone can be quite annoying. I must admit that apart from him, there are no standout students at number 2. Most other students are merely first-tier beast tamers, utterly unremarkable. As soon as he finished his sentence, Wang Tao immediately shut his mouth, sensing a disapproving glance from the youth beside him. The atmosphere around Wang Tao shifted, becoming noticeably tense. Brother Chen, you're not actually considering going, are you? Wang Tao stammered. What happened? Did you return from somewhere and become so intimidating? What do you think? Lin Qingchen shot him a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. He had no interest in Yizhong's so-called oath-taking ceremony. His only motivation for attending was the girl's desire for him to be there. Nothing more. Would you like to accompany me? Lin Qingchen asked, looking at Wang Tao. Of course not. I wouldn't dream of not accompanying you, Brother Chun. Wang Tao scratched his head, laughing nervously. In a few days, when the school gathers. If I don't see you there. Lin Qingchen stood up from his seat and walked towards the classroom door, cutting him off. I'll go, of course. Wang Tao muttered to himself, watching Lin Qingchen's retreating figure. Lin Qingchen, may I join you? A timid voice interrupted, drawing the attention of Lin Qingchen and his surrounding classmates. Why would you go with him? After a moment's thought, Lin Qingchen replied, sure, it would be an honor. One more person or one less, it makes no difference. Besides, it would be unfortunate if I were to get beaten up on my way home again. Really? Qi Yin looked up suddenly, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had expected Lin Qingchen to refuse. Yes, we will gather at school, Lin Qingchen said softly. All right. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she felt a flutter of excitement within her. Observing Lin Qingchen converse amiably with her, Qi Yan's face bore an endearing blush, igniting a flicker of jealousy within Ji Wu. Why did Lin Qingchen deserve such a charming childhood friend, not to mention Qi Yan as well? Lin Qingchen, you better remember who the class monitor is. A discontented voice rang out, prompting Lin Qingchen to direct his gaze toward the sound. Oh, it's you. Lin Qingchen raised an eyebrow and asked, so are you going? Aye. Ji Wu found himself momentarily speechless. He had anticipated that Lin Qingchen would resist, giving him an opportunity to assert himself. To his surprise, the youth simply posed the question. Ji Wu had no intention of attending. As class monitor, he was already overwhelmed with responsibilities, and adding the oath-taking ceremony to his plate was too much. However, seeing Qi Yin engaged with Lin Qingchen stirred a sense of reluctance within him. If you're not going, then I suppose I could take your spot. Lin Qingchen said slowly. Who said I wouldn't go? Ji Wu shot a glance at the girl, puffing out his chest slightly. Very well then. I look forward to seeing the class monitor shine on behalf of our class 8 at number 2 in Yizhong, Lin Qingchen replied with a smile. Since Ji Wu was so eager to attend, he might as well let him have it. After all, he could accompany Qingxue at the event. With that, Lin Qingchen prepared to leave, and upon seeing this, Qi Yin bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before following suit. Wait, Ji Wu exclaimed anxiously, placing a hand on Lin Qingchen's shoulder. Looking for trouble? Lin Qingchen thought to himself. When dealing with someone like him, Lin Qingchen had only 4 words in mind. Let Xiaobai handle it. Xiaobai. Since discovering that Xiaobai could adjust its size, Lin Qingchen had kept it concealed within his sleeve for emergencies. Of course, such tactics were unsuitable for formal competitions or exams, as they would be deemed cheating. In a flash, a white blur darted past, causing Ji Wu to convulse as if struck by electricity. Without even having time to utter a cry of despair, he collapsed. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qingchen widened her eyes slightly, exclaiming, "Class monitor, what has happened to you? You're frothing at the mouth. Could this be some kind of illness?" While saying this, she shook the body of the fallen student, but alas, received no response whatsoever. The teacher told us to leave promptly if something occurs. Isn't that right, classmate Qian? Lin Qingchen turned to the girl beside her and inquired. Yes, Qian replied, suppressing a laugh while her cheeks flushed, nodding her head vigorously at Lin Qingchen's playful gestures. "I'll leave the class monitor to you all," Lin Qingchen declared, as she took the girl with her. Departing from the scene of chaos, it was none of his business. After all, he had not caused it. Only confused classmates remained, exchanging bewildered glances within the classroom. Unsure of what to do. "You seem to be rather amused," Lin Qingchen remarked, observing the girl covering her mouth, stifling laughter. However, there was little he could do. He simply could not match her strength. Who knew if that black-winged little bird might suddenly swoop down and silence him? In that case, he would be left in tears. This little lady was not to be trifled with. "It's nothing. I just didn't expect classmate Lin Qingchen to have such a fierce side," Qian murmured, her face still flushed. Before that incident, she had almost no interaction with Lin Qingchen. Now, it appeared that he was indeed unlike anyone else. At her words, the events that transpired earlier flashed through Lin Qingchen's mind. He then muttered, I didn't anticipate you had such a ruthless side." "What?" Qian leaned in closer, straining to hear. It's nothing," Lin Qingchen replied, diverting his gaze and clearing his throat. "That touch of pure white is rather enticing." As the night grew late, he tentatively suggested, "Shall I head back now?" He was concerned about leaving the girl alone. What if something happened to her on the way home? "All right," Qian nodded softly. With her approval, Lin Qingchen sighed in relief, shouldering his bag and making his way toward the school gate. Moments later, an eerie yet alluring voice echoed in the air. What an intriguing character. Looking back, he noticed that the place where the two had stood was now deserted. Chapter 24. Youth is truly wonderful. Is it him? Outside the school gate, Situ Feng caught sight of the face that ignited his ire, feeling compelled to confront him. Yet, he felt a hand grasp his arm. Turning to see his father, the fire in his heart diminished by half. "Father, why are you stopping me?" Situ Feng inquired, perplexed. Given his father's temperament, he would typically permit him to reclaim his dignity after learning of the incident. "Return home," Situ Chiu said coldly. "All you need to do is prepare for the beastmaster entrance exam. Do not concern yourself with other matters for now." Observing his son, Situ Chiu's heart weighed heavy with sighs. Despite investing significant resources in Situ Feng, he still could not keep pace with the prodigies of the first high. As a father, his greatest wish was for Situ Feng to be admitted to a prestigious beastmaster academy. However, with Situ Feng's current abilities, he was still lacking. That boy named Lin, who knew what methods he employed, such tricks would be of no use in the beastmaster entrance exam, Situ Chiu remarked, watching the young man walking down the road. Even if Situ Feng's talent was not exceptional, he could easily surpass his peers at the second high. "In a few days, accompany me to the first high for the oath-taking ceremony. I want you to broaden your horizons." Hearing his father's words, the pent-up anger within Situ Feng dissipated entirely. He was acutely aware that even within the Situ family, he was not considered among the elite among his peers. Were it not for his father, he might have already lost his position as the young master. Understood, Situ Feng nodded, somewhat absent-minded. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. "Lin Qingchen, I shall spare you for now. Strive diligently to excel in the beastmaster entrance exam. The future Situ family will need you to inherit it." Situ Chiu sighed softly. Originally, he had procured this batch of beastmaster bracelets to pave the way for his son. This technology would undoubtedly captivate the entire realm of Daxia. The Situ family needed to seize the initiative. Alas, why is there such a disparity in treatment among people? Bai Li Hongfeng lamented, his face bruised and battered as he gazed skyward. "Stop wailing. Apply some ointment," Director Xiao said flatly. "All right," Bai Li Hongfeng replied, a smile breaking on his face at the mention of the ointment. Its effectiveness was remarkable. It hurts," he exclaimed. "Teacher, what level of beastmaster are you?" As he applied the ointment, he looked at Director Xiao and asked. "Guess," came the response. Bai Li Hongfeng, WW. If he could guess, Why would he ask? However, even the president of the Daxia Beastmaster Academy did not impress him as much as his own teacher. Perhaps only the most esteemed individual in Daxia could compare to his teacher. The two fell into silence once more, and with a soft sigh, Bai Li Hongfeng continued to apply the ointment to his face. After a moment, a familiar voice broke the tranquility of the courtyard. "Oh, Hongfeng, what are you doing here?" Seeing Bai Li Hongfeng in the courtyard, Lin Qingchen could not help but ask, "Could it be that there are cosmetics in this world? Is Bai Li Hongfeng going out to find a girl?" I am trying to make my face smoother," Bai Li Hongfeng stammered, putting away the ointment. "Oh, understood," Lin Qingchen replied, refraining from pressing further. "Qingchen, where do you plan to go after the Beastmaster entrance exam?" Director Xiao gazed at the young man, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. "I'm not sure, perhaps the Daxia Beastmaster Academy or the Imperial City Beastmaster Academy," Lin Qingchen replied softly. If other classmates were present, they would likely never have imagined that Lin Qingchen harbored such aspirations. Even Sidu Feng had failed to score over 600 in the mock exam, let alone the Daxia Beastmaster Academy. Even a provincial-level Beastmaster Academy in Nanjing seemed out of reach. "And you?" After a moment of hesitation, Lin Qingchen inquired. "You will find out in time," Director Xiao replied with a calm demeanor. Bai Li Hongfeng, what? He was perplexed by the exchange between the two. In his impression, Lin Qingchen was merely a second-tier Beastmaster. How could he aspire to enter the renowned Beastmaster Academy of Daxia? The admission line for that academy was nearly 700 points. In the practical portion of the Beastmaster entrance exam, one would need to score around 400 points, which requires at least being a third-tier Beastmaster, Bai Li Hongfeng reminded. "Oh, and then?" Lin Qingchen asked, puzzled. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Lin Qingchen was confident he could score full marks. With the evolution of his dual attribute companion, he could perceive information about beasts, allowing him to excel in practical assessments as well. He had also thrived in the Beastmaster battle platform, achieving 10 consecutive victories in ranked matches and reaching the gold tier. In this narrative, he encounters numerous second-tier beast tamers. Yet their combat prowess appears to pale in comparison to that of Xiaobai. Lin Qingchen possesses a certain awareness of his own strength. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, should he not be a touch more audacious? Xiaobai, in terms of practical combat, it seems that only a third-tier beast tamer would stand a chance, Bai Li Hongfeng remarked after a moment's hesitation. At this, Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement. A third tier. He mused. He was not far from achieving that. Following Xiao Bai's evolution, he had ascended to the 7th level of the second tier, and after consuming a plethora of resources, he had risen 2 levels. Now, he had reached the 9th level of the second tier. What he lacked was simply the materials necessary to break through to the 3rd tier. However, where might he procure such materials? This thought crossed his mind as he turned his gaze toward Bai Li Hongfeng. He had yet to utilize the beast coin stored on that card. Suddenly, Lin Qingchen felt his vision darken, as a delicate little hand seemed to obscure his eyes. "Qingxue, stop it." Brother Qingchen, upon hearing his words, the girl obediently lowered her hands. "By the way, Qingxue, I have decided to visit Yizhong to see you and, while I'm at it, to attend the oath-taking ceremony," Lin Qingchen said with a smile, looking at the girl. "Ah, great." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue's face blossomed with an enchanting smile, leaving Lin Qingchen momentarily spellbound. At that moment, the girl was utterly radiant. Observing the glance exchanged between the young man and woman, Bai Li Hongfeng discreetly let the ointment he had been concealing slip from his hand, quietly watching the scene unfold. Under the setting sun, the tableau before them was so fitting, so warm and beautiful. It was so lovely that even to interrupt them felt like an infringement. "Youth, how wonderful it is," thought Dean Xiao, seemingly reminiscing about times past as he closed his eyes and murmured softly. Chapter 25. In this world, there are always individuals who inspire us to look up in admiration. The following day, as he stepped outside, Lin Qingchen spotted Bai Li Hongfeng and jogged over, casually draping an arm around his neck. "Hongfeng." "Hey, Bai Li Hongfeng replied. "Could you act normally and just tell me what you want?" Noticing Lin Qingchen's unusual demeanor, Bai Li Hongfeng expressed a hint of disdain. "That card, lend it to me," Lin Qingchen stated, no longer concealing his intentions. Bai Li Hongfeng, taken aback, recalled that he had only just returned the card, which had momentarily moved him. "Really? Fine, fine," he replied with resignation, retrieving the black card and handing it back to Lin Qingchen. "Qingxue, Jr." As they walked towards the school, Lin Qingxue once again heard that irksome voice. Turning to face the source, she wore an expression of icy indifference. "Senior, I'm quite busy. Please do not disturb me," she said coldly, halting her steps. Upon seeing the girl's countenance, Yu Haoshuan could not help but swallow hard, his face adorned with a gentle smile, unfazed by her demeanor. "Junior, I wonder if you might be interested in joining me to speak at the oath-taking ceremony?" Yu Haoshuan inquired. He and Lin Qingxue seemed like a match made in heaven. How could he, Yu Haoshuan, ever be worthy of such a serendipitous connection with a girl like Lin Qingchen? Even if she was currently indifferent to him, it mattered not. Once she grasped the significance of the phrase Daxia Beast Tamer Academy, she would surely come around. After all, would it not be easy to win her over then? Initially, Lin Qingchen had no desire to entertain this senior who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, but upon hearing mention of the oath-taking ceremony, her expression softened slightly. Speaking at the ceremony? That sounded rather appealing, especially since it would allow her to see Brother Qingchen. With this thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. All right, the girl nodded. Feeling the slight thaw in her tone, Yu Haoshuan's heart raced with excitement. Such a girl, though aloof, could be won over if only one could penetrate her heart. Rest assured, Junior, this matter is in my capable hands, Yu Haoshuan declared confidently, patting his chest. Many prominent figures from Donglin City will be in attendance, which will undoubtedly benefit your future. He continued to prattle on, aware of the allure that the notion of future held for students facing the upcoming Beast Tamer entrance examination. Lin Qingchen nodded slightly in response. The future, she mused, could not merely be determined by a few prominent figures from Donglin City. Brother Qingchen was equally significant. Over the past few days, having been utterly defeated by Lin Qingchen, Ji Wu had refrained from bothering him and had instead kept a considerable distance. Now, even if Ji Wu possessed the capability to contend, he would not provoke Lin Qingchen. After all, the Beast Tamer entrance examination was merely half a month away. Days later, as Ji Wu observed the trio exiting the classroom, a mocking smirk crept across his face. With the examination looming ever closer, did they not fear that representing the second school at the oath-taking ceremony might utterly shatter their morale? A hint of amusement danced across Ji Wu's features. In his mind's eye, he could already envision Lin Qingchen being severely impacted at Yizhong, his performance in the entrance exam suffering as a result. His expression one of despondency and regret. What could his methods accomplish? In the practical segment of the examination, could Lin Qingchen truly hope to launch a surprise attack? Is this Yizhong? Wang Tao lifted his head, gazing at the towering structures, his lips pursed in awe. Although all Beast Tamer schools in Donglin City were comparable, the resources available to Yizhong were simply unparalleled. He had heard that some students at Yizhong had even reached the third tier prior to the entrance examination, while he, Wang Tao, had yet to break through to the second tier. The disparity between them was akin to a chasm. Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement. He was beginning to grasp the magnitude of the girl's capabilities. To ascend to the top at Yizhong, amidst a congregation of prodigies, one must possess extraordinary talent. Do not lament, Teacher Gao addressed the trio, offering words of encouragement. The student body at Yizhong was inherently superior to that of the second school, and it was only natural that their students would excel. There must always be those whom we look up to, mustn't there? Upon hearing this, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Lin Qingchen's eyes. Before forging a pact with Xiaobai, he might have shared similar sentiments. However, in this brief span of time, so much had transpired around him. Whether it was Qingxue showcasing her prowess, the girl who had attempted to rob him, or by Li Hongfeng from the Daxia Beast Tamer Academy, their strengths had far exceeded Lin Qingchen's previous understanding. He had tirelessly pursued their shadows, and now, he had transformed beyond recognition. He wondered if those students at Yizhong possessed the qualifications to inspire his admiration. The playground of Donglin City's foremost Beast Tamer school sprawled across an expansive area, capable of accommodating thousands. Before Lin Qingchen and his friends arrived, a multitude of students had already gathered, their eyes gleaming with admiration. They had heard from their teachers that today, a genius from the Daxia Beast Tamer Academy would be imparting knowledge to them. But that is the esteemed Daxia Beastmaster Academy, a revered institution that stands shoulder to shoulder with the Imperial Capital's Academy, regarded as a sacred haven in the hearts of all aspiring beastmasters. Nearly every student believes that gaining admission to Daxia Beastmaster Academy signifies the pinnacle of one's life journey. Upon Lin Qingchen finding her designated spot, even Teacher Gao could not help but silently sigh within. The position of second high school, situated near the edge of the playground, starkly contrasted with the treatment afforded to other institutions. However, even Principal Lu Hong found it difficult to voice any objections to such an arrangement. Given that second high school's performance in recent years had been dismal, it was not just the provincial Beastmaster academies that eluded them. Even fewer students had managed to gain entrance to the local academy in Donglin City. Consequently, the treatment they received was naturally subpar. On stage, numerous unfamiliar faces presented themselves. Yet all students recognized that these individuals possessed the power to significantly influence the dynamics of Donglin City. Following the speeches delivered by the principal of First High School and the mayor, both esteemed beastmasters, the spotlight turned to their promising prodigy, Yu Haoshuan. Let us welcome, from Daxia Beastmaster Academy, Yu Haoshuan, rang the host's resounding voice. The students in the square were filled with fervor. For Yu Haoxuan was indeed a proud graduate of First High School, and they felt immense pride in their alma mater. However, Lin Qingchen's countenance darkened upon catching sight of the girl standing beside Yu Haoxuan. Chapter 26. The Oath of Sovereignty. The young woman today donned a simple blue garment. Yet it did little to conceal her extraordinary beauty. Many spirited youths from First High School, regardless of their single status, cast their gazes longingly towards the stage. Beside her, Qi Yan noticed the boy's somber expression and turned her gaze upward as well. Could that girl be Lin Qingchen's childhood sweetheart? Indeed, she was quite remarkable. In a hidden corner, a fleeting shadow of darkness crossed the girl's eyes. Teacher Gao, who is that young man on stage? Lin Qingchen inquired coolly. His name is Yu Haoxuan, the former top scholar of Donglin City, who has gained admission to Daxia Beastmaster Academy. Teacher Gao replied, momentarily taken aback. For some reason, he sensed a formidable intensity emanating from Lin Qingchen at that moment. The top scholar of Donglin City? She murmured, her expression betraying a sense of unease regarding Yu Haoxuan's apparent interest in the girl beside him. He could not allow such a person, whose intentions were clearly impure, to be near Qingxue. As Yu Haoxuan delivered an impassioned speech, many students from First High School found their spirits ignited, and even prominent figures from Donglin City nodded in approval, clearly satisfied. Indeed, he was a student of Daxia Beastmaster Academy, and his caliber was unmistakable. The principal of First High School, witnessing this scene, wore a pleased smile. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingxue had truly acquiesced to this arrangement. Yu Haoxuan seems to possess quite the charm. Someone remarked, earning unanimous agreement from the students of First High School. Although Lin Qingxue was their ideal goddess, Yu Haoxuan was undeniably impressive. The number of students from their school who could gain admission to Daxia Beastmaster Academy was minuscule. Perhaps he was indeed worthy of being paired with the goddess Qingxue. Some girls, though reluctant, could only concede in heartache. In terms of both beauty and strength, they felt inadequate compared to Lin Qingxue, and naturally, it was impossible for them to capture the heart of a man as exceptional as Yu Haoxuan. Upon overhearing the whispers among the students, Situ Feng clenched his fists, only to relax them again, casting a begrudging glance towards the stage. Indeed, Yu Haoxuan was in a league of his own. He feared that, even his father, the head of the Situ family, would grant the young man some respect upon meeting him. Moreover, this was First High School. He had no standing to voice his opinions. Among the students of First High School, some directed sympathetic glances towards a row at the edge of the playground. I heard that the goddess Qingxue has a childhood sweetheart studying at Donglin's second Beastmaster School. A voice, unfiltered, echoed, causing Wang Tao's expression to shift slightly, his gaze turning worryingly towards Lin Qingchen. Hearing such remarks, even if Chun Gu maintained his usual indifference, he could hardly ignore it. What would he do upon witnessing this? Perhaps he would graciously step aside and kneel, begging Senior Yu Haoxuan for assistance? A mocking voice chimed in. In their eyes, it was entirely normal for Lin Qingchen to feel this way. After all, how could an ordinary student from second high school possibly compare to the excellence of Yu Haoxuan? Step aside. Does he even deserve that? Lin Qingchen scoffed, a mocking smile gracing her lips. It seemed she had never fully expressed her feelings, taking for granted the kindness the girl had shown her. Even though she had grown up alongside Lin Qingxue, it appeared no one acknowledged their bond. But did they require that acknowledgement? The answer was a resounding no. Why should their affairs concern outsiders? With these thoughts in mind, Lin Qingchen slowly rose and made her way toward the edge of the stage. Seeing this, Wang Tao reached out, attempting to stop Lin Qingchen. This is First High School. But Teacher Gao extended a hand, blocking Wang Tao. Let her go, he said softly. If Lin Qingchen endures this humiliation and allows it to pass, she may regret it deeply in the future, just as I once did. At that moment, the playground was already alive with excitement, and no one noticed the young man approaching the center from the edge. Soon after, the speech concluded, and Yu Haoxuan gestured for Lin Qingxue to descend from the stage first. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Many young girls gazing at the young man on stage with infatuation. Why was Yu Haoxuan so exceptional, powerful, and yet so polite? As the cheers from the audience reached his ears, a smile spread across Yu Haoxuan's face. This was the effect he had sought. Prominent figures from Donglin City also shifted their gazes between the two, nodding in satisfaction. In their eyes, the young man and young woman before them were indeed a fitting pair. In the future, should they require endorsements for their products, they could certainly negotiate with these two. However, Yu Haoxuan's smile soon vanished. After Lin Qingxue stepped off the stage, she spotted a handsome face and could not help but brighten at the sight. Before she could utter a word, she was enveloped in an embrace. Feeling that familiar scent, a blush crept onto Lin Qingxue's cheeks, yet she did not resist. The boy holding her seemed to be asserting his claim. She rather enjoyed this sensation. Yet, the onlookers above and below were far from as composed. Yu Haoxuan's expression darkened, nearly dripping with frustration. In his presence, Lin Qingchen had granted him no opportunity, yet before this ordinary boy, she had. Such disparate treatment left him feeling distinctly displeased. Several influential figures from Donglin City also expressed subtle discontent. What kind of conduct was this in such a public setting? Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing their concerns, deeming it more appropriate for the principal of First High School to handle the matter. As for the students below, once they regained their composure, they glared at Lin Qingchen with expressions of indignation. Who is this audacious individual, daring to tarnish the sanctity of their goddess? Situ Feng gazed at his former rival with a look of complexity. In that moment, he refrained from criticizing Lin Qingchen's actions as foolish. Instead, he let out a soft sigh. Would he have possessed such courage? Perhaps not. Beside him, Teacher Gao offered a wry smile. This was indeed a bold move, and the aftermath would prove to be quite troublesome. The embrace between the two, though fleeting, felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Lin Qingchen was acutely aware of the envious and hostile glare surrounding him, yet he remained unperturbed. Brother Qingchen, can we hug again when we return? The girl murmured. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Qingchen was jolted back to reality, clearing his throat. I apologize, he said, scratching his head with an expression of regret. Why apologize? Lin Qingchen replied with a smile. Her exquisite beauty stirred something within Lin Qingchen once more. Qingchen he is? The principal of No. 1 High School suppressed his discontent, narrowing his eyes slightly as he inquired with a smile. Isn't this relationship quite evident? Before Lin Qingchen could respond, Lin Qingchen encircled her slender waist again, resting his head against her shoulder. The intoxicating sensation returned. Lin Qingchen cast a cold glance at the principal on stage. He had witnessed the latter's earlier satisfaction. Was such casual matchmaking truly acceptable? Especially when it came to Qingchen. Principal, my apologies, Lin Qingchen said. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. No worries, the principal replied with a cheerful demeanor, though his gaze remained fixed on Lin Qingchen. This young man would not be forgotten. Chapter 27, Punishment. May I be released now? Yu Haoxuan said coldly. What gives this fellow the right to obtain what he desires so effortlessly? He felt a pang of resentment. After all, he was a prodigy from the great Xia Beastmaster Academy. What could Lin Qingchen possibly compare to him? The students below watched in stunned silence as the scene unfolded. They had anticipated witnessing the goddess Qingchen summon her beast and teach this boy a lesson, yet, could he truly be Lin Qingchen? One student murmured. Eyes glazed over. As devoted fans of Lin Qingchen, they had naturally uncovered the name of her childhood friend. To their astonishment, a mere student from No. 2 dared to act in such a manner. But had he considered the consequences? Qingchen, let us depart, Lin Qingchen whispered in the girl's ear. Instantly, her face flushed even deeper. Came a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz from Lin Qingchen's lips, though excitement fluttered within her heart. She felt a twinge of shyness at Brother Qingchen's actions. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two walked steadily off the playground and out of No. 1 High School. That person just now, was he a student from number 2? The principal of number 1 remarked with a smile, glancing towards the ranks of number 2. Principal Wu, I apologize for this incident. I will ensure stricter discipline upon our return, Teacher Gao said, slowly rising and offering a respectful bow to the individual on stage. Principal Wu Wei of number 1 High School was a 6th-tier beastmaster, possessing strength far superior to that of the principal of number 2. In all of Donglin City, apart from the mayor, there was likely no one who could rival him. Such was the foundation of number 1 High School. As he spoke, Teacher Gao led Wang Tao and the others away. Observing this, Wu Wei's expression darkened slightly. Did even a teacher from number 2 show him such disrespect? Humph. I shall remember today's events. Haoxuan, let us continue the rally. Do not allow these trivial matters to delay us. Wu Wei turned and said with a smile. Yes. Though resentment brewed within Yu Haoxuan, he could only stifle it for the time being. Chenggu, that was incredible. Wang Tao exclaimed, slapping Lin Qingchen on the back. What you did just now was downright impressive. Greetings, sister, he said, turning to the girl beside him, his playful demeanor momentarily subdued. This comment caused Lin Qingchen's already flushed cheeks to redden even further. You, my friend, are far too reckless, Teacher Gao murmured. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen wore a look of confusion. Teacher Gao, you're not blaming him? Who isn't he been young? Everything we strive for now is simply to avoid future regrets. Teacher Gao patted Lin Qingchen on the shoulder, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. If only he had possessed the same courage as Lin Qingchen back in the day, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Moreover, such a beautiful girlfriend must indeed be cherished. After a moment, Teacher Gao smiled. Watching Teacher Gao's retreating figure, Lin Qingchen pondered. This Teacher Gao had a story to tell. What are you laughing at? He feigned anger at Lin Qingchen, who was stifling a giggle. Nothing. Lin Qingchen quickly waved her hands. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Lin Qingchen declared fiercely. Moments later, observing Lin Qingchen's departing figure, Qi Yan's gaze was as tranquil as still water. Before she followed suit, the Great Qian dynasty, with its lands bordering the Great Xia dynasty, was indeed a formidable entity. In contrast to Great Xia, the Great Qian dynasty was home to numerous beastmaster sects, where competition was exceedingly fierce. Yet, it was precisely this ruthless rivalry that allowed the Great Qian dynasty to withstand the turmoil of the beastmaster world. In a shadowy corner of the imperial capital of the Great Qian dynasty, a black-robed attendant respectfully reported, "My lord, the data from the first batch of beastmaster bracelets has been collected." Across from him stood a magnificent throne, rivaling even that of the royal palace. Reclining upon it was a young man clad in white, seemingly at ease. "That will suffice. Leave it there. I shall review it later," the young man said softly. "Yes." With that, the black-robed attendant respectfully exited, gently closing the palace doors behind him. "Fascinating. I never anticipated such beasts existing below Tier 3, an eerie voice echoed moments later, sending chills down one's spine. Within the dimly lit hall, a greenish light illuminated the surroundings, and perched upon the shoulder of the young man in white was a green phoenix. Yet, within the phoenix's eyes, there was not a flicker of emotion, as if it were merely a tool designed for battle. As night deepened, in an orphanage on the outskirts, a room blazed with light. "Brother Qingchen, please stop, it hurts." A girl's cries echoed within. Lin Qingchen looked at the boy beside her with teary eyes. "After so many hits, can we not cool off?" she implored, shaking his arm. "You do realize, don't you? That fellow his feelings for you are practically written on his face." Lin Qingchen gritted his teeth, a hint of frustration evident. I was wrong. It won't happen again," Lin Qingchen insisted, her fingers pointing to the ceiling with conviction. Lin Qingchen, youth is truly wonderful. On the roof above, Director Xiao gazed at the moonlight, listening to the commotion within, taking a sip of wine and sighing softly. "Indeed, but the noise is rather excessive." Bai Li Hongfeng's envious voice chimed in, carrying a plate of post-meal pastries. "Care for one?" Bai Li Hongfeng presented a token to his esteemed teacher, gesturing for him to partake. Director Xiao glanced at him, murmuring softly, "Go on, indulge yourself." After a brief silence, he continued, "During your time in the imperial city, did you not have a girl pursuing you? Why did you not bring her back for a visit?" Bai Li Hongfeng, taken aback, replied, "You know?" His teacher had remained in Donglin City all this time. Noticing his surprise, Director Xiao cast him a sidelong glance, lifted the wine pot, and took another sip. "Oh, let us not dwell on that. Focus on your cultivation. Women will only hinder my progress." With a sigh, Bai Li Hongfeng expressed his helplessness. "Director Xiao, after the Beastmaster entrance examination, you shall depart, correct?" He ventured softly. The elderly man beside him, however, remained silent. "Where will you go?" Bai Li Hongfeng turned to Director Xiao, his gaze intent. "You are still too weak," came the measured response after a moment's pause. Hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng's eyes dimmed slightly. If that were the case, he resolved to strive for strength. Once he possessed the power to comprehend all matters, surely his teacher would reveal everything to him. Chapter 28. The arrival of the Beastmaster entrance examination. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Qingchen continued her preparations for the Beastmaster entrance examination at second high school. During this time, Xiaobai worked diligently, attaining third-tier strength, while Lin Qingchen successfully ascended to the rank of third-tier Beastmaster. The previous oath-taking ceremony at first high school was no longer mentioned, as all students focused on preparing for the entrance examination. As the principal of first high school, Wu Wei would certainly not make things difficult for Lin Qingchen. After all, she represented the hope of their institution. Even though she had embarrassed the school on the day of the oath-taking ceremony, he bore no ill will. Meanwhile, Yu Haoxuan had remained quiet since that day, immersing himself in seclusion to prepare for his own advancement to 5th tier. June 7th arrived, an ordinary day. Yet both commoners and merchants alike felt a swell of anticipation, for today marked the Beastmaster entrance examination. Although the day solely involved cultural examinations, the weight of the 300 points was critical for those aspiring to enter key provincial institutions. A score of at least 220 points was essential for a chance at success. As the largest academy in Donglin City, First High School naturally served as the examination center for the entire region. Outside, a middle-aged man chuckled, "Old Lu, does your esteemed school have confidence in this Beastmaster entrance examination?" The speaker was none other than Wu Wei, the principal of First High School. "Indeed, we do. Though it cannot be compared to First High," Lu Hong replied with a wistful sigh. He envied the student body of First High School. Although Second High was home to the heir of the Sidhu family, no one else seemed capable of bearing significant responsibility. "I hear your school has a student named Lin Qingchen?" Wu Wei inquired, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Oh, him? Why do you ask?" A familiar visage flashed through Lu Hong's mind before he chuckled. He's merely an ordinary person, reportedly without a contracted beast. Yet some classmates claim he is bonded with a giant python. I am unsure of the truth. Lu Hong had not paid much attention to Lin Qingchen or the other students in the ordinary classes. To him, these students would struggle to enter even a standard beastmaster academy. Rather than waste energy, it was more prudent to focus on nurturing the class led by Sidu Feng. Upon hearing this, a trace of derision flickered in Wu Wei's eyes. He had expected the one bold enough to confront him publicly to be a genius, only to discover they were a mere waste of potential. Very well, after the entrance examination concludes, I have my methods to make an ordinary life unbearable for him. Today, do not feel anxious. Simply perform at your usual level. Teacher Gao advised the students before they entered the examination hall. In past years, many capable students had faltered under the pressure of the Beastmaster entrance examination due to psychological factors. Yes, the students responded in unison, their eyes alight with fervor as they had long prepared for this day. Teachers and students from other regions shared this sentiment. However, compared to those who performed better in cultural subjects, today's examination, which focused on theoretical knowledge, posed less of a challenge. Go for it, Chenggu. Wang Tao encouraged Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingchen thought to himself, why be anxious? My simulated test scores have consistently hovered around 280 or 90. It was Wang Tao who needed to rally himself. You too, Lin Qingchen replied softly. As he spoke, he noticed a pair of large eyes fixed on him. Oh, what's with her? Let us work hard together. Lin Qingchen managed a smile. Hearing this, Qian finally shifted her gaze away. Relieved, Lin Qingchen proceeded to his classroom, clutching his examination admission ticket. The classrooms at First High School were several times larger than those at Second High, with each accommodating only 30 students, allowing ample space between them. In the center of the classroom stood an iron cage housing a captured beast, flanked by 2 beast masters who summoned their beasts as well. Cheating was virtually impossible. In the Great Xia dynasty, penalties for cheating were exceedingly severe, with tales of students being killed by beasts for such offenses. As the examination bell rang, many students inhaled deeply and began answering questions, Lin Qingchen among them. He turned his attention to the first question on the exam paper. What are the classifications of beast quality? Lin Qingchen's thoughts raced. Wait, is this the actual exam question? I thought it was a self-written topic. He then glanced at the second question. What are the tiers of beast masters? Well, I suppose it's understandable for the entrance examination to start with 2 straightforward questions. These were topics that anyone who had been awake during class could answer correctly. Meanwhile, some other candidates appeared flustered, scratching their heads in confusion, while others wrote with fervor, confidence shining in their eyes. Lin Qingchen then directed his gaze to the third question. What are the political advantages and disadvantages between the Great Xia dynasty and the Great Qian dynasty? Is this even related to beast knowledge? Lin Qingchen sighed inwardly before writing. The Great Xia dynasty's emperor strongly supports beastmaster academies, offering common students an opportunity and advocating fair competition, allowing even those from humble beginnings to become pillars of the nation. In contrast, the Great Qian dynasty emphasizes results and practices a divided governance. In the Great Qian, the center of power lies not with the dynasty but with the sects. As the examination progressed fervently, Lin Qingchen maintained a steady pace in answering the questions. As time elapsed, he focused on the final question. Please elaborate on the levels, qualities, and attributes of beasts within the classroom. Seeing this last major question, Lin Qingchen's lips curled into a smile. This question seemed tailor-made for him. At this moment, he finally comprehended the purpose of the beast confined in the center of the classroom. Even those esteemed theorists, amidst the examination, could only rely on their keen eyesight to observe the creature's breath, teeth, fur, and other characteristics to infer its rank and quality. Perhaps their accuracy was remarkably high, but it would never reach 100%. In other words, this extensive question was designed to unveil those prodigies endowed with the talent of theorists. Lin Qingchen cast his gaze toward the beast at the center of the classroom, an irrepressible smile gracing his features. Beast name: Spirit Fish. Rank: Tier 2, Level 3. Quality: Green. Attribute: Water. Status: Normal. Weaknesses: Fire, Lightning, Wood. Evolution path: 99 routes. Chapter 29. Copying homework. Copying homework. Is it not simply a matter of having hands? Gazing at the familiar panel, Lin Qingchen immediately set to work, transcribing everything he could. 99 routes. Was that not sufficient for him? Moreover, this was the examination site for the beast examination. No one would suspect him of cheating regardless of the circumstances. After all, formidable beasts lurked nearby, watching intently. To cheat here would be akin to courting death. With a flurry of motion, Lin Qingchen completed the final question at an astonishing speed, leaving even the invigilators momentarily dumbfounded as they observed him. In all their years of supervising examinations, they had never witnessed such a display of speed. Even those renowned as prodigies among beast masters could hardly compare. Done. Lin Qingchen closed his pen, letting out a soft sigh. Ah, the loneliness of invincibility. Even for the additional questions, he had pinned 3 distinct evolution strategies. Had the space permitted, he would have surely detailed all 99 methods today. After completing his work, Lin Qingchen rose slowly, gently returning his chair to its original position before exiting the examination hall. He left behind a bewildered invigilator and a multitude of fellow students engrossed in their cultural exam. Hadn't he only half the examination time elapsed? This young man had submitted his paper already? How could this be? One student who recognized Lin Qingchen sneered inwardly. This fellow, did he truly believe himself worthy of associating with the goddess of Qinxue? Perhaps he could no longer endure the pressure and had simply left. However, the student sitting behind Lin Qingchen, upon glancing up, suddenly found his pupils constricting. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, for the paper before him was nothing short of flawless, adorned with meticulously crafted lines of elegant script. A voice, rich with caution, echoed as the invigilator approached, covering Lin Qingchen's answer sheet with a blank sheet of paper. Observing this, the student behind Lin Qingchen hastily lowered his head to continue answering questions. Excuse me, may I ask why you finished so quickly? As Lin Qingchen stepped outside the school gates, a staff member approached him with inquiries. In this world, the annual beast examination was of paramount importance. Naturally, every cohort of candidates garnered significant attention. Having completed it, why linger? What is there to do? Lin Qingchen replied. Was there any question you found particularly challenging? The staff member pressed on. None. This paper left me somewhat disappointed, Lin Qingchen responded, shaking his head slowly. Why is that? Was the paper too difficult? Hearing this, Lin Qingchen merely shook his head again, choosing not to elaborate. Aside from a few questions concerning beast knowledge that posed some difficulty, the other questions were akin to gifts. At least, this was how Lin Qingchen perceived it. However, even the beast-related knowledge remained relatively manageable for him. Especially the final question of great complexity. For him now, it presented little challenge. It suffices to have hands. Well, it seems this student harbors some unspoken concerns. The staff member, sensing the situation, chose not to press further. Students from your esteemed school tend to finish quite early. Observing the figure that irked him, Wu Wei smiled at Lu Hong, the disdain in his words unmistakable. Having only half the time pass, how well could he have performed? I doubt he even managed a 3-digit score. In response, Lu Hong's expression shifted slightly before he offered a smile. Yet, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. This Lin Qingchen, even if he were to struggle, should at least have remained seated for the duration. Exiting so early only invited ridicule from others. Recalling the words of teacher Gao defending Lin Qingchen, Lu Hong couldn't help but snort inwardly. What merit was there to protect such a student? Only those exceptional like Sidu Feng deserved such treatment. Did Lin Qingchen measure up? After the beast examination, I could teach a lesson to such an ordinary student on behalf of Principal Lu. Wouldn't that be acceptable? Wu Wei's gaze shifted, a smile gracing his lips. He was not one to harbor petty grudges. At most, he would impart a mild reprimand. After all, Lin Qingchen had dared to slight his dignity, and he ought to be prepared to face the consequences. Naturally, Lu Hong hesitated for a moment before speaking. In his view, offending Wu Wei over an ordinary student was not worth the trouble. How did the comprehensive science exam go? Teacher Gao, upon seeing Lin Qingchen, sensed the youthful confidence radiating from him and inquired. Regardless of future achievements, Teacher Gao hoped for his students to fare well. Even if they did not secure admission to a Beast Academy, scoring well in the Beast examination was still beneficial. Fortunately, the questions this time were within my expertise. Lin Qingchen replied softly. Especially the final question. It suffices to have hands. Lin Qingchen mused inwardly. Feeling confident is good, but did you perhaps finish a bit too early? Observing Lin Qingchen's modest demeanor, Teacher Gao asked. He had always held a favorable opinion of Lin Qingchen in his heart, humble and sensible. If his practical performance proved exceptional, perhaps he could even gain admission to the Southern River Beast Academy. As for the prestigious Daxia Beast Academy, he dared not dream of such heights. For decades, only Yu Haoshuan has emerged from Donglan City. One must allow other students some opportunities. Scoring a perfect score would surely be too demoralizing. Lin Qingchen shrugged. Teacher Gao, very well, let us consider those previous words as unspoken. Since your comprehensive science exam went well, prepare for the practical aspects early. Tomorrow is the day that determines fate, Teacher Gao encouraged, patting Lin Qingchen on the shoulder. In response, Lin Qingchen merely shrugged, non-committal. As of now, regardless of other factors, gaining admission to a Beast University posed no challenge. Yet, for Lin Qingchen, that was still insufficient. He wished to share the experience of life in the Beast Academy with that girl. 3 weeks had passed. Today, it was time for the little white creature to unveil its brilliance. Teacher Gao, I shall take my leave now, Lin Qingchen announced. with ample time remaining. He intended to practice a bit. Go ahead. Teacher Gao replied with a smile. How could one not be fond of a child like Lin Qingchen, who is both sensible and humble, though perhaps not excessively so? Moreover, it has been quite some time since he encountered such a diligent child. As he made his way home, a fleeting flash of pale violet light appeared, and the little white creature, previously absorbed into the spatial realm due to the beastmaster entrance examination, re-emerged at the cuff of Lin Qingchen's sleeve. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to summon the little white creature. Chapter 30. Gifted Abilities? Oh, back so soon. Bai Li Hongfeng remarked with a smile upon seeing the familiar figure at the door. I finished what I needed to do, so I returned, Lin Qingchen replied nonchalantly. That's good. Now take some time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's practicals, Bai Li Hongfeng advised. But it's only been half a day. How can I prepare? Lin Qingchen inquired playfully, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Although he was unaware of Bai Li Hongfeng's rank as a beastmaster, he certainly sensed that the latter's strength was formidable. At least, that was the impression Bai Li Hongfeng left on Lin Qingchen. In his presence, Lin Qingchen felt free to unleash his abilities without restraint. Hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng shot Lin Qingchen an annoyed look. He had no intention of engaging. So, how do you plan to practice? He asked, surveying the surroundings. They were in the courtyard of the orphanage, which, while not as vast as an arena, was ample enough for their needs. Summon your beast, Lin Qingchen urged, fixing his gaze on Bai Li Hongfeng. Lin Qingchen did not believe that the practical exam would pit him against a beastmaster as formidable as Bai Li Hongfeng. Better not, Bai Li Hongfeng replied slowly, shaking his head. If he were to summon his beast, the overwhelming aura would inevitably draw the attention of the mayor of Donglin City and the principal of the Beastmaster Academy, leading to considerable trouble. Lin Qingchen mused. Now that I am a third-tier Beastmaster, am I not even qualified to have you summon your beast? Is the gap so vast? Even without summoning beasts, Lin Qingchen was confident that a Beastmaster of the fourth tier or below could not harm him. Bai Li Hongfeng chuckled. It's not arrogance, it's simply the truth. Moreover, Bai Li Hongfeng had to be cautious not to injure Lin Qingchen, who needed to prepare for the practical exam the next day. Very well, Lin Qingchen said, throwing up his hands in resignation. But don't blame me for taking advantage. Be careful, Hongfeng, he added. As he spoke, Lin Qingchen's right hand lifted slightly, and a flash of purple light surged forth, racing toward Bai Li Hongfeng. This move was called 100,000 volts. Bai Li Hongfeng's expression shifted to one of surprise. This sounds formidable, but it seems rather ordinary, he remarked. With a soft sigh, Bai Li Hongfeng summoned forth vivid crimson flames, reminiscent of their first encounter. As anticipated, a smirk crept onto Lin Qingchen's lips. He had suspected as much. However, did Bai Li Hongfeng truly think this technique would prove effective against him? Even though the spiritual technique Bai Li Hongfeng employed was exceptional, at its core, it was merely the manipulation of his own fire attributes. Therefore, as long as a thought flashed through Lin Qingchen's mind, and Little White immediately understood, opening its mouth to unleash a surge of azure light in response. Wind attributes? Bai Li Hongfeng observed with a sigh. The elemental counter had indeed been elucidated for Lin Qingchen. However, it was worth noting that when fire reached a certain intensity, it could not simply be extinguished by wind. Furthermore, wind was generally regarded as the weakest offensive attribute. A low growl escaped Bai Li Hongfeng's lips, and in an instant, he dispelled the gust of wind. He then grasped the lightning bolt and shattered it effortlessly. The familiarity of the situation was palpable. Even though Lin Qingchen had ascended to the rank of a third-tier beastmaster, the dynamics remained unchanged. Soundwave attack? Lin Qingchen pondered. What manner of beast was Bai Li Hongfeng's? Typically, beastmasters tended to select auxiliary techniques or those that complemented the attributes of their beasts. Yet, the recent soundwave attack was undeniably beyond Lin Qingchen's conventional understanding. This technique, categorized as a mental-type auxiliary skill, was decidedly niche. Observing Lin Qingchen's bewilderment, Bai Li Hongfeng explained, your exposure to beastmaster knowledge remains quite limited. In due time, the instructors at the academy will elucidate these matters further. Once you enroll in the Beastmaster Academy, you will naturally come to understand. Feel free to showcase any other techniques you possess. Once you finish, make sure to rest early and prepare for tomorrow's examination. Bai Li Hongfeng gently encouraged. Upon hearing this, azure light emanated from Lin Qingchen's fingertips as he pointed forward. Suddenly, Bai Li Hongfeng, positioned opposite him, felt a weight descend upon his body, making evasion cumbersome. Oh, Bai Li Hongfeng's eyes sparkled with interest. Is this technique one you acquired at the Technique Pavilion? It appears promising, though ultimately, it is of little use against me. With a mere tremor of his body, the azure glow dissipated, seemingly having no effect whatsoever. However, the next moment, a figure appeared right before Bai Li Hongfeng. Lin Qingchen did not expect his half-hearted technique to ensnare Bai Li Hongfeng. His intention was merely to momentarily hinder him. The young boy had suddenly materialized before him, swinging a fist aimed squarely at Bai Li Hongfeng's head. Lin Qingchen was entirely confident in Bai Li Hongfeng's strength. He believed that whether the punch landed on his face or elsewhere, it would not matter in the slightest. This boy was remarkably ruthless. As Bai Li Hongfeng sensed the wind from the punch, he thought to himself. Yet, just as he prepared to dodge, his pupils suddenly constricted. The serpent-like pupils met his gaze. In Bai Li Hongfeng's extensive experience, he had encountered various beasts, including dragons. Yet none instilled the sense of danger that the little white creature before him did. In an instant, Bai Li Hongfeng felt a mysterious eye slowly open within his line of sight, revealing an ancient and solemn golden pupil. Could this be a gifted ability? As he succumbed to unconsciousness, the words gifted ability flashed through Bai Li Hongfeng's mind. But how could that be possible? Such abilities were typically possessed only by 9th-tier beastmasters. The little white creature had only just entered the 3rd tier. Thud! With a powerful punch, Bai Li Hongfeng crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Qingchen exclaimed, "Oh no, what? Is Hongfeng merely pretending?" Seeing this, Lin Qingchen approached and shook Bai Li Hongfeng, but the latter remained unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber. Lin Qingchen turned his gaze to the little white creature, who looked back with innocent eyes. "Shall we carry him back?" Lin Qingchen suggested softly. Upon hearing Lin Qingchen's words, the little white creature nodded. Thus, the duo commenced their task together. Chapter 31. Practical Assessment. The following morning, Bai Li Hongfeng awoke groggily in bed, rubbing his forehead. Ouch, that hurts a bit. What on earth happened yesterday? Bai Li Hongfeng reflected upon the events of the previous day, and suddenly his pupils quivered. How could a 3rd-tier beastmaster possess such innate abilities? It was utterly absurd. Goodness, even cheating wouldn't reach such heights. Creak. Awake? A faint voice emanated from outside, calm yet imbued with an air of authority. Upon recognizing the visitor, Bai Li Hongfeng managed a wry smile. As his disciple, it was somewhat humiliating to have lost to a 3rd-tier beastmaster, especially without even summoning a beast. Why would a 3rd-tier beast possess innate abilities? Bai Li Hongfeng couldn't help but inquire. The first time he had encountered such a phenomenon was with the beast of the Grand Summer Beast Academy's dean, but that was a 9th-tier beast, one that existed only in legends within the Grand Summer. The dean had once mentioned that with Bai Li Hongfeng's talent, he might grasp innate abilities before reaching the 9th tier, perhaps at the 7th or 8th tier. However, for a 3rd-tier beast to have comprehended innate abilities surpassed Bai Li Hongfeng's understanding. Is the existence of innate abilities truly so remarkable? The dean, Xiao, replied nonchalantly. He then placed his porridge on the table, turned, and departed after closing the door. Moments later, a bitter laugh echoed in the room. Such terrifying innate talent. Could this be what you seek, master? That level of talent was indeed beyond Bai Li Hongfeng's reach. No wonder his master deemed him inadequate. After arranging for students to assess their attributes, they were issued identifiers akin to examination permits. Subsequently, Lin Qingchen and others, under the guidance of a supervising teacher, arrived at the combat zone. However, this location was not within the first high school, after all. Accommodating the battles of so many students was beyond the capacity of a mere intermediate institution. This place, while somewhat reminiscent of the first high school, boasted larger grounds and more facilities. Welcome to the Grand Summer Beast Academy in Donglin City, participating students of the Beastmaster entrance examination. A voice resonated, capturing the attention of the multitude of students. The speaker was a distinguished middle-aged man, whose words incited a flurry of whispers among the crowd. Many well-born students recognized him, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is it truly him? Teacher Gao murmured, his tone betraying concealed shock. Indeed, Dean Zhou's power has only deepened. It leaves me feeling somewhat ashamed. Wu Wei stepped forward to greet the middle-aged man. This individual was none other than Zhou Ye, the dean of Donglin City's sole Beast Academy. Dean Wu. As we are of the same rank as Beastmasters, there is no need for embarrassment, Zhou Ye replied with a smile. Indeed. Today is the practical portion of the Beastmaster entrance examination. It is merely my duty. Naturally, Zhou Ye was exceedingly courteous to Wu Wei, the dean of the first high school, especially since many students from the first high school attended the Donglin Beast Academy each year. While these two deans conversed, Lu Hong, the principal of the second high school, along with several clan leaders from prominent families, could only listen intently. After all, these two deans were among the two of the 3 6th-tier beastmasters in Donglin City. In this world, strength equated to the highest status. After a brief while, the time for the practical examination arrived, and the supervising teachers led the students into the examination area. The exam was divided into several venues, where students of the Donglin Beast Academy regularly engaged in combat practice. Surrounding the venue seemed to be an invisible barrier, obscuring any view of the interior. Following the conclusion of the practical examination, candidate scores would be automatically uploaded, preventing any possibility of manipulation. This aspect was relatively fair. Hold on to your identifiers. You will enter sequentially, stated a supervising teacher after assigning examination areas. If you cannot endure, crush your identifier, and you will be transported out. Do not overexert yourself. Lin Qingchen remarked, how tedious. It would be better to directly log onto the Beast platform for combat and observe the rankings. At least that would be considerably more efficient, wouldn't it? Lin Qingchen eagerly anticipated the subsequent updates of the Beastmaster bracelet, for he had already reached the 3rd-tier Beastmaster level. After that day, he had attempted to log in but felt a sense of rejection, resulting in a failed login. It was quite regrettable. As the preceding students entered the examination arena, they seemed to vanish without a trace. Even the fluctuations from summoned beasts were absent. Despite the sounds of intense fighting resonating from within, nothing could be heard or seen from the outside. Moments later, a flash of light appeared, and the first student emerged. He bore some injuries and exhibited an expression of dissatisfaction, seemingly displeased with his recent performance. However, the beast used for the assessment was far too formidable for him to handle. Reluctantly, he crushed his identifier and was transported out. One after another, students entered and exited. Some emerged with radiant faces, excitement palpable and ineffable. Excelling in the Beastmaster entrance examination would undoubtedly influence their futures. Others, like the first student, had faltered, yet the outcome could not be altered. The Beastmaster entrance examination occurred only once, with no opportunity for retakes. In the Grand Summer Dynasty, there was no option for repeating a year. After a while, Lin Qingchen's name was finally called. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the examination area. For some reason, upon entering, Lin Qingchen's heart skipped a beat. This was neither anxiety nor paranoia. It was an inexplicable premonition. Nevertheless, he soon shook his head, dismissing the notion that so many would conspire against him. Moreover, he still held his identifier, which could facilitate his exit. Such concerns seemed rather superfluous. Dean Wu, is it necessary to treat a student in such a manner? Zhou Yu inquired, observing Lin Qingchen enter the examination area. Rest assured, Dean Zhou, I will only let this boy endure a bit of hardship. Would it truly lead to any fatalities? Wu Hong chuckled, a glint of dark intrigue in his eyes. Wind and thunder dual attributes. This Lin Qingchen is indeed somewhat unexpected. However, he must first survive. If fatalities were to occur, that would be even better. It could be chalked up to an unfortunate accident. In a few years, would anyone even remember the name Lin Qingchen? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu chose to remain silent. He could only hope that the young man would endure. Chapter 32, 4th-tier Beast, Lava Stone Demon. It appears that no matter where one finds themselves, the intrigue and deception are inescapable. Dean Xiao observed quietly, and after a moment, he sighed softly, stating, after all these years, it remains unchanged. Even though he once altered the very fabric of the world, it still persists. Does that guardian's protection hold any true significance? Bailey Hongfeng interjected, what now? What has transpired to elicit such a sigh from him? It seems he has done nothing wrong. Consuming a substantial meal and performing some tasks should not be an issue. Feeling the gaze of Bailey Hongfeng, Director Xiao spoke lightly. Bailey Hongfeng. What is it? Does he need me to run errands again? Can I not take a break? After a moment of contemplation, Bailey Hongfeng finally expressed his annoyance. Am I to go or not? By the way, what exactly do you need me to do? As he approached the door, he turned back and inquired. To pick someone up. Director Xiao replied. Pick someone up? At these words, Bailey Hongfeng was taken aback. Who am I picking up? Could it be that he has encountered trouble? Watching Bailey Hongfeng depart, Director Zhao's gaze darkened slightly. Is he still not cautious enough? Has he been found so soon? With this thought, Director Xiao slowly turned his head to look at the large yellow creature lying nearby. Da Huang meow meow meow. Is this the examination venue? Lin Qingchen scanned the surroundings and murmured. The area lacked the complex terrain of a forest. Instead, it resembled a prison. Such a battleground would indeed be disadvantageous for Xiaobai. Concurrently, a beam of light scanned Xiaobai's information, assessing his attributes. In the Great Xia Beastmaster entrance examination, any beast with a purple quality or above could earn additional points. Although the score might seem trivial, every point could create a significant gap. After all, every beast of purple quality is a prodigy in their own right. Compared to these exceptional beings, ordinary beast masters hold no advantage. The examination begins. Accompanied by a chilling mechanical voice, a door slowly opened before Lin Qingchen. Following her gaze, one could see hard shells resembling rocks. Clearly, this was a turtle-type beast. Beast name, Gray Rock Turtle. Level, first rank, level 4. Quality, white. Attribute, earth. Status, normal. Weakness, water, wood. Evolution path, 21 routes. It seems that the practical combat in this beast examination follows a checkpoint model, Lin Qingchen mused softly. The practical assessment is divided into 9 checkpoints. with increasing difficulty. And the scores likely accumulate with the number of checkpoints passed. There are two ways to pass. Either defeat the guarding beast directly or withstand for 20 minutes. Though 20 minutes may seem brief, it is not easy to endure unless neither side can gain the upper hand. First rank, level 5. Seeing the gray rock turtle's level, a smile curved Lin Qingchen's lips. Had this been before Xiao Bai's evolution, perhaps they would have faltered at the first or second checkpoint. However, now, she possessed ample confidence. Moments later, perspiration dripped from Lin Qingchen's forehead, and even Xiao Bai appeared somewhat fatigued, not in the best condition. After overcoming a third-rank beast, they had reached the 8th checkpoint. Yet, along the way, Lin Qingchen encountered only Earth-type beasts. How could this be? Prior to the examination, Teacher Gao had informed them that the attributes of the beasts faced in practical assessments were random. This meant it was entirely normal to encounter beasts that either countered or were countered by one's own. Realizing this, Lin Qingchen's pupils constricted slightly. Could it be that there was some underhanded manipulation in her practical assessment? If so, today would certainly bring trouble. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a beast, resembling granite, appeared before Lin Qingchen. Vines, lush and verdant, coiled around this creature. Beast name, Stonewood Demon. Level, 3rd rank, level 5. Quality, blue. Attribute, wood earth. Status, normal. Weakness. Evolution path, 18 routes. Damn, this truly is a dual attribute beast. The East Lin Beast Academy is indeed affluent. According to Teacher Gao, over the years, students aspiring to enter the Great Xia Beast Academy must at least pass the 8th checkpoint. Thus, she must succeed in this round. Crackling. A surge of lightning gathered in Xiao Bai's mouth. However, Lin Qingchen harbored little hope for this. Against a lower-level Earth-type beast, Xiao Bai's lightning would have little effect. As for the wind attribute, its attack power was inherently weak, serving only as a means of attrition, attempting to drag out the 20 minutes. The bolt of lightning sped towards the Stonewood Demon, but the latter's rock-enveloped eyes flickered with disdain. Boom! The Stonewood Demon merely raised an arm to block the incoming onslaught. As expected, Lin Qingchen's heart sank. It was time to fight for all she was worth. Knock. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation between Director Zhou and Wu Wei, causing the latter some displeasure. Who is it? Wu Wei furrowed his brow, responding coldly. It's me, Director Wu. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wu Wei's furrowed brow relaxed, and he smiled. Ah, it's Hao Xuan. Come in. Soon. A tall figure pushed the door open. Old Zhou, let me introduce you. This is my most outstanding student from number 1 high school, Yu Hao Xuan. Currently attending the Great Xia Beast Academy, Wu Wei said, turning to Zhou Ye with a grin. I have certainly heard of the esteemed Yu. Zhou Ye's face briefly displayed a hint of envy, which he quickly masked. After all, the Great Xia Beast Academy is no small feat once Yu Hao Xuan graduates. His accomplishments will far surpass those of a mere director like him. You flatter me, Director Zhou. Yu Hao Xuan bowed slightly in response. Hao Xuan, I've dealt with that Lin Qingchen for you. Once the beast examination concludes, you can feel free to deal with Qingxue. Wu Wei patted his chest confidently. By then, you can even accompany her to the Great Xia. In his view, facing a multitude of beasts that countered Lin Qingchen's attributes, she would have no means of resistance. Moreover, even if she were stubborn, realizing the disparity in strength, she would have no opportunity to withdraw. Thus, it was highly likely that Lin Qingchen would vanish from the trial grounds of Donglin City. Upon hearing this, Yu Hao Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Dealt with her? That's good, but it's a pity that I cannot personally teach him a lesson. I wonder what her expression will be upon learning of Lin Qingchen's demise. Will she remain as aloof and indifferent as ever? Huffing and puffing, Lin Qingchen wiped the sweat from her forehead, gasping for breath. These 20 minutes had been excruciating. Whoosh! A powerful gust swept by, revealing a massive, solid figure before Lin Qingchen. Beast name, Lava Stone Demon. Level, 4th rank, level 1. Quality, purple. Attribute, earth, fire. Status, normal. Weakness. Evolution path, 3 routes. 4, the 4th tier, Beastmaster. Chapter 33. Just now, did you enjoy the fight? Lin Qingchen's pupils contracted sharply, fixating on the colossal figure before him. To his astonishment, he encountered a 4th tier beast during the practical examination for beast mastery. Moreover, it possessed both fire and earth attributes. Given this, there was no point in continuing. At least against the 4th tier beast with its formidable earth attribute defenses, Lin Qingchen found himself utterly incapable of countering. Even a desperate struggle seemed futile. Was he left with no choice but to concede? With a soft sigh, Lin Qingchen retrieved a token inscribed with his number. And after a moment of steeling himself, he crushed it. Yet, upon shattering the token, a faint crimson powder erupted forth, enveloping Lin Qingchen's form. Aside from that, there was no further reaction. Simultaneously, across from Lin Qingchen, the lava stone demon, seemingly provoked, fixed its blood-red gaze upon the young man. Roar. The sound of the roar startled Lin Qingchen, causing him to meet the creature's gaze. How dare it resort to trickery here? Lin Qingchen cursed inwardly. It was one thing to have to face difficult beasts throughout the 9 trials, but now they were tampering with the token as well. Did they seek his demise? This thought flickered through Lin Qingchen's mind, accompanied by a sardonic smile. He could easily deduce the identity of the culprit, possessing such status and strength. And having clashed with him before, it could only be that principle. What a grand ambition they have. What should he do now? Lin Qingchen took a deep breath, striving for calm. For now, he could only hope to endure for 20 minutes. However, the lava stone demon had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Whoosh. As the lava stone demon moved, it stirred up scorching gusts of wind, as if intent on roasting the boy and his serpent alive. Impossible. Witnessing the lava stone demon appear abruptly before Xiaobai, Lin Qingchen's pupils dilated in shock. This rock creature was astoundingly swift. Even Xiaobai, who possessed wind attributes, could not react in time. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as Xiaobai let out a wail, its body embedded into the hard ground beneath. Hiss. Xiaobai struggled to break free but was firmly pinned under the foot of the lava stone demon, unable to move. Xiaobai? Upon seeing this, Lin Qingchen's expression changed drastically, as azure light gathered at his fingertips, attempting to hinder the lava stone demon's movement. Yet, with a slight tremor, the lava stone demon effortlessly broke free from the binding azure light. In a moment of fury, the lava demon seized Xiaobai and flung it aside. It then slowly turned, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Qingchen. Hao Xian, how did you fare in your examinations? Zhou Ye inquired, pouring tea for the recently seated youth with a smile. For decades, only one individual from Donglin City had entered the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, and both the mayor and the deans of their respective academies regarded you, Hao Xian, as a prized possession. It was average, I suppose. My comprehensive score was around 280, and I passed the 8th trial, with a total score nearing 700. Yu Hao Xian took a sip of tea and spoke softly. At that time, his luck had been decent. Although the beast he faced in the 8th trial was of a higher tier, its attributes were within his control, allowing him to barely pass. As for the 9th trial, it was a 4th-tier beast, a challenge he would not dare attempt. Average, indeed. Hearing Yu Hao Xian's nonchalant demeanor, Zhou Ye and his companion shared a look of satisfaction. This child not only excelled academically and possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited such humility. Once the Beastmaster examinations concluded, we should foster relationships with the 3 prominent families of Donglin City. I, along with Dean Zhou, will accompany you. Wu Wei chuckled. Upon returning, he had resolved to pave the way for Yu Hao Xian. Perhaps, upon graduating from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, Yu Hao Xian would even qualify to become the governor of Jiangnan Province. Dean Wu, I heard that the 10,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce will soon auction an epic item called the Heart of Flames. Are you aware of this? Yu Hao Xian nodded, hesitating for a moment before speaking. In Great Xia, materials used for beast mastery are generally categorized into ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary. The Thunder Spirit Grass Lin Qingchen had used to evolve Xiaobai was merely a quality material among the ordinary category. Although costly, most beast masters could manage the expense. However, epic-level materials were scarce even in Donglin City. Naturally, does the Heart of Flames hold any value for you? Dean Wu asked with a smile. Indeed, Yu Hao Xian replied. If this Heart of Flames could be absorbed by his beast, it would enable him to reach the level of a 5th-tier Beastmaster, thus fulfilling the graduation requirements of the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy a year in advance. In that case, acquiring the Heart of Flames is imperative. Dean Wu chuckled in agreement. Wouldn't you say so, Dean Zhou? Of course, the materials that young Master Yu requires must be prepared. A smile also graced Zhou Ye's face. The 9th trial features a 4th-tier beast? Lin Qingchen murmured upon sensing the aura emanating from the guarding beast. She then shook her head, deciding against proceeding further. Although her Firefox was merely a 3rd-tier, level 8 beast, its quality far surpassed that of the guarding beast. The Donglin Beastmaster Academy surely wouldn't use an orange-quality beast for student examinations, would they? Even the legendary Great Xia Beastmaster Academy likely lacked such resources. While Lin Qingchen held a certain degree of confidence, she deemed it unnecessary. From her estimations, her score had already met the standards for the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, making her acceptance into any academy a non-issue. At the very least, she could accompany her brother Qingchen to the school of his choice. Meanwhile, in another examination arena, a graceful figure stood atop a fully green plant-type beast, surrounded by flickering black flames. Passing the 9th trial should suffice. A cool voice resonated as the enchanting silhouette stretched lazily. This languid appearance was a rare sight in the otherwise desolate examination hall. In another examination arena, A gray haze enveloped the area, the air thick and stifling, creating an almost searing sensation. In the center of the examination hall lay a frail figure, covered in numerous wounds, appearing quite pitiful. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his chest was slightly sunken. Before him loomed a colossal figure, its granite-covered eyes fixated on the grounded Lin Qingchen, preparing to stomp down. Under such weight, not even a beastmaster would survive. Even a massive boulder would shatter. Yet, the lava stone demon's pupils suddenly contracted, a sense of dread washing over its soul. Just now, did you enjoy the fight? Chapter 34. Can mere ants converse with the divine? Just now, did you enjoy the fight? This cool voice sent tremors through the soul of the lava stone demon, as if it had encountered an unspeakable terror. Simply hearing the voice compelled it to kneel in reverence, yearning to offer its devotion. However, how could this be possible? The pupils of the lava stone demon trembled violently. Even when confronted with the strongest being of this academy, it had never harbored such emotions. Suddenly, a crimson liquid trickled down from its forehead, and its scarlet gaze sharpened in an instant. Gradually, it turned to where it had been struck down by the white figure, kneeling on both knees, prostrating itself, too fearful to raise its head. There, a shadow clad in black floated in midair, its gaze contemptuously fixed upon the lava stone demon. The youth appeared remarkably ordinary, yet emanated an aura of sovereign authority. Even in this vacant examination hall, it was as though he were destined to stand there. Why do you not speak? The youth inquired softly, addressing the lava stone demon with a tone that belied the fear it felt. Though the words were quiet, they reverberated throughout the entire examination hall. The lava stone demon. It could not, for why would a fourth-tier beastmaster need to learn to speak? Was that not too much to ask of a demon? Roar. It protested. Enough. Can an ant converse with a deity? The youth's eyes remained cold and indifferent. You struck me with such glee. Is it unreasonable for me to retaliate? As his words fell, a cerulean light began to gather in the youth's hand. An aura that instilled dread instantly permeated the examination hall, causing even the surrounding barriers to tremble violently, as if they could scarcely withstand the pressure. At the sound of his voice, the lava stone demon instinctively nodded, then abruptly shook its head. It refused. Yet, in the next moment, a look of horror and agony filled its eyes. Within its massive form, a faint cerulean glow flickered ominously. Boom. An explosion resounded as the seemingly indestructible granite, laced with magma, erupted violently. Moments later, the youth appeared before Lin Qingchen. Alas, it is all fate, he sighed deeply, a complex expression flickering in his profound gaze. Then, with a gentle tap of his finger, a beam of azure light entered Lin Qingchen's body. The wounds on his form healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, even the collapsed chest gradually mending. What is this disturbance? Zhouyu abruptly stood, his face marked by astonishment. Just moments ago, his soul had trembled slightly, as if a great terror lurked within the Eastern Beastmaster Academy. As the principal of a prestigious school, Wu Wei also sensed this aura, his expression turning grave. If such a presence were to manifest in Donglin City, the entire city would likely be reduced to ashes. At that time, the Great Xia dynasty would face upheaval. Swish. Suddenly, numerous red alarms blared throughout the Eastern Beastmaster Academy. The students who had just completed their examinations felt a wave of tension wash over them. Had their earlier clever antics been discovered? Some students, poised to step into the examination hall, halted abruptly, fearful of affecting their practical scores. Open all examination halls immediately. A commanding voice echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What event could cause even the two principals to be alarmed? Could it be that someone truly cheated during the practical examination? Just as they prepared to unlock the examination halls, a light array began to slowly coalesce before them. Upon seeing the figure lying within the array, Wu Wei's expression darkened. After all this effort, they had not managed to awaken this boy. Quite resilient, indeed. Before them lay a slender youth on the ground, cradling a small snake adorned with azure and purple patterns, peacefully resting in his arms. Brother Qingchen. Lin Qingchen gasped, her eyes filled with concern. What has happened to Brother Qingchen? Yahaoshuan, standing nearby, felt a shadow cross his gaze. Why had Lin Qingchen not perished in the examination hall? Finding another opportunity to strike would not be so easy. Kid, what happened? Wu Wei stepped forward, wishing to awaken Lin Qingchen to inquire further. Perhaps the earlier disturbance was connected to him. After all, he was the only one who had undergone the practical assessment. Principal Wu. Brother Qingchen just endured the Beastmaster entrance examination. He may be quite fatigued. Please allow him to rest a while. Lin Qingchen quickly interjected. Hearing her words, Wu Wei's expression shifted slightly, about to explain. No. Zhouyu stepped forward, shouting. This Lin Qingchen may possess something that threatens the safety of Donglin City. The disturbing aura I sensed earlier emanated from here. No more words. I shall take him. A melodious voice resounded as a handsome youth strolled forth. Brother Hongfeng? Upon seeing him, Lin Qingchu's face lit up with surprise. With Baili Hongfeng's arrival, it seemed that nothing untoward would transpire today. Baili Hongfeng, I did not expect you to come. Seeing the youth's visage, Yahao Xuan's expression darkened. How could he not recognize the figure before him? Baili Hongfeng had been his contemporary, yet his prowess had soared as if on wings. In terms of mastering spiritual techniques and ranking in beast mastery, he far surpassed Yahao Xuan. As a prodigy of Donglin City, Yahao Xuan naturally felt a twinge of pride and had once challenged Baili Hongfeng. The outcome was, of course, defeat. Oh, it's you? A fourth-tier beastmaster is unworthy of conversing with me. Send someone else, Baili Hongfeng stated coolly. Showing no regard for Yahao Xuan as a fellow student. He had neither the desire nor the need to extend courtesy to a mere Yahao Xuan. At his words, Yahao Xuan's face flushed crimson. Yet, he found himself powerless to retaliate, as his current strength barely matched that of Baili Hongfeng from a year prior. Perhaps even less. Kid, this is Donglin City. Do not be too arrogant. With those words, Wu Wei and Zhou Yi summoned their beasts. Though they had not fought in a long while, their strength was still formidable. Instantly, the students surrounding the examination hall felt an oppressive atmosphere, struggling to breathe. The power of a sixth-tier beastmaster was sufficient to shake an entire city. And here stood two of them. Two sixth-tier beastmasters? Baili Hongfeng chuckled lightly. And so what? Just a couple of empty vessels. Taking on two was hardly a new challenge for him. Moreover, since arriving in Donglin City, he had endured enough restraint. It was time to unleash himself. Chapter 35. Grant a little face to the deity, will you? The deity had, unexpectedly, lost his way. In a remote area of the Great Xia dynasty, a rather adorable little boy walked slowly, mumbling incoherently. After detecting the general direction of that powerful aura, he had arrived here. Yet, he found himself utterly lost. Such a blow to the deity's dignity. However, in an instant, that tremor-inducing aura re-emerged. Instinctively, the boy sought to dart towards the source of the disturbance. In such a desolate locale, only that person could achieve such a feat before him. A phantom slowly materialized. You have come, sighed Director Xiao, gazing at the boy's youthful visage. The atmosphere between them was not tense, resembling that of long-lost friends reunited after years apart. Initially uncertain, the boy had resolutely decided to approach after sensing the fluctuations in the air. Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile spread across the boy's face. Old Xiao, it has been ages. I have grown taller, and my strength has multiplied. I am invincible. Director Xiao inquired, what brings you here? Naturally, I have come to retrieve him. The boy replied. However, before he could finish, Director Xiao interjected firmly, impossible, absolutely not. Since my master has awakened, why not allow me to bring him back? The boy displayed a look of confusion. To him, it was only natural that, with the awakening of that esteemed individual, he should return to the most resource-rich place to restore his powers as swiftly as possible. You do not understand. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Director Xiao sighed at this remark. If Lin Qingchen wished to compare himself to, or even surpass, others, he must traverse a path fraught with perilous challenges. While nurturing growth is desirable, it is not always the best course of action. You do not comprehend the intricacies of humanity. If you wish to teach me, demonstrate whether you possess the capability. In an instant, an aura potent enough to obliterate the Great Xia dynasty surged forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble slightly. Why does this child refuse to heed counsel? Observing this, Director Xiao waved his hand, isolating their energies. Creating trouble is ill-advised, he lamented. Have you surrendered yet? He asked, watching the boy rolling on the ground in distress. If not for the fact that I am merely a spiritual entity, I would surely have left you searching for your teeth. The boy protested, cradling his head in a display of grievance. Moreover, 2 against 1 is rather unfair to a beast. Director Xiao, exasperated, replied, you disregard my words, leaving me with no choice but to resort to force. Hearing this, the boy cast a pitiful glance at De Huang. As a fellow beast, how can you side with a human? Attend to your own matters and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Director Xiao retorted without the slightest hint of courtesy. Do not think that just because you were once his guardian beast, I will show you leniency. Not a chance. Old Xiao, despite my being merely a spirit, we have known each other for so many years. Must you be so unfeeling? The boy blinked his eyes, pleading. I promise I will only take a look around. I will not cause any trouble. He raised 4 fingers to the sky, declaring earnestly, just grant me a little favor, and I shall owe you a debt of gratitude. Desperate, he realized that his true form had been confined in that desolate tower for far too long, unaware of the changes in the outside world. Director Xiao scrutinized the boy, his gaze unwavering, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. Even De Huang seemed to flinch slightly. Who would believe such claims? The very boy who had just threatened to fight was now pretending innocence. Having spent so much time together, why this pretense now? Noticing the expressions of both the boy and the dog, the boy's adorable face turned slightly awkward. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from him, and moments later, his aura appeared to diminish significantly, weaker than before. This cannot be sustained any longer. This is the weakest I can manage, he grumbled, his expression one of frustration. If I must assign blame, let it be that I am simply too powerful, he sighed. Now can I pass? He asked, hands on his hips. Gazing up at Director Xiao. Fine, fine, Director Xiao sighed, revealing a hint of resignation. What could he do when faced with a boy in such a state? He had no choice but to grant him passage. I love you dearly, old Xiao, the boy exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Do not follow me. Director Xiao said lightly. Rest assured, I will not, the boy assured him. At the East Lin Beast Tamer Academy, beside Bai Li Hongfeng stood a beast entirely crimson, seemingly ablaze. Its breath scorched the air around it, while beneath its feet lay the lifeless forms of two summoned sixth-tier beasts. The two academy directors opposite him appeared pale, clearly affected by the earlier confrontation. The surrounding students looked on in shock, witnessing the formidable directors of East Lin City, renowned for their power, being so effortlessly subdued by the young man before them. Do you wish to continue? Bai Li Hongfeng asked coolly. The sixth-tier beast tamers of East Lin City were significantly weaker compared to those from the Great Xia Beast Tamer Academy. Their combat prowess was not on par. Thus, this confrontation was rather straightforward. At Bai Li Hongfeng's words, the teachers of East Lin Academy shivered, their gazes wary. If even the directors who were sixth-tier beast tamers fell to this youth, what purpose would their advance serve other than to invite disaster? Observing the changing expressions around him, Bai Li Hongfeng's lips curled into a mocking smirk. I find the East Lin Beast Tamer Academy somewhat disappointing, he stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, anger flared on the faces of the surrounding instructors, who were about to step forward when a voice halted them. Let them go, Zhouye gasped, clutching his abdomen, struggling to speak. Through their previous skirmishes, they had realized that the young man before them was not merely slightly stronger than they. Beside him, Wu Wei's expression shifted. He wished to voice something, but found his words stuck in his throat, unable to escape. He too had an inkling that they were not a match for this youth. Little did they know, Lin Qingchen had secured such a formidable ally. To act against him now would not be an easy feat. Leave? Bai Li Hongfeng raised an eyebrow slightly. After traveling so far, was he merely going to settle for Lin Qingchen? That would hardly be appropriate. Leaving is acceptable. But compensation must be rendered first, Bai Li Hongfeng stated, extending a hand. The lives of your two beasts are surely worth more than any minor compensation. His calm words caused the two directors' expressions to shift slightly. If their beasts were to perish today, it could severely impact their standing. Very well, we shall comply. Chapter 36, The Judgment. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window the next day, illuminating the entire room, a young man lay quietly on a simply adorned bed. Within Lin Qingchen's soul, a profound weariness settled in, though he bore no physical injuries. This sensation weighed heavily upon his spirit. His consciousness had slumbered for an extended period, during which he felt as though he had traversed an interminable dream. Fragments of dreams, utterly disordered, danced through Lin Qingchen's mind as he vaguely perceived a shadowy figure clad in azure, mysterious and dignified. Yet, when he endeavored to force his eyes open to discern the visage of this figure, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped his consciousness, rendering him incapable of doing so. How could participating in a beastmaster examination lead to such a state? After a while, Lin Qingchen surveyed his surroundings, momentarily taken aback by the familiar environment. In his recollection, he seemed to have encountered a fourth-tier beast, subsequently being crushed. To his astonishment, someone dared to meddle during the beastmaster examination. A cold glint flickered in Lin Qingchen's eyes at this thought. He recalled that the only individual capable of such treachery was that one with such means. Initially, he believed that the principal of his school and Yu Haoshuan would adhere to the typical antagonist narrative and suppress him. Yet, he was astounded to discover that their intentions were to see him perish within the examination. It was well known that the Great Xia dynasty held the beastmaster examination in the highest regard. Should anyone manipulate it, regardless of their identity or strength, they would be sentenced to death. Their audacity was truly remarkable. What grievances could fuel such actions? Ah, Xiaobai. Suddenly recalling the little white serpent sent flying by a lava rock demon, Lin Qingchen bolted upright, concern etched across his features. He wondered how Xiaobai fared. Hiss. Sensing Lin Qingchen's movement, the small serpent nestled in his arms stirred slightly. Lin Qingchen mused, why does it seem that Xiaobai, despite being injured, is faring better than I? It appears to be sleeping quite comfortably. Nevertheless, as long as it was unharmed, that was all that mattered. Creak. As the door swung open, a graceful figure stood at the threshold, gazing at the awakened youth on the bed, tears shimmering in her eyes. In a flash, the girl dashed forward, leaping into Lin Qingchen's embrace. "Qingchen Gij, you finally awakened." Lin Qingxue buried her head against the young man's chest, sobbing. "How long was I unconscious?" Lin Qingchen paused for a moment before inquiring. "You've been in a coma for 2 months. The admissions for the Beastmaster Academy have concluded," Lin Qingxue replied. "If you wish to enroll, you must wait until next year." Lin Qingchen exclaimed, "What? I lost everything after just one nap? What about his results?" In the Great Xia dynasty, there was no such thing as a repeat year. In previous years, many students had seen their futures dashed due to missing the Beastmaster examination. Only exceptionally talented individuals might be accepted by the academy, but for an ordinary person, it was merely a dream. "Awake?" A gentle voice floated in from outside the door. Upon closer inspection, a young man leaned against the doorframe, Li Hongfeng. "But it makes sense. You've been asleep for 2 days. It was high time for you to wake up," Li Hongfeng remarked softly. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen was taken aback. "What? 2 days? Not 2 months?" He then cast a helpless glance at the girl beside him. Whose fault is it for being so careless? Turning a simple Beast Master examination into such a predicament? Perceiving the young man's gaze, Lin Qingxue huffed softly. Lin Qingchen's expression shifted as he spoke gravely. "Someone tampered with my practical assessment." He had a hunch as to who it might be. It appeared that not only the principal of his school, but also that figure from the Donglin Beastmaster Academy stood against him. If the latter were unwilling, even Wu Wei, with all his cunning, would find it impossible to accomplish such a feat. After all, manipulating events within the Donglin Beastmaster Academy was no simple task. However, if it were the principal, it would be quite straightforward. "What?" Lin Qingxue's face reflected shock. "How is it possible? A Beastmaster manipulating the examination?" Upon hearing Lin Qingchen's words, Li Hongfeng's eyes dimmed slightly. He hadn't anticipated anyone daring to act so brazenly before him. Clearly, the lesson administered that day had not sufficed. They had not compensated him adequately. In the heart of Donglin City, within a grand hall, a gathering of roughly 12 or 13 individuals had assembled. Each beast master present exuded a formidable aura, with their beasts being no less than 5th tier. Does anyone wish to voice their opinions regarding Lin Qingchen's performance in the Beastmaster examination? A middle-aged man, seated at the head of the table, gestured for the assembled beast masters to speak. He was the mayor of Donglin City, his beast ranking even higher than that of Zhou and Wu Wei. He was undoubtedly the foremost figure in Donglin City. "I believe that Lin Qingchen's actions have had a profoundly negative impact, potentially jeopardizing the future development of Donglin City," Wu Wei stated after a moment of contemplation, a cold glimmer in his eyes as he spoke emphatically. "Though the incident has been suppressed, the standing of the authorities in the eyes of the students may have diminished somewhat. We must find a way to restore our image." Many present paused in surprise upon hearing this, their gazes shifting to Wu Wei, registering the slight astonishment on their faces. It seemed there were some long-standing grievances between Wu Wei and Lin Qingchen. "What shall we decide?" "I concur with Dean Wu's perspective." Zhou, who had remained silent until now, also spoke up. Although he bore no personal grudge against Lin Qingchen, his support for Yu Haoxuan aligned him with Wu Wei. "Indeed, I believe both deans are correct." With Zhou's endorsement, several others began to voice their agreement. The 2 leading 6th-tier beast masters of Donglin City had united under the same banner, prompting others to express their stances as well. Observing the consensus forming before him, Lu Hong's expression shifted slightly. He had been present during the incident and could hardly accept Wu Wei's one-sided narrative. However, opposing 2 6th-tier beast masters was a cost he could not bear. Neither could the second school. Chapter 37. How dare they? Since everyone feels this way, can Lin Qingchen's results be deemed void? A smile crept across Wu Wei's face at the words of the assembly. Even if Lin Qingchen's talent as a beast master rivaled that of Yu Haoxuan, what of it? A genius who fails to grow is ultimately worthless. Hearing this, the mayor of Donglin City displayed a hint of hesitation on his face. In all his years, this was the first time such a matter had arisen. As a 6th-tier beast master, Wu Wei had no need to target a mere student participating in an examination. Could it be that Lin Qingchen truly had cheated? Observing the mayor's expression, Zhou's fingers curled slightly, tapping lightly on the table as he cautioned, "Mayor, Lin Qingchen has a beast master backing him, one who disdains the rules of Donglin City." While speaking, Zhou also cast a glance at the mayor of Donglin City. Among the 3 of them, this man possessed the most formidable strength and was affiliated with the official ranks of the Great Xia dynasty. Even Li Hongfeng, hailing from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, would not dare to act so brazenly in this man's presence. Therefore, as long as the mayor consented to their proposal, obstructing that youth and dealing with Lin Qingchen would not prove difficult. Did he truly believe that Lin Qingchen could possibly be the next Yu Haoxuan? Indeed, that young man was exceedingly arrogant, even going so far as to insult our only beast taming academy in Donglin City in broad daylight, which was utterly reprehensible. Wu Wei interjected, embellishing the tale. Had it not been for his affiliation with the great Xia Beast Taming Academy, the two of us would have certainly given him a thorough beating. Naturally, he could not mention that the young man had actually bested them both in a confrontation. Otherwise, how would they preserve their dignity? Upon hearing this, the individual seated at the head of the table revealed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. The great Xia Beast Taming Academy? It had taken decades for Donglin City to produce a talent of such caliber. While this was indeed remarkable enough to warrant his attention, it was hardly deserving of reverence. Moreover, as far as he was aware, Yu Haoshuan was considered to be of mediocre standing within the Great Xia Academy. Hardly someone of note. Perhaps, should fortune favor him, he might one day find himself working alongside him. However, should luck be unkind, he might end up serving beneath him. Recently, he had hosted a formidable figure from that very institution. Although they were of the same rank, in terms of combat prowess, he was certainly no match. What was that person's name? The mayor of Donglin City inquired softly. If that young man had truly acted as they claimed, he would not hesitate to report it to the higher authorities. After all, while the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy held a prestigious position within the Great Xia dynasty, it did not imply that every beast tamer within its ranks was equally esteemed. In Donglin City, he was as powerful as a dragon coiled and a tiger lying in wait. Even if he was a student of the Great Xia Academy, it would not alter his standing. I believe it was by Li Hongfeng. Wu Wei pondered for a moment before recalling the name that lingered in his memory. After that incident, he had sought out Yu Haoshuan to learn more about this individual. They were contemporaries, yet by Li Hongfeng was deemed even more exceptional. The term exceptional scarcely sufficed to describe his talent. Monstrous genius would be more fitting. It is worth noting that to challenge a 6th-tier beast tamer and emerge victorious at such a young age is a feat that even the most esteemed figures within the Great Xia could scarcely achieve. Now, Wu Wei could only hope that the individual before them would heed their provocations and take action against Bai Li Hongfeng, ideally eliminating him altogether, thus ensuring they would face no repercussions. If they could also implicate the forces backing Bai Li Hongfeng, it would be even better. After all, it would not be them taking action. At worst, they could simply apologize later. This could serve a dual purpose, allowing them to further solidify their power alongside Zhouya and become the true rulers of Donglin City. The mayor of Donglin City exclaimed, "BB Bai Li Hongfeng? From the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy? How could this individual share the same name as the young man he had recently hosted? Moreover, it seemed that this pair of 6th-tier beast tamers had clashed with him." Observing the expressions of Wu Wei and Zhouya, the mayor could not help but wonder in his heart. Surely, they had not clashed with Bai Li Hongfeng. Rather, they had been thoroughly defeated by him. How audacious could they be to face off against Bai Li Hongfeng? And yet, they appeared to be urging him to confront Bai Li Hongfeng as well? For goodness sake, what qualifications did he, as the mayor of Donglin City, possess to do such a thing? Clearing his throat, the mayor said, "Old Wu, old Zhou, are you aware of Bai Li Hongfeng's background?" Upon hearing this, Wu Wei and Zhouya exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that Bai Li Hongfeng had some hidden background? However, it seemed there were no prominent families in the Great Xia with the surname Bai. Bai Li Hongfeng was the top beast tamer of his cohort at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy. Upon finishing this statement, the mayor cast a bland glance at Wu Wei and Zhouya, the meaning behind his gaze exceedingly clear. This piece of information had been gleaned from a few scattered words from his superiors, and it was rumored that the dean of the Great Xia Academy held Bai Li Hongfeng in high regard. Were it not for this, how could he possibly treat Bai Li Hongfeng with such deference? Even if Bai Li Hongfeng's strength eclipsed his own, would he have been so accommodating? The mayor's casual remarks stirred a tempest within the hearts of Wu Wei and Zhouya. Such an achievement could hardly be compared to that of an ordinary student like Yu Haoshuan from the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy. Even Wu Wei could not help but mentally compare the two. If it truly came to a confrontation, their so-called prodigy would likely be crushed. Yet, why would such an intimidating young man come to Lin Qingchen's aid? So, are you still planning to revoke Lin Qingchen's beast taming examination results? The mayor of Donglin City gently reminded, observing the shifting expressions of the two men. Recalling the benevolent smile of that young man sent a shiver down the mayor's spine. He was well aware of the terrifying power concealed behind that genial faade. A few days later, Lin Qingchen had nearly fully recovered. During this time, aside from teacher Gao and Wang Tao, individuals who had interacted with him came to visit, including someone who surprised him. This person was none other than Qi Yan, who had crossed paths with Lin Qingchen. Fortunately, Qing Shue was out on business, sparing them from any awkward encounters. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Qingchen shook his head. He had overthought it. Qi Yan had merely interacted with him on a few occasions. It was hardly akin to the dramatic scenarios depicted in novels or anime. Creak. Upon hearing the all-too-familiar sound of knocking at the door, Lin Qingchen turned his gaze and was met with a strikingly handsome face. "Hongfeng?" Lin Qingchen queried, puzzled. Ordinarily, Bai Li Hongfeng only visited his room when there was something of importance. However, the next moment, Bai Li Hongfeng's words left Lin Qingchen momentarily speechless. The Donglin City 10,000 Beasts Merchant Association is hosting an auction. Do you wish to attend? Chapter 38. Seizing Treasures? An auction? Forget it, I think I'll pass. Upon hearing the term, Lin Qingchen pondered for a moment before shaking his head and responding softly. At present, he had nothing to prepare. The materials needed for Xiaobai's next evolution felt far too distant. While protagonists in novels often acquire what they need at auctions, what relevance did that hold for him? Lin Qingchen, which protagonist remained so inept after reaching adulthood? Even the ancestors of the Xiao family would not be so. An auction? Not even a dog would attend. Much less Xiaobai. Xiaobai. Very well. If you choose not to go, then so be it. However, it is said that the highlight of the auction will be an epic quality, fire attribute treasure, Bai Li Hongfeng lamented. Fire attribute. Epic quality. These two phrases jolted Lin Qingchen to attention. Was this not a bit too kitsch? The 3 epic quality fire attribute treasures required for Xiaobai's evolution just happened to appear, and at a widely recognized auction no less. Initially, Lin Qingchen had contemplated exchanging credits or materials for some resources upon entering the Beast Taming Academy or acquiring them during the Academy's training sessions. After all, materials used for beast taming evolution were extraordinarily expensive in the outside world, with even rare quality materials fetching prices in the tens of millions of beast taming coins. As for epic quality materials, the situation was even more dire. In any case, Lin Qingchen currently could not afford them. Epic materials? Hongfeng, do you have the funds? Lin Qingchen cast a questioning glance at Bai Li Hongfeng and inquired. Even if he hails from the Daxia Beast Tamer Academy, it seems implausible that Bai Li Hongfeng would possess such wealth. A few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 might be reasonable, but to procure an epic material appears somewhat unrealistic. That should suffice, Bai Li Hongfeng replied with a casual shrug. In his possession were resources pilfered from 2 illustrious 6th-tier beast tamers. If it's not enough, one could always venture to a remote location and seize it, couldn't they? He remarked nonchalantly. Although the public order in the Daxia dynasty was generally commendable, incidents of homicide did occur following the conclusion of an auction. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, yet they were not non-existent. In the realm of beast tamers, strength ultimately dictated outcomes, for the regulations of the Daxia dynasty were established by the most formidable individuals, were they not? Lin Qingchen exclaimed, what a bold move. Robbing and seizing treasures? No wonder it's you. Are all the students from the Daxia Beast Tamer Academy this audacious? After the conclusion of the Beast Tamer entrance examination, most citizens of Donglin City returned to their usual routines. However, for those affluent and powerful beast tamers, certain events held significance, rivaling even the entrance examinations. One such event was the auction hosted by the 10,000 Beasts Chamber of Commerce. In Donglin City, the 10,000 Beasts Chamber of Commerce typically attracted vast crowds. And today, it was particularly bustling. Numerous factions from Donglin City had gathered here, and even some middle-class families sought to try their luck. It was said that during the last auction at the 10,000 Beasts Chamber, a red-quality beast had been purchased by a wealthy merchant from a neighboring city. Subsequently, during the Beast Tamer entrance examination, his offspring performed extraordinarily well, gaining admission to a prestigious Beast Tamer Academy and bringing honor to their family. One cannot help but acknowledge that the financial clout of the 10,000 Beasts Chamber of Commerce likely surpassed that of any other faction in Donglin City. Today's auction was held within a circular edifice that could accommodate even the multitude of distinguished guests present. In the innermost circle of the auction, Wu Wei beamed at the individual before him and remarked, Director Zhou, I didn't expect to see you here. Before him stood Zhouya, the principal of the Donglin Beast Tamer Academy, with whom he shared a cordial rapport. Yu Haoxuan followed closely behind Wu Wei, offering a slight bow to Zhouya, a gesture of humility that elicited nods of approval from several prominent figures in Donglin City. Indeed, he was the foremost figure in Donglin City for decades, truly remarkable. Today, you mustn't compete with me for the epic material, the Heart of Flame, Wu Wei teased, his eyes narrowing slightly. In Donglin City, aside from the mayor, only Zhouya possessed the strength to rival him. The 3 prominent families might contend, but none among them could claim the rank of a 6th-tier beast tamer. Naturally not. Haoxuan, should you soar to great heights in the future, do remember to lend a hand to your uncle Zhou, Zhouya replied, his gaze flickering before settling on Yu Haoxuan with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Haoxuan nodded appreciatively. Zhouya's amicable overture toward him was undoubtedly advantageous. Such a spectacle, Lin Qingchen exclaimed, overwhelmed by the throngs of people surrounding him. Among the events he had experienced, only the Beast Tamer entrance examination rivaled such a sight. Merely a small affair, Bai Li Hongfeng chuckled as he patted Lin Qingchen's shoulder. What lies ahead for you will far exceed this. You must surpass me, at the very least. As he spoke, a shadow of seriousness crossed Bailey Hongfeng's eyes. In truth, he was perplexed as to why their teacher held Lin Qingchen in such high regard. Although he found Lin's character endearing and his talent commendable, Bailey Hongfeng could not fathom why he was not privy to certain matters, nor why Lin Qingchen could be the one to possess them. However, such thoughts were fleeting, and he soon chuckled lightly. Why bother with such concerns? As long as he becomes strong enough, that is all that matters. He shall eventually surpass the most esteemed individual in the Daxia dynasty, perhaps even my teacher. At that point, he will naturally uncover all he seeks to know. Lin Qingchen, upon hearing Bailey Hongfeng's words, wore a pained expression, feeling quite helpless. Surpass Brother Hongfeng? Oh, let's just think about that for now. Moments later, a petite figure emerged at the center of the auction, capturing the attention of many and prompting hushed conversations. The host of the auction was, astonishingly, a young girl. Even the mayor of Donglin City felt a slight constriction in his pupils. He recognized her from the royal palace of the Daxia dynasty. To his surprise, this young girl had arrived here. As for Bailey Hongfeng, his gaze remained fixated on the girl, his expression betraying an inexplicable emotion, perhaps a hint of embarrassment. Noticing Bailey Hongfeng's reaction, Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Brother Hongfeng had a fondness for this type? Following Bailey Hongfeng's gaze, Lin Qingchen beheld a figure in his line of sight. Although her beauty might not surpass Lin Qingshue's and her figure did not rival Qi Yan's allure, she exuded an innocent charm, reminiscent of a neighborly little sister. In the terminology of Lin Qingchen's past life, one might refer to her as a loli. The girl standing at the center of the auction possessed twin ponytails, reminiscent of what Lin Qingchen recognized from his previous life. Twin ponytails? Bouncy and lively. Lin Qingchen murmured. Bailey Hongfeng's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing Lin Qingchen's murmur, and even his heart quivered momentarily. Why did Lin Qingchen know her name? Qingchen. A familiar voice made Lin Qingchen momentarily pause. What is it? Lin Qingchen turned his head to face Bailey Hongfeng, puzzled. How do you know she is named Xia Qingyao? Bailey Hongfeng scrutinized Lin Qingchen, his tone serious. Lin Qingchen stammered. No way. When did I ever mention that? Could it be that Brother Hongfeng misheard me? Oh my, how is that even possible? I guessed. Lin Qingchen finally spoke after a brief silence. How could he possibly know the name of the girl on stage? Moreover, why was Bailey Hongfeng reacting so intensely? It felt as if he had merely interjected, and the latter had unleashed a powerful move in response. Something was amiss. There existed a significant secret between these two. Could it be? In an instant, Lin Qingchen's mind conjured a dramatic scenario, akin to a highly rated television drama. One that would surely garner a score of 99 on Dubon. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongfeng was momentarily taken aback. You guessed? He found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, he chose not to press further, silently labeling Lin Qingchen as astute. To deduce the identity of Xia Qingyao, who stood at the center of the auction merely from such scant information, was no simple feat at the center of the auction. Xia Qingyao sensed the gathering gazes of the crowd and turned to meet one of them. Upon seeing a somewhat bashful youth, her expression shifted from surprise to a radiant smile. Bailey Hongfeng, oh Bailey Hongfeng, it is indeed remarkable that this auction could draw your attention. For some inexplicable reason, a chill crept up his spine, prompting him to gaze towards the center of the auction hall, where a young girl was smiling sweetly at him. Bailey Hongfeng exclaimed. What a perilous situation. Lin Qingchen responded, indeed. However, before Bailey Hongfeng could react further, a delicate voice resonated from the center of the auction hall, instantly igniting the atmosphere within. The first item up for bid is the Thunder Spirit Fruit, born in a canyon rich with the power of thunder. The energy contained within is extraordinarily tumultuous and can enable beast tamers below the 4th rank to break through certain levels. As Xia Qingyao's voice gradually faded, a maid approached, holding a meticulously crafted jade box. Upon opening the box, an intense and chaotic energy stirred the hearts of those beast tamers with a thunder attribute. Although Xia Qingyao did not possess the persuasive eloquence of professional auctioneers, merely presenting the item's effects in a straightforward manner was enough to drive the entire auction hall into a frenzy. This girl? She must be a representative of the Beast Merchant Association, Wu Wei murmured, observing Xia Qingyao's eloquent discourse. It was customary for such a significant auction to be conducted by the president of the association, yet unexpectedly, it was this charming young girl at the helm. Despite her youthful appearance and apparent inexperience, Wu Wei refrained from underestimating her. After all, the last individual he had looked down upon had thoroughly bested both him and Zhouya. He sensed that the girl before him was far from ordinary. After all, facing such a multitude of powerful figures without a hint of trepidation was no small feat. Even Yu Haoshuan from the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy exhibited some reserve when confronted by Zhouya or the mayor of Donglin City. Yet this young lady displayed none. Perhaps, Yu Haoshuan hesitated, It seems she possesses an unyielding demeanor. Earlier, their gazes had briefly crossed, and her eyes exuded a confidence that suggested nothing could intimidate her. Such a pity for this thunder spirit fruit. While it is indeed remarkable, it holds no value for you. Wu Wei chuckled, shifting the topic. They had come with a specific purpose today. Upon hearing this, Yu Haoshuan nodded, falling silent as his gaze remained eagerly fixed on the center of the auction hall. He was determined to acquire what he sought. The starting bid is 500,000 beast coins. Xia Qingyao surveyed the room, her eyes lingering momentarily on Bailey Hongfeng before she spoke with an air of indifference. If it weren't for that despicable heartbreaker, she would not have found herself here. However, once she captured him, it would all be worth it. Bailey Hongfeng, you cannot escape. 510,000. A third-rank beast tamer gritted his teeth and declared. That was a sum in the hundreds of thousands of beast coins, a significant amount indeed. Yet if it could elevate his beast's rank, it would be worth it. This 510,000 represented the entirety of that third-rank beast tamer's savings, and he was even burdened with some debts. However, securing the Thunder Spirit fruit to enhance his beast level would not be deemed a loss. Yet, despite his optimistic thoughts, the reality proved far more complex than he anticipated. 550,000. 580,000. Bids echoed throughout the auction hall. Lin Qingchen paid no heed to the commotion, instead directing his attention towards the Thunder Spirit fruit. Its quality appeared to be merely rare, and its selling price was likely due to its significant enhancement effects on Thunder attribute beasts. Though Lin Qingchen's own beast possessed a Thunder attribute, it was not one of the required materials for Xiaobai's evolution. He wondered if it might still yield some benefit. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted his thoughts, causing Lin Qingchen to momentarily freeze. 1,100,000. Bailey Hongfeng declared. Having sparred with Lin Qingchen, he was well aware of Xiaobai's attributes, and securing the Thunder Spirit fruit would not be a loss at all. This announcement momentarily stunned many in attendance. Xia Qingyao cast a surprised glance at Bailey Hongfeng, recalling that, as far as she remembered, his beast did not possess a Thunder attribute. Could it be that he was bidding for the benefit of the young man beside him? As for the notion of Bailey Hongfeng contracting a new beast, she found that hard to believe. Contracting two beasts simultaneously was an arduous task, for the hearts of beasts are inherently proud. The more formidable the beast, the more so. Throughout the history of Great Xia, few had achieved such a feat. In the area of the auction hall closest to the stage, some dignitaries from Donglin City turned their attention to the young man who had just spoken. He actually came? Yu Haoshuan's eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a hint of fear. Beside him, Wu Wei's gaze gleamed with menace. Did Bailey Hongfeng intend to compete with them? Wu Wei certainly did not believe that the youth at the back of the auction hall would bid on mere trifles. 1,110,000. Chapter 40. Just a little increase. 1,110,000. Wu Wei's voice rang out within the auction hall, gradually spreading to the periphery, reaching Lin Qingchen and his companion. Observing Bailey Hongfeng's expression stiffen, a faint smile appeared on Wu Wei's face. If Bailey Hongfeng wished to compete for the item, Wu Wei had no qualms about adding some trouble for him. His intent was to increment the price sufficiently to ensure Bailey Hongfeng would incur a loss. If he couldn't defeat him, he certainly wouldn't allow him to profit. After all, even if Bailey Hongfeng was regarded as the strongest among his cohort at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, favored by the dean, what of it? Wu Wei had already offended Bailey Hongfeng, and if the latter had the chance, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. It was better to deepen the enmity. Moreover, within the entire Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, there were numerous individuals whose strength could rival Bailey Hongfeng's. According to Yu Haoshuan, he knew of a senior whose prowess was not at all inferior to that of Bailey Hongfeng. Once they returned to the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, Bailey Hongfeng would be hard-pressed to juggle his affairs. How could he possibly find the time to deal with Wu Wei? With this thought, a broader smile spread across Wu Wei's face. What does it matter if he is a prodigy? In Donglin City, he still had to bow down before him. Beside Wu Wei, Yu Haoshuan also wore a subtle expression of delight. During his time at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, Bailey Hongfeng had loomed over him like a mountain, suffocating him. Now, in Donglin City, his territory, Yu Haoshuan finally reclaimed a semblance of significance. In terms of financial capacity, how could he possibly compare to Wu Wei, the principal of a first-rate academy? Upon hearing his bid being undercut, a glint of coldness flickered in Bailey Hongfeng's eyes. Underestimate him? Was he merely worth a paltry increment of 1,000 beast coins? Had he not endured enough humiliation? However, just as Bailey Hongfeng prepared to raise his bid once more, Lin Qingchen raised his right hand to halt him. Brother Hongfeng, allow me to handle this, Lin Qingchen said with a smile, adjusting his non-existent glasses with a gentle push. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. He had long anticipated such a scene, and it was astonishing to witness it unfold in reality. Following the script, was it not simple to provoke these individuals? 1,100,000 beastmaster coins. Lin Qingchen provocatively directed his gaze towards the circular area within the auction hall, softly declaring, "I shall raise the bid by merely 1 coin." A chuckle escaped Xia Qingyao's lips as she stifled her laughter upon hearing such a figure. Despite her status as a frequent attendee at auctions, even in the imperial capital, she had never witnessed anyone raise a bid in such a manner. After all, who among the participants, renowned beastmasters, would engage in such antics? Feeling the astonished gazes of those around him, Lin Qingchen absent-mindedly touched his nose. Is this illegal? Why all the fuss? Hearing his words, Wu Wei's expression shifted dramatically, anger flashing in his eyes as he glared at Lin Qingchen. Who raises a bid in such a fashion? He protested. In the presence of the city's elite, bids typically began in the 5 figures. Lin Qingchen met Wu Wei's gaze with unwavering composure, a gesture inviting him to raise his offer. With a 6th-tier beast master beside him, he felt no fear. After all, he was standing up for Hong Feng. Surely, Li Hong Feng would back him up, at least he hoped so. This audacious act only deepened Wu Wei's frustration. 120,000. He countered, raising the bid. 120,001. Lin Qingchen replied, unhurried and unfazed. 130,000. 130,001. As the price escalated, the other beast masters withdrew from the competition. No matter how high Wu Wei bid, Lin Qingchen persisted in raising it by just 1 coin. In an instant, the price of the Thunder Spirit Fruit soared. Even Xia Qingyao found herself momentarily stunned. Such a price was unfathomable, even for the high-cost market of the imperial capital. 250,000. A voice filled with irritation rang out after a brief pause, causing the city's elite to shudder, some even gasping in disbelief. 250,000 Beastmaster coins for a mere Thunder Spirit Fruit? Is this how one frivolously spends wealth? Even though Wu Wei was a 6th-tier Beastmaster and the principal of a Beastmaster Academy, such extravagance seemed excessive. However, at that moment, Wu Wei was oblivious to the opinions of the elites, nostrils flaring in indignation, his usual composed demeanor shattered. He had never endured such humiliation in all his years. Even those familiar with him were taken aback. Beside them, Yu Haoshuan wore a worried expression. 250,000 Beastmaster coins was no trifling sum. Even if he won the bid, it would impact his competitiveness for subsequent items. Realizing this, Yu Haoshuan quietly cautioned, "Do not worry, once Lin Qingchen raises the bid again, I shall concede." Wu Wei scoffed at the young man's warning. Did he truly think that an old hand like him could be easily provoked by a mere boy? Such thoughts were far too simplistic. Wu Wei intended to make Lin Qingchen regret crossing him. Offending him would come with consequences, regardless of any protective backing. At the auction's periphery, Li Hong Feng regarded Lin Qingchen with concern. The young man was in a phase of youthful exuberance, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Li Hong Feng had navigated similar challenges when he first arrived in the imperial capital and had seen far too much. While Wu Wei might not match his strength, his experience and social acumen were unparalleled. Could a recently matured Lin Qingchen contend with such a seasoned beastmaster? Nonetheless, Li Hong Feng refrained from intervening, choosing instead to let Lin Qingchen handle the situation. After all, several million Beastmaster coins were at stake, and he was not one to shy away from such expenditures. Furthermore, if he prevented Lin Qingchen from facing this challenge now, who would assist him in the future? As a Beastmaster, growth was essential. A lesson learned from this encounter could be invaluable. On the auction stage, Xia Qingyao observed Lin Qingchen with keen interest, curious to see how he would respond. Should he act foolishly, it would be beneficial for Li Hong Feng to remain close, lest he flee. In the auction hall, all eyes were fixated on Lin Qingchen, eager to discern whether he would continue to raise the bid by a single coin. They found it hard to believe that someone as seasoned as Wu Wei could be so easily flustered by a youth. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingchen exhaled softly before uttering words that ignited Wu Wei's fury. Since Director Wu is so affluent, I shall concede this Thunder Spirit Fruit to you. Lin Qingchen's nonchalant declaration plunged the auction hall into silence, with prominent figures in Donglin City casting glances at the now pale-faced Wu Wei. 250,000 Beastmaster coins for a Thunder Spirit Fruit seemed excessively unwise. More than mere sympathy, the onlookers regarded Wu Wei with glee. Being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by a youth would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on his reputation. "Son, your classmate is extraordinary," remarked the head of the Wang family, Wang Tao's father, as he turned his gaze towards Lin Qingchen. While the Wang family was not one of the 3 great clans, their influence in Donglin City was not to be underestimated. Of course, consider who his classmate is, Wang Tao boasted. Yet, he was equally surprised that Lin Qingchen had appeared in such a venue. The Wang family head, aware of his son's shortcomings, sighed. Given the family's resources, they had provided Wang Tao with higher quality beasts, yet his limited talent rendered him unable to form a contract. This had infuriated the family head in the past. If possible, cultivating a good relationship with him would benefit both you and the Wang family, he advised after a brief pause. Setting aside strength, Lin Qingchen's intellect alone suggests his future achievements will be significant. Do you need to tell me that? Wang Tao retorted, rolling his eyes at his father. Ever since middle school, he had been an admirer of Lin Qingchen, remaining loyal even when others abandoned him for lack of beastmaster talent. Brat, are you getting cheeky again? The Wang family head chided. Director, please calm down, Yu Haoshuan interjected soothingly. However, Wu Wei paid him no mind. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Qingchen, taking deep breaths before declaring, well, you have impressed me. I will remember you. Such an honor, Lin Qingchen replied, meeting Wu Wei's glare without a trace of fear. Watching this exchange, Bai Li Hongfeng experienced a surge of complex emotions. Lin Qingchen exuded an aura that belied his status as a recent graduate of the Beastmaster examination, appearing instead like a seasoned veteran of the world. It seemed he had yet to fully grasp the depth of this young man's capabilities. May you always find allies by your side, he silently wished. As Wu Wei's words faded, his gaze shifted towards Bai Li Hongfeng, who stood beside Lin Qingchen, the implicit threat hanging heavy in the air. You need not concern yourself with what follows. Bai Li Hongfeng stepped forward, his expression icy as he fixed his cold stare upon Wu Wei. One can only wonder if, when Wu Wei awakens, his belongings will still remain intact. It would be rather unfortunate should he find himself having spent money only to discover his possessions were lost. You, Bai Li Hongfeng, do not overstep your bounds. Yu Haoshuan gritted his teeth, glaring at the young man beside Lin Qingchen. During their time at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, Bai Li Hongfeng had loomed over him like an insurmountable boulder, and now, in Donglin City, it seemed nothing had changed. Bai Li Hongfeng remained as domineering as ever. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's expression flickered through various shades of anger and concern. Yet he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. Instead, an ominous glint filled his eyes as he glanced at Lin Qingchen. Could Bai Li Hongfeng truly protect him for a lifetime? One could easily meet an untimely demise at a beast-taming relic or secret realm. After all, as a sixth-tier beast tamer, Wu Wei was privy to certain truths. It was likely that after graduation, Bai Li Hongfeng would hardly have the leisure to return to Donglin City as a paragon of excellence. His responsibilities would weigh heavier than anyone else's. Xia Qingyao observed Bai Li Hongfeng with keen interest, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Following a brief interlude, the silence in the auction hall dissipated, replaced by fervent enthusiasm for the items up for bid. Each auction piece found its rightful place, and during this time, Lin Qingchen had not encountered anything that stirred her heart, thus refraining from placing a bid. Meanwhile, the head of the Wang family had procured a rare quality material for his disappointing son. After all, post the Beast Taming entrance examination, Wang Tao would also enter the academy to cultivate and enhance his abilities. After the penultimate item was purchased by a beast tamer, the crowd's eager gazes turned towards a delicate, pinkish orb presented by a maid. The mere aura radiating from it made the air in the auction hall feel heated. This item is known as the Heart of Flame, an epic quality material obtained by a sixth-tier beastmaster in a relic, Xia Qingyao softly elaborated, though she held little interest in it herself. The starting price for the Heart of Flame was set at 9 million beast taming coins. 9 million was indeed a steep price, yet the attendees showed no haste to bid, as this was merely the minimum. After all, to acquire an epic material for such a sum was nothing short of a pipe dream. Even materials of strange attributes and unclear purposes commanded prices in the tens of millions. For those present, 9 million beast taming coins was not insignificant, yet they remained eager to witness who would claim the Heart of Flame. 10 million. As Xia Qingyao's voice echoed, a beast tamer shouted hoarsely, his voice trembling. 12 million beast taming coins, he declared, realizing that this was all he could muster. However, competing for the Heart of Flame would still prove challenging. 15 million. 20 million. The bids rose in a flurry, causing the initial bidder's face to darken as he realized competing with these powerful families would be no easy feat. 30 million. Situ Chiu tapped his fingers against the chair, a grave expression clouding his features. Having already spent a substantial amount purchasing a batch of beast-taming bracelets from Principal Lu Hong, securing the Heart of Flame would pose a significant challenge. The Situ family is indeed affluent. Allow me to join the fray. A burly man laughed heartily. 35 million. His family was on par with the Situ family and had suffered no losses, so they could readily afford this sum. 36 million. Situ Chiu's expression turned icy at the challenge, and he continued to raise his bid. Observing this, the burly man's face took on a mocking demeanor. But as he prepared to place his bid, a crisp, cool voice interrupted. 40 million. The crowd turned to see a strikingly handsome figure. Wu Wei and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in surprise. Bai Li Hongfeng, it seemed, possessed considerable wealth. By Li Hongfeng, can you truly produce 40 million? Lin Qingchen nudged him with her elbow, inquiring. 40 million beast taming coins could buy an entire batch of blue-quality beasts. As for purple-quality beasts, they are nearly unattainable. One would likely have to venture to the imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty to find such. In the Great Xia dynasty, most beast tamers gradually elevated the quality of their beasts. Perhaps only those of royal lineage could contract high-quality beasts from the outset. When Yu Haoshuan unexpectedly contracted a red-quality beast, had its quality been any lower, he might have found himself studying elsewhere instead of at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy. Hence, possessing an orange-quality beast like Lin Qingchen likely made her a hot commodity among both the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy and the imperial capital. Approximately, Bai Li Hongfeng shrugged. However, should I succeed in acquiring it, I would owe that little lady quite a bit. It seemed his black card was nearly depleted. Yet, if he could secure the Heart of Flame, all would be worthwhile, as his own beast bore the fire attribute. And such epic materials would undoubtedly be beneficial for future advancements or evolutions. Given the rarity of epic materials, seizing the opportunity was imperative. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen's heart fluttered. She had not anticipated that Bai Li Hongfeng would be so generous as to allocate such a substantial sum for her to acquire an epic material. She almost wondered if it was a plot orchestrated by the system to assist her in obtaining evolution materials. 40 million? Is Bai Li Hongfeng truly this affluent? Wu Wei directed his inquiry towards Yu Haoshuan, his skepticism palpable. In his recollection, even Yu Haoshuan, having returned from the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, did not possess such wealth. In fact, he likely had less than a fraction of what Bai Li Hongfeng had just proposed. Is there such a vast disparity among the students at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy? Yu Haoshuan shook his head, equally perplexed. Even the upperclassmen he knew, possessing a few 100,000 beast taming coins, would be hard-pressed to approach such a figure. What of 40 million? Does he think that would suffice to claim it? He underestimates Donglin City, Wu Wei scoffed. However, he was well aware that he could not produce such a sum at present. Old Zhou, how much do you have on hand? Wu Wei turned to Zhouya, who was seated nearby. 20 million. Why do you ask? Zhouya replied, puzzled. Why do you want to know? He had not intended to bid on the Heart of Flame himself, as he was not a fire attribute beast tamer. There was no purpose in that. Let me borrow those beast taming coins for a while. Consider it an investment in Haoshuan, Wu Wei stated after a moment's contemplation. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. He added, seemingly concerned Zhouya might refuse. The conversation between the two did not shy away from the presence of others. The faces of the influential figures surrounding them in Donglin City subtly shifted, as the alliance of two sixth-tier beastmasters was certainly not a favorable development for them. Here you go. Upon hearing this, the hesitant expression on Zhou Ya's face vanished, and after tossing a pouch to Wu Wei, he laughed heartily. This pouch bore a resemblance to the black card of Bai Li Hongfeng, capable of storing a considerable amount of beast coins, though the latter was of a more advanced caliber. Inside was the cache of beast coins that Zhou Ya had brought with him. Upon witnessing this scene, the mayor of Donglin City displayed a slight change in expression, his eyes reflecting a grave concern. He could hardly believe that during his absence from Donglin City, these two directors had formed an alliance. Or were they plotting? Nevertheless, he knew he could not interfere. After all, this was merely a monetary exchange within the auction, not a violation of the laws of the Great Xia dynasty. Subsequently, the mayor turned his gaze towards the young man at the periphery, letting out a soft sigh. He could only hope that Mr. Bai Li would not be angered, lest he inadvertently find himself on the receiving end of the latter's wrath. Bai Li Hongfeng, you think you can contend with me? You are still rather naive. Wu Wei sneered, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He had no concern that Bai Li Hongfeng would resort to violence within the auction venue, especially with the mayor present. What I desire, no one can obstruct. 50 million beast coins. Brother Hongfeng, will you raise the bid? Observing the situation, Lin Qingchen nudged Bai Li Hongfeng with her elbow, inquiring. Bai Li Hongfeng frowned slightly, but soon relaxed, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. If I cannot purchase it, then I shall seize it. 50 million once, 50 million twice. Xia Qingyao's voice rang out, her gaze playfully fixed on Bai Li Hongfeng. The card she had provided him contained merely 40 million beast coins, insufficient to compete with the local tyrants of Donglin City. Should Bai Li Hongfeng request her assistance, Xia Qingyao might consider lending him the funds. 50 million, going thrice. With these words, a smile broke across Wu Wei's face. He had finally secured a victory. Beside him, Yu Haoshuan exhaled in relief, his eyes provocatively fixed on Bai Li Hongfeng. As Xia Qingyao announced the outcome, Wu Wei tossed a bag filled with beast coins toward the stage. The item, glowing with a faint red light, naturally found its way into Wu Wei's possession, who then raised the Heart of Flame, slowly waving it at Bai Li Hongfeng. Qingchen, step aside. A cold light surged in Bai Li Hongfeng's eyes as he spoke indifferently. Yes. Lin Qingchen replied promptly, distancing herself from Bai Li Hongfeng. She firmly believed in his strength. According to Qingxue, he had single-handedly defeated 2 6th-tier beastmasters, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens. Wu Wei was undoubtedly no match for Bai Li Hongfeng. With a terrifying roar, a fully crimson beast, enveloped in searing flames, appeared beside Bai Li Hongfeng. Beast name, Qi Xiao Wolf King. Level, 6th tier, 7th grade. Quality, orange. Attribute, fire. Status, frenzied. Weakness, water attribute. Evolution path, 3 routes. Lin Qingchen exclaimed, what? An orange beast? No wonder Brother Hongfeng is so formidable. A 6th tier, 7th grade orange beast is far more impressive than Xiaobai. Glancing at the Qi Xiao Wolf King, Lin Qingchen's heart bore a hint of skepticism. Could water truly counter this fierce creature? She secretly compared Wang Tao's green turtle with the Qi Xiao Wolf King before her. The turtle would likely be charred to a crisp in no time. You come down. Bai Li Hongfeng pointed at Wu Wei, his voice icy. Wu Wei's expression stiffened slightly. Was this for real? Did Bai Li Hongfeng truly dare to act in front of so many dignitaries of Donglin City? How audacious. Chapter 43. Surely. He wouldn't be bold enough to do such a thing, would he? Who did Bai Li Hongfeng think he was, demanding that Wu Wei descend? Did he not care for his own face? Bai Li Hongfeng, do not go too far. Before Wu Wei could utter a word, Yu Haoxuan's expression darkened, clearly displeased. He had not anticipated that this fellow would actually dare to act in front of so many powerful individuals in Donglin City. Is this your place to speak? Bai Li Hongfeng's eyelids lifted slightly as he cast a disdainful glance at Yu Haoxuan. The latter's countenance turned ashen, and Wu Wei's expression faltered as well, for he had witnessed Bai Li Hongfeng's prowess firsthand and knew he was no match for him. Fighting is prohibited within the auction. Just as Bai Li Hongfeng was about to take action, a melodious voice broke through the tension in the air. Following the sound, Bai Li Hongfeng's displeasure evaporated upon seeing a young girl with her hands behind her back, smiling at him. Beside Bai Li Hongfeng, the Qi Xiao Wolf King's beastly eyes fixated on Xia Qingyao, a flicker of trepidation evident in their depths. Although the beast could easily annihilate her, it refrained from doing so, for there was a certain lord present to observe. Why? Bai Li Hongfeng fixed his gaze on the girl, questioning her. There is no reason. It is simply not permitted, Xia Qingyao replied, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. The girl seemed to possess absolute confidence, believing that the man before her would not lay a hand on her. Bai Li Hongfeng, hearing Xia Qingyao's somewhat unreasonable words, clenched and then relaxed his fists. A look of resignation on his face. Very well, I shall not strike a woman. I will endure. Thank you, miss, Yu Haoxuan said with a beaming smile, cupping his hands in gratitude. He was taken aback by how far his allure extended, even compelling this mysteriously background girl to speak on his behalf. Bai Li Hongfeng, what do you have to contest with me? Yu Haoxuan thought, his heart swelling with pride. Meanwhile, Wu Wei stood dumbfounded. Astonished that such a girl could persuade Bai Li Hongfeng to relent, she seemed to be quite remarkable. In response, Xia Qingyao cast a fleeting glance at Yu Haoxuan. Dismissing his intrusion, her attention returned to Bai Li Hongfeng as she stated, outside the auction, you may do as you please. All right. A smile appeared in Bai Li Hongfeng's eyes. He had anticipated this outcome. Watching this unfold from the sidelines, Lin Qingchen's expression grew peculiar. The dynamics between these two seemed rather off-kilter, resembling a petty quarrel between a young wife and a domineering husband. But this was the beastmaster world, after all. From within his sleeve, a tiny serpentine head slowly emerged, its slit pupils keenly observing the unfolding drama within the auction house. Such a storyline was equally entertaining for Xiaobai. In stark contrast to Bai Li Hongfeng's mood, the spirits of Wu Wei and Yu Haoxuan plummeted. This predicament is quite troublesome. Being beaten outside would be an immense disgrace. Initially, one might have thought that Xia Qingyao intervened to uphold the order of the auction house, but it seems they were mistaken. What difference does it make whether the fighting occurs at the entrance or here? It is all the same. One still suffers the blows. You come with me. Bai Li Hongfeng's gaze fixed steadily on Wu Wei, signaling him. Bai Li Hongfeng, do not overstep your bounds. Zhouya's expression remained cold as he regarded him, speaking icily. At this moment, he stood in the same camp as Wu Wei, the principal of a prestigious school. Striking Wu Wei would be akin to striking himself. Are you coming out with me then? Bai Li Hongfeng tilted his head, casting an annoyed glance at Zhouya. Is the lesson from that day not enough? Upon hearing this, Zhouya took a few steps back, opting for silence. For him to be called out like this would surely be a blow to his pride. Bai Li Hongfeng, I acknowledge your strength, but the mayor of Donglin City is present. Are you certain you wish to resort to violence? Wu Wei inhaled deeply before speaking. Even though Bai Li Hongfeng held a certain stature within the great Xia Beastmaster Academy, it was hardly fitting to disregard the mayor of an entire city. The mayor of Donglin City, who was on the verge of fleeing, pondered, what has he done? How is this even related to me? Cough, Mr. Bai Li. Please be gentle. We wouldn't want to escalate this into a matter of life and death. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, the mayor quickly turned and bowed to Bai Li Hongfeng. He had no desire to be caught in such a predicament. Fine, no problem, Bai Li Hongfeng agreed readily. With that, he and his beast strode toward the entrance of the auction house. Witnessing this, Wu Wei's expression shifted, and beside him, Yu Haoshuan mirrored his concern. Allowing Bai Li Hongfeng to dictate their exit was undeniably humiliating. Observing this scene, Xia Qingyao smiled softly, clapped her hands, and a large man emerged from behind her. Uncle Zhao, they are disturbing the order of the auction. Please escort them out. As her clear voice rang out, the expressions of Wu Wei and his companions soured instantly, as if they had just consumed a ton of bitter melon. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd within the auction house began to disperse. Those who had come to observe the commotion did not gather as anticipated. Although Wu Wei dared not offend Bai Li Hongfeng, dealing with them was still easily manageable. If they were to harbor resentment, their future in Donglin City would undoubtedly be far less pleasant than before. However, a small number of beastmasters remained undeterred. Accustomed to operating alone, they held no fear. Furthermore, such excitement was a rarity in Donglin City. I have given you face. Bai Li Hongfeng glanced at the mayor of Donglin City standing nearby, dusting off his hands and speaking nonchalantly. The ground around him was marred, with no intact surface remaining. Even areas that should not burn flickered with gentle flames. Though the earlier confrontation was fleeting, its intensity was palpable. Thank you, Mr. Bai Li. The mayor of Donglin City exhaled in relief. Thankfully, no lives were lost, and there were no significant damages. The sunken ground could be remedied by summoning a beastmaster specializing in earth attributes. Cough. Wu Wei lay on the ground, clutching his chest, bloodstains marking his attire. Presenting a most pitiable sight. Return the heart of flame and the thunder spirit fruit, he muttered intermittently. Mayor, he is robbing. Beside him, a beast lay sprawled on the ground, while Yu Haoshuan stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Perhaps due to their shared educational background, Bai Li Hongfeng had refrained from attacking Yu Haoshuan, but the situation was hardly comfortable for him. The mayor of Donglin City, witnessing the scene, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Robbery, it seemed, was indeed a crime. Is it a crime? It must be. Yet the perpetrator was someone he could not contend with. Moreover, he believed that Bai Li Hongfeng would not stoop to such actions. However, under the mayor's expectant gaze, the young man remained inactive. Surely, Bai Li Hongfeng would not resort to such measures, the mayor mused inwardly. Chapter 44. The final right of interpretation belongs to this auction house. Mr. Bai, this item. The mayor of Donglin City cautiously regarded the object in Bai Li Hongfeng's grasp, stammering, just give it to him. Before Bai Li Hongfeng could respond, a captivating voice resonated from within the auction house. Following the sound, a graceful figure emerged leisurely, accompanied by a robust man. This amounts to 52 million. And it is returned to him. Xia Qingyao cast a glance at the prostrate Wu Wei before directing her attention to Bai Li Hongfeng, speaking coolly. Items sold at the auction cannot be returned. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's face turned ashen, and he remained speechless for an extended moment, seemingly at a loss for words. The final right of interpretation belongs to this auction house, right, Uncle Zhao? Xia Qingyao's voice was soft yet firm. Indeed, miss, the burly man beside her nodded, his eyes reflecting a measure of respect for Xia Qingyao. Their conversation, though quiet, was audible enough for the observing beastmasters. Many began to speculate about the identity of the young woman, especially since the strong man showed no deference to Wu Wei, a sixth-tier beastmaster, indicating his own formidable prowess. Such a powerful beastmaster's regard for her raised questions about Xia Qingyao's status. Bai Li Hongfeng's gaze also fell upon Xia Qingyao, his expression complex, revealing hints of admiration or perhaps other emotions. It seemed he owed her a considerable debt. Then, I shall repay it later. Meanwhile, Lin Qingchen and Xiao Bai, who were spectating, pondered, this girl with an extraordinary background, should I call her sister or sister-in-law? However, Lin Qingchen's attention shifted to Bai Li Hongfeng's accompanying beast, a sixth-tier fire attribute beast. Additionally, Bai Li Hongfeng, like a girl he knew, possessed an orange quality. Both seemed connected to him in some way, both tied to that individual. If they lacked a substantial background, how could they contract a beast of such quality? A series of questions began to surface in Lin Qingchen's mind. Suddenly, a vision flashed in her mind, reminiscent of a beast's template, filled with question marks. Could it be? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Qingchen's eyes narrowed slightly, lost in contemplation. Upon hearing Xia Qingyao's words, Wu Wei's complexion paled, remaining silent for a long time, seemingly bereft of a retort. Beside him, Yu Haoshuan's expression was equally grim, his face shadowed with discontent. Zhouya, mingling within the crowd, displayed a similarly dark demeanor. Their plans appeared to have been thwarted before they even began, with both Bai Li Hongfeng's strength and their current predicament insurmountable. Subsequently, Zhouya's gaze shifted towards Yu Haoshuan, a cold snort escaping his lips as he seemed profoundly dissatisfied with the latter. How could there be such a disparity between two individuals hailing from the great Xia Beastmaster Academy? Truly, it is disheartening. Xia Qingyao paid no heed to Wu Wei. Instead, she directed her attention towards the mayor of Donglin City, tossing a bag containing Beastmaster coins to him, stating nonchalantly, "Please assist in delivering this, surely. It does not violate the laws of Great Xia, does it?" "Not a problem," the mayor replied promptly, accepting the bag with a serious demeanor. Since the young lady had spoken, it was certain that no issues would arise. Moreover, it was merely a return, which did not constitute a crime. Thus, as the mayor, he need not fret or offend Bai Li Hongfeng. How delightful. Observing Xia Qingyao's handling of the matter, Bai Li Hongfeng remained silent, merely standing there, quietly watching her. A subtle smile occasionally gracing his lips. One must admit, the mayor of Donglin City was quite efficient in managing affairs, and coupled with the authority of his position, he swiftly dispersed the gathered beastmasters. Even the site of the earlier confrontation was meticulously cleaned, as if nothing had transpired. Perhaps the overwhelming disparity in strength between Bai Li Hongfeng and Wu Wei contributed to the one-sided nature of the conflict, but it was equally attributable to his capabilities. "Why have you come here?" Bai Li Hongfeng fixed his gaze on Xia Qingyao and inquired. "Is that a problem? A heartless man?" Xia Qingyao replied with a playful smile, her expression brightening. Hearing this, the corners of Bai Li Hongfeng's mouth twitched slightly, yet he remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Surely, the young lady could not be seeking him out. For a moment, the atmosphere between them grew somewhat tense, with neither daring to speak. "Hongfeng Ge." After a brief silence, a familiar voice broke the tension. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Bai Li Hongfeng exhaled in relief. The timing was impeccable. "Hongfeng Sa." Lin Qingchen greeted Xia Qingyao, casting a glance her way. Although he was aware of the young lady's name, addressing her directly felt somewhat disrespectful. Moreover, it was evident that there was some underlying tension between the two, so it was prudent to tread carefully. He certainly did not wish to incur Bai Li Hongfeng's wrath over a mere title. Upon hearing Lin Qingchen's address, Xia Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson. It was her first experience being called out so directly. Ahem, Bai Li Hongfeng cleared his throat, then pretended to be stern as he looked at Lin Qingchen, admonishing him for speaking out of turn. "We're not at that stage yet." However, inwardly, he added a silent note. "It will come in time. Let us go. I will treat you to a meal," Bai Li Hongfeng announced, a gentle smile adorning his face. "You're treating us?" Lin Qingchen looked at him quizzically. "If you're inviting that young lady to dine, why bring me along? Do you find the atmosphere too dim?" "Hongfeng Ge, I think I'll pass. I'm not hungry." "You two enjoy yourselves," Lin Qingchen murmured wistfully. Very well then. Here you go." Bai Li Hongfeng paused for a moment, then handed Lin Qingchen a purple fruit. Upon seeing the thunder spirit fruit, the little white creature coiled around Lin Qingchen's wrist instantly lit up with excitement, tears of joy welling in its eyes. Currently, the little white creature possessed both wind and thunder attributes, and should it manage to absorb this thunder spirit fruit, it would enhance its strength. "Thank you, Hongfeng Ge." Lin Qingchen replied gratefully, accepting the fruit. This outing with Bai Li Hongfeng had indeed yielded bountiful rewards, though he had no intention of coveting the fire heart. After all, Bai Li Hongfeng had expended considerable effort to acquire such an epic material. It would be inappropriate for him to simply ask for it, and given Lin Qingchen's character, even if Bai Li Hongfeng offered it, he would decline. Wasn't it merely an epic material? He could always obtain it again in the future. For now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Contemplating this, Lin Qingchen pressed his lips together, an array of unexpressed emotions swirling within him. "You're not upset, are you?" As they strolled down the street, Xia Qingyao tugged at Bai Li Hongfeng's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. This demeanor presented a stark contrast to her earlier assertiveness, revealing a softer side of her personality. "What could I possibly be angry about?" Bai Li Hongfeng queried, looking at her in confusion. Xia Qingyao. "Fine, perhaps I was overthinking," she conceded. "Let us go inside." Bai Li Hongfeng halted, lifting his gaze toward a sign, softly murmuring, "Beastmaster Pavilion?" Xia Qingyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to the young man beside her. Was the meal he mentioned to be held here? She was aware that the Beastmaster Pavilion was a restaurant in Donglin City, specializing in culinary delights for beastmasters, utilizing even rare medicinal ingredients, making it quite expensive. But, isn't this food meant for beasts? Indeed, for beasts, this place is a rare gem. Don't your beasts require sustenance? Bai Li Hongfeng inquired. He had prepared himself for a financial outlay, knowing that feeding 2 beastmasters here would easily cost several million beastmaster coins. Wasn't that sufficient? Xia Qingyao ugh. Fine, let us eat. Thus, outside the Beastmaster Pavilion, an amusing scene unfolded, An adorable girl, gritting her teeth, followed the young man before her into the establishment, her demeanor suggesting considerable displeasure. After departing the auction, Lin Qingchen hurriedly made his way to the orphanage, filled with countless questions he yearned to clarify with that individual. In truth, Lin Qingchen had sensed something amiss since Bai Li Hongfeng's appearance at the orphanage. As Bai Li Hongfeng gradually revealed his formidable prowess, Lin Qingchen's unease only deepened. Particularly striking was Bai Li Hongfeng's attitude towards the director. While respect for elders was understandable, Lin Qingchen sensed a profound reverence in Bai Li Hongfeng's words, a reverence reserved for the strong. If a sixth-tier beastmaster of unparalleled combat strength held such regard, then what must the Director Xiao, be capable of? Ninth tier? Or perhaps even beyond? Creak. As the door swung open, Lin Qingchen stepped into the familiar surroundings that simultaneously evoked a sense of nostalgia and strangeness. You're back? Director Xiao, reclining in a chair, slowly lowered the newspaper from his head, regarding Lin Qingchen with a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen stood there, reminiscent of his childhood in the presence of an imposing adult, feeling somewhat flustered. He was uncertain of how to begin. Let us eat first. Director Xiao suggested softly after a brief silence, observing Lin Qingchen's immobile stance. Hearing this, the boy remained silent for a moment before lifting his gaze to the familiar face before him. All right. A voice, faint as a mosquito's buzz, emerged, though it was clear and distinct in the quiet of the orphanage. Chapter 45. Those days truly evoke nostalgia. Slow down while eating, Director Xiao chuckled, watching Lin Qingchen devour his meal hastily. Some things never change, the old man murmured, causing Lin Qingchen to pause momentarily in surprise. What? Grandpa Xiao? I have a persistent feeling that you are concealing something from me, Lin Qingchen said, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, his gaze fixed gravely on Director Xiao, his voice barely above a whisper. Countless speculations swirled in his mind. Could it be that his original golden finger was supposed to be Grandpa Xiao, only to have the appearance of the system disrupt the timeline? Or perhaps his parents were formidable beastmasters who had entrusted Grandpa Xiao with his care. Nevertheless, Lin Qingchen refrained from overthinking. The truth had to be revealed by the man before him. Have you guessed? Director Xiao chuckled, showing no signs of surprise at Lin Qingchen's words. Yes, De Huang must be quite powerful, Lin Qingchen exhaled, relieved to receive the director's acknowledgement of his conjecture. An entity even the system cannot detect. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? Indeed, Director Xiao nodded. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingchen's heart sank. It was as he suspected. Is it possible that De Huang can comprehend my words? The thought made Lin Qingchen feel somewhat embarrassed. It turned out he was the only novice among them. Summon your beast, Director Xiao instructed. Lin Qingchen hesitated for a moment. Then the small creature hidden in his sleeve emerged, its vigilant vertical pupils fixated on Director Xiao. Oh, this habit remains unchanged. You always kept your beast close, Director Xiao mused, momentarily taken aback by the appearance of the little creature before smiling. In the past, the use of that word knitted Lin Qingchen's brow in confusion. Could it be that he was once a formidable beastmaster who had suffered a blow to the head and lost his memory? But he was yet to turn 20. Surely that was too far-fetched. Qingchen, I can only tell you that you bear a heavy responsibility. Director Zhao's expression turned suddenly serious, making Lin Qingchen shy away from his penetrating gaze. Currently, you are exceedingly weak. Only by growing stronger can you uncover more truths. Grow stronger? Lin Qingchen was aware of this concept. Novels often depicted that if the protagonist remained weak, gaining knowledge could lead to calamity. How strong must I become? Like Brother Hongfeng? Lin Qingchen inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment as he inquired. The most powerful beastmaster he had encountered apart from the director was Bai Li Hongfeng, a sixth-tier beastmaster guaranteed admission to the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy. Truly a prodigy. Him? Forget it, Director Xiao replied dismissively, feeling the disdain in the director's tone. Lin Qingchen felt somewhat speechless. That was a prodigy from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, boasting a beast of orange quality, and yet the director dismissed him so casually? This thought weighed heavily on Lin Qingchen's spirits. Even someone as formidable as Bai Li Hongfeng fell short. It seemed he must devote himself to relentless training. No rest, no sleep. Though he would still need to eat. Is there anything else you wish to know? Director Xiao took a sip of tea and gazed at Lin Qingchen. Indeed. A plethora of questions, Lin Qingchen replied eagerly. He wanted to understand the events occurring at school and whether the elderly man was fully aware of his exploits at home in Yangguo mode. He also sought to comprehend why he could not form a contract with a beast. Logically, given the immense responsibility he bore, the beast he contracted should at least possess orange quality, akin to Bai Li Hongfeng. Ask one, Director Xiao replied curtly. Okay. Grandpa Xiao, why couldn't I form a contract with a beast before? Lin Qingchen asked softly. I do not know. Director Xiao shook his head in response. Then, okay. He understood the implication but could surmise some possibilities. It was likely that the beasts were too weak to form a contract with Lin Qingchen. In other words, they were unworthy of him. However, what of the silver-white snake? It was merely a white-quality beast. When Lin Qingchen attempted to contract a beast that day, Director Xiao was fully aware. He initially thought Lin Qingchen would fail, but was surprised when he succeeded. The subsequent events unfolded as he had anticipated. Evolution of the beast. For Director Xiao, this was a rather mundane occurrence. After all, for someone of his caliber, evolving beasts was not an extraordinary task. This. Lin Qingchen felt somewhat perplexed, preparing to speak when he was interrupted. Enough. You've asked your questions. Let us leave it at that. Director Xiao waved his hand. His impatience evident. Lin Qingchen, what is this? After a brief moment, Lin Qingchen slowly rose and headed towards his room. Upon reaching the stairs, he paused, contemplating for a moment before addressing the seated elder. After I leave, will you remain in Donglin City? Will you continue to stay in this desolate orphanage? He added. This question does not count among the others. To alleviate the tension, he forced a smile. Who knows? Director Xiao replied softly, his eyes still closed. Though he did not provide a direct answer, his meaning was unmistakable. All right, I understand now, Lin Qingchen sighed, choosing to say no more as he made his way to his room, gently rubbing his fingers against Xiao Bai's body. Perhaps Grandpa Xiao carried burdens unknown to him as well. He must strive to train diligently. Upon returning, he would let Xiao Bai consume that thunder spirit fruit, and then initiate rigorous training. After Lin Qingchen departed, Director Xiao slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, a fierce glint within them as if they could pierce the very heavens. With a flash, a pale yellow phantom appeared, revealing a massive canine beast beside Director Xiao. When will you leave? A deep voice emanated from De Huang. If Lin Qingchen were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to witness a beast capable of human speech, something he had never encountered in his life. Furthermore, it was De Huang, who had grown up alongside him. Although he suspected De Huang was exceptionally powerful, he had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess. In the annals of the Great Xia dynasty, few beasts had achieved this level. Let us wait a while longer, Director Xiao sighed. This separation would likely extend until their next meeting, which might be a long time away. Perhaps, there may never be an opportunity for a reunion. Sensing the director's sentiment, De Huang's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. The days spent with Lin Qingchen had brought him joy. Although the boy was somewhat naive and often referred to him as weak, those moments were truly nostalgic. Chapter 46. The way of the master is not what it once was. The following day, Lin Qingchen eagerly engaged in a spar with Bai Li Hongfeng. Although the courtyard was small, if one could manage their strength, there would be minimal damage. Huff, huff, Lin Qingchen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while Xiao Bai also appeared to be struggling. Though it was merely a spar, Lin Qingchen had given his all, facing an opponent of Bai Li Hongfeng's caliber. Holding back was meaningless. Additionally, during this spar, Bai Li Hongfeng summoned his beast to show respect for Lin Qingchen. Truthfully, you are already quite powerful compared to your peers. Bai Li Hongfeng gazed at the youth before him, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only offer comfort. Ever since returning from the auction of the 10,000 Beasts Chamber, Lin Qingchen had been relentlessly striving, as if possessed. Could it be that Lin Qingchen mistakenly believed that the Heart of Flame was intended for him and felt somewhat displeased? Bai Li Hongfeng pondered. After all, it was merely an epic material. He could simply give it to him. I am aware of Grandpa Zhao's situation, Lin Qingchen stated as he sat up. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng wore a look of bewilderment. How could he possibly know? His own strength surpassed Lin Qingchen's by several tiers. He was not even in a position to discuss this. Thus, I must grow stronger. I shall rely on you, Brother Hongfeng. Lin Qingchen turned to the dazed Bai Li Hongfeng, a smile gracing his features. At the very least, I must surpass you. Grandpa Xiao mentioned that you were just a fledgling. Lin Qingchen chuckled. Hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng found himself at a loss for a retort. For indeed, his master was correct. However, Lin Qingchen had no right to utter such words, even with his remarkable talents. Recalling that day's events sent a shiver down Bai Li Hongfeng's spine. Nevertheless, it seemed that Lin Qingchen's beast mastery was inadvertently triggered. He appeared not to have fully grasped it. Perhaps, in the days to come, he would truly find himself outmatched by Lin Qingchen. Get up, let us continue training. With that thought, Bai Li Hongfeng approached and pulled Lin Qingchen to his feet. Since his current strength exceeded Lin Qingchen's, he could take the opportunity to spar and practice more with him. Lin Qingchen remarked, how petty. Observing Lin Qingchen's pout, Bai Li Hongfeng chuckled lightly and replied, this time, neither of us shall summon our beasts. Lin Qingchen exclaimed, what? Are you serious? When Bai Li Hongfeng refrained from summoning his beast, even Lin Qingchen and Xiao Bai together could not prevail, let alone in a one-on-one confrontation. Moments later, Lin Qingchen found himself once again sprawled on the ground. I'm exhausted. Brother Hongfeng, you are going too far. Lin Qingxue chastised Bailey Hongfeng. Subsequently, she looked at the panting youth on the ground, her eyes filled with concern. Once she became stronger than Bailey Hongfeng, she would surely seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. His strikes were far too heavy-handed. Qingchen, drink some water. Lin Qingxue offered the youth a bottle, which he promptly drained. What about me? Bailey Hongfeng queried. He too had exerted considerable effort to accompany Lin Qingchen in training. Why was there such a disparity in treatment? There's some inside. Go fetch it yourself. Lin Qingxue retorted. Time flew by swiftly, and some students opted to work part-time to earn beast coins. Now, after experiencing the beast mastery entrance exam, they had all made notable progress in strength, and even the more strenuous tasks could be accomplished by their beasts. Others, like Lin Qingchen, focused on enhancing their own abilities. The beast mastery entrance exam did not signify an end. Rather, it heralded a new beginning. Within the esteemed beast master academies, they would face even fiercer competition. However, days later, an unexpected event occurred that caught Lin Qingchen off guard. Mr. Gao, what brings you here? Lin Qingchen inquired, perplexed, as he regarded the older man before him. Following the beast mastery entrance exam, it was common for affluent parents of students to invite teachers for meals, yet it was exceedingly rare for someone like Mr. Gao to seek out a student. Moreover, the results of the entrance exam had yet to be released, leaving Lin Qingchen puzzled as to the reason for Mr. Gao's visit. Aside from a select few outstanding students who might receive early notifications, most would learn of their results simultaneously. Could it be that he was the top student in the city? No, perhaps the province? If that were the case, surely it would not be just Mr. Gao who came to visit. What about the principal of the second high school? The mayor of Donglin City? As these thoughts crossed Lin Qingchen's mind, he glanced behind Mr. Gao, only to find no one there. Observing Lin Qingchen's actions, Mr. Gao was momentarily speechless. What was this boy thinking? Do you know the name Xia Qingyao? However, Mr. Gao did not rush to express his thoughts. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lin Qingchen, inquiring. As he spoke, his heart raced, seemingly filled with anxiety. I know her. She's Sister Hongfeng, Lin Qingchen replied softly. Sister Hongfeng? This term struck Mr. Gao like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. It seemed there was indeed someone named Bailey Hongfeng recently. Had this fool made a fool of himself with his family's prized cabbage? Noticing the expression on Mr. Gao's face, Lin Qingchen froze. This feeling bore an uncanny resemblance to a father whose daughter had been abducted. Wait. This thought caused Lin Qingchen's expression to shift to one of peculiarity. According to Bailey Hongfeng, Xia Qingyao was of royal lineage in the Great Xia dynasty. A princess no less. Could it be that Mr. Gao had wronged the Xia Emperor? How could that be? The Xia Emperor was the most esteemed figure in the Great Xia dynasty and also the most formidable beastmaster. Goodness, this is explosive. Incredible. Mr. Gao, you truly lead an extraordinary life. Such a serendipitous circumstance is within reach. Lin Qingchen approached, draping an arm over Mr. Gao's shoulder, exclaiming, Mr. Gao, stop that nonsense. Mr. Gao swatted Lin Qingchen's hand away, irritated. In response, Lin Qingchen could only chuckle awkwardly and fall silent. He had thought that a teacher who inspired genuine admiration in his students could not possibly engage in such antics. After a brief pause, Mr. Gao finally spoke. Xia Qingyao is indeed my daughter. Lin Qingchen gasped. What? No way. You're serious? I actually guessed right. To engage in such matters and still maintain composure. The Xia Emperor must be exceptionally level-headed. If it were Lin Qingchen, he could not bear it. What are you thinking? Mr. Gao shot Lin Qingchen an exasperated look. The teacher-student bond has become quite unconventional. Lin Qingchen sighed, lowering his head. Mr. Gao ugh. Very well, I shall explain further. Otherwise, this boy will drive me to madness. Xia Qingyao's mother, my wife, is the sister of the Xia Emperor. To prevent Lin Qingchen from making further absurd comments, Mr. Gao covered his mouth and continued to explain. And then, Lin Qingchen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Such a plot was worthy of a television drama. It was utterly sensational. And then we separated, of course. What else is there? Mr. Gao spoke softly, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. I imagine she has come to Donglin City to find me. Indeed, I have wronged both her and her mother. Mr. Gao sighed softly. It could be said that since Xia Qingyao's birth, he, as her father, had not been there for her, and he felt a significant sense of neglect. What? Lin Qingchen could not help but feel bewildered. Hadn't Brother Hongfeng said that Xia Qingyao was coming to find him? Isn't Xia Qingyao here to find Bailey Hongfeng? Lin Qingchen blinked and asked. Mr. Gao snorted derisively. What does Bailey Hongfeng matter? Can he possibly hold more significance in her heart than her father? Mr. Gao's eyes were filled with a hint of displeasure. What emotional connection can exist with a father who has not seen his daughter for over a decade? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen could not help but mutter to himself. However, it is indeed a matter of helplessness. After all, that represents the might of an entire dynasty. Unless Professor Gao is a 9th-tier beastmaster, it would be utterly impossible for him to abduct the sister of that individual. Observing Lin Qingchen's expression, Professor Gao let out a faint sigh. Indeed, he felt somewhat inadequate as a father. Perhaps he lacked the courage to confront the Xia dynasty for the sake of his wife and daughter. If he had been a bit more resolute back then, would the outcome have been different? Qingchen, come in for training. A gentle yet chilling voice echoed, sending a shiver down Lin Qingchen's spine. Damn it, no time for rest. Though such thoughts crossed her mind, her body instinctively moved. Is the one calling you that? Is it that Bai Li? Just as Lin Qingchen was about to speak, Professor Gao grasped her left wrist, questioning her intently. At his words, Lin Qingchen discreetly glanced at the small white creature near her right sleeve. Thank goodness you didn't grab my right hand, otherwise. Though Professor Gao was a 4th-tier beastmaster, even he would struggle to withstand such close proximity. Indeed, what of it? Lin Qingchen replied, a hint of surprise in her gaze directed at Professor Gao. Could it be that Professor Gao is contemplating? Goodness, a 4th tier against a 6th tier? This plot twist was beyond her imagination. Let me see what kind of little brat has taken my daughter away. Professor Gao snorted dismissively. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen could only shrug her shoulders in resignation. It's nothing too serious. If Hongfeng knew Professor Gao's identity, he probably wouldn't dare to act. Recalling the imperious by Li Hongfeng before that girl, Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement. Be confident. He certainly wouldn't dare. Qingchen he is. Bai Li Hongfeng cast a sidelong glance at the person behind Lin Qingchen, speaking coolly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Qingchen was about to explain when she was interrupted again. Ahem, I am Qingyao's father. Professor Gao straightened his posture slightly, tugging at his collar, and declared with solemnity. Oh, so you are the heartless man who abandoned his wife and daughter for over a decade? Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng's expression turned frigid. He was well aware of Xia Qingyao's family situation and recognized that the girl had not lived happily. Otherwise, she wouldn't have referred to him as a heartless man due to his departure. Damn it, I bear the brunt of the blame. Bai Li Hongfeng remained silent. Hearing this, Professor Gao's face fell. This little brat, how does he know everything? Yet, Professor Gao did not refute it, for the truth was as such. He should never have left. But regretting now served little purpose. Hongfeng go, Professor Gao has his own difficulties, Lin Qingchen interjected. Regardless of the circumstances, she did not perceive Professor Gao as that kind of person. Moreover, she sensed the profound helplessness in his earlier words. Lin Qingchen had read extensively. And while protagonists in novels could indeed defy nations or even the world for the sake of their beloved, could every individual in reality emulate such heroism? Professor Gao was merely a 4th-tier beastmaster. How could he possibly contend against the Xia dynasty? After so many years of retreating, was he truly at peace? No matter the reason, he should not have acted thus, Bai Li Hongfeng retorted coldly. He held no favorable disposition towards his future father-in-law. To him, even through immense hardship, it was unacceptable to remain silent for so many years. I have indeed not fulfilled my duties as a father. You have every right to say so. Professor Gao admitted weakly after a moment of silence. He could only imagine how arduous the years had been for the girl deprived of paternal love. Since she has come seeking me, as her father, I must do something to make amends, Professor Gao stated. This declaration caused Bai Li Hongfeng's previously softening expression to turn icy once more. What do you mean by seeking you? She has no idea you are here. As a coward, you might as well remain a coward. Bai Li Hongfeng shot back coldly. If you cannot even defeat me, what can you accomplish? In Bai Li Hongfeng's view, the middle-aged man before him, had he possessed any strength, would not be in such a predicament. Furthermore, serving as a teacher at Donglin City's second high school, how formidable could he truly be? Even their principal had yet to reach the 6th tier of beast mastery. This remark fell upon Professor Gao like a bucket of icy water. At present, he might not even be able to fulfill a casual request from Xia Qingyao. Truly, how useless. With this thought, Professor Gao found his legs trembling unsteadily. Hongfeng Gu, you are mistaken on this point. Lin Qingchen's expression turned serious as she addressed Bai Li Hongfeng. Not everyone in this world is a paragon. Many ordinary individuals exist. As she spoke, Lin Qingchen reminisced about his own past. Previously, he had been incapable of forming a contract with a beast, experiencing the despair of falling from grace. Yet even so, Lin Qingchen continued to strive for recognition from others, not wanting to be the subject of whispers questioning why Lin Qingxue would associate so closely with someone deemed worthless. While it may seem effortless for you to challenge tiers or face multiple opponents, for ordinary beastmasters, merely striving to survive in this cruel world requires all their strength. As he reached this point, Lin Qingchen could not help but recall the carriage he once rode. The coachman, too. Was a beastmaster yet lacked the qualifications to collect materials, barely scraping by. Professor Gao, let us go, we can return in a couple of days. Lin Qingchen supported the somewhat unsteady Professor Gao and directed him towards the door. Bai Li Hongfeng quietly observed Lin Qingchen assisting the middle-aged man, pondering his thoughts. After a while, he let out a sigh. Perhaps your current strength surpasses Lin Qingchen's, but in terms of mindset, you fall short. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng swiftly turned his head. There stood Dean Xiao beneath the tree, quietly watching Lin Qingchen. This individual, too, possessed a fierce disposition and formidable strength, yet did not harbor any contempt for the ordinary. Bai Li Hongfeng's gaze dimmed slightly. Had he truly erred? Chapter 48. The examination results are announced. Storm clouds gather. Since that day, Professor Gao had not sought out Lin Qingchen again, as though he had encountered some setback. Lin Qingchen felt quite helpless about the situation. After all, it was a family matter. Moreover, was Hongfeng Gu truly so courageous as to confront his future father-in-law so boldly? Were Lin Qingchen in his position, he would undoubtedly hesitate. A few days later, with the emergence of a list, the entire Donglin city erupted in excitement, for the results had been released. In layman's terms, the scores for the Beastmaster entrance examination were out. On the day the results were revealed, Lin Qingchen was still engaged in sparring with Bai Li Hongfeng. The training over the past few days had significantly enhanced Xiao Bai's abilities, and the effects of the Thunder Spirit Fruit had been entirely absorbed. In just a few short days, Xiao Bai had reached the 3rd tier, 4th level. If Lin Qingchen were to encounter that 8th level stone, would demon again. With the added thunder attribute's offensive power, defeating it would be a simple task. As for Lin Qingchen's own examination results, it would be untrue to say he was unconcerned. After all, he had no idea how he had fared in the practical assessments. On the day of the practical assessment, why was he seemingly unperturbed? This matter loomed over Lin Qingchen like a shroud of mystery. Could it be that Xiao Bai was responsible? Lin Qingchen cast a questioning glance at the serpent coiled around his right hand, which was nestled comfortably within his sleeve, enjoying the shade. Perhaps it was best to dismiss this line of thought. Xiao Bai hardly appeared formidable in any way. Qingchen Gij. An excited voice broke through, and a delicate figure leapt directly into Lin Qingchen's embrace. What is it? He asked, instinctively tightening his grip around the girl's waist to prevent her from falling. Bai Li Hongfeng mused. He should make himself scarce. These two are already so bold in broad daylight. Who knows what might unfold under the cover of night? The results of the Beastmaster College entrance examination are out. Lin Qingchen's gaze met that of Lin Qingxue, who was mere inches away, her eyes brimming with an indescribable excitement. How did you fare? Lin Qingchen inquired, momentarily taken aback. 712, Lin Qingxue replied. 712? The number struck Lin Qingchen with a sense of astonishment. Last year, the top scorer in Donglin City's Beastmaster entrance exam barely surpassed 670, securing a place in a prestigious academy. It seemed evident that given the girl's talent, her admission to the Daxia Beastmaster Academy was all but assured. Qingchen Gij. How did you do? After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, a blush crept onto the girl's cheeks, revealing her shyness. What? Lin Qingchen was taken aback by the question. How was it that he was unaware the results had been released? In the Daxia Empire, there was no other means to access such information. He would have to visit the school directly. The results have been announced, Wu Wei declared in the office of the first high school. His hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Yu Haoxuan. At this, Yu Haoxuan raised an eyebrow. They're out? But what does that signify for me? Lin Qingxue from our school has achieved the highest score in Donglin City. No, in the entire Nanjiang province. With an impressive 712 points, Wu Wei continued. Yu Haoxuan nodded. Not particularly surprised. After all, Lin Qingxue possessed an orange-quality beast, and her strength was formidable. Such a score was hardly shocking. However, he couldn't help but notice the grim expression on Wu Wei's face. After a brief silence, Wu Wei exhaled slowly and said, at second high, Lin Qingchen scored 700 points, with 395 in practical assessments and 300 in theoretical subjects. Moreover, he possesses a purple-quality beast, granting him an additional 5 points. Yu Haoxuan's jaw dropped in disbelief, his mind momentarily rendered speechless, while he was unperturbed by other aspects. As he could easily match them, the theoretical score of 300? How is that conceivable? Since the Daxia Empire instituted the Beastmaster entrance examination, no student had ever achieved such a score. Furthermore, the theoretical exam was crafted by the Empire's leading beast theory scholars, ensuring a degree of difficulty that made attaining such a score equivalent to achieving full marks in practical assessments. Do you realize what this implies? Wu Wei fixed Yu Haoxuan with a penetrating gaze. Indeed, Yu Haoxuan finally responded, lifting his eyes to meet his mentor's. This meant that even within the highly competitive Daxia Beastmaster Academy, Lin Qingchen would undoubtedly garner attention and might even become the next Bai Li Hongfeng. A powerful beast master bolsters the might of the Daxiao Empire, while a formidable beast theory scholar can propel the entire empire's progress. In addition, another student from Second High also scored nearly 700 points. Wu Wei added, a shadow of discontent crossing his features. That student can be disregarded. But Lin Qingchen must be eliminated. If we do not act now, it will be far more challenging to resolve once he returns after completing his studies. Of course, neither Wu Wei nor Yu Haoshuan would take action themselves. Directly confronting Lin Qingchen would be tantamount to courting death. Bai Li Hongfeng would not allow it. However, with Wu Wei's stature and strength, he had at his disposal an individual, not particularly renowned, yet possessing formidable capabilities. This was the perfect opportunity to make use of him. No one anticipated that such a potent aura of malice would pervade Donglin City's most prestigious Beastmaster High School, instilling fear even in the beasts themselves. Simultaneously, within the Situ family, Situ Chio's expression was equally grim. He had placed tremendous hopes in his son, only to discover that he had scored a mere 500 points. At this rate, not only would he struggle to gain admission to the Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy, but even securing a place in a local academy in Donglin City would be a challenge for Situ Feng. You, after 3 years at Second High, have failed to apply yourself. Instead, you, Sai, Situ Chio looked down at his son, who knelt before him, his disappointment palpable. With such a score, how could he possibly inherit the Situ family? Even if he were to consent, would the other beast masters in the clan agree? Feeling the weight of his father's disappointment, Situ Feng dared not utter a word. Do not even think about dealing with Lin Qingchen in the future. You two inhabit entirely different worlds. After a moment of silence, Situ Chio spoke coldly. Having procured that batch of beast bracelets from Lu Hong, the Situ family's finances were already strained, and coupled with Lin Qingchen's impressive exam results, it would be a miracle if the young man did not hold a grudge over these matters. Why do you say that? Situ Feng questioned, his indignation flaring as he looked up at his father. Simply because he scored 700 points in the Beastmaster entrance exam, achieving a perfect score in theoretical assessments. This revelation left Situ Feng in stunned silence, his eyes dimming as he absorbed the information. He had initially anticipated crushing Lin Qingchen in the entrance exam, only to find that the latter had excelled beyond his expectations. The past grievances and rivalries with Lin Qingchen flashed through Situ Feng's mind, and moments later, they coalesced into a heavy sigh. It dawned on him that he had never truly been regarded as a threat. Chapter 49, Assassination. Lin Qingchen remained blissfully unaware of the machinations unfolding behind the scenes. After leaving his home, he and Lin Qingxue walked towards Second High, initially intending to go alone. He ultimately acquiesced to the girl's earnest pleas. Qingchen Gij, which school do you plan to attend? Lin Qingxue inquired, her voice melodic and bright. As they strolled, the scenery whirled past, yet the only constant was the boy reflected in her eyes. I suppose if my score is sufficient, I would choose the Daxia Beastmaster Academy. Lin Qingchen replied, hesitating slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue's eyes curved like crescent moons. Since you wish to attend, I shall accompany you. Even if your score falls short, mine will suffice for admission to your chosen school. By the way, this exclamation interrupted Lin Qingchen's train of thought. What is it? He asked, smiling at the girl's enchanting visage. However, his smile quickly faltered. What is that girl's name? Lin Qingxue's voice was soft, yet it sent a shiver down Lin Qingchen's spine. This was a perilous question. If he answered incorrectly, it could lead to dire consequences. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Qingchen's back as his mind raced to find a solution. To respond with a regular classmate? That would surely not suffice. How could an ordinary female classmate visit someone's home? Should he simply state the facts? Upon contemplating this, Lin Qingchen discreetly shook his head within. If the truth of the matter were to be revealed, Qingxue might very well confront that individual. Such a course of action is ill-advised. Observing the youth lost in thought, Lin Qingxue refrained from disturbing him, instead gazing at him with a radiant smile, her eyes narrowing into a menacing arc. It seems that the relationship between that girl and Brother Qingchen is rather extraordinary. Hiss hiss. From Lin Qingchen's sleeve, a series of serpentine hisses emerged. The sound was faint, yet it sent a jolt through his heart. Something is amiss. Usually, the little white creature remained perfectly still, never emitting such urgent sounds even when he happened to sleep atop it. Noticing this, Lin Qingchen discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a few commoners, there was hardly anyone else, resembling the quaint woodland described in books, where anything seemed possible. This is suspicious. We must leave. Qingxue, I suddenly remembered that I left my ID at home. Shall we return first before heading to the second high school? Lin Qingchen exhaled softly, smiling. Observing the oddly evasive and somewhat different Lin Qingchen before her, the girl paused momentarily, then replied, All right. Although she was unfamiliar with what an ID entailed, Lin Qingxue's keen intellect understood that this was not the time for her to act willfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen gradually turned and walked towards the orphanage. It would be best to return first, even in the absence of Grandpa Xiao, as long as they returned. Encountering that reassuring young man in Donglin City would ensure their safety. The girl followed closely behind Lin Qingchen, without casting glances around, just as before. Brother Qingchen must have sensed something was amiss. Otherwise, he would not have behaved this way. To look around now would clearly be an unwise decision. Meanwhile, Lin Qingchen's shadow subtly quivered. Concealed in the shadows was Wu Tong, a beast tamer dispatched by Wu Wei, known to be a 5th-tier beast tamer. His beast, exceedingly rare with a dark attribute, was exceptionally skilled in assassination. Upon noticing that Lin Qingchen had abruptly turned to leave, Wu Tong's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that he has been discovered? Impossible. Over the years, he had discreetly eliminated numerous beast tamers for Wu Wei without a single failure. Although Wu Wei had cautioned him that Lin Qingchen was highly dangerous, and should he be discovered, his life would be at stake, Wu Tong had scoffed at this notion. Let alone a student fresh from the beast taming examination, even Yu Haoxuan from the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy would not pose a threat to him. However, Bai Li Hongfeng was indeed not to be underestimated. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Wu Tong's eyes. Lin Qingchen must not be allowed to return. Now is the optimal moment to strike. With a sudden thought, Lin Qingchen's shadow transformed into a flurry of barbed projections, seemingly intent on piercing the young man. The girl following Lin Qingchen witnessed this scene, her pupils constricting sharply, and without hesitation, summoned her beast. However, it seemed she was too late. Zzz. A flash of lightning surged forth, intercepting the shadowy projectiles. On Lin Qingchen's shoulder, the little white creature, with its slit-like eyes, glared coolly in the direction of Wu Tong. Perceptive and cautious, yet alas, they encountered me. Seeing this, Wu Tong stepped from the shadows, offering praise. In the next moment, a black formation resonated, and a towering black-furred wolf materialized beside him. Beast name, Shadow Wolf. Level, 5th tier, level 1. Quality, purple. Attribute, dark. Status, normal. Weakness, fire, lightning, light. Evolution path, at the brink of life and death, perhaps best not to consider the evolution path. A 5th tier beast? Gazing at the template presented before him, Lin Qingchen felt a weight in his heart. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. The higher the level of the beast, the greater the disparity in strength. Furthermore, the quality of this beast was on par with Little White. Fortunately, both he and Qingxue possessed attributes that countered this sudden assassin. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, does the concept of attribute advantage still hold any value? In such circumstances, Lin Qingchen certainly would not be foolish enough to inquire about the assailant's name, nor would the latter divulge it. Nevertheless, Lin Qingchen silently etched that ordinary face into his memory. Boom. Since the attack was initiated, Wu Tong, intent on eliminating the youth before him, would not waste words. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue's face was etched with frost. In Donglin City, which 5th-tier beast tamer is not renowned, it seemed that no one matched the assassin before them. One could only conclude that this person came well prepared. Seal. Following the utterance of this phrase, a multitude of shadows enveloped Lin Qingchen and the girl, indicating that this 5th-tier shadow wolf was far beyond the beasts Lin Qingchen encountered during his examination. Boom. A searing flame crashed against the barrier, yet it did not yield. It must be noted that after the beast taming examination, Lin Qingxue's Firefox had also reached the 4th tier, capable of securing a place in Donglin City, even without entering the Beast Taming Academy. If she could not breach this barrier, how formidable must it be? Within that realm of darkness, amidst the endless shadowy projections, phantoms flickered and surged towards Lin Qingchen. The target of the 5th-tier Shadow Wolf was abundantly clear. Chapter 50, Life and Death Speed. In this moment, Lin Qingxue comprehended the mysterious figure's objective, shouting, "Brother Qingchen, run." Simultaneously, flames erupted from the Firefox, its claws shimmering with a faint red light. Clearly, this was also a formidable spiritual technique, akin to Lin Qingchen's spirit prison, albeit utilized by a beast. Boasting remarkable offensive power. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the seemingly indestructible prison was breached. However, Lin Qingchen shook his head. Run? What would become of Lin Qingxue if he fled? Although Lin Qingchen understood that he was the target, if he were to escape, who could guarantee that the assassin would not turn his attention to Lin Qingxue? At this moment, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped the Shadow Wolf, causing its form to momentarily falter. Even if it was but a fleeting moment, it was enough to buy precious time. Escape was undoubtedly impossible. Since Wu Tong dared to strike, he surely had no fear of their escape. Thus with this thought, A glimmer of crimson flickered in Lin Qingchen's eyes. They seek his life? It would not be so easy. At the very least, he would ensure a worthy exchange. In the next moment, a phantom materialized behind Lin Qingchen, its massive claws descending upon him with ferocity. Not even a beast tamer, let alone a third-tier beast, could withstand such an onslaught without meeting their demise. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Tong let out a gentle sigh. It was remarkable that Lin Qingchen had managed to persevere thus far. However, this world is never devoid of prodigies. Recalling the charge entrusted to him, Wu Tong cast a glance at Lin Qingchen. Then, let her be spared. After all, that individual had only commanded him to eliminate the youth before him. At that moment, a massive serpent shadow encircled Lin Qingchen, absorbing the impact of the blow intended for him. Nevertheless, the silver-white body of Xiaobai bore faint traces of blood, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Zizi, a crackling sound of thunder erupted, as a subtle purple light flickered from Xiaobai's fangs, swiftly ensnaring the dark shadow wolf before it delivered a fierce bite to its form. Observing this, a hint of derision flickered in Wu Tong's eyes. What if there were advantages and attributes? A Tier 3 beastmaster was incapable of breaching the defenses of his dark shadow wolf. However, that trace of mockery quickly vanished. On the opposite side of the dark shadow wolf, a fierce flame blazed, and a petite fire fox launched its own assault. Meanwhile, the fire fox's master watched anxiously as the boy was enveloped by the 5th-tier beast. Roar! A wailing cry echoed as the dark shadow wolf broke free from Xiaobai's grasp, sending the latter's body flying far away, with the nearby fire fox also catching the brunt of the impact. Now, you are finished. Before Wu Tong could finish his statement, his pupils quivered violently. A boy, with a malevolent expression, appeared before him, wielding a gleaming weapon. Even a 5th-tier beastmaster, if separated from their beast, remained exceedingly vulnerable. Should one lose their beast, even an ordinary person could possess the potential to confront a beastmaster. Swish! However, a shadowy dagger flashed instantaneously, piercing through the boy's wrist, causing Lin Qingchen to flinch slightly in pain. Yet he did not relent, instead driving it fiercely into Wu Tong's thigh. At this moment, if he were to succumb to fear, his life would truly be forfeit. In an instant, Wu Tong rolled on the ground, clutching his thigh. Yet he dared not withdraw the knife. There were no healing beasts nearby. To do so recklessly could lead to fatal blood loss. Dark Shadow Wolf, kill them. After the cries subsided, Wu Tong commanded with a voice laden with frost. 2 students who had just undergone the Beastmaster examination had rendered him in such a pitiful state. They must perish. At this juncture, Wu Tong was incensed, even forgetting Wu Wei's instructions. Upon hearing his master's command, the Dark Shadow Wolf's eyes glinted with ferocity, intent on devouring Lin Qingchen. Yet, in the next moment, Xiaobai appeared before the Dark Shadow Wolf, its slit pupils shimmering with a golden hue, ancient and imposing. The Dark Shadow Wolf felt as if it stood before a tremendous terror, an oppressive force stemming from its very bloodline. In the dimness, the Dark Shadow Wolf seemed to glimpse a figure of great grandeur, akin to a deity. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, as the environment surrounding Lin Qingchen and his companion, once shrouded in darkness, regained its former brilliance. Above, a figure sat atop a holy crimson beast, his gaze cold and indifferent. Bai Li Hongfeng had arrived. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette, Lin Qingchen promptly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Finally, they were safe. Who permitted your arrival? Bai Li Hongfeng regarded Wu Tong with an icy demeanor, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. How audacious for someone to dare act against Lin Qingchen in Donglan City. Did he not exist? The thought of Lin Qingchen perishing sent a shiver down Bai Li Hongfeng's spine. That individual would surely descend into madness. Under the oppressive presence of the Crimson Sky Wolf King, the already terrified Dark Shadow Wolf cowered to the ground, motionless. Ha! Ha ha! Wu Tong, seated on the ground, bore an expression of unrestrained desolation. It was no wonder that individual had advised him to flee upon encountering Bai Li Hongfeng. Such an adversary was entirely beyond his capacity to confront. Yet, could he even escape now? Wu Tong glanced at Bai Li Hongfeng, who radiated like the sun, while he himself remained forever cloaked in darkness. How ironic. A smirk of derision appeared on Wu Tong's face as he withdrew the blade lodged in his thigh and drove it into his own wrist, followed by a swift slash to his neck, ending his own life. Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable chill surged within Lin Qingchen's heart. This man was akin to a death servant, utterly different from the foolish villains. He was even willing to sacrifice his own life to protect the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Such an enemy was truly terrifying. Who could harbor such a profound enmity against him? Beside him, Lin Qingchen's face turned pale, her heaving chest betraying the fear that gripped her heart. Bai Li Hongfeng's expression soured as well. He had not anticipated such events unfolding in Donglan City. as the scent of blood permeated the air. A crimson hue surged within the dark shadow wolf's eyes as it lunged towards Wu Tong. The speed was so swift that even Bai Li Hongfeng momentarily failed to react. How? Before the astonished gazes of the three, Wu Tong's blood-soaked form was devoured in one bite. Boom. Instantly, the dark shadow wolf appeared to enter a frenzied state, losing the rationality befitting a beastmaster, rendering even the Crimson Sky Wolf King's oppressive presence ineffective. Chapter 51. Speak freely. Cursed, sensing the rampaging dark shadow wolf, Bai Li Hongfeng frowned slightly and cursed. This fifth-tier beast posed no threat to him, even in its berserk state. Yet, the assassin sent to eliminate Lin Qingchen was so ruthless as to allow himself to be devoured by his own beast to erase any evidence. Lin Qingchen's pupils trembled slightly. He did not recognize the individual before him, leaving only one possibility. He was acting on someone's orders. Moreover, he had to be eliminated. Why did that person not dare to act in the orphanage? Was it not due to apprehension of Bai Li Hongfeng's strength? Who could possess such profound enmity against him while being fully aware of his identity? Under the oppressive might of the Crimson Sky Wolf King, the Dark Shadow Wolf's struggles gradually weakened. After all, some disparities could not be obliterated by mere frenzy. Bai Li Hongfeng's face remained grim. Now, with no witnesses left, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover the mastermind. Are you all right? Bai Li Hongfeng approached Lin Qingchen. Concern etched on his face as he offered him a vial of medicine. Bai Li Hongfeng's accomplishments today were inseparable from his diligent efforts. Often teetering on the brink of life and death, carrying some medicinal supplies had become a habit for him. Initially believing he would not need them in Donglan City, he was surprised to find them necessary for Lin Qingchen. I won't die, Lin Qingchen replied as he accepted the vial, sprinkling its contents on his wound, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It was his first time feeling so wretched since that incident in the mountains. Is this medicine meant for beastmasters? Lin Qingchen inquired. Its effects are quite remarkable. Bai Li Hongfeng shot him a glance, exasperated. What are you being picky about at a time like this? What's wrong? Do you look down on beast tamers? Lin Qingchen. Oh. Hiss. Hearing the familiar hiss of a serpent, Lin Qingchen gently caressed the somewhat cold serpent's head, applying the majority of the remaining potion onto Little Bai's body. Earlier, it was thanks to Little Bai. Otherwise, today would have been the end for her. I'll first escort you back. The rest will be dealt with properly. Bai Li Hongfeng's gaze swept towards the bloodied shadow wolf beside them, his voice cold. It seems that Donglan City has become somewhat perilous. Furthermore, who would dare to act brazenly in broad daylight without some powerful backing? Come here. Bai Li Hongfeng patted the back of the Qishao Wolf King, signaling it to approach. All right. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen nodded and, with the girl's assistance, managed to climb onto the back of the Qishao Wolf King with some difficulty. After the trio departed, beast tamers began to arrive at the scene, their hearts trembling at the sight of the ravaged ground. This world is far too dangerous. It turns out that such a terrifying battle had just unfolded. The orphanage is situated in a relatively remote area. Even with the Qishao Wolf King racing at full speed, no one paid them much attention. After a moment, Bai Li Hongfeng glanced at Lin Qingchen, who was being supported by the girl, and asked, Do you have any leads? Leads? What leads? Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, then spoke. That beast was a fifth-tier shadow wolf, an exceedingly rare dark attribute creature with an incredibly strange attack pattern. Bai Li Hongfeng, did you need to say that? With a roll of his eyes, he retorted. Although he wasn't as well informed, he had gathered some understanding from their brief encounter. After all, he had been directly admitted into the Daxia Beast Taming Academy back in the day. He possessed some discernment. Who do you think would have a motive to attack you? Bai Li Hongfeng looked at Lin Qingchen, his eyes filled with a hint of icy murderous intent. This matter is far from over. Lin Qingchen's face showed signs of hesitation. It seemed he had quite a few enemies. Yu Haoshuan could be one. The principal of Class 1 had never been fond of him, and Sidu Feng was similar. Even that forgettable blonde from Class 8 and the class leader seemed to harbor some grievances against him. Did he have a knack for attracting hatred? It's fine. Just speak freely. I'll handle the rest. Seeing Lin Qingchen's expression, Bai Li Hongfeng said lightly, Okay, but I need to go with you. Lin Qingchen replied softly upon hearing this. All right. With that affirmation, Lin Qingchen ceased to ponder further and shared all the individuals he suspected without reservation. He felt an inexplicable confidence in the young man before him. In the principal's office of No. 2 High School, Lu Hong was brimming with pride, his gaze fixed on the girl before him. If it weren't for the principal's reputation, he would have longed to lift the girl high into the air. He never expected that a student from this cohort would achieve such remarkable results. Lin Qingchen does not disappoint as the talent I value. He possesses the flair of my youth. As for his conflict with Situ Feng, compared to Lin Qingchen, Situ Feng was nothing. A score of 700 guarantees admission into the Daxia Beast Taming Academy without question. They might even send a mentor specifically for him. Moreover, even if Lin Qingchen weren't in the picture, the girl before him was more than capable of elevating number 2 high school's historical achievements. Classmate Qian, splendid work. With such scores, you might very well be admitted to the Daxia Beast Taming Academy. Lu Hong praised, satisfaction evident in his tone. A score of 695. Though slightly lower than Lin Qingchen's, was still exceptional. Few could rival it in Donglin City, let alone number 2 high school. This time, no. 2 high school would surely rise again. He owed immense gratitude to the girl and Lin Qingchen. Ordinary individuals like them had achieved such extraordinary results. It seemed they had been hiding their talents all along. Thankfully, the principal had an eye for talent. Though the girl before Lu Hong felt a bit shy, she didn't dwell on it too much. Achieving such high scores was merely for principal. It's bad. A mentor hastily pushed open the wooden door of the office. Urgency evident. What is it? Why the rush? Lu Hong snorted coldly, taken aback. Would he be able to compensate if he frightened classmate Qian? There's someone. Someone has forcefully broken into number 2 high school. The mentor's eyes reflected a hint of fear. That individual was simply too formidable. Boom. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Hong sprang up, the sturdy chair exploding into splinters. Today was a historic moment for number 2 high school, and it must not be disrupted by outsiders. Let us go, show me. A cold glint flashed in Lu Hong's eyes. He was determined to see who dared to cause such a ruckus. Classmate Qian, please rest here for a while and don't tire yourself. I'll clean up any mess upon my return. Lu Hong turned to the girl, his frosty demeanor instantly melting into a warm smile. Principal, I'd like to accompany you. Qian gently shook her head and replied softly. She had an unsettling feeling that something bad was about to happen. Her heart felt a bit empty. Very well. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong was momentarily stunned before cheerfully agreeing. Qian was now his precious gem. How could he refuse such a small request? He even wanted to show this bashful girl what a beast tamer truly was. Chapter 52, Power. Who is causing the disturbance? Lu Hong swaggered towards the school gate. Though he outwardly dismissed the troublemaker, he remained cautious in his heart, summoning his beast. After all, anyone daring to create chaos at No. 2 high school either had a death wish or possessed considerable strength. In the Daxia Empire, the former were relatively few. Principal, it's him. A teacher, seeing Lu Hong, rushed to his side like a drowning man finding a lifebuoy. They had no choice. That individual was far too fierce. Without summoning their beasts, they were unable to contend against him. It was clear that only their principal could deal with this person. I want to see. Lu Hong's face wore a look of disdain as he turned to regard the troublemaker. Mr. Bai Li, what brings you here? Upon seeing the strikingly familiar face, Lu Hong's expression instantly froze. What had happened? Had he offended this esteemed individual? I need someone. Bai Li Hafeng cast a casual glance at Lu Hong's beast and spoke indifferently. Are we going to take action? It just so happened that he was feeling a bit irked. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qingchen quickly tugged at his sleeve. Calm down. Calm down, it's best not to have too broad an area of effect. Feeling the weight of Bai Li Hongfeng's gaze, Lu Hong's back involuntarily chilled, and he discreetly recalled his beast. Classmate Qingchen, this time we owe you a great deal. Lu Hong put on a friendly smile, looking at Lin Qingchen and inquiring. Only the latter could restrain the fierce spirit. Let us not change the subject. Bring those few individuals to me. Hearing this, Bai Li Hafeng produced a piece of paper, handing it to Lu Hong. Understood. Lu Hong promptly took the note, glanced it over, and nodded. Thankfully, all the individuals mentioned on this note were present. However, when he caught sight of the last 2 names, his gaze abruptly froze. Situ Feng was manageable. Given his connection to the Situ family, there was no issue in summoning him. But Wu Wei? What business could Bai Li Hongfeng have with Wu Wei? Although they currently shared no ties, they had once graduated from the same Beastmaster Academy. Lu Hong was certainly not the type to betray his comrades. Mr. Bai Li, may I inquire what offense Principal Wu has committed? Lu Hong raised his eyes to the young man standing there, tentatively asking. He is suspected of murdering Lin Qingchen. Is that sufficient? Bai Li Hongfeng replied coolly. The chill in his voice made Lu Hong shudder involuntarily. Sufficient, indeed. I, Lu Hong, would never share the same breath as such a person. Lu Hong raised 4 fingers to the sky, swearing an oath. However, Wu Wei is not at No. 2 high school. Lu Hong's face displayed a hint of hesitation as he questioned. You will notify him to come, Bai Li Hongfeng stated, casting a glance at him. What? Is that too difficult? Seeing Lu Hong remain silent, Bai Li Hongfeng pressed. It's not difficult, but Wu Wei is also connected to Yu Haoshuan. And the latter is. Before Lu Hong could finish, Bai Li Hongfeng interjected. Right, and that fellow as well. You should have him come along with Wu Wei. Lu Hong, gather the students at number 2 high school. If one escapes, I will hold you accountable. Bai Li Hongfeng regarded Lu Hong, his tone unyielding. Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's expression grew somewhat unnatural. It was the first time in many years that he had been commanded so. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Lin Qingchen, are you all right? A hesitant girl stepped forward, mustering her courage to inquire with concern. Upon hearing the word murder, Qi Yin felt her heart tighten painfully. She won't die? Before Lin Qingchen could respond, Bai Li Hongfeng discreetly glanced at Qi Yin, then fixed his cold gaze back on Lin Qingchen. This boy, while failing in his studies, has excelled in courting trouble at school. He must be taught a lesson. How could he let down such a fine girl like Qing Shui? Lin Qingchen. He hasn't done anything, has he? Damn it. An angry roar erupted from the office of Principal Wu Wei. He slammed his fist onto the desk, leaving an imprint in the hard surface. What happened? Yu Haoxuan asked, confusion evident on his face. In Donglin City, what could possibly provoke Principal Wu to such a degree? Aside from Bai Li Hongfeng, the assassination attempt failed. Wu Tong is dead. After a long pause, Wu Wei spoke softly, sorrow evident on his features. She was a fifth-tier beastmaster, and a rare dark attribute at that. Just like that, she's gone. How is that possible? Yu Haoxuan's mouth fell agape in shock. Even coming from the Daxia Beastmaster Academy, he would likely have struggled against Wu Tong in battle. How could such a formidable beastmaster fail in the assassination of Lin Qingchen? It seems Bai Li Hongfeng might suspect us. After a moment, Yu Haoxuan broke the silence that had enveloped the office. Humph, what evidence does he have to suspect? Wu Wei retorted, though sorrow still lingered in his eyes. He scoffed at the thought. Without witnesses, what proof does Bai Li Hongfeng possess? Does he dare to act unjustly? Yet, despite his bravado, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Wu Wei's heart. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking came from outside the door. Come in. Principal, Lu Hong from No. 2 High School requests your presence, a teacher announced as he entered. Go. For what? To gloat? Although No. 2 High School might have 2 students capable of entering Daxia or the Imperial City Beastmaster Academies. In terms of overall performance, his own No. 1 High School could easily overshadow them. Moreover, the top scorer of the Beastmaster examination in Nanjing Province hailed from his school. There was no way they would climb over him. Tell him there's no way. Wu Wei coldly replied. But he said Bai Li Hongfeng is looking for you. Upon hearing this, the teacher's face flickered with uncertainty as he stammered. He knew that this name was akin to a taboo in Principal Wu Wei's heart. Upon hearing those 4 words, Wu Wei first froze in surprise, then erupted in fury. What is wrong with Bai Li Hongfeng? It seemed he had recalled something, and the anger on his face instantly solidified. Could it be that Bai Li Hongfeng had discovered something? But how could that be possible? Principal Wu, you should go. Yu Haoxuan urged from the side. If you don't go now, it could become problematic. Wu Wei sighed softly at this. Fine, I will go. If I don't, it might indeed lead to suspicion falling upon me. By the way, Bai Li Hongfeng also mentioned a person named Yu Haoxuan should come along. The teacher suddenly remembered and added. He had only recently joined No. 1 High School and had only heard of Yu Haoxuan's name, never having seen his face. All he knew was that he was Wu Wei's prized student. Upon hearing this, Yu Haoxuan. Chapter 53 in the plaza of No. 2 High School. Numerous students exchanged glances, perplexed about what was occurring. Today was the day they learned their results from the Beastmaster examination. Naturally, some were elated while others were disheartened. But they never anticipated Principal Lu Hong would suddenly summon them. Ji Wu and others stepped forward. Lu Hong scanned the students gathered at No. 2 High School and spoke. Upon hearing this, Ji Wu, standing at the forefront of Class 8, momentarily froze. What has happened? Could it be that my results were so exceptional that he wishes to commend me in person? That seemed unlikely. Ji Wu's performance in the Beastmaster examination was decent for Class 8, enough to gain admission to an ordinary Beastmaster Academy. But it paled in comparison to the top classes. Among those equally puzzled were students who had previously clashed with Lin Qingchen. Brother Hongfeng, you wouldn't be summoning them all, would you? Lin Qingchen leaned closer to Bai Li Hongfeng, whispering. Did you not say that these individuals are suspicious? Bai Li Hongfeng turned his gaze to Lin Qingchen and inquired. Given Bai Li Hongfeng's nature, he would regard anyone as a suspect, even if the likelihood were less than 1%. Moreover, even if they themselves lacked the capability, what about the forces behind them? Noting the hesitation on Lin Qingchen's face, Bai Li Hongfeng added, in Donglin City, he can trample over all, but after some time, once they enter the Beastmaster Academies, even Bai Li Hongfeng would be powerless against them. All right, Lin Qingchen nodded. Since Bai Li Hongfeng was unafraid of trouble, with someone backing him, what did he have to fear? Who do you think is the most likely suspect? Bai Li Hongfeng asked. Situ Feng and the 2 from No. 1 High School. Lin Qingchen replied without hesitation. Although the former had mediocre strength, he was backed by the Situ family, one of the 3 major clans, and perhaps even the most prominent. As for No. 1 High School, its foundation surpassed even that of the 3 major families. The others were merely individuals who might expend resources to hire assassins, though unlikely. It was not impossible. Very well, let us start with those two. Upon hearing this, Li Hongfeng nodded slightly. Meanwhile, a chilling aura emanated from a distance, striking fear even into the hearts of students who had faced the rigors of the college entrance examination. The oppressive presence of the beast was far more formidable than what they had encountered during their examinations. Li Hongfeng, do you have something to discuss? A powerful gust of wind swept down, revealing two figures standing atop a colossal eagle. Wu Wei's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare on the individual below, his words laced with disdain. Noticing this, Li Hongfeng raised an eyebrow slightly. Feeling quite defiant, are we? Then let us begin with you. I believe you are a suspect. As his words fell, a wave of heat surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. Comparison of strength? Is he afraid? Boom. A massive red light array flickered into existence, accompanied by the furious roar of the Qishao Wolf King, causing some timid students nearby to shield their heads with their hands. Observing this, Ji Wu and others attempted to retreat, only to be halted by the presence of a somewhat portly figure. Principal Lu. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Ji Wu and the others gasped in astonishment. Stay here for now, do not fear. I am here. Lu Hong spoke softly, a gentle smile gracing his face. He would never dare let these students leave, after all. He did not wish to attract trouble from the esteemed individual present. Standing beside the Qishao Wolf King, Li Hongfeng regarded Wu Wei with a disdainful gaze. The term suspect was one he had learned from Lin Qingchen, and it was perfectly applicable in this context. At this, Wu Wei's imposing aura diminished significantly. After all, he truly could not match Li Hongfeng's strength. Humph, you better produce convincing evidence. Wu Wei scoffed, leaping down from the giant eagle. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that Wu Wei was harboring some ulterior motives. If he were truly indifferent to the matter, he would not have rushed to this location so hastily, indicating a sense of guilt. Let us prioritize harmony among us. Is there truly a need for such hostility? As laughter approached, a middle-aged man with a gentle smile arrived on the scene. Mr. Bai, I am already aware of this situation. I presume you are also finding it challenging to present evidence? The newcomer, the mayor of Donglin City, squinted slightly at Li Hongfeng, a smile adorning his lips. And what of it? Is the evidence you speak of more significant than the beast beside me? Li Hongfeng replied nonchalantly, patting the Qishao Wolf King beside him. Or do you intend to obstruct me? Merely an additional 6th-tier beastmaster. What can that accomplish? That cannot be permitted. However, as the mayor of Donglin City, I cannot allow such matters to go unpunished. The mayor's expression hardened. At this sight, Lin Qingchen could not help but scoff internally. Why had he not perceived this mayor as being so righteous before? So, Li Hongfeng raised an eyebrow, inquiring. I have come to deliver some information. A smile appeared on the mayor's face as he opened a package he had been carrying, reading aloud from the contents. Wu Tong, a resident of Donglin City, is suspected to be Wu Wei's adopted son. After graduating from the Beastmaster Academy in Ling Province, he vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's expression stiffened momentarily before turning pale. He had taken great care to conceal Wu Tong's whereabouts, even sending him to train beyond the borders of Nanjiang Province. How had this information been uncovered? Furthermore, Wu Tong's beast had already undergone an evolution, becoming a 3rd-tier shadow wolf at the time of registration in Ling Province. The mayor added with a smile, the evidence is here, please review it. He extended the documents to Li Hongfeng, speaking softly. A glimmer of darkness flickered in his eyes. Donglin City had always been somewhat tumultuous. His position had been precarious, but now he had found an excellent opportunity. The next step was to see if Li Hongfeng would follow the script he had laid out. Beside Li Hongfeng, Lin Qingchen accepted the documents, a hint of mockery evident in his gaze. He was far from naive enough to believe that this illustrious mayor was acting out of a sense of justice to protect the citizens. So, it appeared he sought to use a knife to slay another? Contemplating this, Lin Qingchen turned his gaze towards Li Hongfeng, wondering how he would respond. Would he choose to kill or to spare? Do you have anything further to say? Li Hongfeng glanced at the documents, his expression cold as he directed his gaze at Wu Wei. This was a moment of folly on my part, but I have not committed a grave error. I am willing to offer compensation, Wu Wei stated, meeting Li Hongfeng's gaze. Not a grave error? Li Hongfeng's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Must it take Lin Qingchen's death for you to consider it a grave error? Upon hearing this, Wu Wei faltered, unable to respond. Did he need a reason to kill Lin Qingchen? Yet, he dared not voice this thought at that moment. Will you act, or shall I? Li Hongfeng spoke calmly, having no intention of granting Wu Wei the opportunity to retaliate. If a confrontation were to occur, he preferred it to be swift and decisive, allowing him to return in time for a meal. Are you truly prepared to act without reason? Wu Wei's expression hardened as he took a step back, his heart sinking. Indeed. Chapter 54, Swift and Decisive. Indeed. Bai Li Hongfeng regarded Wu Wei, uttering the word with a calm demeanor. This was his approach. Since you claim I lack reason, then let us abandon reason altogether. When he was still at the orphanage, Director Xiao had told him that in this world, strength held the most potent truth. Would a beastmaster engage in rational discourse with an ordinary person? The answer was a resounding no. As for the law, Bai Li Hongfeng had never placed his faith in such constructs. Although the laws of the Great Xia maintained the stability of the dynasty, were they not, at their core, established by the most powerful beastmasters of the Great Xia? Was justice not ultimately determined by a singular individual? The single word uttered by Bai Li Hongfeng rendered Wu Wei's complexion exceedingly grim, his hands clenched tightly. Though he was a sixth-tier beastmaster, he felt utterly devoid of confidence before the terrifying youth. After all, even when collaborating with Zhou, they were no match for Bai Li Hongfeng. How could he possibly contend alone? Bai Li Hongfeng, do not push me too far. Wu Wei glared at Bai Li Hongfeng, though his steps involuntarily retreated. Push you too far? Bai Li Hongfeng remained unfazed. Since you have said so, then I shall indeed push you too far. Lin Qingchen is still alive, yet you wish for my demise? Is that not excessive? As Bai Li Hongfeng remained unmoved, Wu Wei continued, Wu Tong's assassination attempt failed, and I have lost my right-hand man. Such a toll is already painful enough. Why can you not let me go? Excessive? Lin Qingchen, standing nearby, chuckled softly, devoid of warmth in his gaze. Feeling it is excessive now after the failed assassination? What if Bai Li Hongfeng had not arrived in time that day? Perhaps he would have sought revenge for me. But I doubt I would have seen the light of another day, or even that day's sun. In this regard, Bai Li Hongfeng's thoughts aligned with Lin Qingchen's. If the matter is to be dismissed simply because Lin Qingchen was assassinated without consequence, does that imply that in the future, anyone beside Bai Li Hongfeng who faces oppression can merely be compensated and the matter forgotten? Since the stakes have escalated to such a degree, one might as well act decisively. When you contemplate assassination, you must be prepared to pay the ultimate price. Bai Li Hongfeng fixed his gaze upon Wu Wei and spoke with an air of indifference. With that, he ceased further discourse and, alongside the Qishao Wolf King, took action. As a sixth-tier beastmaster, his capabilities far surpassed those of Lin Qingchen. Moreover, he hailed from the prestigious Beastmaster Academy of the Great Xia. Roar! The colossal eagle beside Wu Wei emitted a furious cry, then flapped its wings, conjuring gusts of wild wind. However, this tempest could not diminish the ferocity of the Qishao Wolf King's aura. Instead, it intensified the latter's oppressive presence. Flee! Escape at once! This was the first thought that raced through Wu Wei's mind. He never anticipated that the mayor of Donglin City would show such blatant favoritism towards Bai Li Hongfeng. The mayor even took the initiative to provide evidence in favor of Bai Li Hongfeng. This debt would not be forgotten by Wu Wei. As for Bai Li Hongfeng, he would surely seek retribution. Though Wu Wei could not match him in strength, he still held a glimmer of hope in terms of speed. Yet, just as Wu Wei prepared to command his beast to whisk him away, a needle-like object enveloped in purple mist struck the eagle's wing. Principal Wu. Sometimes one cannot merely think of escape after making a mistake, the mayor of Donglin City remarked with a smile. Beside him was a peculiar beast, incessantly fluttering its delicate wings, resembling an oversized wasp, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Beast name, poison-splitting wasp. Level, 6th tier, 7th grade. Quality, purple. Attribute, poison. Status, normal. Vulnerability, fire. Evolution path, 7 routes. Upon seeing the panel of the wasp, Lin Qingchen felt a chill of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the most discreet individual in Donglin City would possess strength comparable to Bai Li Hongfeng. Or should he say, the mayor of Donglin City truly lived up to his reputation? Wu Wei's pupils constricted in shock. What do you mean? As the mayor of Donglin City, it is my duty to punish evil and promote good, the mayor replied with a smile, then turned to Bai Li Hongfeng, saying, Mr. Bai Li, I shall leave the rest to you. However, before he could finish, a torrent of flames erupted towards Wu Wei, the force of which compelled even the esteemed mayor to take several steps back. Subsequently, Wu Wei was engulfed in the flames, rolling helplessly until his cries faded into silence. A 6th-tier beastmaster had thus perished. Wu Wei could hardly have dreamed that his demise would come so swiftly. The pitiful sight left the surrounding students, who had just undergone the beastmaster examination, grappling with disbelief. Was the world of beastmasters truly this brutal? After years of study under the protection of the Great Xia laws, they had believed themselves safe. Yet, it seemed that was not the case. That was the principal of their prestigious school, an exalted figure they rarely saw. And now, he had perished before their eyes? Ji Wu and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that their earlier summons was due to their alleged involvement in the assassination of Lin Qingchen? What merit did they possess to warrant such a suspicion? The thought of nearly sharing the same fate as the charred principal filled Ji Wu and the others with dread. Fortunately, they had not overstepped their bounds. Once this matter had passed, they would surely have to offer compensation. It was unavoidable. Mr. Bai, I will handle the remainder of this matter, the mayor of Donglin City said with a smile directed at Bai Li Hongfeng. Yet, his gaze flickered slightly, betraying his thoughts. Now, it is your turn, Bai Li Hongfeng responded without a word, turning to Yu Haoshuan and stating coolly. I had no knowledge of this. Yu Haoshuan exclaimed, hurriedly gesturing with a staggering gait. Had no knowledge? Bai Li Hongfeng scoffed. Did he truly believe that? Bai Li Hongfeng, Brother Hongfeng, we are fellow students. Are you truly going to kill me? Yu Haoshuan's face paled as he felt the chilling intent of murder. If even Wu Wei, a 6th-tier beastmaster, had been instantaneously defeated by the young man before him, how long could he possibly resist? However, just as Bai Li Hongfeng was poised to strike, an overwhelming aura descended, causing a tremor of dread to ripple through the hearts of all present. Instantly, the entire second high school was shrouded in darkness, overshadowed by a colossal eagle that blocked out the scorching sunlight. Chapter 55, They Live Together. The multitude of students gazed at the gargantuan eagle with a mix of trepidation and envy. It loomed over them like a harbinger of doom. A stark contrast to the earlier Principal Wu. Beast name, Golden Feather Eagle. Level, 7th tier, 9th grade. Quality, orange. Attribute, gold. Status, severely injured, weakened, treatment plan. Vulnerability, fire, lightning. Evolution path, 5 routes. Orange, another of orange quality. Upon seeing those words, Lin Qingchen's pupils constricted slightly. In the vast expanse of Donglin City, only Lin Qingxue possessed an orange-quality beast. Of course, aside from Qi Yan's golden creature, Lin Qingchen still had no comprehension of the nature of that golden quality. The system seemed intact. Could it be that his combat prowess had collapsed? Then, Lin Qingchen's gaze shifted to the status bar. This was the second time he had encountered such a state. The first was during the incident with the captivating allure of the little white creature. Moreover, there was even a treatment plan. This feature had not seemed to exist before. Could it be a result of the little white's evolution? It appeared quite useful. Teacher Qin, save me. Upon recognizing the familiar beast, Yu Haoshuan grasped at this lifeline with fervor. The teacher Qin he referred to was Qin Tian, an instructor at the great Xia Beastmaster Academy. This Qin Tian had achieved the rank of 7th-tier beastmaster before the age of 30 and was highly likely to ascend to the pinnacle of 8th or even 9th tier. Teacher Qin, even Bai Li Hongfeng, with his character, inclined his head slightly in respect. The other man's talent was not inferior to his own, and in terms of strength, Bai Li Hongfeng was not yet a match for him. Furthermore, their private rapport was quite amicable. Few individuals at the great Xia Beastmaster Academy commanded Bai Li Hongfeng's esteem, but Qin Tian was one of them. Teacher Qin, Bai Li Hongfeng just attempted to kill me. Yu Haoshuan interjected, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Had Teacher Qin not arrived just in time, he might have met the same grim fate as Wu Wei. In response, Qin Tian stepped down from the back of the golden feather eagle, exuding an aura that compelled Lin Qingchen to contemplate forming a contract with such a magnificent creature. However, contrary to Yu Haoshuan's expectations, Qin Tian merely nodded in acknowledgement and then furrowed his brows. What transpired here? From the aura of the fallen beast, it appears that a 6th-tier beastmaster has met his end. This could be troublesome. Yu Haoshuan. Had this esteemed figure not heard the words he had just spoken? The esteemed Daxiao Academy strictly prohibits clandestine battles among students. With the arrival of Qin Tian, it is certain that Bai Li Hongfeng will face repercussions. Master Qin, Yu Haoshuan stepped forward, eager to speak, but was promptly interrupted. Ahem. Let's set that matter aside for now and address the more pressing issues, Qin Tian remarked, clearing his throat and gesturing dismissively. Subsequently, he discreetly instructed his golden feather eagle to handle the severely injured beast. No one raised any objections. Who would dare to confront such a fearsome creature? Lin Qingchen, Lin Qingsnow, and Qi Yan, are you present? Would you be inclined to join the Daxiao Academy of Beastmasters? Qin Tian surveyed the crowd and spoke calmly. This was indeed the purpose of his visit. A top scholar from Nanjing province and a student with perfect theoretical scores warranted his personal attendance. In simpler terms, he was there to recruit talent. Such prodigies, aside from the Daxiao Academy, were equally coveted by the Imperial Capital Academy of Beastmasters and other provincial academies. In previous years, many talented beastmasters had remained in their home provinces due to the allure of resources. Therefore, numerous mentors like Qin Tian were dispatched for this task. Yes, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. However, Qi Yan remained silent, casting a glance at Lin Qingchen, eager to discern his choice. As for Lin Qingchen, he hesitated for a moment. In truth, he had not yet decided where to go. Both the Daxia and Imperial Capital Academies of Beastmasters were commendable options. Although he leaned towards the former, he had not fully committed to that decision. I agree. Bai Li Hongfeng interjected, offering only 2 words. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen no longer hesitated. In his heart, he harbored a certain admiration for the Daxiao Academy of Beastmasters. His reluctance stemmed from not wanting to hide behind another's shadow. Yet, since Brother Hongfeng had spoken, he would acquiesce. Though his voice was soft, it was clear enough for those around to hear, including Qin Tian. This lad has some intrigue, Qin Tian mused. In past years, his invited students had been moved to tears by such words, but Lin Qingchen's calm demeanor was indeed rare. The Daxiao Academy of Beastmasters is the most suitable place for you, and besides, you have acquaintances there, do you not? Qin Tian smiled at Lin Qingchen. Though Lin Qingchen's beast was merely of purple quality, who could guarantee that his beast would not evolve in the future, given his formidable talent in beast theory? This notion elicited envy from many onlookers. C2 Feng's eyes darkened. He realized that to enter the Donglin Academy of Beastmasters, he would have to undergo stringent selection. While Lin Qingchen was directly invited by the legendary Daxiao Academy, was the chasm between them truly so vast? Yu Haoxuan's expression soured as well. Although he had gained admission to the Daxiao Academy, he had made the arduous journey alone, without any mentor to greet him. The disparity was painfully evident. Very well, I agree, Lin Qingchen affirmed with a nod. The Daxiao Academy of Beastmasters was akin to Beihua University in his previous life, one of the most coveted institutions for aspiring beastmasters. Gaining admission to either of the 2 prestigious academies in the imperial capital was a cause for celebration. I wish to attend the Daxiao Academy of Beastmasters as well, another girl chimed in softly, raising her hand. This prompted a smile to surface on Qin Tian's face. His trip had not been in vain. As for Lin Qingchen, he would inquire later. However, Bai Li Hongfeng wore a frown. Was this girl merely infatuated with Lin Qingchen? Did she lack her own opinions? Her decision to follow him was troubling. As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Li Hongfeng cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Qingchen. Instantly, Lin Qingchen felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the weight of that gaze that was both benign and intimidating. Had he not already agreed? What was with this look? Red Feng, do you know Lin Qingchen? Qin Tian directed his inquiry at Bai Li Hongfeng. Having been in Donglin City for half a year, he ought to know something. I don't know. You should ask him, Bai Li Hongfeng replied, pointing at Lin Qingchen in a hushed tone. To clarify his point, he added, they live together. The revelation left the students in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief as they regarded Lin Qingchen. They lived together. The shock was palpable. The Beastmaster entrance examination had only just concluded, and even students from the second high school had heard of Lin Qingchen's name. She was the dream goddess of many. Even Wang Tao, who was somewhat familiar with Lin Qingchen, stood agape. Isn't that a bit fast, Chengge? In light of this revelation, C2 Feng felt compelled to scrutinize Lin Qingchen, only to shake his head and turn away moments later. Presently, he was indeed inferior to Lin Qingchen. As for Yu Haoxuan, his hands clenched slightly, a look of resentment etched on his face. Had he truly been too late? They were already living together. And given Lin Qingchen's nature, it was clear. Bai Li Hongfeng surveyed the crowd, nodding with satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. He, Bai Li Hongfeng, was a staunch supporter of Qinxue. In his view, only that young couple was truly compatible. Others could step aside. However, when his gaze fell upon Qi Yan, his pupils constricted and his breathing quickened. For some reason, he felt an almost imperceptible pressure emanating from her captivating figure. Nearby, the Qi Shao Wolf King also lay low, displaying a hint of wariness. Enough, Hongfeng, put away your beast. Don't scare them. Qin Tian chuckled, sensing the tension. As his words hung in the air, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Bai Li Hongfeng dissipated. Upon witnessing this, Bai Li Hongfeng retracted his beast, though he shot a puzzled glance at Qi Yan, who was timidly gazing at him. Was that a mere illusion? Since you two live together, I might as well accompany you back, Qin Tian remarked, a playful smile gracing his features as he focused on Lin Qingchen. This trip had proven fruitful. Not only would he recruit students and achieve his goals, but he could also enjoy the unfolding drama. How delightful. That broad-minded girl seemed to harbor some interest in this young man. This was far more entertaining than mere cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yu Haoxuan interjected urgently, Master Qin, once the matters were settled, shouldn't he be addressed as well? Oh, it's you, Yu Haoxuan. Here, take this 100 Beastmaster coins. Buy yourself something to calm your nerves, Qin Tian replied with a smile. Why would Hongfeng think of taking action against you? The rules of the Daxiao Academy of Beastmasters are quite clear, and besides, you seem to be doing well, don't you? Seeing Yu Haoxuan hesitate to take the coins, Qin Tian continued, you know, this sentiment is quite familiar. Indeed, Bai Li Hongfeng had harbored murderous intent earlier, yet Yu Haoxuan had emerged unscathed. Not even a hair out of place. Even though the actions of Bai Li Hongfeng had been witnessed by many, who among them would dare to stand up for him? Yu Haoxuan cast a sorrowful glance at those around him. Unlike Lin Qingchen, He had no one to support him, nor did he have Li Hongfeng at his back. Moments later, he accepted the 100 beastmaster coins, choosing to remain silent. All right, everyone disperse. There is nothing more to be said, Qin Tian remarked as he surveyed the crowd. Upon hearing this, the students gradually scattered. It seemed that this figure from the great Xia Beastmaster Academy was even more formidable than Li Hongfeng. I'm leaving. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you at the second high school. Remember to come. Qin Tian's tone softened considerably when addressing Qi Yan. Shall we go? Qin Tian turned to Li Hongfeng and the others, speaking up. Go. Where to? Li Hongfeng asked tentatively. There isn't enough room to rest. Perhaps you could. No need. I will just take a look around and won't disturb you. Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. Sigh. Very well. Li Hongfeng nodded, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. He felt powerless in this situation. Shall we go, Qingchen? Li Hongfeng inquired, glancing at Lin Qingchen beside him. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to, Lin Qingchen said. His purpose for coming to the second high school extended beyond merely discovering his Beastmaster examination results. There was another matter at hand. Although he remained unaware of his score, being accepted by the great Xia Beastmaster Academy was undoubtedly a good sign, one that could be deemed satisfactory. As he recalled this, Lin Qingchen's gaze flickered slightly. All right, then you take care, Li Hongfeng said softly. Now, with Wu Wei's authority backing him, no one in Donglin City dared to lay a finger on the young man before them. Moreover, with Qin Tian present, there was no one who would dare to act under the watchful eye of this esteemed figure. Qingchen, you truly deserve your acceptance into the great Xia Beastmaster Academy. Lu Hong chattered excitedly. Following the announcement of the Beastmaster examination results, as the principal of the second high school, he was even more exhilarated than Lin Qingchen, the student in question. After all, it had been years since the second high school had achieved such remarkable results. I, Lu Hong, shall bring honor to my family and etch my name in history. Lin Qingchen was taken aback. He had not anticipated the usually stern principal to display such enthusiasm, leaving him momentarily unprepared. Moments later, Lu Hong halted and spoke. Teacher Gao is in there. Having led the way, there was little more for him to do. Regardless of how he treated you before, he is still your teacher, Lu Hong urged, hesitating slightly. In his mind, he envisioned Lin Qingchen standing before his teacher, experiencing a sense of vindication, while the latter, despite his anger, felt utterly powerless, daring neither to express nor act upon it. This image was indeed quite pitiful. After all, Teacher Gao had been dedicated to the second high school for many years. The mere thought of this scene stirred Lu Hong's compassion. Hearing Lu Hong's words, Lin Qingchen paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Don't worry, principal, I won't. Even during the days when he had no contracted beast, Teacher Gao had treated him well, leaving a positive impression. As those words left his lips, Lu Hong finally felt at ease and departed. Lin Qingchen approached the faculty dormitory, gently knocking on the door. He wished to inquire about Teacher Gao's intentions. Come in. A somewhat weary voice called from within, causing Lin Qingchen to momentarily hesitate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pushed the door open, and the sight of those eyes made his heart flutter. This was the first time he had seen Teacher Gao in such a state. Gone was the usual stern demeanor, replaced by an unmistakable weariness. What on earth had transpired? Teacher Gao, are you all right? Lin Qingchen asked with concern, gazing at the drastically changed figure before him. It's nothing. Tell me, what should I do? Teacher Gao sighed, lifting his gaze to meet Lin Qingchen's. Recently, feeling a sense of frustration, he had visited the 10,000 Beasts Merchant Association, hoping to explain or perhaps reconcile. However, the look of disdain on his daughter's face was something he found difficult to bear. Lin Qingchen sighed softly in response. This was a matter that anyone would find hard to accept. His purpose for seeking out Teacher Gao was to discuss this very issue. It's only natural that she finds it difficult to accept for the time being, but if you wish to make amends, it may prove to be quite challenging, Lin Qingchen remarked. As these words fell, an air of tension enveloped the room once more, the heavy silence punctuated only by their breaths. If you truly wish to atone, then strive to become stronger. Elevate your abilities so that you can protect her from the shadows, Lin Qingchen eventually offered as consolation. His words sparked a glimmer of hope in Teacher Gao's gloomy eyes. Indeed, what did it matter if he was unrecognized? Given the circumstances, it would be far better to focus on enhancing his own strength. Thank you, Qingchen, Teacher Gao said after a moment of hesitation, looking at the youth who was significantly younger than himself. What you have said has illuminated my mind. Lin Qingchen was momentarily speechless. Since you are all right, then I shall take my leave. They are still waiting for me. After a brief pause, Lin Qingchen spoke. Go on, Donglin City cannot accommodate you. The great Xia Beastmaster Academy will offer you a broader horizon, Teacher Gao said softly. Upon learning that Lin Qingchen had decided to attend the great Xia Beastmaster Academy, the young girl readily agreed and resolved to apply alongside him. Naturally, this brought Qingchen a sense of joy. That evening, with a creak, a figure slipped out from the orphanage. Lin Qingchen quietly followed the teacher from the great Xia Beastmaster Academy, Qingchen. Upon witnessing the state of the golden feather eagle, Lin Qingchen planned to engage in a bit of extortion, intending to propose a collaboration with Qingchen. Thus, the challenge now was to convince him. "What are you trailing behind me for, Lin Qingchen?" Qingchen inquired as he sidled up to Lin Qingchen, his tone laced with curiosity. "Oh, nothing much. The moon is particularly bright tonight," Lin Qingchen replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hearing this, Qingchen lifted his gaze to admire the beautiful evening sky. "Speak. What clandestine matters bring you to me?" Qingchen sighed, speaking softly. He was somewhat indulgent toward this young man before him. "Well, if I told you I could heal your beast, would you believe me?" Lin Qingchen ventured, glancing at Qingchen with a hint of trepidation. "Ha ha ha. I believe you, why wouldn't I?" Qingchen responded, initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. What confidence these children have. Or perhaps, they are merely dreaming? As for the hidden injuries of the golden feather eagle, Qingchen felt somewhat helpless. He had even sought counsel from the royal court of the great Xia dynasty, yet found no remedy. If a student who had just completed the beastmaster examination could indeed heal the golden feather eagle, then, Lin Qingchen, would you believe me if I said I could defeat the emperor of Xia? Qingchen asked, grinning as he looked at Lin Qingchen. "Ah, well, all right then." Lin Qingchen sighed in response. The wounds inflicted upon the golden feathered eagle resemble those of a piercing nature, and the energy contained within them possesses a certain degree of corrosiveness that affects its body. At this juncture, Lin Qingchen lifted her gaze to Qingchen and softly inquired, "Am I correct, Teacher Qingchen?" Upon hearing this, Qingtian's eyes betrayed an unmistakable astonishment, for Lin Qingchen's words echoed those of a certain esteemed individual. Yet, how could this be possible? The latter was a legendary beastmaster of the 9th rank, while the former was merely a novice. Moreover, Lin Qingchen had never even encountered her own beast. No, as this thought crossed his mind, Qingtian's shock deepened as he looked at Lin Qingchen, realizing that she had indeed seen her beast during her brief visit to the second academy. Could it be that such a fleeting moment imparted this knowledge? "How do you know this?" Qingtian murmured, his eyes revealing not only shock, but also a veiled excitement. Perhaps this seemingly unremarkable youth could indeed heal his beast. "I say I am the chosen one. Do you believe me?" Lin Qingchen remarked with a smile. With a system and a challenging start, claiming to be the chosen one doesn't seem too far-fetched, does it? In response, Qingtian nodded vigorously. He would believe anything Lin Qingchen claimed, even if she professed to be the illegitimate child of the Summer Emperor. If the golden feathered eagle were to be healed, he might just ascend to the 8th or 9th rank, or even reach that legendary realm. In theory, a typical piercing wound could be healed by a 7th rank beast, but it was precisely due to the presence of that corrosive energy that Lin Qingchen continued. "Is there a remedy?" Qingtian hastily inquired. "I understand that there may be a cost involved, but as long as it can heal the golden feathered eagle, I'm willing to pay anything. If there is no solution, I wouldn't have brought it up." Lin Qingchen's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled, finally hearing the answer she wished for. Moreover, it was not her intention to deceive Qingtian. Rather, it was likely that, aside from her, no one in the great Xia dynasty could heal the golden feathered eagle. Of course, excluding that enigmatic, formidable figure whom even Lin Qingchen found exceptionally impressive. For the healing plan required not only some ordinary or rare materials, but also the saliva of Little White. Could it be that the one who pierced the golden feathered eagle was a serpent? "Teacher Qingtian, there's no need for such extravagance. I only require a single fire element epic material," Lin Qingchen tentatively proposed. Exchanging one epic material for the healing of the golden feathered eagle seems a fair trade, doesn't it? In his recollection, epic quality materials were indeed somewhat costly. Otherwise, they wouldn't attract the fierce competition of 6th rank beastmasters. Upon hearing this, Qingtian was momentarily taken aback. "Is that all? I thought you might demand something exorbitant." "All right then, here you go." With that, Qingtian produced a plant resembling a fiery lotus. "I misunderstood you. Sigh, I entrust the golden feathered eagle to you." After Lin Qingchen received the epic material, somewhat dazed, Qingtian sighed, reflecting that he had perhaps been too narrow-minded. He should look out for Lin Qingchen at the great Xia Beastmaster Academy if the opportunity arose. Upon arriving at the hotel where Qingtian resided, Lin Qingchen was left speechless. Teacher Qingtian seemed even more anxious than she had anticipated. The hotel was vast, half of which was occupied by the golden feathered eagle. Surrounding the eagle, in addition to the materials required for the System S examination, were several items exuding a rich spiritual energy, rivaling even the thunder spirit fruit that Little White had consumed. "Ahem, Teacher Qingtian. There's really no need for so much," Lin Qingchen coughed lightly. It's fine. Anything left over is yours. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Though these materials were precious, they paled in importance compared to his own beast. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen's eyes sparkled. If Little White were to assimilate all these materials, how powerful would it become? In the realm of beastmasters, aside from evolving beasts, there were two well-known methods for enhancement. One was through the beast's own training to strengthen itself, which was an exceedingly slow process. And the other was through consuming materials to improve, colloquially speaking, through eating. Thus, to rapidly elevate a beast's level, a certain financial investment was necessary. Ordinary beasts typically required only one ordinary medicinal herb every week, or even half a month, but Little White seemed to possess an extraordinary digestive capacity. The effects of the Thunder Spirit fruit manifested in just a few days. Lin Qingchen estimated that consuming a single fire or wind element medicinal herb would suffice for Little White to reach the 4th rank. Subsequently, Lin Qingchen shook his head. Casting these thoughts aside, the immediate priority was to heal the golden feathered eagle. After all, this was his first attempt. And even if Qin Tian wouldn't blame him for failure due to his connection with Bailey Hongfeng, Lin Qingchen would still feel a twinge of guilt. He had accepted the materials. It was only right to fulfill his end of the bargain, was it not? Teacher Qin Tian, are the items I requested ready? Lin Qingchen took a deep breath to steady her emotions and asked Qin Tian. The items were merely names she had seen in the System S plan, and she had never laid eyes on them before. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian looked at Lin Qingchen in surprise. Did she not recognize these items? That seemed improbable. Was this a test? This youth was quite intriguing. Black jade healing ointment, dragon blood, and a 6th rank gold beast core, Qin Tian enumerated, presenting each item in turn. Observing these materials, Lin Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. Collectively, they likely amounted to several 100,000 or even millions of beastmaster coins. Among these, Lin Qingchen found the black jade healing ointment somewhat familiar, while the dragon blood and 6th rank beast core felt far beyond her reach, especially the former. It was from a dragon, and in the entirety of Great Xia, few were known to possess such a thing. It may hurt a bit. Try not to move, understood? Lin Qingchen instructed the golden feathered eagle. If the beast were to go wild during the process, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, the golden feathered eagle, exhibiting a human-like demeanor, pecked at the ground in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen finally adjusted her mindset and prepared to proceed. According to the healing plan, the 6th rank beast core needed to be placed on the wound of the golden feathered eagle to replenish its energy. As Lin Qingchen brought the beast core closer, a fierce aura suddenly filled the entire hotel. Even the staff below felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Sensing a familiar aura, Qin Tian lowered his arms, which he had crossed in contemplation, and fixed his serious gaze upon the wound of the golden feather eagle. In the past, he had succumbed to the master of the beast responsible for inflicting such an injury. If it were not for this, how could the golden feather eagle have been so affected? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Tian's hands clenched tightly, blood beginning to trickle down. The golden feather eagle, currently receiving treatment, detected this aura and instantly became frenzied, seemingly beyond control. Calm down. Lin Qingchen, closest to the golden feather eagle, reacted swiftly, shouting as he sprinkled several drops of dragon's blood onto the wound. In that instant, the violent aura that had overwhelmed the golden feather eagle was subdued, but only for a fleeting moment. Boom. What to do? Lin Qingchen watched in dismay, uncertain. How could such a wound be inflicted by a mere serpent? Not even the dragon's blood could contain this aura. Was it possible that teacher Qin Tian and the golden feather eagle were challenging true dragons and phoenixes? Had he followed the steps correctly? Wait. As if recalling something, Lin Qingchen instructed Xiaobai to climb onto the golden feather eagle, and with a hiss, several drops of saliva landed on the wound. Instantly, the menacing aura was suppressed once more, this time permanently. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen wiped the sweat from his brow. Good heavens, what a thrill. At that moment, Qin Tian slowly loosened his tightly clenched hands. Upon witnessing the resurgence of the frenzied aura, his heart became tumultuous. But all he could do was place his trust in the young boy. Fortunately, the latter did not disappoint him. Teacher Qin Tian, for the next week, apply this ointment to the golden feather eagle's wound and await its healing, Lin Qingchen said softly after applying the ointment. Thank you this time. In the future, should you need assistance in the Great Xia, do not hesitate to ask. Qin Tian patted his chest, relieved. The problems that had troubled him for years were finally resolved, allowing him to advance further. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen's face broke into a smile. The goodwill of a 7th-tier beastmaster, who might even attain the 8th or 9th tier, was worth far more than any epic materials. He then turned his gaze toward the materials. They all belonged to him. Meanwhile, in the Great Qian dynasty, a young man wore a puzzled expression. What is it, my lord? Sensing his mood, a woman in his arms traced her fingers across his chest, alluringly. If anyone outside saw this scene, they would undoubtedly rush to confront the young man, for in his embrace was the most favored princess of the great Qian. "Oh, it's nothing," Bai Ji replied, shaking his head, showing no reaction to the woman's flirtation. "I simply did not expect that Qin Tian from the great Xia dynasty could dispel the hidden injuries I left behind." Upon hearing this, the princess, with her sultry eyes, giggled. "It took him several years to eliminate the hidden injury you left. He truly is rather incompetent." Bai Ji remained silent. After a moment, the woman continued softly, "Recently, I've heard that a young man in the great Xia, named Bailey Hawfeng, possesses talent that is perhaps not inferior to that of Qin Tian." Bai Ji paid her words no heed. "A 6th-tier beastmaster at best. When Qin Tian challenged me, he was a 7th-tier beastmaster. And what was the result? Compared to this matter, he pondered why he had sensed an aura somewhat akin to his beast. There was even a faint resemblance to the batch of beasts he had collected with the beastmaster bracelet. As this thought crossed his mind, a small azure Fenghuan appeared on Bai Ji's shoulder. Upon seeing this beast, the great Qian princess's eyes widened in terror. She was deeply afraid of the Fenghuan. After a long pause, a voice echoed in the secret chamber. "In the name of the great Qian dynasty, we shall hold a conference with the great Xia dynasty." This proclamation sounded less like a request and more like a command. Chapter 59. Is there still a need to fight for a dormitory? A week passed, fleeting yet dragging at the same time. In Donglin City, not everyone possessed achievements as extraordinary as Lin Qingchen's, being personally invited by mentors from afar. Most students, like Wang Tao and Ji Wu, had to ascertain their scores independently and apply for examinations. A week was ample time for them to select their desired institutions. During this period, Lin Qingchen did not rush Xiaobai into training, but rather took Lin Qingxue on a tour. For the past few years, he had been engrossed in his studies, hardly pausing to explore the city. Now, Lin Qingchen wished to absorb the sights of this city. For who knew when he would return again? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Qingchen's gaze dimmed slightly. Since that day, he had not seen Ding Xiao, and even the guard dog, Da Huang, had been taken away. One night, he discovered a letter left behind. The contents were mundane, akin to casual family chatter. Yet, Lin Qingchen understood the implications. Perhaps it would be a long time before he saw Grandpa Xiao again. Without that person, was there still a reason to return to the orphanage? "Brother Qingchen, what's the matter?" The nearby girl sensed Lin Qingchen's somber mood and inquired. "It's nothing." Lin Qingchen replied softly. "When we meet again, I will surely be stronger than I am now." Feeling the sudden surge of confidence emanating from the young man, Lin Qingxue smiled gently. She cherished this feeling. "Let us go." Qin Tian looked at the four before him and spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen and Bailey Hongfeng unceremoniously placed their luggage on the back of the golden feather eagle and sat down. However, Lin Qingxue cast a resentful glance at Lin Qingchen. Why was that girl accompanying them? Moreover, she was applying to the same institution as Brother Qingchen. In contrast, Qi Yin was not surprised. She tugged at Lin Qingxue's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Qingxue, shall we go too?" "Humph," Lin Qingxue retorted, dodging her hand with a cold snort. She then followed closely behind Lin Qingchen and sat down. "Old Xiao, want to you see him off?" A delicate young boy perched on a large tree, watching the golden feather eagle soar overhead, tilted his head and asked. Beside him, an elder quietly gazed at the sky until the golden feather eagle vanished from view. "What a pity. If the eagle's master had made a move against my lord, I would have had the chance to feast." Noting that Ding Xiao remained silent, the boy continued, a hint of regret in his voice. If others heard this, they would surely think differently. That is a 7th-tier beast, moreover, of orange quality, and yet, in this boy's words, it is merely a chance for a meal? Do not think of such absurdities. This is not the Beast God Tower. And we cannot afford your antics here, Ding Xiao replied irritably. "I'm leaving. You remain in the Great Xia. Behave yourself and do not cause a ruckus." Ding Xiao said softly after a moment. "Be cautious of that little girl. She is not to be underestimated." As the words fell, he turned back to the tree branch, only to find it devoid of any presence. "Humph. Old Xiao, you are regressing with age. What is there to be wary of regarding a mere child? In this remote area, the finest quality of beast tamers is merely golden. Isn't it just a matter of one bite?" After a while, the young boy scoffed, feeling a sense of melancholy wash over him. He never anticipated that the once mighty prodigy would now live so cautiously. Truly, how time alters circumstances. Subsequently, the boy directed his gaze towards the capital of the Great Xia Empire. "The capital, you say?" He was curious to see if this place, the very heart of the Great Xia dynasty, could rival his Beast God Tower in any regard. The capital of the Great Xia is the most prosperous region in the entire dynasty. It is often said, better to have a bed in Great Xia than a house in Donglin. Perhaps, for many beast tamers yet to reach the capital, This saying might seem like mere jest, as Lin Qingchen once thought. Yet upon his arrival here, he discovered the truth behind those words. At a roadside stall, even rare quality materials were displayed. Though they were expensive, they were clearly priced. In Donglin City, ordinary citizens would never witness such a scene. In fact, Lin Qingchen first encountered rare quality materials at the auction of the 10,000 Beasts Chamber of Commerce. Upon reaching the capital, teacher Qin Tian also retracted his beasts. For the private use of beasts is strictly prohibited in the Great Xia capital, regardless of one's identity. Even someone as headstrong as Bai Li Hongfeng would not dare to breach this regulation. To act recklessly in the Great Xia capital would be a matter to consider only when he could triumph over that figure in the palace. Hongfeng, where are brother Hongfeng and sister Hongfeng? Lin Qingchen inquired, his luggage in hand, gazing at the grand entrance of the academy and the long lines that stretched ahead, sighing. The area covered here was incomparable to the Donglin Beast Tamer Academy they attended during the entrance examination. It was no wonder that after Yu Haoxuan's return, he carried himself with such an air of superiority. On the other side, two young women were also processing their enrollment applications under Qin Tian's guidance. Their line was considerably shorter than Lin Qingchen's, for in the Great Xia dynasty, the number of outstanding female beast tamers is significantly less than that of their male counterparts. Indeed, many boys in Lin Qingchen's line cast their gazes toward that shorter queue, seemingly appraising the girls. After 3 years of arduous study and practical training, one ought to find a girlfriend at the Great Xia Beast Tamer Academy, wouldn't one? Mind your own business. It won't be easy explaining things to Qingxue. Bai Li Hongfeng retorted, casting a disapproving glance towards the two young women. Lin Qingchen thought to himself, indeed, it is quite complicated. He had not expected that the girl with whom he had no prior connection would end up attending the same Beast Tamer Academy as he did. He had assumed that after the entrance examination, they would never cross paths again. Even if Qi Yin harbored feelings for him, Lin Qingchen would never dare to cross that line. After all, in this world, there are no terms like female best friend or male bro. I suspect I will remain at the Great Xia Beast Tamer Academy for a few days, but I will likely leave soon after. If you have any questions, ask me during this time, understood? Bai Li Hongfeng remarked casually. Okay. Although Lin Qingchen did not comprehend the full meaning, he sensed that Bai Li Hongfeng understood his expression well enough. I'm leaving now. I cannot assist you with the dormitory situation. Leaving? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't brother Hongfeng just said that he could ask him if he had any questions? Also, what was this about grabbing a dormitory? Are dormitories something you need to fight for? Shouldn't they be assigned by the academy? Chapter 60, Get Out. What sort of competition is there for dormitories? Lin Qingchen looked at Bai Li Hongfeng, puzzled. Quite literally, Bai Li Hongfeng replied nonchalantly. The materials used to construct the student dormitories are extraordinarily unique, at least. You need not worry about damaging them now. Bai Li Hongfeng spoke softly, his eyes reflecting both nostalgia and reminiscence. Back when he enrolled, he had fought his way through to establish the strength and status he held now, not needing to worry about damaging them. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen's mind conjured an image of a conflict erupting in a 6-person dormitory, where beasts were summoned, leaving everyone without space. He shook his head, deciding to set his belongings down first. There was no point in overthinking at this moment, especially since he had been suppressing so much for so long. After finally evolving Xiaobai, he now faced Yu Haoxuan from the Great Xia Beast Tamer dynasty, a 4th-tier beast tamer, someone he could not contend with yet. Moreover, he had also been oppressed by Wu Wei. Lin Qingchen had endured far more than he should have at this age. Fortunately, he had Bai Li Hongfeng watching over him. As he pondered this, a warm feeling surged within Lin Qingchen's heart. Just a bit longer. I need a few more materials to allow Xiaobai to evolve once more. At that time, I should be able to keep pace with Bai Li Hongfeng, perhaps even protect him. The Great Xia Beast Tamer Academy occupies a vast expanse. Yet Bai Li Hongfeng would not lead him here. If he couldn't even find the right location, Lin Qingchen might as well return home. After a while of wandering, Lin Qingchen followed the signs to the student dormitory. Rather than a dormitory, it resembled a small community, and it appeared that all students were from the same cohort. There would be no mixing of upperclassmen and underclassmen. Hello, is this the freshman dormitory? Lin Qingchen inquired of a dark-skinned middle-aged man sitting at the reception desk. Yes. The dormitories are divided into East and West zones. If you wish to reside in the more favorable conditions, take this number plate to the East zone. There happens to be one spot left. The dark-skinned man pointed to a number plate on the table and replied casually. Didn't you say we had a fight for dormitories? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen was slightly taken aback, questioning. The dark-skinned man looked at Lin Qingchen with surprise, noting that a newcomer had done such research. Quite impressive indeed. The East zone has single rooms, while the West zone has shared dormitories. To stay in the East zone, you must be prepared for competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen glanced at the sign, approached, grabbed the remaining number plate, and turned toward the east zone. The world of beast tamers is not as harmonious as it appears. At least, the experiences Lin Qingchen had encountered thus far had revealed much to him. Thus, he preferred to have his own space. As for the competition for dormitories, was he afraid? The East Zone dormitory building was magnificent, comparable to what one might call a villa in his previous life. Upon entering this area, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but marvel. The greenery surrounding was likely made of ordinary materials, while that towering tree must possess considerable quality. Such grandiosity. In the center of the dormitory building, there was even a clear, pristine lake where one could swim with their beasts during the summer. No wonder Li Hongfeng mentioned the need to compete for dormitories. In such an environment, who wouldn't want to reside here? Between the two buildings, an expansive area stretched out. Lin Qingchen estimated it to be comparable to the square of number 2 high school. Moments later, Lin Qingchen looked up at his room number 100. The last one. It seems that luck was on his side. Upon pushing open the door, Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback by the environment that greeted her. Not only was it equipped with various facilities, but it also boasted a kitchen and a library. It even appeared to encompass separate accommodations for beast companions. My goodness. This is hardly a dormitory. If this were put on the market, it could exchange for several properties in Donglan City. After marveling at her surroundings, Lin Qingchen began to unpack her luggage, arranging some daily necessities. As for the notion of being ousted from her dormitory, that was simply inconceivable. With that thought in mind, she shook the storage bag in her hand. This storage bag was akin to the magical pouches found in novels, resembling a space ring, and proved to be exceedingly convenient, though she wondered if it possessed any preservation properties. After assisting Qin Tian in treating the golden feather eagle, the surplus materials had found their way into her possession. And now her little bai had reached the impressive rank of a level 9 tier 3 beast. Although the energy needed to ascend from tier 3 to tier 4 was substantial, with ample nourishment, nothing was impossible. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the door, suggesting the arrival of someone who was remarkably impatient. They arrived rather swiftly, didn't they? Lin Qingchen's eyes darkened at the sound. It seemed her dorm number was situated at the end of the sequence, prompting someone to attempt to seize her spot. "Kid, this dormitory belongs to me," declared a stout student who appeared to be of similar age, standing at the entrance with an air of entitlement. Surrounding him were bodyguards, burdened with an assortment of luggage. He seemed to be a local from the Great Xia imperial capital. "Young Master Wang Qian, shall we negotiate with him?" A tall bodyguard leaned in and whispered in the young man's ear. The Great Xia Beast Taming Academy allowed for dormitory disputes, yet others were prohibited from intervening. Moreover, although their young master possessed some skill, it was evident that those who qualified for the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy were far from ordinary. Securing this room would likely prove to be no simple task. Negotiate? What nonsense! Wang Qian's face twisted with impatience as he hurled his luggage into the room. Having grown accustomed to his usual arrogance, he stepped forward and commanded, "Kid, I'll give you 1,000,000 to vacate." He appeared poised to summon his beast to intimidate Lin Qingchen further. In response, the surrounding bodyguards reluctantly placed their burdens down. "Vacate? You must be joking." Lin Qingchen scoffed, raising her right hand slowly. Did he truly believe her to be weak, to be a mere waste? Throughout her journey, she had faced adversaries far stronger than him. Today, she would show that among her peers, she, Lin Qingchen, was invincible. With a crackle, a flash of lightning surged forth, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed air. When one gazed into the room, only Lin Qingchen remained. "Don't forget your luggage," she remarked disdainfully, tossing the earlier baggage back outside. As people came and went, they witnessed the charred bodies of several individuals sprawled beneath the weight of large bundles, appearing utterly defeated, as if they had been expelled. Those residing in the area wondered if the beast of the room possessed lightning attributes. New students cast wary glances at that dormitory, for its occupant was no ordinary individual. On that day, all newcomers to the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy learned that within room 100 of the East District resided a formidable character. Chapter 61. The Martial Assembly of Various Dynasties. Since that day, although some students aspired to reside in the East District dormitories, none dared to challenge the occupant of room 100 again. After all, they had only just graduated from beast taming school, and most lacked combat experience. The practical assessments had only recently commenced. Moreover, the fact that Wang Qian and his bodyguards had been summarily expelled underscored the ferocity of this individual. The following day, the dormitory allocations in the East District were largely confirmed, with only the cream of the crop from the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy permitted to stay. Those with strength who sought to inhabit the East District had failed, and those remaining were unlikely to challenge again, as that would be a humiliation. As for the girl with whom Lin Qingchen had grown up, he was unconcerned. The Firefox had now attained the strength of a Tier 4 beast, and Lin Qingchen was likely thriving in the female dormitory. After all, any student bold enough to challenge her would surely be courting disaster. However, just as Lin Qingchen prepared to step outside the academy for a stroll, a voice called out from nearby. "Hello, I'm Zhang Jiang from next door." A sunny face appeared beside Lin Qingchen, greeting her with a smile. "Zhang Jiang, what a peculiar name," Lin Qingchen mused internally. "Am I disturbing you?" Zhang Jiang maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Guess?" Lin Qingchen replied with a smile. "Since I am not, may I come in for a chat?" Zhang Jiang inquired, his smile unwavering. "Actually, I was just about to take a walk. Perhaps we could chat while strolling?" Lin Qingchen suggested, not directly answering but steering the conversation. Despite her confidence in her own abilities among her peers, she remained cautious, for this was the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, and her companion had secured a spot in the East District. "Sure." Zhang Jiang seemed taken aback for a moment before responding. "Yesterday, word spread that the student residing in room 100 excels in lightning attributes and effortlessly defeated that group of people." Upon hearing the rumor, Zhang Jiang was eager to meet her. He considered himself a prodigy as well, having gained admission to the academy, yet he understood that even among prodigies, there were disparities in strength. "Qingchen, where are you from?" After a brief tour around the campus, Zhang Jiang turned to Lin Qingchen and asked. Upon learning her name, a flicker of surprise ran through Zhang Jiang. "What a coincidence. I'm from South Jiang Province," Lin Qingchen replied softly. Finding Zhang Jiang's affability a bit overwhelming, she thought, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Given his enthusiastic demeanor, she felt compelled to reciprocate, even if it was somewhat uncomfortable. "South Jiang Province? I believe Senior Bai Li recently visited there," Zhang Jiang pondered aloud. "Senior Bai Li? Are you referring to Bai Li Hongfeng?" Lin Qingchen asked, her curiosity piqued. "Is Hongfeng so renowned?" She wondered. It appeared that even the newcomers were aware of his name. "Indeed, he is my idol. When the freshmen enrolled, he single-handedly defeated the remaining 99 students in the East District." "Isn't that impressive?" Zhang Jiang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "However, most of you newcomers likely don't know him." "Impressive indeed," Lin Qingchen replied, feigning ignorance. "No wonder no one sought his autograph during the enrollment." "Do you know him?" Zhang Jiang asked, glancing at Lin Qingchen. "Heard of him," she responded nonchalantly. Given the current situation, revealing her connection to Bai Li Hongfeng could lead to Zhang Jiang spreading the word throughout the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, which might complicate matters if the remaining 99 students were to confront her once he was no longer around. Although not everyone harbors grievances against Bai Li Hongfeng, the latter's somewhat domineering disposition springs to mind, prompting Lin Qingchen to shake her head. Perhaps there is a reason? Why does he engage in conflicts with so many individuals? Lin Qingchen pondered. "You ought to inquire with Senior Bai Li about that. However, I doubt he would pay you any mind," Zhang Jiang remarked with a shrug. Such an impressive figure would certainly not deign to acknowledge mere ordinary students like themselves. "Not pay me any mind." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen's expression morphed into one of curiosity as she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Jiang. She hoped that when the time came, this person would not be too astonished by her connection to Bai Li Hongfeng. Why are there so few students at the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy? After being awestruck by the illustrious history and grand architecture of the academy, Lin Qingchen paused in her tracks and turned to Zhang Jiang, inquiring. Even though 3 students from Donglin City had gained admission to the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, their overall performance was merely average. And that was only in the context of Jiangnan Province, let alone the entirety of Great Xia. Yet, after walking for quite some time, Lin Qingchen had yet to encounter many people, as if they were the only new students present. You might not know this. Students from the 2 prestigious institutions of Great Xia and the Imperial Capital are required to journey to the Great Xia Imperial Palace during their 3rd year, where they are personally tested by the Emperor of Xia. Zhang Jiang explained with a smile. Those who pass will be taken to participate in the Assembly of the Dynasties. As a native beastmaster of the Great Xia Imperial Capital, Zhang Jiang clearly possessed far more knowledge than Lin Qingchen. The Assembly of the Dynasties? Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this term. In this era, there were no televisions or computers for beastmasters to indulge in leisure activities, and the information available to ordinary citizens was exceedingly limited. Lin Qingchen was only aware of another dynasty, the Great Qin Dynasty, situated near Great Xia. While occasional frictions occurred between the 2 dynasties, there seemed to be an agreement that beastmasters of the 9th rank or higher would not engage in battle. In other words, if one party refrains from deploying 9th rank beastmasters, the other must do the same. However, what exactly is the Assembly of the Dynasties? Initially, Lin Qingchen believed the Great Xia dynasty to be vast and expansive, yet it now seemed that the realm of beastmasters extended far beyond her expectations. But why is it referred to as an assembly of martial arts? Is it not a battle of beastmasters? A faint sense of confusion lingered in Lin Qingchen's mind. The assembly of the dynasties. Are there numerous dynasties involved? She asked Zhang Jiang. Of course. It is said that at the assembly of the dynasties, even golden quality beast eggs and legendary materials make an appearance, Zhang Jiang whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen's brow furrowed. Surely, there must be powers akin to sects that transcend the numerous dynasties? Wait, how does this freshman know so much? Old Zhang, you're not the emperor's illegitimate son, are you? Lin Qingchen teased as she playfully draped an arm around Zhang Jiang's shoulder. How could that be? Absolutely not. Zhang Jiang replied, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Chapter 62. Military training. Observing his reaction, Lin Qingchen's gaze flickered slightly. It seemed that since the conclusion of the Beastmaster College entrance examination, he had already caught the attention of the great Xia authorities. With Xia Qingyao from the Beastmaster Association and the inexplicably knowledgeable Zhang Jiang, it appeared they were all. She then contemplated various matters. For instance, given the formidable foundation of the Situ family in Donglin City, why could they not uncover even the simplest details about his residence? Despite Lin Qingshua's remarkable talents and captivating aura, no one had followed her, nor had anyone visited the orphanage, aside from those who posed no threat to him. Numerous puzzling questions left her in a state of confusion. Classmate Qingchen, don't jump to conclusions. All of this information comes from ancient texts I've read. Zhang Jiang leaned in closer and whispered, your ancient texts document events from recent years, right? Fine. It seems you are quite familiar with the great Xia Beastmaster Academy. Care to show me around? Lin Qingchen replied, choosing not to press further on the previous topic. Today, she had learned enough, it was best to leave it at that. Absolutely. The following day, at dawn, the roars of the Beastmasters roused all slumbering students. Lin Qingchen included. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced out the window and was instantly awakened upon seeing a pair of slit-like pupils. Beast name, Purple Mystic Snake, level, 6th rank, level 1 quality, red attribute, water, poison, status, normal vulnerability, fire, lightning, evolution path. A snake, and a venomous one at that. Moreover, a 6th rank poisonous snake. If it bites, one would likely perish before taking 5 steps. Since arriving in Great Xia, Lin Qingchen had rarely encountered beasts of a quality lower than purple. Even the exceedingly rare orange quality beasts in Donglin City appeared mundane in comparison here. All students, assemble on the playground within 15 minutes. Those who cannot comply will be expelled from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy. A booming voice, tinged with anger, reverberated through the air, causing many students to change their expressions. At that moment, Lin Qingchen noticed a figure standing atop the sleek head of the snake. Clad in attire resembling military garb. Who are you? A student promptly retorted. They were all prodigies from various provinces. How could they be ordered to leave? Did he possess the authority? Many among the students harbored such thoughts. Aside from the renowned Beastmaster experts, who among the others was qualified to instruct them. However, Lin Qingchen did not share this sentiment. With a 6th rank beast, and one of red quality at that, this man was likely their military training instructor. Indeed, it is military training. Even within the Great Xia dynasty, all major Beastmaster academies conduct this program. After graduating from the Beastmaster Academy, they will no longer be students. Instead, they must rely on their beasts to engage in life and death combat. Upon hearing this, the man standing atop the snake's head remained expressionless. Yet the purple mystic snake beneath him slightly opened its mouth, releasing a stream of purple liquid. The clothing of the student who had protested earlier was instantly corroded, leaving him clad only in his undergarments. The student clasped his hands over his chest, trembling slightly, his eyes brimming with tears, no longer daring to utter a word. Witnessing this, Lin Qingchen's pupils constricted slightly. This was the depth of the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy's foundation? Even a mere instructor possessed such formidable power. To have corroded the student's shirt and pants while leaving his undergarments and other areas untouched was a display of exquisite control, one that Lin Qingchen knew she could not replicate. Weren't you just quite brave? Why the sudden cowardice? The man scoffed. Assemble on the playground. Those who are late will bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, the students dared not utter another word, hastily gathering their belongings and heading towards the designated location. They could not guarantee that the snake would not suddenly turn and spit venom. The playground of the Daxia Beastmaster Academy sprawls over an extensive area. Even the colossal body of the purple mysterious serpent occupies merely a minuscule portion of it. Were it situated in the athletic fields of my previous life, it would barely have enough space to coil up. Opposite the purple mysterious serpent, Lin Qingchen and the other newly admitted students stood with an air of formality. Moments later, another figure arrived, leading a group of female students from the dormitory. However, The expressions on those young ladies' faces suggested that the instructor's methods were decidedly more gentle. Numerous male students cast their gazes toward the magnificent butterfly with fluttering wings and the alluring silhouette it presented. If Qi Yin was characterized by youthful beauty and an enviable figure, then this newcomer could only be aptly described by two words: mature woman. That allure was irresistible to the blossoming young men. Some students even harbored a whimsical hope that the purple mysterious serpent might drool upon this enchanting figure, granting them a chance to. Yet Lin Qingchen, of course, did not entertain such thoughts. His gaze lingered on that captivating figure for a brief moment before he shifted it away. After all, there was another individual observing from within the crowd. Subsequently, Lin Qingchen watched with keen interest as a solemn group stood nearby. Presumably, their prowess was akin to the previous two, both at the 6th tier of beastmasters. It remained uncertain what the military training in the beastmaster world entailed. After a brief interval, half of that group stepped forward, following the female instructor to the opposite side of the playground, suggesting that the training would be segregated by gender. This was understandable. After all, a repeat of the earlier incident, where clothing was dissolved, would undoubtedly be rather awkward. Witnessing this scene, many male students displayed expressions of deep regret. What a pity. According to their dormitory numbers, the Eastern District was divided into 2 classes, while the Western District encompassed 8. The instructor who had brought Lin Qingchen and the others surveyed the group of students and spoke coldly. Given Lin Qingchen's dormitory number, he naturally fell into the 2nd class of the Eastern District, where he spotted a familiar face. Once the classes were assigned, their instructor, a man with a square face who appeared somewhat older, stood imposingly without summoning a beast, yet he exuded a palpable pressure upon the students. Based on Lin Qingchen's estimation, this man's beast was likely of a level not inferior to the purple mysterious serpent. Since everyone is present, our military training officially commences. With the sound of a hawk's cry, a young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the students on the playground with an indifferent tone. Lin Qingchen recognized that beast. He had treated it not long ago. As Qin Tian's voice resonated, barriers resembling protective shields arose, partitioning the playground into equal sections. Upon hearing this, the instructors summoned their beasts, and an atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the entire playground. In an instant, the students of the Daxia Beastmaster Academy found themselves somewhat at a loss. This was their first encounter with such a scenario. Moreover, it seemed they were to battle their own instructor. This is your first lesson upon entering the Daxia Beastmaster Academy. Real combat. The instructor responsible for Lin Qingchen's group spoke with a grave expression. As his words concluded, a brown 6-pointed star formation materialized, and a gigantic brown bear appeared before Lin Qingchen and his peers. Withstand for a quarter of an hour, and this practical exercise will count as a pass. Accompanied by a faint yellow glow emanating from the instructor's hand, protective gear resembling armor and helmets appeared around the bear's body and head. Observing this spectacle, Lin Qingchen's pupils constricted slightly. Was this equipment? No, it seemed different. Could it be a form of spiritual technique? Recollecting the events that transpired in the spiritual technique pavilion, Lin Qingchen began to grasp the concept. Perhaps, once Xiaobai's rank increased further, he too could augment its attributes through spiritual techniques. Boom. However, the massive bear showed no mercy, delivering a heavy blow that cracked the ground beneath it. Though these students were youthful, they were still among the elite in Daxia, having secured rooms in the Eastern District, and their strength was not to be underestimated. In an instant, within the area where Lin Qingchen stood, a vibrant array of colors burst forth as 49 beasts manifested, their presence seemingly rivaling that of the colossal brown bear. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen sighed, raising his right hand slightly, allowing Xiaobai to emerge. He quickly scanned the various beasts, gleaning insights into their attributes, weaknesses, ranks, levels, and so forth. Although these beasts emanated formidable auras, the majority were at the 3rd tier, with no 4th tier beasts in sight. Beast name, Rock Demon. Level, 6th tier, level 2. Quality, red. Attribute, rock. Status, normal. Weaknesses, wood, water, negligible. Evolution route. Fixating on the familiar template, Lin Qingchen focused on the attributes. Rock attribute, rather than earth. Moreover, the effectiveness of attribute weaknesses seemed minimal. Yet, this was within Lin Qingchen's expectations, after years of evolution. The Beastmaster world undoubtedly encompassed more than just the singular 5-element attributes or light and darkness. It appeared that as the rank of beasts increased, the influence of attributes diminished. What, then, was the utility of this system? It might as well be uninstalled. As Lin Qingchen lamented internally, the spirited students launched their initial wave of attacks. With a chorus of somewhat juvenile battle cries, a variety of offensive maneuvers surged toward the rock demon. Observing this, Lin Qingchen shook his head. It could only be said that they were at that age, wanting to assign grandiose names to their straightforward assaults. Nevertheless, he couldn't afford to appear too indifferent. "Xiaobai Thunderbolt." A commanding voice rang out as a blinding flash of lightning surged into the fray. Boom. As the dust settled, the rock demon emerged unscathed from beneath the onslaught. Subsequently, the massive creature swatted at several airborne beasts, sending gusts of wind that toppled the beast riders to the ground. Damn it. Some students clenched their fists, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over them. Their proud beast seemed to crumble like a house of cards before the towering rock demon. On a viewing platform, Qingchen, who had issued the earlier command, wore a faint smirk, his gaze directed toward Lin Qingchen. He wondered what surprises this young man might still unveil. Contemplating this, Qingchen's eyes shimmered with intrigue. During his time in Donglin City, he had conducted numerous investigations, yet certain aspects remained shrouded in mystery. Although Bai Li Hongfeng was admitted to the Daxia Beastmaster Academy through recommendation, his background remained elusive. Furthermore, what astonished him the most was Lin Qingchen's ability to heal the golden feathered eagle, a feat beyond even the legendary beastmasters of the Summer Empire. This is evidently not something a mere third-tier beastmaster could accomplish. Who exactly is he? Subsequently, Qingchen slowly shook his head. These matters were not his concern. All he knew was that Lin Qingchen had rescued his beast, and he owed this young man a favor. That was all. As the rock demon struck the ground once more, sending debris flying, Little White swept its tail, generating a gust that reduced the fragments to dust. Damn, Lin Qingchen spat. The defenses of the rock demon seemed even more formidable than he had anticipated, to the extent that indestructible could be used to describe it. Observing the students scattered like grains of sand, the instructor shook his head helplessly. At this rate, they wouldn't last even a quarter of an hour, let alone a full one. Although the rock demon's defenses were robust, its offensive capabilities were not particularly potent. Compared to other instructors in different areas, this was relatively easier for him. This is quite interesting. Suddenly, amidst the panicking students, the instructor noticed one individual who remained comparatively calm. He promptly issued a command to the rock demon. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingchen's expression darkened instantly. It felt as if he were the master of this rock demon, with the beast following his lead, which was absurd. Then, a glimmer of spiritual light flickered at his fingertips, and a slender cage materialized, trapping the rock demon. However, it lasted not even a moment. Witnessing the fleeting cage, the instructor's lips curled into a slight smirk. A spiritual technique? Although of lower rank, for students of their age, grasping such a skill could indeed be deemed genius. This lad is impressive. Boom. With just a single punch, the pale blue cage shattered, and Lin Qingchen's face turned slightly pale. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, two faint red lights appeared before his eyes, emanating from the rock demon's two ankles. What is this? Lin Qingchen rubbed his eyes, but upon looking again, he found the faint red light still present. Could this be its weakness? The system's new feature arrived just in time. Thankfully, I didn't uninstall it, Lin Qingchen praised inwardly. Even without an attribute advantage, so long as there is a weakness, I can wear it down. Don't mention tier 6. I could take down a tier 9 beast. Everyone, focus your attacks on the rock demon's ankles. Lin Qingchen turned to the other students and shouted. Then, Little White's body suddenly expanded, swiftly charging to ensnare the rock demon. While the rock attribute boasts formidable defense, its attack power is not particularly strong, and its speed is lacking. Attempting to catch Little White would be akin to chasing a mirage. Just as the rock demon attempted to struggle, its concealed pupils quivered slightly, for it beheld a pair of ancient and imposing vertical pupils. Simultaneously, the instructor standing at the edge of the barrier felt his smile gradually freeze. He realized that his connection with the rock demon had been severed. How could this be possible? The bond between a beastmaster and their beast cannot be broken unless one party dies. The instructor's eyes betrayed an unmistakable shock. What on earth just transpired? That boy seems to have discovered the rock demon's weakness? How could that be? It has only been a short while. He is merely a student. Why does he possess such sharp observational skills? Even seasoned and battle-hardened beastmasters would struggle in such circumstances. Moreover, how could a mere third-tier beast possibly bind his rock demon? This is ridiculous. Though the students did not know Lin Qingchen, upon witnessing a giant serpent ensnaring the rock demon, they instinctively followed his command. After being chased for so long, it was time to counterattack. Instantly, an overwhelming offensive surged toward the rock demon. However, it was not as scattered as before. All of their efforts were focused on the demon's ankles. Whoosh! As they launched their attack, Lin Qingchen communicated with Little White, instructing him to retreat. Even though Little White's level was not high, in terms of speed, it could not be compared to the rock demon. Even if the latter wished to evade, it would be futile, as the deluge of attacks had already descended. Boom! As the sounds of explosions filled the air, the instructor's face twitched slightly, revealing a pained expression. These little rascals are ruthless. Earlier, when he pursued these students, he had been lenient, as if he had no offensive capabilities at all. However, as an instructor, he could not bear to unleash his full strength against the students. Thus, with that thought, the instructor stepped forward towards Lin Qingchen and the others. All right, you pass. Put your beasts away. As the students were about to continue their assault on the rock demon, a voice came forth. Upon recognizing the speaker, everyone complied. And Lin Qingchen raised his right hand slightly, allowing a white shadow to dart into his sleeve and hide. This lad is remarkably cautious. The earlier scene had certainly caught the instructor's eye, yet after observing Lin Qingchen for a moment, he snorted coldly and shifted his gaze away. It seemed this boy had taken the lead earlier, hadn't he? The presence of such a genius in his team is either a blessing or a curse. Feeling the instructor's somewhat resentful gaze, Lin Qingchen could only scratch his head and respond with an awkward smile. The instructor approached the rock demon, casting a sympathetic glance at it, then activated a hexagram formation, drawing the rock demon into the beast space. Within the beast space, his beast could receive the best care. As a 6th-tier beast, it already possessed a degree of self-healing ability. Furthermore, even if the rock demon's ankles were attacked, its formidable defenses would prevent any significant damage. However, upon hearing this, the students, who had just begun to relax, felt their faint smiles freeze. Was there something else in store? Surely, they couldn't endure another round. Everyone, run 20 laps around the perimeter. The suddenly serious voice made the seated students spring to their feet. Yes, they shouted in unison. Compared to the previous brutal battle, running 20 laps was nothing. Moreover, those who could gain admission to the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy typically possessed better physiques than ordinary beastmasters. Thus, 20 laps posed no challenge for them. As the students circled the perimeter, Zhang Jiang seized the opportunity to approach Lin Qingchen and asked, "Qingchen, how did you know about that beast's weakness?" Upon hearing this, some students slowed their pace, perked up their ears to listen. How did they miss noticing that beast's weakness? They had much to learn. Good looks and luck, Lin Qingchen replied nonchalantly. Little white, LLL. Huff, huff. A student sat on the ground, panting. After a moment, wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked at the instructor and asked, "Instructor, what was that attached to your beast?" To gain admission to the prestigious Daxia Beastmaster Academy, one must undoubtedly possess exceptional talents that far surpass those of ordinary individuals. And their powers of observation are no exception. During the previous confrontation with the rock demon, these students, much like Lin Qingchen, noticed certain peculiarities. It is akin to a spiritual technique, which your mentors will elucidate further. If you have confidence in your abilities, you may also venture to the library to test your luck. Upon hearing the mention of the library, Lin Qingchen's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Such a treasure. In a small place like Donglin City, the offerings within the spiritual technique hall were enough to captivate him, let alone in this formidable Daxia Beastmaster Academy, brimming with experts. However, borrowing from the library requires credits, does it not? The instructor's face bore a subtle smile. Within the Daxia Beastmaster Academy, transactions and exchanges among students do not utilize Beastmaster coins, but rather academic credits. Just to clarify, 1 credit is approximately equivalent to 10,000 Beastmaster coins. The instructor added, anticipating that they might not grasp this concept. Instructor, how does one acquire these credits? A student could not help but inquire. It seems that without credits, life at the Daxia Beastmaster Academy could prove quite challenging. After the military training concludes, you will receive 20 credits. The remainder will depend on your own efforts. The instructor explained. Upon hearing this, many students were momentarily taken aback. 20 credits? That equates to 200,000 Beastmaster coins. Is the Daxia Beastmaster Academy truly so affluent? Although this may seem like merely 20 credits, or 200,000 Beastmaster coins, the new students here number around 1,000. What an astounding concept that is. Stand up. Prepare to assemble. The instructor cast a glance at the vanishing barrier in the sky and spoke sternly. Yes, the current students were eager to conclude their military training as soon as possible to obtain their credits, for that indeed represents substantial wealth. Let us proceed to assemble. And I shall also introduce you to the remarkable mentors of the Daxia Beastmaster Academy. The instructor said with a smile, a hint of wistfulness in his eyes. That individual can surely be regarded as a source of pride for the Daxia Beastmaster Academy. During his student days, he single-handedly faced 5 opponents at the Beastmaster tournament of the Daxia dynasty. Even though the current Bai Li Hongfeng is on the rise and possesses greater strength than that individual did at this point in time, the latter's status remains unassailable in the hearts of many senior students. For he is none other than Qin Tian. Chapter 65, Chronicles of Beastmasters. Welcome, everyone, to the Daxia Beastmaster Academy. On the platform, Qin Tian addressed the gathered students with fervor. Upon hearing this, Many students in the audience cast him glances filled with resentment. Welcome? Is this truly the nature of a welcome? Not all students possess the keen insight of Lin Qingchen to discern the weaknesses of their instructor's beasts. Most classes find themselves struggling against 6th-tier beasts. Observing this scene, a faint smile graced Qin Tian's face. Who among us has not endured such trials in the past? The challenges you face now are preferable to the perils of the outside world, where weakness and inexperience could lead to your demise. We are honored to serve as your instructors for this cohort and guide you through military training. I trust that you share this sentiment. Over the next 7 days, I hope you will exert yourselves to earn the 20 credits I have in my possession. At this point, Qin Tian paused, his lips curling into a slight smile. Oh, just a reminder, the credits are distributed by me. If your performance falters, those 20 credits may not find their way to you. His words elicited cries of despair from many students. So, if one does not perform well, even after enduring 7 days of military training, they may not receive credits? Quite the predicament. 7 days may sound brief, but for students undergoing military training, it stretches into an eternity. Throughout this period, they have endured unprecedented hardships, subjected daily to the torment of 6th-tier beasts. Is this truly a life for human beings? No, it is not. Consequently, on the final day of military training, many students gazed at the young man on the platform with expressions tinged with faint resentment. However, Qin Tian remained indifferent to their glances. What do you need from me? Teacher Qin Tian? Lin Qingchen asked, gazing at the handsome young man before him. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. This lad, addressing him so casually as Teacher Qin Tian, seemed rather nonchalant, did he not? Are you considering a visit to the academy's library? Qin Tian retorted, somewhat exasperated. Should he grant Lin Qingchen preferential treatment based on his demeanor? But I require credits, do I not? Lin Qingchen said, blinking innocently at Qin Tian. With the 20 credits he currently held, he could scarcely afford to borrow anything, let alone enter the library more than a few times. It was not that he was unwilling to go, it was merely that he lacked sufficient credits. Moreover, as Lin Qingchen understood, very few individuals at the Daxia Beastmaster Academy gained the privilege to enter the library in several years. Most students cultivate their spiritual techniques under the guidance of their mentors. Then, may I use mine? Qin Tian replied, somewhat helplessly. He still had many unused credits from his graduation, and now they could serve a purpose. That sounds reasonable. By the way, I have a question for you. Qin Tian halted and turned to face Lin Qingchen, his expression shifting to one of seriousness, as he had not anticipated that this seemingly carefree lad concealed such depth. What is the origin of your beast? Qin Tian inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qingchen. According to the instructor's report, during your training, the connection between you and the rock demon appeared to be severed. But how could that be? Defeating a 6th-tier beast is a trivial task for me. Yet reaching that level of prowess seems implausible. I found it one night when I was awakened and went outside to pick it up. Then, I raised it with all the care in the world, using exceedingly rare materials to aid its evolution. It was no easy feat. Lin Qingchen sighed deeply as he spoke. He truly did not exaggerate. He had indeed found the little creature. Little White. Qin Tian. Fine, I shall not press further. But what about that girl? What is her story? Your little acquaintance. Qin Tian seemed to recall something and inquired. Little acquaintance? What little acquaintance? Teacher Qin Tian. Where would I find such a thing? She's merely an ordinary classmate. Lin Qingchen replied, slightly taken aback. All right, an ordinary classmate. But what is her situation? Qin Tian sighed. Among this cohort of students, the 3 individuals who captured the instructor's attention all hailed from the small locality of Donglin City. While there were other commendable students, they paled in comparison to these 3. Besides Lin Qingchen, the other 2 had astonishingly reached the 4th tier. And it seemed that Qi Yan's beast could even impose a degree of pressure on 6th-tier beasts. How utterly remarkable. Even Qin Tian's beast could not achieve such a feat. If Lin Qingchen's prowess stemmed from innate talent, then what accounted for the achievements of the others? Donglin City was hardly a place known for the existence of golden-tier beasts. Honestly, I have no idea. Lin Qingchen replied, looking at Qin Tian. He only knew that Qi Yan's beast was of golden quality, and that it seemed to possess complexities beyond the surface. Thus far, aside from the Great Yellow, the only beast he could not discern an evolutionary path for was that particular one. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian sighed and ceased his inquiries. Beep. As Qin Tian placed one of his cards upon the device, the entrance to the library swung open. Do enter, but do not wander. He cautioned Lin Qingchen with a glance. Understood, Lin Qingchen replied, before stepping forward towards the most ancient and enigmatic section of the great Xia Beastmaster Academy. Moments later, the sight before Lin Qingchen left him momentarily astonished. What was this place? It was not merely a library, but an ocean of books. The first floor was vast and boundless, filled with numerous bookshelves. A cursory glance revealed that most of the tomes were about spiritual techniques, akin to those found in the Spiritual Technique Pavilion of Donglin City. However, those were not his objective. Lin Qingchen yearned to uncover more profound truths. Although he admired the combat style of the rock demon, the current Xiao Bai seemed to have no need for such knowledge. Moreover, once he selected a mentor, guidance would be provided, making the pursuit of spiritual techniques at this juncture somewhat hasty. With this thought in mind, Lin Qingchen slowly lifted his gaze towards the second floor. If the first level resembled a traditional library, the format of the second level was unlike anything he had encountered before. The stone walls appeared to have been hewn into various shelves by human hands, adorned with books that exuded an air of antiquity. He casually picked up one tome and wiped off the dust. The 500 Years of Great Xia? Upon reading the title, Lin Qingchen silently returned it to its place. Such historical accounts held little relevance for him at present. Time flew swiftly, and Lin Qingchen perused numerous volumes, most chronicling the glorious achievements of past rulers of Great Xia, along with the developments of various eras. As for the surrounding dynasties, Zhang Jiang had recounted some tales to him. Yet, none of this was what he sought to understand. Ultimately, Lin Qingchen's gaze fell upon a book at the far end of the corridor. A tome, though tattered and incomplete, radiated a profound antiquity. Chronicles of Beastmasters? Lin Qingchen brushed away the dust and read the title aloud, word by word. He then removed the book and opened the first page, which revealed vibrant tales from the history of the Beastmaster realm. Chapter 66, The Beast Emperor. In ancient times, there existed no training methods for Beastmasters. People pursued martial paths, yet their strength was insufficient to combat the calamities of the era. Insufficient to counter disasters? Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. How did people survive then? He continued to read on. At that time, a man clad in white, strikingly handsome, stood atop a cerulean divine phoenix. With his own strength, he quelled the dark turmoil. Upon reaching this passage, Lin Qingchen could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. To single-handedly resolve calamities that others could not, how formidable he must have been. Furthermore, a cerulean divine phoenix? It sounded far more impressive than Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. From that moment, the man imparted the method of forming contracts with beasts to humanity, thus inaugurating a new era. Posterity would refer to this epoch as the era of Beastmasters, and that man would be venerated as the Beast Emperor. The historical term era of Beastmasters stirred tumultuous waves within Lin Qingchen's heart. How remarkable! A longing gleamed in Lin Qingchen's eyes. So this was the origin of the beasts they now utilized? What kind of charm must that white-clad man have possessed? In just a few words, a grand scene unfurled in Lin Qingchen's mind, leaving him profoundly shaken. To be born in such an era, fraught with calamity, yet to witness the splendor of such a figure, what a bittersweet fortune. Nevertheless, he would rather not have lived then. In such times, ordinary folk might have struggled merely to survive, a ridiculous and grim reality. Continuing his reading, Lin Qingchen found himself wondering, is that all? The brevity of the author's narrative perplexed him. However, as he closed the book, he noticed a concluding passage in the year 1149 of the Beast Emperor's reign. The Beast Emperor fell, marking the end of a resplendent era. The simple statement caused Lin Qingchen to pause. The Beast Emperor, the very white-clad youth, had perished? But who could have slain one capable of quelling dark turmoil? With a sigh, Lin Qingchen closed the book. Such matters were beyond his current understanding. Based on his estimations, that white-clad man could likely subdue the Xia Emperor without even summoning his beasts. After all, he commanded a phoenix. Lin Qingchen had yet to even lay eyes on a single feather of such a creature. To his astonishment, within the great Xia Beastmaster Academy, there existed such ancient texts. This book was crafted with more skill than his own writing, albeit regrettably brief. Young lad, put down that book, rasped a voice, sending a chill down Lin Qingchen's spine. At present, during the new student orientation, there were hardly any upperclassmen around, and the library was not a place accessible to just anyone. He had specifically observed upon entering and seen no one. Could it be a ghost? With a stiff neck, Lin Qingchen turned to see a gaunt elder merely a few meters away. By the heavens! With a loud thud, Lin Qingchen dropped to the ground, clutching his head. Ouch! That hurts. This was no mere bookshelf, it was solid rock. Furthermore, the dormitory building was constructed so sturdily that even beasts below the 6th rank could not damage it, let alone a secretive place like the library. Calm down, old man won't eat you, the frail elder retorted with exasperation. Some things are better left unknown. Now tell me, what did you see? The elder scrutinized Lin Qingchen with keen eyes. If I say I saw nothing, would you believe me? Lin Qingchen's heart raced as he tentatively probed. Might there be some forbidden content within that book? It seemed more like a story, but who knows if it's true? I would, the elder replied, rolling his eyes. Very well, since you insist, I shall confess. I saw nothing at all. I merely opened the book, and you appeared. Lin Qingchen shrugged nonchalantly, thick-skinned in his response. He had surmised the identity of the man before him. He was likely not a ghostly entity, but rather akin to a librarian from his past life. And even if he were a ghost, so what? His Xiaobai was still concealed within his sleeve. Xiaobai. The elder shot Lin Qingchen a reproachful glance before gently retrieving the chronicle from his hands. Lin Qingchen barely registered the action before the book was suddenly in the elder's grasp. A faint frost began to form on the elder's hand. Bang! In the next moment, the book, encased in ice, shattered into a pile of fragments, more shattered than even the finest crushed ice. If it can be found here. It seems it's still not secure enough, the elder remarked coolly. Lin Qingchen, even without summoning a beast, the frail old man before him could easily defeat him as if it were child's play. Why is it that every time he feels invincible among his peers, a figure of such formidable stature appears? Take heed, do not speak of what you witnessed today, for your life may be at stake. The old man remarked nonchalantly before turning to depart. Old man, I wish to follow you in your cultivation. What do you think? Lin Qingchen quickly interjected upon witnessing the old man's intent to leave. His instincts told him that the individual before him possessed strength surpassing even Qin Bailey and perhaps even Qin Tian. When seeking a mentor, one must choose the most formidable. Why do you wish to follow me? Does the great Xia Beastmaster Academy lack instructors? The old man's previously tranquil demeanor showed a flicker of agitation upon hearing Lin Qingchen's words. I am a new student who has just arrived here, and I currently have no mentor to guide me, Lin Qingchen sheepishly replied, scratching his head. A new student? Then how did you gain entry here? The old man inquired, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Teacher Qin Tian used his credits to assist my admission, Lin Qingchen explained. Having invoked Qin Tian's name, Lin Qingchen felt emboldened. The academy's regulations did not prohibit mentors from helping their students. After all, what could the old man do in the face of such rules? However, to his astonishment, when the old man heard the name, he fell silent for a moment before erupting in rage. Get lost. Lin Qingchen, instantly. The atmosphere within the library grew heavy with tension. If he wishes to leave, then so be it, Lin Qingchen muttered, hastily taking his leave with Xiaobai, not daring to linger for another moment. There was no way he could afford to offend such a person at this time. Nonetheless, this encounter solidified his resolve. Tomorrow, he would return. But first, he needed to consult teacher Qin Tian. Had he unwittingly crossed paths with this mysterious figure? The contrast in reactions was too stark. Chapter 67, A Collision of Perspectives. Have you returned? Did you achieve anything? Qin Tian greeted Lin Qingchen with a smile as he appeared before him, a flicker of unidentifiable emotion crossing his gaze. Was Lin Qingchen truly this remarkable? Only a short time had passed since his arrival, yet he had already mastered a spiritual technique. Even the once proud Bai Li Hongfeng had not accomplished such a feat at this stage. Indeed, I have made significant gains, Lin Qingchen replied, his eyes flickering momentarily before he leaned closer to Qin Tian and asked, Teacher Qin Tian, have you offended anyone at the great Xia Beastmaster Academy? Taken aback, Qin Tian blinked before responding. Why do you say that? It was inconceivable. Who could possibly offend him? It was others who incurred his wrath, only to face consequences. Do you know the frail old man in the library? Lin Qingchen whispered conspiratorially. The matters of the library are of little concern to me. The frail old man? A slender figure flashed through Qin Tian's mind. Could it be that one? A wave of melancholy washed over him as he recalled past events. In his youth, he had been far too impetuous. Had he heeded the wise counsel of his mentor, he might not have found himself in such dire straits today. All those emotions culminated in a deep sigh. Observing this, Lin Qingchen wisely chose not to interrupt. It appeared that there was a story between teacher Qin Tian and the frail old man. Let us return for now. This tale is lengthy, Qin Tian sighed, stating. Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement and followed suit. This environment is truly splendid, Lin Qingchen remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. No wonder this is the residence of a mentor from the great Xia Beastmaster Academy. Even the dormitory exudes grandeur. Stop rambling and come sit down, Qin Tian retorted with a roll of his eyes. All right, Lin Qingchen replied eagerly, settling beside him attentively. You are aware of the injuries sustained by the golden feather eagle, correct? Qin Tian began. Lin Qingchen nodded, recalling the treatment he had administered after consulting Qin Tian, who explained that the creature had been harmed by a beastmaster of the great Qin dynasty. Contemplating this, Lin Qingchen's expression grew grave. A mere wound imparted an overwhelming sense of danger. It was capable of inflicting such irreparable damage on an orange-quality golden feather eagle. And it was clear that the beastmaster held comparable strength to Qin Tian. The quality of that beast was self-evident, golden, or perhaps even superior. It was no wonder that the great Xia dynasty invested heavily in cultivating beastmasters, emphasizing the importance of the beastmaster examinations. After all, Qingchen was already considered a prodigy, yet even he had fallen to that individual. What hope did the other beastmasters of the great Xia dynasty have? Perhaps in a few years, aside from the one within the royal palace, no one would be able to stand against him. The frail old man you encountered is my mentor, Qingchen finally revealed after a lengthy silence. Before that fateful battle, he attempted to stop me from proceeding. But in my youthful arrogance, I refused to listen. A complex expression flickered in Qingchen's eyes. Had he heeded his mentor's advice back then, he might not have found himself in this position today, and perhaps the golden feather eagle would have long since reached the 8th tier. Thus, Lin Qingchen prudently refrained from completing that thought. Yes, but thereafter, my mentor exhausted every means, even taking me to meet the Emperor of Xia, yet still found no solution. Qingchen lamented. Eventually, it was only upon arriving in Donglin City, with Lin Qingchen's assistance, that he managed to heal the beast. Now, he felt the barriers of his own limitations beginning to loosen, and perhaps soon he would ascend to the rank of an 8th-tier beastmaster. What brings you to seek out your teacher? Qingchen suddenly inquired. To seek guidance, I was drawn by his reputation and hoped to become his disciple, Lin Qingchen explained. Really? Qingchen regarded him skeptically. However, due to my association, it may prove difficult for you to succeed. After a moment of contemplation, Qingchen spoke softly. Throughout his life, he had never wronged anyone, except for his own mentor. Not a problem. I remain unperturbed by that, Lin Qingchen replied confidently. He had plenty of methods at his disposal. The following day, Lin Qingchen, armed with the card belonging to Qingchen, eagerly made his way back to the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy's library, employing the familiar entrance. Old man, are you there? Lin Qingchen inquired tentatively. Old man was the name of Qingchen's mentor, the same frail elder Lin Qingchen had encountered previously. The library remained as desolate and tranquil as ever, the faintest sound echoing throughout the vast space. Get lost. Okay. On the 3rd day, accompanied by the sound of a soft chime, a figure stealthily slipped into the library, only to exit in a hurry shortly thereafter. On the 7th day, the frail old man gazed at the young man before him with a mixture of exasperation, having exhausted his anger over the past few days. Speak. What will it take for you to stop bothering this old man? The elder said, looking dejectedly at the youth. Old man, do you lack a talisman? I mean, do you need a disciple? Lin Qingchen cautiously inquired, eyeing the elder. I do not need one. Now leave. The old man retorted irritably. Upon hearing the word disciple, a fleeting glimmer of regret crossed the old man's eyes. It's already the 7th day. Whatever you say. I refuse to leave today. Lin Qingchen, with unabashed boldness, plopped down onto the ground. The class was about to commence, and his time was dwindling significantly. How could he possibly cling to the powerful for support under such circumstances? Such a predicament was absolutely intolerable. Observing this, the Ancient One fell into a brief silence before speaking. Those matters, Qingchen should have informed you about, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen nodded but remained resolute in his seated position. If you can heal Qingchen's beast, I shall take you on as my disciple. What say you? The elder conceded a step, articulating his proposition. However, in his estimation, this was nearly an impossible feat previously. He had taken Qingchen to meet a renowned healer to mend the wound of the golden feathered eagle, and yet, how could a mere fledgling possibly succeed? Is that truly the case? Lin Qingchen's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement at the elder's words. If the Ancient One kept his promise, this was as good as a done deal. Was this not akin to walking right into his own trap? Indeed. Noticing Lin Qingchen's expression, the elder was momentarily taken aback before responding. Could it be that this lad truly possesses a solution? In fact, Lin Qingchen interjected. I healed the golden feathered eagle half a month ago. With that declaration, he leapt up from the ground. The elder stammered, what? You can ask senior brother Qingchen if you don't believe me, Lin Qingchen hurriedly replied, perceiving the elder's silence. Observing Lin Qingchen's earnest demeanor, though the elder's countenance remained unchanged, a sense of astonishment gripped his heart. The very task that even the Summer Emperor had failed to accomplish, this young man before him had seemingly achieved. Moreover, how could that little rascal Qingchen not inform him of such a significant event? Chapter 68. Instruction. In an instant, the library of tomes fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense. The elder gazed quietly at Lin Qingchen, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. However, at his level as a beastmaster, he was certainly not prone to losing face. Now do tell. How did you heal the golden feathered eagle? Speak, and I shall accept you as my disciple. The elder cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qingchen, speaking with a hint of nonchalance. This lad certainly seemed earnest in his assertions, yet why did he find it so hard to believe? Taken aback, Lin Qingchen pondered how to explain himself. Should he reveal the existence of a system that guided him in his methods? After a moment of hesitation, he lifted his gaze to the elder and began to explain, "Well, enough, I shall not pry further." Seeing Lin Qingchen's troubled expression, the elder interjected, sensing that this young man indeed harbored a significant secret. Reflecting on Lin Qingchen's actions since arriving at the library, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that he hailed from there? Yet, if so, why would he wish to take the elder as his mentor? How peculiar. While a sense of curiosity lingered in his heart, the elder refrained from voicing his questions, for every individual bore their own secrets. Much like the renowned Bai Li Hongfeng he had encountered in the past. Recalling that individual, the elder let out a soft sigh. Although he had vowed not to take on any more disciples, upon meeting Bai Li Hongfeng, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss for such talent, wishing to accept him as a pupil. Yet, the young man had resolutely refused, claiming he already had a teacher. How could that be? In the vast realm of the great Xia, who could possibly compare to him? Not even that old ghost from the Imperial Beast Academy could rival him. "Teacher, what troubles you?" Lin Qingchen asked, noticing the elder's sigh. Teacher? How quickly he had adopted that term. The elder shot Lin Qingchen a glance, replying curtly, "It's nothing. I was merely reminded of an unpleasant matter. If only Bai Li Hongfeng had the same audacity as this young man before me." "Qingchen, what do you wish to learn?" the elder inquired. Lin Qingchen was momentarily perplexed. What was there to learn? How was he to know? "Then I shall start from the very basics," the elder sighed. This lad, how on earth did he gain admission to the great Xia Beast Academy? Had the admission standards truly been lowered in recent years? The ranks of beastmasters are categorized from 1 to 10. Moments later, the elder began elucidating some foundational knowledge. "Isn't it 1 to 9? Lin Qingchen queried, bewildered, as it contradicted what he had learned at Donglin No. 2 High School. The elder cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Qingchen, who promptly fell silent and listened intently. The 10th rank is also known as legendary. Our great Xia's summer emperor resides within this echelon. Oh, Lin Qingchen suddenly understood, realizing why even a formidable figure like Bai Li Hongfeng spoke of this individual with a hint of reverence. He couldn't help but wonder whether Grandpa Zhao's big yellow dog was a 10th rank beast. As for the realms above the 10th rank, you may explore them once you reach the 9th rank. It is still too early for you. The elder continued. Above the 10th rank, could there be even more forbidden realms above that? Lin Qingchen mused internally. Initially, he thought that Xiao Bai, being a 3rd rank level 9, was impressive, but in comparison, it seemed utterly insignificant. As for spiritual techniques, there are those for beasts to cultivate that grant them abilities akin to innate divine powers, as well as those for beastmasters to enhance their own combat prowess, and supportive combat techniques as well. This aspect Lin Qingchen could somewhat comprehend. The supportive combat techniques seemed reminiscent of the spirit binding cage he practiced. As for enhancing one's combat strength, the rock demon they encountered that day likely belonged to this category. The first type of spiritual technique, by its very name, sounded grandiose. And it appeared that the 6th rank rock demon had either not cultivated at all or had chosen not to use its abilities. Otherwise, it would have been no easy feat for them to withstand an onslaught for a quarter of an hour. "Teacher, what about the elemental weaknesses?" Lin Qingchen inquired. In battles between high-rank beastmasters, elemental affinities are no longer a determining factor. Fire can burn water, and water can extinguish fire. The elder replied nonchalantly. Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, at that level, what truly mattered was the strength of the beasts themselves. Thus, it seemed that elemental affinities held little significance. Fortunately, the system had unlocked new capabilities, which might help bridge that gap. "All right, I am thirsty today. You may return." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "What?" Lin Qingchen was taken aback. Had he only spoken a few words before feeling thirsty? Moreover, could such a distinguished figure truly experience thirst? Absurd, utterly absurd. "Fine. I shall return tomorrow," Lin Qingchen replied with resignation. He resolved to bring some water the next day, eager to see what excuse his teacher would concoct. As night fell, Qin Tian lay in bed, drifting in and out of sleep, when he suddenly felt a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine, causing him to spring up from his bed. "I," a somewhat disgruntled voice echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Tian felt a sense of familiarity. As the silhouette he recognized became clearer under the moonlight, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Teacher, I heard from your junior brother that the golden feathered eagle's injury has been healed." Despite the elder's calm demeanor, there was an inexplicable sadness in his eyes. It had been quite a while since they had shared such a moment together. Junior brother? Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. When had he gained a junior brother? Could it be that little rascal Lin Qingchen? "I wish to admire the moon. Will you accompany me?" A gentle voice echoed as the figure before Qin Tian slowly turned and ascended the staircase. Observing the slightly stooped silhouette, a wave of emotions surged within Qin Tian, who wiped the corners of his eyes and followed closely behind. "You mentioned that during the treatment, There was an air of ferocity, and yet Lin Qingchen's beast quelled it. A voice filled with astonishment resonated from the rooftop. Qin Tian nodded, his trust in his mentor unwavering, as he laid bare his thoughts. What rank is that beast of Baiji? The elder inquired, casting a glance toward Qin Tian. I am uncertain. Although my golden feather eagle possesses a higher level, I cannot shake off the oppressive aura it exudes, Qin Tian replied, his tone heavy with gravity. At that moment, he felt a profound connection with his golden feather eagle, and the beast belonging to Baiji instilled within him a sensation of suffocation. It seems that his beast is indeed the legendary king of birds. However, it likely only possesses a fraction of the bloodline. If it were truly a phoenix, your golden feather eagle wouldn't even be able to take flight. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression turned solemn. Even if it were merely a trace of bloodline, its quality would undoubtedly be golden. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. Even one as proud as he could not deny the truth in the elder's words. Yet, even with only a hint of phoenix blood, it could overpower him and leave indelible scars. Perhaps the stage of the imperial assembly belonged to that youth. Nonetheless, the individuals from our great Xia are no ordinary folk. A faint smile appeared on Qin Tian's face as he contemplated. Whether it be Bailey Hongfeng or Lin Qingchen, they represented their hopes. The former possessed exceptional talent and formidable strength, while the latter's beast seemed to be more than just a mere serpent. Perhaps it bore traces of dragon blood. Chapter 69. Skipping class? Excellent idea. The following day, Lin Qingchen arrived early at the library, carrying a large bucket of water. The guards stationed at the entrance had grown somewhat accustomed to Lin Qingchen's presence. They did not hinder him even as he bore such a heavy load. Teacher, if you are thirsty, please drink some water. Lin Qingchen gently set the bucket before the elder, eager to see what excuse would be offered today. The elder mused. This lad is quite ruthless. However, his gaze flickered slightly. Their conversation from the previous day had significantly bridged the gap between him and Qin Tian. Since his treasured disciple placed faith in Lin Qingchen, he decided to take a gamble. Offering all his knowledge was not an act of favoritism. He was merely cultivating talent for the rise of great Xia. Do you know what is required for a beast to grow stronger? The elder asked, his hands clasped behind his back. Materials, beast cores. Lin Qingchen responded, now acutely aware that if he could acquire 2 epic-grade materials along with a 9th-grade beast core, he could facilitate another evolution for Little White. The sweetness of the first evolution still lingered in his memory. After all, ascending from white to purple represented a quantum leap in quality, nearly leading him to believe his combat prowess had collapsed. What wonders would the second evolution unveil? Surely it would not merely advance by one quality? Would it be orange or golden? Hearing that you are in search of fire attribute epic-grade materials, the elder approached a certain spot, gently placing his hand upon it. A series of mechanisms whirred to life, revealing a crystal-crafted box. Inside lay a vibrant orange plant. Quietly resting, the elder retrieved it and handed it to Lin Qingchen, saying, this is a legendary grade material. Merely gathering dust here, it is better suited for you. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the plant, Lin Qingchen was profoundly astonished. Legendary grade? Such a rare herb was something he had never encountered even at the Beast Merchant Association. Was it truly being bestowed upon him? Although the system indicated that an epic-grade material was necessary for evolution, Lin Qingchen would not foolishly disregard a legendary-grade resource. The stronger the efficacy, the greater the enhancement for Little White, provided, of course, that Little White could withstand it. Thank you, Elder. Lin Qingchen bowed deeply. It was not that he wished to be overly polite. He feared that excessive courtesy would lead his mentor to retract the offer, leaving him in a state of despair. Observing this scene, the elder's lips twitched slightly. This lad truly has no qualms. Nevertheless, it mattered little. In addition to this, we must also meticulously plan the evolution route for the beasts, the elder continued. Within the Great Xia dynasty, most beasts had clearly defined evolution paths. However, the majority were low-tier creatures like turtles or crickets. The higher the quality, the more challenging the evolution. For instance, Qin Tian's golden feather eagle had yet to evolve even once. The reason for this lay in its orange quality, which was rather high, while opportunities might exist elsewhere. None were found within the Great Xia dynasty. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen's lips could not help but curl into a wide grin. An evolution route? Wasn't it simply a matter of having hands? To evolve, he only lacked materials. As long as the elder possessed another epic-grade material and a 9th-grade beast core, Lin Qingchen could demonstrate before him how a beast evolves. He might even write a book. His book would surely be longer than the Chronicles of Beasts. Elder, why did Qin Shixiang's beast sustain such grave injuries? Lin Qingchen inquired after a moment of contemplation. It was said that after the golden feather eagle suffered such wounds, it became immobile, indicating that Qin Tian had already been a 7th-tier beast master years ago. What sort of formidable enemy could inflict such wounds upon him? You will naturally learn about this in due time. For now, you must understand that one day, either you or Bailey Hongfeng will face him. The elder regarded Lin Qingchen with a meaningful glance and spoke lightly. Revealing everything to this lad now would be premature and detrimental to his growth. After all, such a mountain of information might overwhelm Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingchen mused, "This sounds rather familiar. Didn't Grandpa Xiao say something similar before?" Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. His next steps involved ensuring Little White consumed more herbs to solidify his ascent to 4th tier strength, while also gathering the final epic grade material. As for the 9th grade beast core, he would see where he might procure one. Given Lin Qingchen's current financial situation, even if he encountered one at an auction, he could not possibly afford it. In terms of strength, facing a 3rd tier against a 9th tier? What a laugh. If there were any desirable spiritual techniques, he could choose freely here. As for credits, he would let that little rascal Qin Tian shoulder the burden. With his hands clasped behind his back, the elder remarked, "Overloading him with information is akin to forcing growth. It is of no benefit. This lad must slowly come to comprehend it on his own. The road ahead is long and arduous." "Qingchen, where have you been these past few days?" In Lin Qingchen's dormitory, Zhang Jiang inquired of the youth. During this time, he had gradually grown familiar with Lin Qingchen. Naturally, he had noticed the youth's late arrivals and early departures. After all, they had yet to commence formal classes. "Why? Do you care to guess?" Lin Qingchen cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly. Zhang Jiang retorted, "If he could guess, would he still need to ask?" "Humph. I refuse to believe that once classes commence, you will continue to skip them daily." Zhang Jiang scoffed, somewhat indignantly. At that time, he would keep a close watch on Lin Qingchen, unless the latter chose to forego attending classes altogether. But how could that be possible? After all, some of their credits were contingent upon the courses taught by those mentors, which they needed to acquire from them. A single credit was worth 200,000 beastmaster coins. No student could resist such temptation. However, upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen seemed to ponder. Skipping class? That is a splendid idea. He was indeed troubled. Once classes officially began, he would have little time to visit the Ancient One, as he naturally placed greater trust in the elder than in the mentors of the Daxia Beastmaster Academy. After all, even the disciple of that elder was among the finest mentors at the academy, not to mention the elder himself. "My good brother, thank you." Lin Qingchen suddenly stood up, placing his hands on Zhang Jiang's shoulders with conviction. If he became busy in a few days, he would act accordingly. Zhang Jiang was taken aback. What did he just say? Chapter 70, Fusion? In recent days, whenever Lin Qingchen had a moment, he rushed to the library. Occasionally, he encountered some seniors from the Daxia Beastmaster Academy there, but they were preoccupied with honing their spiritual skills and had no time to pay him any heed. Every minute spent here was, after all, a matter of financial investment. Lin Qingchen, however, was utterly indifferent to this. After all, the credits he spent were not his own. Today, due to someone's obstruction, Lin Qingchen did not head to the library, but instead ventured to a corner of the Daxia Beastmaster Academy. "Elder, your hidden chamber is quite impressive." Lin Qingchen gazed around, marveling at the surroundings. Although it lacked the grandeur of the library, it was likely that even the president of the Daxia Beastmaster Academy would struggle to guess the existence of such a hidden chamber. "How many tiers has your beast reached?" The elder glanced at Lin Qingchen's right wrist and stated matter-of-factly. With his keen insight, it was not difficult to discern the aura of life emanating from the youth's wrist. In fact, he had known from the very first glance. 4th tier, Lin Qingchen replied proudly, his chest slightly puffed. Achieving the status of a 4th tier beastmaster at this age was indeed a matter of pride. At least, in Lin Qingchen's impression, there had yet to be a student in the East District of the boys' dormitory who had reached the 4th tier. It was an accomplishment that could hardly be matched throughout the entirety of Daxiao at his age. Simultaneously, Xiaobai peeked out from Lin Qingchen's sleeve. Upon arriving at the Daxia Beastmaster Academy, the medicinal herbs in the storage pouch had gradually been consumed and digested, making the breakthrough to the 4th tier quite reasonable. Only the 4th tier? A flicker of disappointment glimmered in the elder's eyes. What pride is there in merely being a 4th tier beastmaster? However, it is curious that a mere 4th tier beast could alleviate the injuries on the golden feather eagle. Is this Xiao by perhaps a descendant of a divine dragon? Yet, it hardly seems so. It looks like just an ordinary little snake. Lin Qingchen interjected. Only the 4th tier? Go take a look at the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory. How many students' beasts can reach the 4th tier? Stop complaining. Come here. Let me teach you the combat techniques of a beastmaster. Your previous style of fighting was utterly chaotic. The elder shot Lin Qingchen a sidelong glance, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen spread his hands in resignation. All right, whatever you say. Did he dare to argue? Nevertheless, Lin Qingchen was exceedingly interested in the combat techniques of beastmasters that the elder was about to impart. First, tell me what you understand about beastmasters. The elder seated himself cross-legged before Lin Qingchen and inquired. Summoning beasts to assist in combat. Lin Qingchen pondered for a moment before responding. Nonsense. Lin Qingchen, taken aback, thought to himself, this is not entirely his fault. That was how old Gao taught him back at Donglin No. 2 Middle School. The Beastmaster entrance examination was conducted in a similar manner, and even included a short essay on the relationship between beasts and combat. Though it was merely theoretical, they had discussed some aspects. Seeing Lin Qingchen's innocent expression, the elder felt a mix of frustration and disappointment, ultimately sighing deeply. Beastmaster combat is not simply about summoning beasts. A 9th-tier Beastmaster can even fuse with their beast, significantly enhancing combat prowess. The elder looked at Lin Qingchen and elucidated. Fuse? Upon hearing this term, Lin Qingchen inexplicably envisioned a scene where he and Xiao Bai became one. Would he suddenly sprout a tail? The very thought sent a chill down his spine, making it hard for him to accept. What are you thinking? Noticing the expression on Lin Qingchen's face, the elder spoke with irritation. Fusion means that certain traits of the beast are conferred upon its master, akin to armor, thereby unleashing greater potential. It is akin to a human-shaped beast. Not what you imagine. Oh, I understand now. Lin Qingchen felt somewhat enlightened. As long as he didn't suddenly grow a tail or antlers, he could accept it. Alas, this child is truly incorrigible. The elder sighed. Shortly after, a skeletal beast emerged behind him, its hollow eyes revealing a hint of chilling aura. It appeared quite eerie. Beast name, Shadow Skeleton. Level, 9th tier, 8th stage. Quality, orange. Attribute, dark. Status, normal. Weakness, light. Evolution route, 9th tier. Upon seeing the familiar panel, Lin Qingchen's pupils quivered slightly. This was the first time he had encountered a 9th tier beast. Although he had speculated that the elder, being the teacher of Qin Tian, would be a 9th tier beastmaster, witnessing it firsthand still left him astonished. In the next moment, an even more shocking event transpired. The skeleton unexpectedly disassembled. However, it transformed into a cloud of grayish-white mist and entered the elder's body. The elder's hunched figure gradually became upright, radiating a chilling aura far more potent than that of the previous shadow skeleton, causing Lin Qingchen to shiver involuntarily. In Lin Qingchen's view, the elder's physique slowly straightened, and bone-like blades appeared on his arms, while grayish-white armor covered his form. Whoosh! A flash of grayish-white light passed, and the elder returned to his prior appearance as if the earlier transformation had merely been an illusion. Did you see that? That is what is known as fusion. It requires a profound connection between the Beastmaster and their beast. Once your beast reaches the 9th tier, you may attempt it. For now, it is best to refrain. The elder spoke to Lin Qingchen in a measured tone. I didn't quite catch it. Lin Qingchen scratched his head and replied. Beside him, the little white creature nodded repeatedly. Indeed, he had not seen clearly. All he witnessed was the beast transforming into a wisp of gray mist, which then melded into the ancient figure, and afterwards, it vanished. The Ancient One remarked, you should focus on your training. Your current strength at the 4th rank is still insufficient. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One extended 2 fingers, slightly bent, and gently tapped Lin Qingchen's head. Why not teach me how to fuse first? Lin Qingchen inquired, looking up at the Ancient One with a hint of trepidation. Such a method of combat seemed far more exhilarating than merely summoning a beast and watching idly by. Let your beast evolve once more before we discuss it. The Ancient One replied, somewhat irritably. He had already surmised that Lin Qingchen's beast possessed a trace of true dragon bloodline. Perhaps after another evolution, it would be sufficient to confront that individual. Alas, if he were able to intervene, how could Bai Ji have survived until now? Some rules are indeed excessively vexing. Nevertheless, the Ancient One felt rather helpless. As he pondered this, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed the old man's eyes. He hoped that those in that place would refrain from interference. Otherwise, the Xia dynasty would be in peril. Chapter 71. You are obstructing my path. Another evolution? Lin Qingchen's heart leaped with joy at this remark. Currently, he possessed only a single epic-grade material, along with a 9th-rank beast core. Contemplating this, Lin Qingchen raised his gaze to the old man before him. What could he offer that would entice this elder to assist him in acquiring a 9th-rank beast core? The Ancient One was quite kind to him. He couldn't allow this opportunity to go to waste. While momentary gains may be pleasurable, taking too much without reciprocation did not align with his principles. For some reason, upon sensing the youth's gaze, the Ancient One felt an involuntary shiver. What schemes was this lad concocting now? Master, so if Xiao Bai evolves again, you'll teach me, correct? Lin Qingchen asked the Ancient One earnestly. Indeed. The Ancient One nodded in affirmation. All right then, as long as you agree, I shall gather resources, even if it means selling everything I own. By the way, Master, do you have any credits from the Xia Beastmaster Academy? Lin Qingchen inquired. If he could obtain credits directly from the Ancient One, he could forego attending classes. thus freeing up more time for himself. Not a chance. You must attend your classes, the Ancient One replied grumpily. Dreaming of freeloading from me? Master, consider this. Do those instructors even come close to your caliber? Not even 1 in 10,000, or perhaps a billionth. Lin Qingchen continued, striving to persuade the elder. Listening to your words is akin to studying for a century, while hearing theirs is merely a fleeting moment. Can you bear to see your disciple molded by those who are far beneath you? Lin Qingchen looked at the Ancient One, his eyes wide with innocence. Surely, you can't bear it? Fine, the Ancient One sighed, rolling his eyes. I'll inform them that you need not attend class. Thank you, Master. Oh, one more thing. Lin Qingchen began, but the Ancient One interrupted. Enough already. I'm hungry. You should return now. Before Lin Qingchen could finish, the Ancient One waved him off, issuing a dismissal. Lin Qingchen acquiesced and took his leave. The following morning, in the vicinity of the girls' dormitory, a smiling youth appeared. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous female students, Lin Qingchen, unanimously regarded as the belle of the Beast Beastmaster Academy this year, leapt into the youth's embrace. Who is that? Is he Lin Qingchen's sweetheart? One girl whispered, covering her mouth. Seems likely. They appear quite well matched. They had already witnessed the girl's charm during military training. Her seemingly petite fire fox was, in fact, a fourth-rank beast. Coupled with her stunning beauty and an ethereal aura, she had garnered countless admirers since the first day of training. However, her demeanor was as impenetrable as a pigeon egg, leaving no room for those who fancied themselves gallant suitors. But such a remarkable girl had already found someone. It was inevitable that those self-proclaimed prodigies would feel a tinge of melancholy. Would they regard that youth as a thorn in their side? With this thought, the girls cast their gazes towards Lin Qingchen, hoping he could withstand the pressure. The girls' dormitory, like the boys', was divided into 2 sections where strength alone dictated respect. Beauty or physique would not sway the balance. In a corner of a single dormitory, a pair of deep purple eyes quietly observed Lin Qingchen and the youth as they departed. Child, if you desire him, simply take him. A small black bird perched on the girl's shoulder remarked, its voice startlingly articulate. Upon hearing this, Qi merely shook her head. Then, slowly opening her eyes, she emanated a strikingly different aura. Neither the usual cuteness nor the coldness she had displayed upon first meeting Lin Qingchen, but rather a delicate balance of both. Though I have lost my memory, I know that my words and actions are just, the black bird continued. As its words faded, it transformed into a wisp of black mist, merging seamlessly into the girl's being, as though it had never existed. Brother Qingchen, we have classes tomorrow. What are we doing out today? The girl inquired, tilting her head to look at Lin Qingchen. When he had informed her, she had felt a twinge of confusion, but followed him without hesitation. Shopping, Lin Qingchen replied. After departing from the Ancient One, he had sought out senior brother Qin Tian and inquired about certain matters. Even epic-grade materials were available for purchase in the Xia imperial capital, and not just in elite auction houses. Even commoners could access them. A short while later, guided by the paper map in his hand, Lin Qingchen reached his destination and read aloud the sign before him. 10,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce? The name rang a bell, as if he had encountered it before. Wait, this name sounds remarkably similar to that Chamber of Commerce in Donglan City. Could it be a chain of the Xia dynasty? Hey, you're blocking my path. Just as Lin Qingchen pondered this, a youthful, yet unusually mature voice chimed in. After making the effort to arrive, sensing that fellow's aura, only to be obstructed now, it was infuriating. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen glanced around. Apart from the girl beside him, there appeared to be no one else. Brother Qingchen, over there. Lin Qingchen pointed out. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen looked down and locked eyes with a figure whose gaze felt oddly familiar. Before him stood a petite silhouette, tears welling in her eyes. Then, wiping her nose, she murmured, I can't believe I'm acting this way. In his mind, he had imagined numerous scenarios of their encounter, yet he had never anticipated this one. Please, don't cry. Upon witnessing the small boy before him seemingly in tears, Lin Qingchen found himself at a loss. The sensation he experienced was not merely one of panic, it was rather a tumult of emotions. I can carry you. If that's what you need, just tell me where you wish to go, he said, stepping aside with a sigh of resignation. The girl nearby observed this scene, a hint of jealousy flickering within her. For reasons unknown to her, she discerned an unmistakable tone of affection in Lin Qingchen's words. The boy and the young man before her did not appear to be strangers. Rather, they seemed as if they had been reunited after a long separation. Chapter 72. My lord, what manner of beings did you save back then? Is that true? Upon hearing Lin Qingchen's words, the exquisitely chiseled boy lifted his gaze to meet Lin Qingchen's. In response, Lin Qingchen fell momentarily silent. Do I strike you as a person who breaks promises? After a brief pause, he shrugged his shoulders, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation. He had always prided himself on his reputation as an honest young gentleman. Indeed, the boy, wiping his nose, retorted, "You promised you would return, yet where were you? Was that not a breach of your vow? Moreover," he added, "there were other beasts involved. The foul bird from back then was one thing, but now there was also an additional serpent. How vexing." Suddenly, Lin Qingchen's expression shifted slightly. In his line of sight, a familiar template emerged. Yet, there were no beasts present here. Across from him, the boy appeared to sense the scrutiny, waving his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed by the sensation. Upon exhaling a sigh of relief moments later, Lin Qingchen realized it had merely been an illusion. He had feared he might face an attack from a beast. Much like in Donglin City. "Dear child, where is your home?" Lin Qingchen's companion, Lin Qingxue, inquired of the boy. "I am not a child," the boy retorted, pouting. "How presumptuous of you humans. When did the exalted Qi become someone you could question? And your parents?" Lin Qingchen pressed on. "They are gone," the boy replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I once had family, but they are no more." Lin Qingchen was at a loss for words. "Would you like to come back with me?" he asked after a moment of deliberation. Though they were in the imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty, which posed its own dangers, the boy before him seemed far too delicate and beautiful to leave behind. "Very well, since you insist on calling me Qi. How about I call you Qi-Qi?" "Fine." The boy seemed indifferent to the name. To him, it mattered little as long as it was bestowed by that person. "All right then. Qi-Qi, come along with us," Lin Qingchen said, approaching and affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. Deep down, Lin Qingchen questioned his own nature. He did not consider himself particularly kind-hearted. Yet the boy evoked a feeling of both familiarity and strangeness within him. Let it be. What harm could a small boy do? As they entered the 10,000 Beast Merchant Association, Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. The interior space was considerably larger than that of the branch in Donglin City, and the quality of the materials on display was notably superior. Recalling the first materials needed for Xiaobai's evolution, aside from the beast core, which was quite ordinary, he had even purchased the Thunder Spirit grass in bulk. Here, however, even the medicinal herbs that had appeared at the auction in Donglin City seemed rather commonplace. For instance, the Thunder Spirit fruit he had previously given to Xiaobai was available here in abundance, and at prices only slightly higher than the auction's starting bid. Lin Qingchen began to suspect he might have been swindled. The boy, whose hand Lin Qingchen held, cast a disdainful glance at the displayed materials. These scraps. How dare they sell them? Not even a dog would eat them. Among the displayed goods, not only were there rare quality materials, but also epic quality ones, albeit in limited quantities. Many of the patrons here appeared to be in search of such high-caliber materials. After a moment, Lin Qingchen's gaze fell upon a particular item description, stirring his interest. There lay a delicate purple plant nestled within a transparent jade box. Heavenly Demon Flame Grass, priced at 15 million beast coins, a fire attribute epic-level material. In just 21 succinct characters, it contained an allure that would captivate countless beast masters. "I found it." Lin Qingchen's eyes brightened as he reached out to grasp the jade box. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind surged forth, knocking the box from Lin Qingchen's grasp. "Apologies, but I have set my sights on that jade box." Following the sound, he spotted a young man clad in luxurious attire a few meters away, elegantly fanning himself, exuding an air of sophistication. Clearly, he was the one responsible for the earlier gust, which appeared to be a form of spirit technique. The boy at Lin Qingchen's side darkened in expression. Had this been in the past, anyone who dared to provoke him in such a manner would have been swiftly devoured. Unfortunately, he had promised old Xiao he would not intervene. Damn it. He then turned his gaze toward Lin Qingchen, sensing the presence of the small serpent within his sleeve, and sighed. How pitifully weak. Not only was Lin Qingchen incapable of defending himself, but he lacked even the qualifications to be considered food. Lin Qingxue, too, wore a cold expression, yet she refrained from speaking. She had complete trust in the young man beside her. Such matters could be entrusted to him. Upon hearing Lin Qingchen's words, a grin spread across his face. "Very well, you may have the box, but the contents belong to me." This statement caused the young man's expression to shift dramatically. "Kid, don't play games with me. Hand over that item." He appeared accustomed to being domineering, his demeanor one of displeasure. "How amusing." Lin Qingchen chuckled lightly, stepping forward, and in a flash, he appeared before the young man, delivering a powerful punch to his head. Although Lin Qingchen was unable to merge with Xiaobai for combat at that moment, his physical prowess was not something to be underestimated. As beasts ascend in rank, they also confer certain enhancements upon their beast masters, albeit to a lesser degree than the beasts themselves. The young man, despite his apparent status, clearly had never encountered anyone who would strike him so directly. In his haste, he could only raise his hands to shield himself from Lin Qingchen's blow. Had it been merely an ordinary punch, he could have blocked it. However, beneath that punch lay a pair of serpent-like eyes, watching him intently. Moments later, the young man lay unconscious on the ground, unable even to summon his beast in time. Chi-Chi, the small boy, have people in this era become so weak? How pitiful. My lord, what manner of creatures did you rescue back in the day? Enough of this. Let us go and settle the bill, Lin Qingchen said, ruffling Chi-Chi's hair with a smile. He tucked the jade box into his robe, grasped Lin Qingxue's hand, and made his way toward the exit. Chi-Chi, leave a hand for him too. Chapter 73. Indeed, he is a genius. Time flies swiftly as Lin Qingchen strolled through the grand capital of the Daxia Empire with the girl and the boy before returning to their dormitory. Qingchen, who is this? Zhang Jiang exclaimed, gazing at the boy behind Lin Qingchen. He has a son, even though he hasn't even experienced love yet? He is my younger brother. Lin Qingchen replied, somewhat exasperated. After all, he hadn't even gone through the necessary steps to have a child. Where would a child come from? It was simply absurd. Oh, I see. Zhang Jiang's face betrayed a hint of disappointment, followed by a resigned sigh. Lin Qingchen shot him a glare before ushering Chi-Chi into the dormitory and shutting the door behind them. Chi-Chi, where are you from? Lin Qingchen gently placed the child on the bed and inquired with a warm tone. Chi-Chi fumbled with his fingers, as if trying to weave them into a flower. Oh no, he can't possibly lie. The boy cast a sorrowful glance at the youth before him, lamenting. Why didn't you teach me how to lie back then? It would have spared me this awkwardness. Don't be nervous. I won't ask anymore. Lin Qingchen chuckled softly upon witnessing the scene. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a strange familiarity with the child, who appeared particularly endearing. Lin Qingchen stretched lazily and released Xiaobai from his wrist. Their gazes met, the boy's bright eyes clashing fiercely with Xiaobai's slitted pupils, neither willing to yield. Damn. This little snake isn't afraid of me. It made sense. After all, if it were too weak, it wouldn't be worthy to be his beast. But to provoke him? Sensing the boy's emotions, Xiaobai playfully stuck out its tongue, its intentions unmistakable. Hey, that fiery temper of yours. Lin Qingchen wiped his hair dry and asked, Chi-Chi, do you want to take a bath? Dates? The kind you can eat? The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, I don't need to wash. I can eat it directly, he replied, blinking innocently at Lin Qingchen. It seemed as if the boy had not just been grappling with Xiaobai moments before. What does that even mean? Lin Qingchen mused before walking over to the bed, wrapping one arm around the boy, and gently placing him in the bathtub to wash. One couldn't help but marvel at how the dormitory of the Daxia Beast Tamer Academy was vastly superior to that of universities in his previous life. In Lin Qingchen's presence, the boy relished every moment, closing his eyes in deep appreciation. Lin Qingchen thought, it seems I've inadvertently invited an ancestor back. As night fell, after the boy had drifted off to sleep, Lin Qingchen began to retrieve items from his storage pouch, one hand caressing Xiaobai's serpent head as he whispered, Xiaobai, once we obtain the 9th tier beast core, we can initiate your evolution, and we shall soar together. He chuckled. Do you think I might wake up tomorrow and stumble upon a fire attribute 9th tier beast core? Leaning over the desk, he smiled at Xiaobai, only to self-deprecate moments later. But given my luck, it's more likely to happen in a dream. Soon, Lin Qingchen lay down on his bed and, moments later, fell into a deep slumber. While he dreamt of finding a fire attribute 9th tier beast core, the boy beside him quietly opened his eyes and abruptly sat up. In the stillness of the night, this sudden movement was quite unsettling. Just as he was about to leave, a pure white little snake blocked his path. Don't stop me. I'll get you a 9th tier beast core. The boy huffed at Xiaobai, clearly irritated. What a useless beast. He is only going to get me a beast core. And he dares to obstruct me? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai stepped aside. Who did you learn that from? Seriously, the boy muttered internally, then waved his small hand, casting a barrier around Lin Qingchen before slipping out the window. This foolish snake is just as unreliable as that stinky bird. As expected, I'm the most formidable. Moments later, he found himself in a neighboring realm, the Dacian dynasty. Within the Dacian dynasty lay a forested area, a favored training ground for disciples of various sects and the royal family. This forest was ruled by a wild 9th tier beast, which had reached a tacit agreement with the Dacian dynasty, making it the most suitable place for disciples to hone their skills. Did it sense the aura of a 9th tier beast? And a fire attribute at that? How fortuitous. High above, a diminutive figure soared through the air, dwarfed by the moon. Old Xiao said to keep a low profile in the Daxia Empire, but he didn't say anything about being discreet in this Dacian dynasty, the boy mused to himself. Indeed, he is a genius. With that declaration, he looked back at the previous location, now devoid of the petite figure. Moments later, a mournful howl echoed through the tranquil forest, only to be followed by an eerie silence. The beasts at the forest's edge raised their heads in astonishment, gazing towards the mountaintop. There, they sensed an aura that made even their very souls tremble. This presence was even more formidable than that of their lord, instilling such fear that they dared not approach. Even the beasts in the core area of the forest retreated to the outskirts, urging those living on the periphery to move further away. Burp. In the core region, a boy stood atop a pile of bones, letting out a hearty belch. He wrinkled his nose in disdain as he picked at his teeth. Not delicious, but it was enough to fill my belly. I must keep this beast core safe. I can't afford to lose it. No one could believe that the boy who had just devoured a 9th-tier beast with such ferocity was now cautiously cradling its core in his embrace. After a while, when the terrifying aura dissipated, only then did some powerful beasts return to the core area to investigate. They exchanged glances, fixated on the pristine bones, devoid of any flesh. In the next instant, a throng of beasts surged forward. Even if that formidable being looked down upon them, the bones were a delectable treasure for them. The Dacian dynasty had not witnessed a peaceful night in that forest. Later that night, a figure stealthily returned to Lin Qingchen's dormitory. In the vast expanse of the Daxia Beast Tamer Academy, no one noticed, not even the venerable 9th-tier beast tamer. At least you're somewhat useful. Here, take this. The boy smirked at the diligent Xiaobai. Subsequently, he found a spot on Lin Qingchen's bed to curl up, careful not to awaken him. The night was tranquil. Yet for the beasts in the mountains of the Dacian dynasty, it was fraught with peril and excitement. Their leader had been devoured, yet they had survived. Perhaps these beasts should express their gratitude to the 9th-tier beast. Fortunately, their leader had satisfied that powerful being's hunger. Chapter 74, Second Evolution. The following day, when Lin Qingchen awoke, he found himself gazing at the tender boy still lost in dreams, feeling momentarily disoriented. He then carefully lifted the blanket and stepped off the bed, only to feel something hard underfoot, seemingly jarring. What is this? When Lin Qingchen picked up the crystalline object, he nearly gasped in astonishment. For what lay beneath his feet was, astonishingly, a beast core. Was his fortune truly this remarkable? He turned to glance at the sleeping boy, relieved to find that the latter remained undisturbed, allowing him to scrutinize the core more closely. The intricate patterns suggested that its quality surpassed that of the beast core used during Xiaobai's initial evolution. Moreover, Lin Qingchen could distinctly sense a volatile fire attribute emanating from it. Could it be that this was indeed a 9th-tier fire attribute beast core? The thought ignited a flicker of excitement in his eyes. With a swift motion of his right hand, Xiaobai seized the opportunity to burrow into his sleeve. Today's class? Forget it. He was off to find the Ancient One. However, just as Lin Qingchen prepared to embark on his journey, a faint voice called from behind him. Brother, I want to go too. Alas, he had awakened this little ancestor. There was no choice but to let him accompany him. In truth, Lin Qingchen was perplexed as to why he indulged the boy so. It was as if the child were his Achilles heel. Ancient One. Upon seeing the frail elder before him, Lin Qingchen offered a slight bow in greeting. The boy on his back regarded the Ancient One with an increasingly frosty gaze. Who does this old man think he is? The Ancient One paused upon noticing the boy on Lin Qingchen's back and inquired, Who is this child? My younger brother insisted on coming along, so I had no choice. Lin Qingchen replied, shrugging nonchalantly, his demeanor unruffled. Although he was unaware of Chi-Chi's true identity, an undeniable instinct told him that the boy meant him no harm. Very well. Just ensure he doesn't wander off and stays safe. The Ancient One sighed, then turned to Lin Qingchen and asked, What brings you here so early today? Ancient One, do take a look at this. Is it not a 9th-tier fire attribute beast core? After settling the boy, Lin Qingchen approached the Ancient One and presented the beast core. Where did you acquire this? The Ancient One's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the core. It was still warm to the touch, unlike those procured from an auction, resembling rather something just extracted from a beast's body. But that was a 9th-tier beast. Even he would find it challenging to slay one. How could Lin Qingchen, merely a 4th-tier beastmaster, possibly have done so? I found it, Lin Qingchen replied sheepishly, though he himself scarcely believed the words. Yet, that was indeed how it had transpired. This is undoubtedly a 9th-tier beast core, the Ancient One stated matter-of-factly. Regardless of its origins, it had undeniably come to rest in Lin Qingchen's hands. Could it be that he truly hailed from that place? Was this core clandestinely left here by someone from there? Ancient One, would you safeguard me? Lin Qingchen asked. Within the great Xia Beastmaster Academy, there was likely no safer haven. Furthermore, why hoard the materials if they could be used rather than left for others to pilfer? You intend to evolve here? The Ancient One regarded him with surprise. Other Beastmasters typically sought the guidance of theoretical masters to chart their evolutionary paths and analyze their beasts. Yet here, it seemed more like a game. Indeed, Lin Qingchen nodded, maintaining his composure as he added, I previously consulted a renowned theorist to outline Xiaobai's evolutionary path and materials. Oh, this revelation struck the Ancient One with clarity. Consequently, It was evident that Lin Qingchen had backing. Very well, I shall provide my protection. Just be cautious. The Ancient One advised before closing the door and leading the boy out. Initially reluctant, the latter eventually acquiesced, casting a resentful glance back at Lin Qingchen as they departed. Once the two had left, Lin Qingchen took a deep breath and turned his attention to Xiaobai. He focused on the evolutionary path section, and a prompt appeared before him. Evolution materials gathered. Yes or no? Did it even require deliberation? Naturally, he selected yes. In the next moment, the gathered materials transformed into luminous orbs, encircling Xiaobai and seamlessly integrating into its form. Instantaneously, azure light surged within Xiaobai, enveloping it entirely. Then, a powerful wave of energy erupted, seemingly chaotic. Witnessing this, Lin Qingchen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the legendary quality material causing this turmoil? Cursed be it. What if Xiaobai could not withstand this energy? That would be disastrous. With this thought, Lin Qingchen gritted his teeth and stepped forward, extending a hand into the azure glow. If Xiaobai could not bear it, he would share the burden. Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lin Qingchen's features contorted in agony. He had not anticipated that evolution would be so excruciating. Poor Xiaobai. While the sensation was heart-wrenching, Lin Qingchen remained resolute. After all, he had to do something for Xiaobai, did he not? Time passed slowly, and the two outside distinctly felt the violent fluctuations emanating from within the room. The Ancient One wore a worried expression, while Qiqi remained unperturbed. If the little one could not endure this minor turbulence, then what would become of him? Meanwhile, in a classroom at the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, Zhang Jiang stared at the empty seat, astonished. Is he really skipping class? How audacious! Lin Qingchen was indeed something else. However, as he glanced at the podium, unsure of the teacher's reaction, the instructor's words momentarily stunned him. All right, everyone is here. Let us begin discussing the fundamentals of beast mastery. Qin Tian tapped the blackboard lightly, speaking softly. Of course it's him. Zhang Jiang thought, bewildered. Everyone is here? Could it be that he has some special privilege? How is that possible? He is merely the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty, and yet he does not enjoy such treatment. How could Lin Qingchen? This is unfair. I, Zhang Jiang, will also skip class. This student, please return to your seat, or I shall deduct 10 credits. Qin Tian interjected with a light cough, just as Zhang Jiang was about to make his escape. Fine. It seems I should return to class. Zhang Jiang sighed, his expression darkening. That fluctuation? It is dragon might. The Ancient One, waiting outside, felt the tumultuous energy from within, and his eyes sharpened with concern. How could this be? Lin Qingchen's beast is merely a small snake. How could it suddenly evolve into a dragon? This shatters decades of my theoretical understanding. Soon, a hint of excitement flickered in the Ancient One's eyes. It appeared that Lin Qingchen might indeed possess the potential to confront the great Qian dynasty. Meanwhile, Qiqi, observing the old man's sudden shift in demeanor, regarded him with a hint of disdain. So what if it evolved into a true dragon? What is there to be surprised about? Speaking of the true dragon, it seems he has consumed quite a bit. The memory of the 9th-tier beast he ingested last night makes Qiqi feel nauseous. It was utterly distasteful. Not even fit for a dog. Not even a foul bird would touch it. Inside the room, Lin Qingchen felt a wave of dizziness, as if his very essence had been drained before collapsing. He didn't even have the chance to gaze upon the newly evolved Xiaobai. At that moment, across from him, a serpent, no, it should be a dragon, looked down upon him, its eyes filled with disdain, utterly transformed from the Xiaobai he knew. Emerald scales emerged, covering the once pristine skin of the serpent, and its vertical pupils seemed to exude an even greater majesty than before. The atmosphere between the human and the beast was eerily silent. Xiaobai did not exhibit the usual excitement of a newly evolved beast, but instead remained unervingly calm. Moments later, the old man and Qiqi entered, the latter locking eyes with the evolved Xiaobai. In the boy's perception, aside from some physical changes, the most shocking aspect of the evolved Xiaobai was its gaze. It seemed familiar. Moreover, the elemental fluctuations emanating from it appeared to be of the same origin as that foul bird from thousands of years ago. It seems the evolution was successful. Could this be the true dragon? It is indeed my first encounter with one. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled, truly deserving of the title of true dragon. Even though his beast was a dark attribute skeleton, he could still feel its faint oppressive aura. At this moment, the old man was absolutely certain that Lin Qingchen's future would undoubtedly elevate him to become a legendary beast master beyond the 9th tier. In the Great Xia dynasty, the beast of the director of the Imperial Beast Academy was merely a sub-dragon, yet it ranked among the top 9th-tier beasts in the dynasty. If this is a true dragon, what chaos might ensue? As he pondered this, the old man couldn't help but let out a soft hum. His disciple had indeed accomplished something noteworthy. Hearing his words, Qiqi's expression turned slightly peculiar. This old man seems rather short-sighted. A true dragon could evoke such feelings in him? Ridiculous. Let us go, little brother. Let him rest for a while, the old man said softly after laying Lin Qingchen upon a bed. In response, the boy slightly pouted in displeasure. You're the little brother. By age, this old man doesn't even come close to my beginnings. However, recalling old Xiao's instructions and the relationship between Lin Qingchen and the elder, he endured. Ugh, my head hurts. Lin Qingchen gradually awakened from his slumber, rubbing his forehead. He felt as though he had just experienced an exceedingly long dream. In it, he had only vague impressions, seeing a man in black robes walking towards him, before waving his hand, causing everything in the starry sky to seemingly disintegrate in an instant. Beneath Lin Qingchen, there appeared to be a cyan divine phoenix emanating an aura, merging with him and unleashing a formidable momentum, albeit still slightly weaker than that of the black-robed youth. In the final moments of the dream, it felt as though he had engaged in battle with that terrifying black-robed man. What merit did Lin Qingchen possess for such an encounter? Although merely a dream, the sheer magnitude of collapsing worlds was terrifying, even surpassing all the beastmasters he had ever witnessed. Perhaps that black-robed youth was not of this era. Subsequently, Lin Qingchen regained his composure, chuckling softly. If such a man truly existed in the world, then surely the entire realm of beastmasters would have been obliterated long ago. After all, even upon waking, Lin Qingchen still felt a lingering trepidation. Thankfully, it was merely a dream. Hearing that familiar sound, Lin Qingchen turned towards his side, astonished. Is this Xiaobai? Compared to the previous smooth serpent form, it was now covered in emerald scales, with membranous wings on either side, poised to spread at any moment. It seemed that after evolving, Xiaobai was transforming into a little azure dragon. Xiaobai stared quietly at Lin Qingchen, as if aware of his innermost thoughts. And its tail, a dragoness tail, swished across his face. Yet, Lin Qingchen paid it no mind. Instead, his astonishment only deepened. For that familiar template appeared before his eyes. Beast name, Xiaobai. Level, Tier 6, Stage 3. Quality, Golden. Attributes, Wind, Thunder, Fire. Status, Normal. Weakness, None. Evolution path, not yet unlocked. Golden. Upon seeing Xiaobai's quality, Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback before rubbing his eyes and looking at Xiaobai again. The latter's quality remained unchanged. Could it be that the author made a mistake? This shouldn't be the case. How could the author err? Moments later, an expression of ecstasy spread across Lin Qingchen's face. Ah, 2 evolutions. Soaring from white quality to the pinnacle of golden quality. Even in a novel, such a feat would be deemed outrageous. Moreover, being at Tier 6. Stage 3 catapulted Lin Qingchen directly into the ranks of Tier 6 Beastmasters, rivaling Bailey Hongfeng. Students of the Great Xia Beast Academy, stand back. Lin Qingchen is about to show off. Xiaobai, meanwhile, in the central continent, at the Beast God Tower. This tower was shrouded in an overwhelming aura of rules. It is said that after the fall of the legendary Beast Emperor, this tower descended from the heavens, imposing its might and guarded by the beasts left behind by the Emperor. No one knew what terrifying existence lay beneath the Beast God Tower. Not even the beasts that watched over it. However, in the current era, it had become a training ground for the young prodigies of various sacred places. Yet, the heads of each sacred place were well aware. Do not anger the being within the Beast God Tower. At the base of the tower, in a dimly lit space, a man in black robes appeared exceedingly relaxed, seemingly unperturbed by the oppressive aura of the Beast God Tower. It was likely that even the most powerful beastmasters would not guess that beneath the Beast God Tower, there lay an ordinary-looking man. Oh, this fluctuation, is it his reincarnation? Suddenly, as if sensing something, a slight smile crept across the man's lips. Is this your trump card? But, I have one as well. The black-robed man mused to himself, his tone remarkably nonchalant. It seemed he paid it little heed. I wonder what your expression will be when you see it. How delightful. If Lin Qingchen were present, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. For the black-robed man bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure from his dream. Chapter 76, Storms Approaching. Meanwhile, within the Beast God Tower, an ancient eye slowly opened, gazing towards the base of the tower. Was that merely an illusion? Moments later, the colossal beast transformed into a diminutive figure. In an instant, the boy arrived at the base of the Beast God Tower, staring at the intricately patterned array and reaching out to touch it. Yet, before he could make contact, the terrifying force instantly sent him flying. Damn this broken tower. I swear I will tear you down one day. The boy cursed angrily. However, glancing at his right hand now covered in wounds, he realized that even a mere touch had resulted in such dire consequences. What kind of immense terror must be suppressed beneath the tower? The boy was acutely aware that behind that horrifying formation lay an even more dreadful existence. Could it be that, in those bygone days, He and the foul bird combined had failed to prevail? Recalling the words spoken to him by that man before his demise, the boy's eyes dimmed momentarily. After a brief silence, a whisper echoed slowly within the beast god tower. I shall prove that I am stronger than that foul bird. Thousands of years ago, it was only in the presence of that man that he refrained from referring to himself as a deity. Was it the beast he once commanded that sought to enter? The man in the black robe slightly raised his head and murmured. Yet, this aura seemed to have half-stepped into that realm. In this world, it should be counted among the elite. However, such strength was still woefully inadequate. Now, let me see how much of your former self remains. Moments later, the corners of the black-robed man's mouth curled slightly as he gazed at the dark energy-formed screen suspended in midair. It appeared to showcase someone's first-person perspective. There, in the kingdom of Great Xia, stood a boy he had once encountered. Meanwhile, in a tranquil forest of the kingdom of Great Qian, numerous beast tamers had gathered. Why has this ninth-tier beast met such a dreadful fate? Remarked a master adept in theoretical matters, scrutinizing the skeletal remains before him with indignation. The skeletal remains bore countless bite marks. When they discovered it today, beasts were still seen sucking on the remnants. What a gruesome display of beastly savagery. Based on the crime scene, it appeared that the attack had occurred last night. What hatred could inspire such a thing? The bones bore not even a fragment of flesh. Indeed, who could it be that a beast tamer would strike with such ferocity? An expert interjected. They unanimously believed that a formidable beast tamer, in pursuit of beast cores, had ruthlessly slain the ninth-tier beast, which had fought valiantly in resistance. Enraged, the assailant had stripped the flesh clean and left the remains in the wilderness for other beasts to consume. But why separate the bones and flesh? Questioned a beast tamer. If the body were left there, wouldn't the beasts consume it? What do you know? Am I the expert, or are you? A theoretical master retorted angrily. Could it be that the beast tamer consumed the flesh piece by piece? A fellow beast tamer rebuked in support. A theoretical beast tamer was indeed worthy of their defense. Upon hearing this, the initially questioning beast tamer fell silent, intimidated. My lord, what are your thoughts on the expert's theories? In the distance, the princess of the kingdom of Great Qian inquired of a young man beside her. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Bai Ji tightened his grip on the young woman's waist, eliciting a soft cry of pain from her. He held a degree of disdain for these individuals. In terms of strength, he was invincible among his peers, and he had no need to ingratiate himself with those theoretical beast tamers. For his beast had, from the very beginning, stood at the pinnacle of this world. Evolution, that was a necessity only for the weak. Subsequently, Bai Ji cast a glance skyward, inexplicably feeling a sense of being watched. This irked him greatly. Yet, who could possibly do such a thing? He, Bai Ji, was the chosen one, the future heir of the sacred land. Above all, he yearned to know who had treated Qin Tian's beast. If his own beast devoured that one, it would surely grow stronger. When would that exchange meeting take place? Bai Ji glanced at the person in his arms, speaking nonchalantly. In 7 days. 7 days? It seems I must prepare then. You have awakened? The Ancient One gazed at Lin Qingchen, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes. That truly is a dragon, though he had never seen one. He had encountered illustrations in ancient texts. Moreover, a python or a flood dragon could not possibly instill such overwhelming pressure. Indeed, Lin Qingchen nodded at the remark, subsequently exhaling a sigh of relief. The oppressive days had finally passed. As a sixth-tier beast tamer, he could stand his ground even within the kingdom of Great Xia. The day he would shield the 100-mile maple tree was not far off. He couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy at the thought of that day approaching. What tier is your beast now? The Ancient One inquired again. By my estimation, it should be at the 6th tier. By the way, Ancient One, I have met your requirements. Does that mean the fusion technique will be entrusted to me? Lin Qingchen composed himself and looked at the Ancient One with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The combat method the Ancient One had demonstrated had deeply captivated him. If he could master it, he would likely possess the strength to contend even against a 7th-tier beast tamer. After all, merging with a beast would undoubtedly enhance his agility and maximize the beast's potential. I shall teach you, but success is not guaranteed. The Ancient One replied with a hint of resignation. Who knew that, just after saying that, Lin Qingchen would gather the necessary evolution materials and discover the correct evolutionary path. He had to swallow his words, no matter how bitter. Beside them, the boy remained silent, his gaze fixated on the evolved little white creature. For some reason, he felt he had encountered that beast before, though it bore some differences. This little white creature struck him with a sense of awe that surpassed even the first time he had met that foul bird years ago. Are you worried about me? Noticing this scene, Lin Qingchen approached and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. After all, anyone would feel concerned if they suddenly fell unconscious. The boy nodded in response, but said nothing. Chi-Chi, the Ancient One is now teaching me something new. Would you prefer to listen here, or shall you step outside? Lin Qingchen asked. Is that even a question? The affairs of humans are beneath me. I shall remain here. The boy blinked innocently, responding softly. Chapter 77. Is it merely a matter of having hands? The fusion with a beast fundamentally requires a deep connection between the beast tamer and the beast. The Ancient One, observing the two sitting upright before him, began to elaborate. According to ancient texts, this technique was pioneered by the Beast Emperor of ancient times, though the veracity of that legend remains uncertain to the elderly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. He had also encountered that ancient text and must admit that the Beast Emperor was indeed formidable, having quelled the dark turmoil and established the cultivation system of beast tamers. To possess such a being is indeed a great fortune for the world. The boy beside him also bore a look of pride. Of course. Just look at who my beasts are. Though that foul bird has a terrible temper, its strength is only slightly inferior to a deity, effortlessly looking down upon the entire beast world. Ancient One, why did you burn that ancient text on that day? Lin Qingchen inquired, seemingly recalling something. The impression the Ancient One had left on him that day suggested he was concealing something. Back then, Lin Qingchen had dared not ask or say much. However, their relationship had since improved, granting him a burgeoning boldness. That matter pertains to the sacred land. The Ancient One sighed, replying. The sacred land? Lin Qingchen's pupils contracted slightly. Goodness, did he truly guess correctly? Is it not the case that, over these numerous dynasties, the Holy Land commands, and each dynasty sends forth its own prodigies to cultivate within the Holy Land? Does this not mirror the very archetype found within novels? Indeed, the entire eastern province is governed by two prominent Holy Lands, which are in a perpetual state of rivalry. The Holy Land affiliated with our great Xia dynasty is known as the Qian Holy Land. The elder spoke with a tone steeped in antiquity. In recent years, the great Qian dynasty has subtly begun to eclipse the great Xia, largely due to the emergence of a figure named by Ji. It is said that he has some connection to the legendary Phoenix and has been designated as a direct disciple by the Holy Master of the Qian Holy Land. Furthermore, the incident involving the Beast Emperor was ordered to be erased by the Qian Holy Land, ensuring that not a whisper of it would escape. This ancient tome, which I presumed would remain unseen, has, to my surprise, become a topic of discussion. The elder sighed softly at this realization. He then turned to Lin Qingchen, urging, this matter must remain confidential. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. However, one would think that the Beast Emperor, having saved the world, should be celebrated rather than concealed. A holy land, by definition, ought to be a place of aspiration for the masses. Why would it? In an instant, the joy brought forth by the evolution of that little white creature was somewhat dissipated, as he seemed to have stumbled upon something of great significance. Beside him, the boy's eyes gleamed with a cold intensity. Who would have thought that these holy lands were engaged in such underhanded maneuvers? Did they believe there was no recourse? In the boy's view, the actions of the Qian Holy Land were nothing short of an affront to that individual. Unforgivable. Enough of this digression. Let me now elucidate the concept of fusion, the elder said, fixing his gaze upon Lin Qingchen. Very well, I have imparted all there is to teach you. However, I must advise you to practice this technique only after you have attained at least the 8th tier of beast mastery, the elder cautioned. Throughout the annals of Great Xia's history, there have been prodigies who, in their 7th tier, attempted this and ultimately perished under the overwhelming energy. Therefore, I wish to avoid. But before the elder could finish, his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. For there, upon Lin Qingchen, a faint azure glow began to emanate, and solid scales materialized upon him, his claws sharp and fierce, resembling those of a dragon. This, the elder's mouth agape. He was rendered speechless for a moment, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Wasn't he only at the 6th tier? Am I losing my vision? Opposite the elder, the boy cast a sidelong glance at him. Had the old man ever witnessed such phenomena? Was he really referring to him as little brother? Had he been rendered foolish by shock? This is merely standard procedure. After a brief pause, Lin Qingchen returned to his previous state and inquired of the elder. What were you just saying? Is this not a straightforward task? It is nothing. However, do refrain from teaching this method to others until they reach the 9th tier. The elder collected himself and reiterated to Lin Qingchen. How extraordinarily gifted this lad is. To think he could bear such a transformation. Is it truly possible for his diminutive frame to withstand it? Rest assured, Lin Qingchen replied with confidence. This was a valuable technique he would not readily share with others. After all, revealing all one's trump cards is hardly a wise practice. Lin Qingchen was certainly not foolish enough to do so. Within the great Xia Beastmaster Academy, a classmate stood before Qin Tian, exclaiming, Teacher Qin, Lin Qingchen has been absent from your class. This is utterly outrageous. If you can tolerate it, I certainly cannot. If Lin Qingchen were present, He might have been unable to suppress a smile at this moment. This individual was none other than Wang Qian, the very same who had been ejected from the room before he could even summon his beast. Previously, Lin Qingchen had easily bested him, and now he was even more formidable. I can endure, Qin Tian replied, organizing his materials while casting a fleeting glance at him. Moreover, Lin Qingchen is my junior disciple. Even if he were not, he has rendered assistance in healing the golden feather eagle, thus he is a benefactor of mine. His absence from class is of little consequence. Besides, his instructor has informed all the mentors at the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, granting Lin Qingchen certain privileges. This realization caused Qin Tian to feel a twinge of envy. He had never enjoyed such treatment in his time. If you can endure, then I shall naturally have no objections, Wang Qian said, his eyes reflecting disbelief, followed by an awkward laugh. What in the world has Lin Qingchen fed you to cast such a spell over you? You are Wang Qian, are you not? Just as Wang Qian, disheartened, headed toward the male dormitory, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he beheld a young man with a faint smile adorning his face. I am indeed. What is it? Wang Qian replied, irritation evident in his tone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Haoshuan, a 5th-tier beastmaster, and your senior, Yu Haoshuan stated. Upon returning to the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, he had heard of Lin Qingchen's exploits and was astonished at the rapid pace of the young man's growth. Perhaps by the time Lin Qingchen graduated, Yu Haoshuan would not even be his match. Therefore, decisive action was required. And what of it? Wang Qian retorted. I simply cannot abide by Lin Qingchen's actions. They are exceedingly excessive, especially on that day when he refused to relinquish his dormitory quota despite your humble entreaties. Yu Haoshuan chuckled, finding it easy to manipulate such a privileged youth. Indeed, you speak the truth. Wang Qian exclaimed, fervently agreeing. The words struck a chord deep within him. So, shall we collaborate? Yu Haoshuan inquired with a smile. Agreed. Chapter 78. Once we are out, I will surely treat you to a meal. Yu Haoshuan observed the exuberant Wang Qian before a cold smirk crept across his face as he recalled the visage that provoked his disdain. Now that Bai Li Hongfeng was absent, Yu Haoshuan mused, who could possibly protect you within the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy? Even if Lin Qingchen were a prodigy, he had only recently achieved the 4th tier of beast mastery. With his current strength, would it not be a simple matter to crush that young lad? There exists a disparity among beast masters. Presently, Yu Haoshuan envisioned Lin Qingchen's despondent expression as he regretted crossing him. Lin Qingchen, come forth. In the East District dormitory of the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, a throng of students clustered at the entrance of dormitory number 100, clamoring loudly. He is not here. Hearing the raucous commotion outside, Zhang Jiang, somewhat impatient, pushed open the door and inquired, what is happening? Why are so many people blocking the way? Could it be that Lin Qingchen has stolen their girlfriends? How audacious. You claim he is not here, but how can you be so certain? The leader of the group spoke, his tone laced with malice. Perhaps Lin Qingchen has received some information and has already fled. You there, do you know Lin Qingchen? One of the students approached Zhang Jiang, cornering him against the wall with a demanding question. I do, what of it? As the 3rd prince of the Great Xia dynasty, although a hint of unease flickered within him, he certainly would not be intimidated by a mere student. Knowing him makes this easier. Seize him. Lin Qingchen is suspected of illicitly using beasts. Wang Xiao cannot tolerate this, and neither can we. The group advanced menacingly. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Jiang's expression shifted slightly, and he contemplated summoning his beast, but then recalled the academy's regulations and withdrew. Even though he belongs to the royal lineage, it is inconceivable for him to act recklessly in this place. Goodness, this time, I have been severely harmed by that scoundrel Lin Qingchen. I shall demand compensation from him in the future. For the students residing in the Eastern District, such an incident is merely a trivial episode, having no significant impact on their lives. Moreover, this falls within the regulations of the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, as long as no beasts are summoned for private battles. The Academy will not intervene. Although they share some acquaintance with Zhang Jiangang, it has not reached the point where they would offend so many people for his sake. Thus, when Lin Qingchen finally returned to his dormitory, he found a note with crooked handwriting that read, if you wish to save him, come alone to the XXX Grove. How intriguing. Lin Qingchen chuckled softly upon reading the note. It seems these individuals have cleverly exploited a loophole in the Academy's rules. Indeed, for an ordinary person, it would not occur to them to abduct someone without using a beast. Their strategy is quite shrewd. If I do not show up, my reputation would inevitably suffer. And if I do go, I might never return. Although Lin Qingchen is not particularly concerned about his reputation, he has no desire to acquire such a notorious title. In contrast, he rather prefers the fearsome moniker of a bloodthirsty fiend. Shall we go, Xiaobai? Lin Qingchen raised his right hand and inquired of the small creature encircling it. Nowadays, Xiaobai can control its size, yet due to the changes brought about by its evolution, it is not as nimble as before. When it remains still, it resembles an exquisite ornament. Hearing the question, Xiaobai shook its head. It had no desire to go, it wished to rest. Since you think I should not go, then I shall indeed go, Lin Qingchen replied with a smile, his tone remarkably relaxed and pleasant. Presently, he faces a 6th-tier beastmaster without a hint of trepidation. If the enemy were to deploy a 7th-tier beastmaster, then he would call for help. As for an 8th tier, which beastmaster at that level would indulge in the abduction of students? Do you want me to accompany you? The boy inquired. That one be necessary, Lin Qingchen responded. Having hands is sufficient, is it not? Indeed. Return promptly. The boy had complete faith in Lin Qingchen and harbored no concerns. All right, kid. It seems that Lin Qingchen has given up on you. We cannot let you off the hook now. At the location mentioned in the note, a man wielding a long whip glared at the bound and bruised Zhang Jiangang. In response, the latter merely shook his head, choosing not to speak further. Engaging in such activities in the Great Xia imperial capital merely indicates the immaturity of these ruffians. With the keen sense of smell of beasts, capturing them would be a trivial matter. I have stated that I am the 3rd prince of Great Xia. It would be wise to release me, Zhang Jiangang asserted. Huh? You? The 3rd prince? Does that mean I am the ruler of the Great Xia dynasty? The man laughed heartily, clearly skeptical of the words uttered by the person before him. Does your father know how bold you are? With this remark, one could easily accuse him of treasonous intent. Continue to beat him. It seems he still has some strength left. Yahaoxuan, standing nearby, wore an expression of displeasure as he spoke. Since he is a tough nut to crack, let us keep at it. With so many of us, is it truly entertaining to bully the few? Just as they were preparing to continue, a faint chuckle floated in the air. Following the sound, a young man approached leisurely, his eyes devoid of any fear. Oh, I thought you wouldn't come. The man with the whip snapped at a nearby stone, addressing Lin Qingchen. Qingchen. Zhang Jiangang's eyes sparkled with hope. He could hardly believe that Lin Qingchen had truly come to rescue him. Rest assured, once we are out, I shall treat you to a meal. I have arrived, may I take him? Lin Qingchen glanced at the battered Zhang Jiangang, his eyes narrowing slightly. Unbeknownst to him, had he accumulated such a debt of gratitude from so many? Well then, let me vent my frustrations today. Very well, release him. Yahaoxuan commanded with a wave of his hand. Since when has Senior Year engaged in such underhanded dealings? Lin Qingchen questioned the youth. Lin, today? No one is here to back you up. Hearing this sarcastic remark, Yahaoxuan's expression turned icy as he spoke sharply. Following his words, Yahaoxuan summoned his beast. However, those behind him did not do likewise. They were well aware of the strength of the individual before them. A 5th-tier beastmaster is already quite respectable in the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy. Lin Qingchen is merely a freshman. How could he possibly possess the strength to contend with him? Among the crowd, Wang Qian's eyes gleamed with excitement. He could hardly wait to witness Lin Qingchen kneeling before him, repenting and acknowledging his mistakes. Are you going to kill me? Lin Qingchen's lips curled into a playful smile as he gazed at him. That one be necessary, at most. I shall devour your beast and break your limbs, Yahaoxuan replied coldly. What is this? Are you now seeking mercy? There is no chance for that. Since you shall not kill me, I shall spare your life. Is it too much to use the same method you intend to use against me? Lin Qingchen chuckled. As the words fell, the xiaobai coiled around his wrist transformed into a streak of azure light, merging with Lin Qingchen. It is best for me to handle this personally. Coincidentally, he wished to test the power of this so-called fusion. Chapter 79, A Savage Beating. What is that? The students behind Yahaoxuan gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them, murmuring in disbelief. Can a beast truly merge with a beastmaster? Why was I unaware of such a combat method? What do you think? Lin Qingchen replied with a light laugh. Then in a flash, he surged toward Yahaoxuan's beast, delivering a powerful punch. As a student of the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, Yahaoxuan's beast had also undergone an evolution. Through the system, Lin Qingchen could naturally discern the attributes of that beast. Although it was a turtle-type beast like Wang Tao's, Yahaoxuan's beast possessed traces of draconic bloodline, making it aptly termed a dragon turtle. Its defense is exceptionally robust. Boom. That punch struck the sturdy shell with tremendous force, causing it to slightly dent. Witnessing this, a smile emerged on Yahaoxuan's face. He had thought that Lin Qingchen's tricks would be formidable. It turns out it was merely this? Is this your trump card? It seems a bit weak, doesn't it? Yahaoxuan taunted, gazing at Lin Qingchen. Is it? Lin Qingchen's lips curled slightly. In truth, with just xiaobai, he could exert enough pressure to make that dragon turtle cower. However, that would not achieve the effect Lin Qingchen desired. Ever since their encounter in Donglin City, Yahaoxuan had consistently targeted him, and Lin Qingchen had long been seething with rage. Let him revel in his arrogance for a while longer. In the next moment, Lin Qingchen charged forward once more, raining down punches upon the dragon turtle's shell. Bang! Bang! The resounding sounds echoed, eliciting smug smiles from the students standing behind Yahao Xuan. What is this fool performing? Meanwhile, Wang Qian wore a look of delight. He had anticipated that this arrogant brat would have such a day. Observing the helplessness of senior Hao Xian, Wang Qian felt an indescribable sense of pleasure welling up within him. Meanwhile, the somewhat battered Zhang Jiang did not withdraw, but instead cast a perplexed glance towards Lin Qingchen. The demeanor of Lin Qingchen bore a striking resemblance to a combat secret technique documented in ancient texts, one that could only be wielded by beastmasters of the 9th tier or higher. Yet, it was apparent that he was merely a 3rd-tier beastmaster, possibly just reaching the 4th tier at best. How could this be? As for the notion of Lin Qingchen ascending to the 9th tier so swiftly, Zhang Jiang would not believe it even under duress. If one could attain such prowess in such a short span, he might as well cling to Lin Qingchen's coattails instead of exerting himself. Nonetheless, this realization brought Zhang Jiang a modicum of relief. At least today's predicament might soon be alleviated. After all, despite the slow progress in his strength over these past days, his intellect remained as dull as ever. Now, it was his turn. Rest assured, as a fellow student, I shall spare your life. Moments later, Yu Haoxian remarked coldly. It appeared he had overestimated Lin Qingchen. This individual remained as inept as ever. Oh, is that so? Lin Qingchen responded, his gaze fixed on Yu Haoxian, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. The dragon tortoise possessed formidable defenses, making it an ideal target for him to gauge his combat prowess fused with Xiaobai. As it stood, the results were likely to exceed Lin Qingchen's expectations. With this level of agility, he could potentially contend with 8th-tier beastmasters. For Lin Qingchen had merely completed his warm-up. He extended his right hand and grasped at the air before him. The sensation of power coursing through him was intoxicating. In the next instant, ethereal azure dragon wings began to manifest at his sides. Although they were not fully materialized, the sheer presence of them left Yu Haoxian momentarily breathless. A sudden gust of wind swept through the arena. Yu Haoxian's expression sharpened. Why did he sense a faint pressure emanating from this so-called waste? It felt akin to the aura of a king among beastmasters. Yet, as he beheld the youth reappear before the dragon tortoise, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. This fool truly was dim-witted. You know not. Yet before he could finish, the scene before him left Yu Haoxian utterly astonished. Lin Qingchen, with an expression of indifference, fixed his gaze upon the dragon tortoise, focusing on the fissures appearing on its shell. Gradually, he tightened his right fist, gathering momentum, and struck down with a powerful punch. Bang! The once impenetrable shell shattered into countless fragments. Even more astonishingly, a dragon claw pierced through the chest of the crimson-quality dragon tortoise. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Haoxian's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched across his face, his scornful words lodged in his throat. He had always held unwavering confidence in his beast's defenses. If he were to face off against Bai Li Hong foam of the same tier, he was certain the latter would be rendered powerless. Yet, here was Lin Qingchen, merely a 3rd-tier beastmaster, perhaps having just reached the 4th tier, who had managed to. Behind Yu Haoxian, the onlookers were equally astounded. Just moments ago, they had heard a particularly crisp sound of destruction. Could it be? As this thought crossed their minds, they turned their gazes towards the dragon tortoise that stood before them, their eyes filled with horror. Wang Qian's expression shifted from exuberance to one of dismay, as if he were a completely different person. How could this be? How could it possibly happen? A hoarse voice echoed. Yu Haoxian had lost his earlier arrogance, his face now clouded with bitterness. As the beastmaster of the dragon tortoise, he had come to a grim realization. His beast was no more. The core of a 5th-tier beast could fetch a handsome price. Wouldn't you agree, Senior Haoxian? Lin Qingchen, having dispelled his fusion state, waved the glittering object in his hand before Yu Haoxian, smiling brightly. As his words fell, Lin Qingchen's form materialized before Yu Haoxian, his palm gripping the young man's head and pressing it gently downwards. Bang! Hadn't you mentioned something about breaking my limbs? Lin Qingchen's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke. At this moment, a scene unfolded before the crowd that was too gruesome for even the author's vivid imagination to depict. Many spectators covered their mouths, their stomachs churning at the sight. Subsequently, the youth clapped his hands, a surge of azure light separating from him as Xiaobai revealed his magnificent dragon form. Some students attempted to summon their own beasts, but their efforts were in vain. As soon as they emerged, they prostrated themselves before Xiaobai. Is that a dragon? Someone swallowed hard, trembling as they spoke. With their limited understanding, they had begun to piece together the truth. If you guessed correctly, consider yourselves rewarded. Go and accompany him. Lin Qingchen clapped his hands, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he chuckled softly. He had no intention of letting these individuals off lightly. Although the laws of the Great Xia dictated that beastmasters could not act wantonly, what did it matter if he set Xiaobai upon them?